Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. This is a story of Shiro, a 12-year-old girl who wished to adventure around the world, only to end up in an untimely death. When she wakes up, she finds herself in what seems to be a new world. Her body has changed to that of a catkin. Using her knowledge from knowing literature of people in similar situations and adventuring, she tries to make a place for herself in this new world. Only to find out that reality is far crueler than one would imagine. Even with what one would call an OP unique skill and other OP advantages, she finds things quickly fall apart regardless how hard she tries. Thus she seeks more and more power to not only survive, but to protect what is important to her. Unbeknownst to her though, lies within her an ancient power time primordial. A power so vast it can bring anything to its knees. This ancient power can easily be unlocked with just one sentence, but this sentence shall never be spoken. Instead, Shiro will embark on a new path to gaining a new errant kind of power as she moves forward in this new world. Warning: the first few volumes will have tragedy, which will disappear at around volume 5 or 6. From then on it will be just pure opness and having fun. While I personally like op characters and don't like tragedies myself, I think it is unrealistic that a person goes to an unknown and everything just magically go their way via plot armor. So I wanted to build up a more realistic op reincarnation novel where MC struggles through a new world, regardless of their advantages due to gaps in knowledge despite how prepared she was, and Ply not having enough strength at the time. This is my first poor attempt at a story. I read a lot of novels overall and was in the mood to see how well I can write one. Expect a lot of mistakes here and there as I am pretty new to writing. Releases should be about 2 times a week, changed due to chapter size pretty much doubling unless stated otherwise or in between volumes. I will at least commit to finishing the volume 1 on nothing worse than a story being cut off mid-story. So give me your comments what you think. I don't mind if the comments are bad and etc. Just lay off the grammar Nazi, my only weakness. My name is Shiro. I got this weird name from my parents who are just infatuated with Japanese culture. They say they named me after the snow that collapsed the day I was born. I also have a white cat who so happens to have the name of Shiro. What are the odds? Considering the cat is older than me by a year, I often wonder with their terrible naming sense if they named me after a cat. Of course they frantically insist that I was named after the pure white snow on that day and by no means after a cat. I mean they do realize that we live in the age of the internet, right? I can freaking check what the weather was like 12 years ago. And guess what? There was no snow that entire December at all. Of course good luck bringing that up to them, because the moment I do they always end up in a hurry or busy. Now that is not to say they aren't busy or in a hurry to go places though. You see, my parents are unfortunately rarely home. They travel around from place to place for their jobs, which often led me to transfer from place to place. Recently though they decided since I got a bit older, it is best if I make some actual friends. So they decided to buy a house near Yellowstone and leave me with a babysitter. Personally I am kind of upset about the whole thing. My dream is to travel around the entire world and have an awesome adventure. Who wants a boring life sitting in one place their entire life? Men were born for adventure. For better or for worse, the babysitter they got is fairly lazy, more so than that lazy cat who wouldn't even lift a paw if a mouse is literally right in front of him. I mean, talk about lazy. The babysitter as well just comes over and mostly lies down and relaxes all day, leaving me to my own devices. I could probably blow up the house and they wouldn't care, which kind of makes me feel a bit dejected. But there are perks because I can go wherever I want and do whatever I want without being hounded day and night like some of my friends. Of course when I say friends, I use the term loosely, for you see despite my current enthusiasm I am generally pretty timid around others. Not to mention I am a bit tomboyish, so I have little in common with the girls in my class. Most of them see me as a bit weird. So while I do have friends, which I hang out from time to time, it is more in tune with friendly acquaintances. While I would like to have some true friends, I know it is kind of hard for a person like me. My timid outwards personality aside, my dream of traveling around the world on an adventure kind of makes finding friends who are willing to travel with me rather scarce. Despite my classmates being children of the age of around 12 like me, they consider my dream to go on an adventure childish and unrealistic. I have a hard time imagining what kind of childhoods these people had. Sigh. Speaking of adventure, I am right now on a mini adventure. It is now the middle of the night and I snuck out of the house. Of course, when I say snuck out, I actually mean strode out the front door. And as expected, the babysitter showed zero care. Talk about irresponsible. Seriously. Either way, I am in a really good mood today. Because today will be an experience of a lifetime. A large meteor shower is going to take place in a short while. This meteor shower is going to directly hit Earth to boot. Of course, the composition of the meteors is made out of ice, so there is no real risk of any sort of extinction event you see in the movies. Lol. I brought my portable telescope along and know just the spot in the park for best viewing away from the crowds. When the first one falls, I am going to wish for a life of adventure. I can't wait. 2 hours later. Alright, telescope is fully set up and the meteor shower should begin any minute now. Ooh, I see it, I see it. Awesome. They are entering the atmosphere and are burning up. So cool. Wait, what is this? They are not burning up at all, what the heck? They should be made of ice and burn up quickly, but it does not seem that way. What in the world is going on? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground is shaking. OSHT1 is coming right this way. OMG. OMG, OMG. I don't want to die. Please God, don't let me die. Please, please, I'll do anything. I am too young to die. Arg. I still have a lot of things I want to do. I still have things I want to tell my parents. Is the cat going to be fed properly without me? Arg. What the heck am I thinking? Do I really want my last dying words to be worrying about a cat? I really want to go on an adventure. Boom. Dot. So cold. Where am I? Who am I? What am I? What is an I? What are these questions? What is the concept of a question? Concept. What is language? Dot. Dot. Breaking news. He meteors that were considered to be made out of ice were actually made out of some kind of crystalline structure. These meteors are not breaking up in the atmosphere as first envisioned and are using serious damage throughout the world. Authorities are urging citizens not to panic and to stay indoor or go to the local bomb shelter if available. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. We will have further news as soon as. What's that? Seriously. Viewers, it saddens me to inform you all that an unprecedented situation has occurred. Due to the meteor's high energy density, it seems to have obscured radio telescopes around the world. I regret to inform you all that a giant asteroid is following right behind the meteor shower and is scheduled to impact Earth within an hour. May God show mercy. Quote. Must expand. Must protect. Must summon monsters. Must cultivate DP. Processing. 1 quintillion DP. Mana. Adventure cat. My head hurts. What happened? I remember there was a meteor. Then I had some important job to do. Then a chalic arc collapse. Volume 01. Walking out of the box to a new world 1. The first thing I notice when I open my eyes is a strange looking ceiling. Like I am in some kind of catacombs or something. Where am I? I slowly get up and look around. I remember having a headache for some reason and collapsing, but now I feel somewhat refreshed. Well, until I notice how eerie the place around me really is. Is this some kind of prank? Wait, I died, didn't I? Don't tell me it is one of those cases where they take you for dead and bury you and you end up waking up. That would really suck. Speaking of which, despite it being so dark, I am able to see the details pretty well. Odd. ROOOOOOAAAAAAAAR. Rumble, rumble, rumble. I quickly grab the sides of my head to cover my ears from the terrifying roar from the far distance, only to find that it is not helping at all. Why? I am covering my ears so it should help reduce the ringing noise. My ears. Where in the world are my ears? My ears are missing. Okay, calm down, deep breath, stay calm. Think logically. My ears can't possibly be missing because then I would not hear any noise at all. So in worst case, just my outer ears are missing and not the ears themselves, though somehow that doesn't make me feel much better. I slowly feel the side of my head as I subconsciously move my hands upwards. I suddenly feel a warm, soft, fluffy sensation, but at the same time feel rather ticklish. Quickly, I realize, either is something sitting on my head and I start to panic, as I try to discern what it is by trying to shake it off. That is when I realize that there is something long sneaking right behind me. Snake. I quickly rush down the stone hallway to distance myself from the snake, while at the same time swerving my head left and right trying to shake whatever it is on my head. As I turn around, I notice the snake is literally on my tail. At this rate I am not going to get away from that white snake. I steal my courage and smack the snake with my hand. Ouch! Due to the sudden pain I quickly jump and duck for the floor. I turn around to try to see if I could fend off that white snake only to notice it missing with no hint of it in sight. In its stead I see an odd blue box. Okay, I am dreaming .ght. This is no time to be in denial. Breath in and out slowly. Let's quickly take in the facts. I know that I died when that meteor hit, and since I am feeling pain, I can't just shrug it off as AD. Don't tell me it is like one of those ridiculous scenarios where I get reincarnated in a different world of swords and magic and get a whole breakdown when I say or think of the word status. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha sigh. I guess I can look at the bright side. I think I figured out why my ears are missing and the identity of that white snake. I turn around to look at my back and see a wiggling fluffy tail. Yup, that confirms it. Setting aside my urge to grab the tail, I quickly confirm that I am in a safe spot and begin reviewing my status screen. A few minutes later, I pretty much got the gist of it. To summarize what I learned, as far as attributes go, STR gives you more muscle strength, which also helps improve your endurance a bit. AGI improves your speed and reflexes plus flexibility. VIT helps improve your defense. Increases regeneration of stamina while at same time reducing its consumption. It also helps with overall endurance and HP regeneration. Dex helps you with accuracy and control. Int improves your mana regeneration and allows you to solve problems faster. WIS reduces the mana consumption of spells and helps with memory. MNT helps reduce consumption of mental and helps you resist psychological attacks. Luck is a bit odd in that it helps you slightly push probability in your favor. You can't normally raise this attribute though. Now there is also consumable stats as well. HP is your life points. When you reach 0, you are dead. MP is how much mana you have and is used for casting spells and other various uses. If MP reaches below 10, it will put a strain on mental. Stamina is how much short-term strength you have. Every action consumes stamina, more so with skills. If your stamina reaches 0, you will not be able to move at all. Mental is one I am not too familiar with from my experience with games. But from my understanding based on the information display about it, any form of thinking or mental stress has an impact on consumption of mental. My mental is at 38 pro. Badly due to all the headaches I had in the confusion state. Casting spells and some skills also reduce mental. Mental hitting 0 means going unconscious. My race is Beastkin, more specifically a Catkin variant. In terms of level up, it seems that you need to raise your race class to level 10 before you can get a basic job-based class. And level 25 if you want a combat-based class. Each class gets their own bonuses from leveling up. In my case I get the following. Sentient creature +1 in all unlocked attributes +1 free attribute +20 HP +10 stamina +10 mental. Beastkin +2 STR +2 Vit +1 AGI. Catkin +2 AGI +1 Dex. Every 10 levels, a new class skill opens up as well. Unfortunately, I did not get too much information as far as skills go, such as how to acquire or train skills. And me doing a few punches in midair did not seem to grant me any skill in punching. The markers on the skills seem to represent as follows. LP language passive, RP racial passive, raw racial active. This has me seriously worried about a possible language barrier. I doubt people speak English here now today. Possible God who reincarnated me, where is my language cheat skill? I guess I'll have to go out to find out. I currently have 2 actual skills. One is my night vision racial passive, which improves my visibility in the darkness by 200, which explains why I can see so well despite being so dark here. My other skill is a racial active skill called smell sense. It helps increase my sense of smell by 100 at the consumption of 0.1 per second mental. Of course there is a risk of higher mental consumption in case of it is being used in areas with high odor. With all that out of the way, it leaves me with one last concern about my status window. What in the world is up with my age, race and status? Has why confusion somehow caused it to weird out on me or something? Or is it because I was 12 when I died, but since I have a new body my age is now in limbo? Same for my race, which should have been human but now I am a catkin. While I would love to spend the entire day thinking about all the possibilities, I need to come to terms with reality and prioritize. I have been preparing for adventuring my entire life despite how short it may have been. The first priority should be to secure food and a safe place to stay. And this place looks to have neither storage, open storage, inventory, item box, open sesame. Sigh, as I figured I have no convenient storage magic cheat either. Which means I have no food or any other survival gear. My only weapon is my teeth and claws, and I don't even have a skill to help assist those at all. And I am under no delusion, if God is too stingy to give me a storage cheat, he certainly did not make my claws and teeth indestructible. So if they break, I am so doomed that it ain't funny. Oh, by the way, I am pretty sure that it is a god who reincarnated me or something along those lines, because it simply makes no sense that I am suddenly a 12-year-old in the middle of some sort of catacombs. And considering that I am wearing virtually no gear in level 1, it pretty much rules out the awakened memories scenario. So putting 2 and 2 together, that's the only logical conclusion I could come up with so far. Well, anyways, enough distracting myself, I need to find myself out of here ASAP. After that, I can decide on what to do. Since the direction I came from is a dead end, I so far only have one way to go. Which in itself is a blessing, because if this place is one of those dungeon-like places and I chose to go deeper in, I'll be totally screwed. Since I have decided on what to do, I proceed to go down the only hallway I see. As I move through the hallway, I notice a bunch of exotic creatures, from giant toads to lizards. This so screams dungeon to me, but I am still not 100% sure. My biggest confusion is they don't seem to be attacking me or even paying attention to me at all for some reason. So either God gave me some concealment cheat, or maybe, just maybe, they are herbivores that just happen to fill up this place. I can of course try attacking one to test that theory, but I am not that stupid. I know in most games and literature you read the protagonist goes, opportunity for easy XP, and comes up with some ingenious surprise attack to get them by surprise. But in my opinion, half of them are crazy. You only live once. I understand that in this world I might have to fight to survive, but there is a time and a place for everything, and this is no time for a clueless suicide. If they are going to ignore me, better for me. Once I get out of this place and get some information, then I'll consider the easy safe way to power level. Maybe that is why God did not give me any cheats, he probably only gives them to those with a few screws loose and willing to entertaining them. In comparison, I am just plain old boring, sorry. I continue to cautiously walk in the tunnel for what feels like 2 hours, while briefly using my smell sense skill every 5 minutes or so just in case. I finally end up in what seems to be a big room, and my smell sense is telling me there is a creature in this room that is significantly different than the ones I met in the hallway. Unfortunately, even with my improved night vision, I can't really make out what the creature is due to how large this room is. It also seems the creature's skin color is black, which isn't helping me any. At best, I can tell the creature is sleeping. Though my night vision does help me see is the glistening dagger that is lying not too far on a nearby pedestal. Which puts me in my first dilemma since coming here. What do? I obviously can't turn back since it's a dead end. So my only option is to sneak past this creature who I am hoping is also a herbivore. Come on luck, I am counting on you to make it a herbivore. Pretty please, with a cherry on top. With my futile plea out of the way, I start considering my other option, to grab that dagger on the way out. The worst possible scenario is if this place is a boss room, or if I have some sort of conceal on, and the moment I grab that dagger I am forced to engage in combat with whatever that is, which seems to be at least 5x bigger than me. I can of course leave the dagger there, but if I do that, who knows what kind of things may show up. And if this giant creature does end up attacking me, my odds would probably be better with a dagger regardless of how futile it is. Sigh, I guess this is where the saying goes, you only die twice, or since I am now a catkin is that 9 times. Dear God, please make my cheat that I have 9 lives. Though somehow I have a feeling that even that might not be enough. Coming to a conclusion, I decide to make the final judgment on whether or not I should go for the dagger once I get closer to the pedestal. Which is closer to both the exit and the mysterious sleeping creature. Maybe if I get closer, I can make a more sound judgment if I should take the risk or not. With my heart beating like mad drums, I slowly and steadily tiptoe closer to the pedestal. Within about a minute, I get close enough to the pedestal to touch the dagger. And for better or worse, I can now make out the giant sleeping creature. What is lying in front, a few meters away from me is a giant panther. I quickly cover my mouth with both hands to prevent myself from squealing in terror. Dear God, please tell me in your world giant panthers are herbivores. Right. Or at the very least friendly to fellow felines like catkin maybe. A girl can only dream. Sigh. Now is the moment of truth. Do I go for the dagger or not? I do a bit of soul searching and decide to go with the most ridiculous option possible. Go with my instincts. Now I know what I responded about not taking stupid risks. In denouncing those less than sane protagonists that needlessly throw their lives into the fire like moths. But truth be told, I don't think I have much choice. Here, no matter how you look at it, this is a dungeon. And this is either a mini-boss or a boss of some sort. Why else would a giant panther be just lying there next to a dagger on a pedestal? And if that is the case, then the is a possibility that beyond this room the monsters are going to be aggressive. If I can get my hands on a decent weapon from a sleeping boss regardless how low the odds, it's better than trying to wrestle a weapon out of a non-sleeping monster. With my mind made up, I decide to go for the dagger. Just this once I will be that idiot protagonist, but never again, are you happy God? And then when I grab the dagger, I will sneak up on the panther and murder it in its sleep. I might be doing something relatively crazy, but I am not that stupid. If I did that, I'd be dead faster than I could cry uncle. It would literally make me into mincemeat in one strike. Grab dagger and run, end of story. I slowly reach for the dagger with my right hand. With every inch it feels like my heart is beating faster and faster. With what felt like hours, though lasted only a few seconds, I finally place my hand on the dagger. Looking at the monster, it seems like it is still casually enjoying its sleep without a hint of waking up. With a slight sigh of relief, I raise the dagger slowly towards myself. At that moment I hear loud snort. With trembling eyes, I slowly take a look as my face turns pale white as my hair. Because in front of me I notice the giant panther moving. OMG. I am going to die. Again, the giant panther started to move around as I stood there frozen solid. Inside my head I am contemplating whether I should not move, hide, or just make a run for it. Though due to my immense fear I could not move even if I wanted to. The panther continued to move little by little and then much to my bewilderment stopped again to sleep. It was freaking repositioning itself in its sleep. Arg. Darn you. I lost 5 out of my 9 lives on that one. Okay, I need to keep it together. I should just be glad he did not wake up. Be thankful for that at least. With the dagger in hand, I continue to slowly but steadily make my way out of the room. Once I made it out of the room, I collapsed on the floor breathing heavily. I think my mental went down by half just from that alone. At this rate, my hair is going to turn white from all this stress. Oh, wait. Arg, thanks but no thanks. Volume 01. Walking out of the box to a new world 2. After taking a minute break by the room exit, I decide to go further down the hallway. As far away from the sleeping giant cat as possible. While I am a bit nervous if there are any more dangerous monsters down the hallway, I can't imagine any of them being scarier than that sleeping panther boss. And now I at least have a dagger to defend myself. I continue down the hallway for at least another half an hour, which was mostly empty with the exception of a few giant plants here and there. During that time I tried to identify the dagger to see if it did anything or what kind of dagger it was, but no avail. Trying to use things like appraisal, identify, and etc. obviously did nothing since I had no such skill. The only hint I got what the dagger did was comparing the status screen before and after. The dagger seems to give +3 STR +2 AGI +2 int. Which is a pretty decent boost to my stats if I don't say so myself considering how worn out this dagger looks. At the end of the hallway, I come to a room which seems to split into 5 paths. Using my smell sense skill, I sniff each hallway to try to see where there is fresh airflow. I was a bit worried on how accurately I'd be able to discern that, but luckily it was pretty obvious based on the odors coming from each path. So without hesitation I follow my nose. I travel down the passage for about an hour and a half. And the terrain seems to have changed from catacombs to a large cave. Along the way I met other creatures like large bats and slime-like creatures. But strangely enough, none of them have attacked me. Not that I am complaining or anything. Now generally slimes are usually a beginning monster that is easy to level up on. But that is only in game theory. In reality slimes are resistant to physical attacks. Other than their nucleus they are pretty much untouchable. And trying to kill a slime by attacking their nucleus with a short dagger is like serving yourself on a platter. Personally, even if I meet a low-level monster, unless it is half-dead lying there I'd rather not fight it at this point. I have no armor at all and if I get heavily injured while knowing where I am guaranteed to die. This isn't a game where the protagonist takes heavy injuries after a fight and then walks out and collapses on the road only to be saved by a passing merchant. In reality, thieves will pass by, steal all you have and waste you right there. I mean this is a world of swords and magic which generally means Middle Ages where life was cheap. My plan as far as leveling is pretty simple, realistic, and level-headed. When I come to town, I will sell this dagger, find a part-time job that provides some housing and slowly build up my stats. Since I managed to get +1 MNT from that incident, I imagine other stats can be trained to an extent. Once I raise my stats a bit, I will build traps and kill weak monsters via traps. You might call me playing dirty or being a disgrace of an adventurer or even a scary cat. But I'll call you a total retard. It isn't even about shying away from a fight but simply common sense. I am right now level 1. To get a non-combat profession you need to be level 10. Which means that an adult in this world is at least level 10 if not more. Even if we assume in the most unlikely scenario that a normal level 1 catkin starts out with all stats at 1. By gaining 9 levels their combat stats should be at least 28 STR, 37 AGI, 28 VIT, 19 Dex which is a total of 119 combat stats. My total combat stats without the dagger is only 52. Effectively, a new catkin farmer is over 2x stronger than me right now. And if they have same stats as me at level 1 they would be 3x stronger than me. Sending me to fight in this condition is like sending a newborn baby with a dagger to fight. If you want to go commit suicide playing hero, go on without me, I am fine as I am, thank you very much. Though I really do wonder why the monsters here are so docile. If this was a real dungeon the monsters would be swarming me rather than ignoring me. Maybe this used to be a dungeon in the past but the dungeon died and the monsters just roam free in the ecosystem that existed for a long time. Looking at the worn-out dagger, though I am not a specialist I'd estimate it is at least 1,000 years old. I also see no indicator of any kind of human traffic. Which makes me wonder where exactly am I? I hope I am not in some place hundreds if not thousands of miles from civilization. That would be pretty devastating. As I was thinking that, I suddenly come to a dead end in the cave. Worried, I use my smell sense again and pick up air flowing through a somewhat small hole behind the foliage which I may be able to barely fit in. I decide to take a short half-an-hour break to recover the best I can and then proceed to climb through the hole. As I reach the other side, I hear a somewhat loud hissing noise. As I take a glance I see a giant rat staring right at me making hissing noises. This is the first time that anything so far has made an aggressive motion toward me. Maybe it is just being territorial and if I quickly leave it will leave me alone just like all the others. As I take a step forward, the giant rat quickly jumps on top of me and bites me in the left shoulder and I fall to the floor with the giant rat on top of me. Ouch! That hurt. Let me go. I don't want to fight. Not listening to my helpless pleas and not willing to let me go no matter how much I try to push it away. I instinctively hold tight on the dagger and stab the giant rat in the neck. Despite my feeble attempts at hitting it to the neck, I barely do much damage due to my poor aim and its tough hide. It also does not help how dull this old dagger is either. In a panic I continue to stab at it again and again. Due to my frantic attacks, the rat seems to have loosened its hold on my shoulder, slightly giving me a ray of hope. But to my dismay the rat bit down even harder than ever. In less than a minute, I am almost halfway through death door. Why does he hurt so much while I do so little damage? This isn't fair. I am a freaking cat. Being done in by a mouse is like the worst death I can think of. Of course during this time I continue to stab at its neck the best I can, but at this rate it is pretty clear I don't stand a chance. I need to come up with a strategy, and quick. Looking at the damage, it seems that my damage is increasing little by little over time. And I doubt it is because I am doing better with using a dagger, as I am stabbing like mad. Not to mention, despite stabbing it in the back of the neck, it isn't taking much damage overall due to its thick skin at the back of the neck. Me stabbing it over and over at same spot is weakening its hide defenses, but not quickly enough. As I was thinking that, the giant rat sinks its claws into my body. Arg. With that, my HP has officially dropped below half. But it was not done just yet. After sinking its claws, it extended its left arm and did a sudden slash for my body at high speed right as I stabbed it again in the neck. The pain that I felt was astronomical. At this instant I knew that I was going to die again. With less than 10 HP left I was effectively a goner. But even so, if I am going to go down, then I will take this scumbag down with me. I aim my knife and stab it straight in the eye. HSSSSSSSs. For the first time, the giant rat fully let go of my shoulder and collapsed on its back to the floor, hissing in pain. I did not lose this opportunity and jumped on top of it and continued to stab it on its soft underbelly. With that, the rat finally stopped moving. With the battle done, I take a look around to see where exactly am I, since I got distracted by the giant rat, and check to see if there is some place I can rest. But as I pivoted my head, I finally fully took in the surroundings. I was in a small cave system, and about a few dozen meters I could see the exit of the cave to the outside. Of course life is never really that simple, because between me and the exit there are 5 hissing giant rats staring me down in attack position. Volume 01. Walking out of the box to a new world 3. Yup, today is a good day to die. I am totally screwed. I finally leveled up, but does not change the fact that I am screwed. No gee. Sherlock, no need to rub it in my face how screwed I am. Putting a number on it doesn't make me feel any better either. As I was remarking about the system spelling out my death sentence, the giant rats got closer and closer and began to surround me. At this point I stare blankly at the window and not sure if I should feel happy or feel worse, like salt is being poured on my wound. It is like ITS trying to give me a shred of hope only to disappoint me in the end. Passive. You are now able to learn and improve your skills just by observing them being used on valid targets. The probability of learning a skill increases depending on how many times you have seen it during your entire lifetime. The probability decreases depending on the difficulty of the skill, which vary from levels to other qualifiers such as racial requirements and etc. Active. You can awaken the all-observing eyes. When the eyes are awakened, you are able to see all weak points. You are also able to predict moves of our opponents based on your lifetime knowledge of the creature attacking. Probability of skill acquisition doubles. Your perception of time is also distorted, and you are able to perceive time 100 plus MNT slower. Your vision is improved by 300. For every minute you activate this skill. After the skill is deactivated, you will lose 20-1 for every 100 Mongolian tugriks of your total mental, and your vision will decrease by 10 for 24 hours. Overload. When this ability is overloaded, you use up 5 minutes worth of the skill in just 1 minute. Effects of the skill is doubled and all stats are raised by 20. Once the ability expires, maximums of all your stats are reduced by 50 for 48 hours. Sub-skill, you are able to now use Identify level 5. Passive, you are now unable to learn skill books, receive heritages thr. How normal means are trained skills normally. And here I was hoping for immortality. Oh well, if I am going to die, I am going to take these giant rodents down with me. At the very least I put my free attribute point in AGI, which will probably benefit me the most in this fight, and scream. All observing eyes. Overload. And with that, time slows down by 242. My stats rise dramatically and my vision sharpens so that I can see even the smallest motions. The first to attack is the giant rat from the front. It rushes me at a rather fast speed, which I barely dodge even with my improved perception and speed. Noticing the notification, I quickly activate the charge skill aimed at the second giant rat behind the first to gain some distance. With my charge, my dagger barely managed to stab it in the right eye. Unfortunately, the attack was not as solid as the first rat I hit despite the improved stats, but still did decent damage. The giant rat in retaliation took its left paw and began to swipe at me at a fast speed, which I managed to quickly move out by a hair's breadth and spin around. Taking this opportunity, I use my left hand and claw swipe the rodent's soft underbelly. As the rat flips over, I spin around and then quickly land on the rat, stabbing the rat downwards right in the weak spot of the neck. With that, the first out of the 5 rats died. Feeling a slight sense of relief, I let my guard down only to notice another rat charging at me. I quickly try to dodge and activate charge to attack another rat in the back like I did the first. Unfortunately, due to my carelessness, the rat that attacked me slightly grazed my arm. While lowering my guard is definitely a death flag, my biggest concern though is my dropping stamina consumption. While racial skills tend to be weaker than normal skills and have lower stamina consumption as well, that does not mean they are free. Another benefit of racial skills is you can override cooldowns, which can be seen on how quickly I just used charge a second time, which normally would not be possible. The downside is that stamina consumption increases exponentially, which is why I need to make each hit count. During my charge, I position my second hand on the dagger and carefully aim at the weak spot shown to me by the all-observing eye. I put all my weight into it and stab the rat right in the eye at the perfect angle that the dagger goes right into its brain. While the level up and one-hit kill was certainly very welcome, my dagger getting stuck in the skull was certainly not. This opening caused me to be jumped on by a rat from the side. I quickly activate claw swipe with my other arm, hitting the rat on its chest, but unfortunately that did not prevent the rat from knocking me over and landing on top of my thigh. Luckily that was enough for me to pull out the dagger and to prevent it from landing another bite on top of me. Despite that, the impact still managed to damage me by 15 points. In return, my claw swipe did 5 times that at 75 damage. Obviously this situation would not last for long as the giant rat prepared to do its own claw swipe. But I wasn't just sitting there doing nothing either, as I was already swinging the blade right into its eye. While that was not enough to kill the rodent or even deliver a critical hit, it was enough to push the rat to the side and get up. Right at that moment, to my surprise, a rat charged me from the back, pushing me towards the floor. Having a giant rat jump you from the back is worst case scenario, as it would leave me completely defenseless. Noticing that there is another giant rat a bit to the front, I brace the timing and activate charge. At this point I have long surpassed my limits and my stamina is almost drained completely. If not for the level up, I would not be able to use any more skills. So I'll have to make the last one count. As I charge the giant rat, I again aim for its eye as I did with the previous rats. With the added push of the rat from behind, I charge at faster speed than normal, going for a heavier impact. While this may seem like a good amount of damage at first, it is not so great for me. I need to save the last skill for charging the healthy rat from behind. If I don't do that, I don't stand a chance. And I can't afford to waste stamina on a claw swipe to finish this one off. Which means I have to take a very risky move that might be the end of me. I duck to the ground and do a flip. After the flip, I activate charge and rush the last remaining healthy rat, fully expecting a claw swipe from behind. To my surprise, it does not come. As always, I ain't gonna complain if it is to my favor. For this charge I go about things a bit differently and lift both my feet off the ground in a charge. My aim here was to not only stab the giant rat in the eye, but also to kick it backwards so it knocks into the other rat behind it. This is where my luck stat must be shining, because not only did I succeed in Operation Bowling Rat, ushing the rat to trip the ray behind it while it rolled I also got a very hit in despite focusing less on aiming this time around. At this point my stamina has already hit near zero. I can't do any more skills or move around too much. My only hope is to kill this rat under my feet and hopefully it will be enough for a level up. I tighten the hold on the grip with both hands and stab down into the eye of the rat who tumbled below my feet. I put all my concentration to ensure I land a good blow. I barely manage to do enough damage to kill it. That brings 3 rats down, 2 injured rats to go. Since the remaining 2 rats are a decent amount away from me, I use this slight second to access the situation. Things are not looking good as I only have 10 seconds left on my all-observing eyes overload. And I do not have the stamina to use any skills. I look at the rat to the side that I considered would claw swipe me from the back. Only to realize it is already dead. Huh. When did I kill it? I only did 255 damage. Wait, maybe it was lower level than the rest. That would make sense considering that rat was mostly staying to the back. Talk about luck. Maybe things are finally going my way. One more left. I take a look at the last rat who is getting up and glaring at me and slowly take a step forward to shorten the distance. Suddenly my foot gives out and I fall to the floor. I try to get up but can't move a muscle. I quickly check my status only to realize my stamina has hit zero. I can't move a muscle. I look forward and see the rat limping toward me. It seems to have somehow injured its foot. But slowly and steadily the giant rat moves closer and closer to me. Within a few seconds he stands towering next to me and ready to claw swipe me to death. So this is how it end, huh? At Lee. Saint, I gave it my all and took 4 of you out with me. As I prepare to take in my ever-coming death, my all-observing eyes overload comes to an end and I black out. Volume 01. Walking out of the box to a new world 4. The next thing I notice, I am in a dark place isolated from everything. This dark place feels very eerie but at the same time very familiar. I try to move my body but I could not. Am I dead again? I try to look around to see if there is anything of note around me but see nothing, just endless darkness. I should be feeling some kind of feeling from all this but for some strange reason I feel nothing. It is like I have lost all emotion or sense of being. Suddenly a white light begins to illuminate the place. And for the first time in a long time I begin to feel something to the tune of loss. But at same time hope. As I try to reach for the light suddenly explodes and I abruptly awaken. Only to find myself in some sort of cave. What happened? Did I die and get resurrected for a 3rd time? I take a look around and notice I am in the same cave that I fought the giant rats. I look around and see that there are corpses of the rodents lying around in blood. I try to get up but find it rather difficult. I look down and see that there is a rat corpse lying on top of me. I struggle and push the corpse off me and get up. Looking around to confirm that everything is safe, I take a look at the system messages I see in the corner. So it seems like I somehow didn't die and managed to live. Status. My stats have gone up a bunch but despite that I feel weak. Due to the penalties of all observing eyes overload and mild hunger. Looking at the cooldown timer, I have been out for about 13 hours. Considering how much time I spent traveling through that catacombs on top of sleeping, it is no surprise that I am feeling pretty hungry. I really need to secure myself some food. The question is where? Before that, the first thing I need to do is rationalize the situation. Right now my stats are terrible and I need to wait 35 hours to recover my stats. By that point I will obviously starve to death. So I am between a rock and a hard place. Going to fight means death and staying here means death. That responded, it is not all doom and gloom. Since I have been sleeping here for 13 hours and the corpses have gone untouched means that there is most likely no other rats around this part. Adding to it that this place seems like where the rats are nesting, I would assume there is unlikely to be any danger within the vicinity for the time being. Of course. At same time it most likely means that civilization is not anywhere close by either. Putting those thoughts together, it should be rather safe to venture slightly outside the cave as long as I don't go too far. So my best bet right is to make this place my base for now, build some basic traps and secure some food. That responded, there is still one big risk with this plan. While I can probably secure some fruits, mushrooms or vegetables outside and I can probably get supplies to make a fire to cook these rats. Since this is a new world, I don't Know if any of those things are poisonous. So effectively, whatever I eat I would be gambling my life. Though even with those risks, I think it is a safer bet than going out there while my stats are reduced by 70. Even a single giant rat can easily kill me at this point. And I somehow doubt giant rats are the king of the jungle around here. With my mind made up, I venture outside the cave and take a peek around. When I reach the end of the cave, I see that the cave is located in a burrow surrounded by vast forest. Once I make sure there is no danger in the vicinity, I proceed to collect large branches and begin to cover up the burrow. While I am doing this, I pick up any sort of nuts or fruits that I find. I also find a long flat stick and some vines. My goal is to make the burrow into a sort of bunker, then make a makeshift spear which I can attack from the bunker with little risk to injuring myself. While I don't think I'll kill anything this way, it should be enough to discourage many predators if they happen to come my way. Unfortunately, due to my reduced stats, dragging the branches is harder than it would normally be. After about 2 hours I finally manage to put together the burrow defenses and sharpen a basic spear. Once the tea is done, I go back in and begin to drain the blood and skin the giant rats. While I am sure that some of this rodent's materials can be sold for money, I honestly don't know which parts, and despite my familiarity with working with the knife due to my adventuring, I doubt my disassembly is good enough to not damage the materials. My only priority at this point is to procure meat from the rats. This process takes me about 15 minutes, and once I am done I again leave the burrow and prepare a fire outside to the side the old-fashioned way. Luckily I have plenty of experience setting up fire in is way from all my mini adventures, and despite my lower stats I am still stronger than what I was back on Earth, which makes the process easier. With the fire started and the meat skewers set up to cook, I quickly run back and hide behind the burrow defense. Who knows what kind of creature would be lured by the smoke? While animal-based monsters will probably distance themselves, there is a pro-baby liddy of humanoid monsters with some intelligence following it. Thankfully, even after 15 minutes, no monster has shown up. So I sneak back out of the burrow, take the meat skewers and put out the fire. All the meantime I am drooling. But I know that I have to resist these urges despite how hungry I am. Now normally I would find rat meat pretty disgusting, for some reason I can't think of it anything more than delicious meat. Is it because it looks and smells like any other meat skewer? Or is this my inner catkin talking? I use smell sense on it to see if I can locate any odd odors. Growl, air. Bad idea, hold it in stomach just a little bit more. I build a simple trap using the vines and a few sticks and place it in an area where I have seen a lot of small animals such as squirrels and foxes, or at least look similar to them. Probably I then gain distance and wait for an animal to take the bite. Which apparently does not take long. Within a bit over a minute a bunny-like creature talks the bait and starts chewing on the meat. Once I see he is halfway done I quickly spring the trap, to which the bunny-like creature begins to trash violently but ultimately is unable to escape. I CK up a few stones and go back closer to the enclosure to wait out half an hour. During that time a few foxes tried to approach and snatch the bunny, but I used rocks to scare them off. After confirming the rabbit is still fine, I let him go by cutting the vine. I then finally proceed to take a small bite of the meat skewer, which has already gotten cold. The flavor is rather bland, unfortunately, due to my hunger offsetting my taste buds. It actually tastes better than it is. After the first bite, I wait another 30 minutes while keeping an eye on my health and status screen to make sure I do not get some sort of poison. And after finally confirming it is safe once more, I gobble it all down like a glutton. Of course I make sure to save a few to eat for tomorrow just in case. Once I am due, I feel energy refill myself as some of my stats are restored. Now I know what you are probably thinking. Why in the world did you eat a giant rat when you caught yourself a bunny? The answer is simple, really. And no, it isn't because I developed a new taste for rats, if you are wondering. Not only is there little food on the bunny due to it being rather small compared to the rats, which will even shrink more once I disassemble it. The biggest issue is I have no clue if the rabbits are poisonous or not. That might sound a bit weird, but it is actually quite logical. You see, this is a new world where I know absolutely nothing. For all I know, in this world all snakes are non-poisonous and all bunnies have lethal poison. This isn't my old world, so I can't make any assumptions more than I have to. I mean, with these bunnies having 3 ears, you can never know. And testing if the bunnies are poisonous is much harder than testing if the giant rat is poisonous. While the foxes eat the bunnies, those bunnies are part of the fox's diet, so it is more than possible for the fox to have immunity to a poison the bunnies might have. Just like how a honey badger is resistant to venom of a snake. In comparison, I am pretty confident that a giant rat is not part of a bunny's diet. So if they had some sort of poison, it would be easily apparent. Now, with all the urgent issues out of the way, I see. And finally start planning on how I plan to proceed in this new world. Volume 01. Walking out of the box to a new world 5. Alright, first things first. I use my newly acquired identify skill on my dagger. What? Well, it seems like in this world things that are not identified are not able to pull out their full potential. Though now it seems I have a new headache to deal with. Sigh. While the increase in stats are appreciated, finding out this is a mithril dagger is not making me happy at all. Now I need to rethink my entire plan for when going to civilization. At issue here is that a mithril dagger is most likely something that is very expensive. Even if the dagger can't be repaired, even just the raw materials of the mithril probably is worth a fortune. Now what would you do if you found out a 12-year-old cat girl who is only level 4 is walking down the street with a treasure like that? That is begging to be robbed. Now of course I can sell the dagger as per my original plan, but things are not so simple now. For one, I don't know the currency of this world or the value of things in this world. For all I know, the place I am selling it to will completely rip me off, and if I no deal for whatever reason, they might take it from me by force. If this was a normal dagger, that would be one thing, because even if I get ripped off, as long as I get enough money to last me a day or two, during which I can get myself a part-time job. But selling a mithril dagger seems like a loss with added risk. Of course, not bringing the dagger has its own risks, as I would end up with lower stats to defend myself. Though can I really defend myself if I get attacked? As I responded, even a beginner farmer should still have stats way above me. At best I could use the charge skill to run away. In comparison, if I have a rare treasure and some thief combat class who has a skill that can detect hidden treasure takes an interest in it, my chance to run away would be 0. I know I am being overly paranoid, but this is a new world. I am not some protagonist who can just wing things through hoping a miracle will prevent my throat being sliced. I guess I have no choice. I will hide the dagger somewhere safe outside of town and then pick it up when I plan to go hunting. The wooden spear should be good enough around town. I will get a feel for the currency and market prices of this world, then once I get some strength, see if I should keep or sell the dagger. Now then, I have well over 30 hours left until I gain back my stats. While I would like to have trained my skills, with the drawback of my unique skill, that would prove to be impossible. So my only option of using time efficiently is try to raise individual stats. So let's do some training. For the next few hours I do all kinds of rigorous training, from push-ups to jumping jacks to running around the cave back and forth. I do so for over 15 hours, with some breaks for rest and food of course here and then. Unfortunately I failed to get any improvements in any attributes, which is quite disheartening. At this point it is pretty tiring and I want to take a nap. Interestingly enough, despite it getting a bit darker, it is nowhere near night. Is this world on a 24H clock like Earth? I wish I could get a better look at the position of the sun to tell how things are and get an estimate, but the forest is too thick to get a good view. And I am not curious enough to wander too far away from this cave into a clearing. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. I sleep for around 9 hours and when I wake up, surprisingly it is still bright outside. Seriously, how long is a day in this world? Well, anyways, let's not get too distracted. In a few hours, my debuff is going to disappear, which means I have to set out today. I have contemplated the possibility of staying in this cave and leveling up until I can get to level 10 and get a non-combat class. But I quickly turned that plan down, because I seriously lack information. I don't even know how to get a class. Not to mention that a strong monster can come to this cave at any point, more so since these corpses are beginning to rot and smell. Even under the ideal scenario where none of that happens, I don't know if in this system there is a thing like nutritional value. I can't imagine an all-meat diet for days or months being healthy under normal circumstances. And even if it is not a concern, I have no way of preserving the rat corpses and would have to risk experimenting with the fruits and other animals. So I need to get information about what I can eat and what I can't. Which can only be done in civilization. Not to mention, I am starting to feel rather lonely. The next few hours were rather uneventful. I did not bother training because if I did not manage in 15 hours, I doubt I'll manage in a few more. And this day is going to be a long one. So I need to conserve my strength the best I can. I will have to save the training for another day. Instead, I spent it preparing the best I could. Finally, I got the message I was waiting for. With my stats fully restored, I leave the cave. Now of course I am not just going to go walk in a random direction blindly. To find civilization, I need to look for a road, river or some trail. Once I find one of those, I can follow them. I climb what seems to be the tallest tree in the area, standing on a small hill. With the help of my claws and my improved strength, I find the task far easier than I remember it. At the top of the tree, the first thing that I notice answers one of my curiosities from the other day. Because what I see there is two suns. I am not sure how life can exist on this planet with two suns around, because from what I remember hearing, those conditions tend to cause a lot of instability in a solar system. But hey, I am not a rocket scientist, so I shrug my shoulders and move on to my main objective. As I take a peek around me, surprisingly I notice that a road from a distance of what I'd estimate to be 2 to 3 miles away. I get off the tree and cautiously make my way toward the road. Obviously I am using my trusty smell sense skill from time to time. After about an hour or so I make it to the road. Looking in both directions, I cannot make out anything, even after climbing a nearby tree. I tried studying the tracks or using smell sense to try to see if I can figure out which direction is closer or has more people going. Unfortunately I was getting nowhere fast, so I decided to rely on my eeny, meeny, miny, mo skill and hope my high luck stat pays off. When I pick a direction I proceed. But not directly on the road but a bit away from the road. Because a maiden walking alone on a road is like begging to trigger the kidnapped by bandits flag. And personally I already had more than enough near-death excitement for 2 lifetimes. And while I don't think there will be too many monsters near roads, on a road I don't have much cover, making myself a sitting duck. So instead I just move parallel to the road a few meters away. I move in this way for about 3 hours. And for the first time I smell the scent coming from behind by the road. A minute afterwards, I begin to hear the sounds of a carriage. My first impulse is to jump out and meet the carriage and see if I can get a ride to town. But I hold myself back and instead watch the situation. I have to remember that this is a new world and who knows what the situation is around here. For all I know they skin catkins around these parts. Again, better safe than sorry. As the carriage comes closer and closer, I begin to hear some voices of people chatting in some weird language. Quote question mark 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 quote. Quote question mark 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 quote. Not being able to make out what they said, I begin to panic. I forgot about the most crucial thing. God didn't give me no language cheat and I don't know the language of this world. Junk. I'm a total idiot. While I derail myself, the carriage gets closer and closer, close enough for me to see it. The carriage is being escorted by 4 guards, 1 on each side. And on front of the carriage are 2 men who are chatting with each other. Quote question mark 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 question mark. Day. Hooray for unique skill cheat. Now I can finally make out what they are saying. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark. Tomorrow. Come to. All right. Or. Maybe not. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark dot. We have a deal then. Or maybe 2. I tried to follow the carriage the best I could. Which proved rather difficult. Because not only were they moving pretty fast for my taste, it was also harder for me to move through the dense forest. I also have to be careful so that I don't get taken for a robber and attacked out of nowhere, so I had to also keep a good distance. I was only able to keep up with the carriage for about 15 minutes, but it was enough to get me Trillion language skill to level 5. I also noticed a quirk in my unique skill. I am still not 100% sure as I had little time to check. But it seems there is a limitation where I can only get one skill every 5 minutes per person. Which means I should be very careful about revealing my unique skill. Since I can't control what skills I can and can't learn, an opponent can waste my 5 minutes by throwing me a useless skill to learn. With that duly noted, I continue towards what I hope is a town. After a long and tiring 10 hours of walking, without triggering any flags, I finally managed to make out a village. Volume 01. All I wanted was a little bit of freedom. 1. In front of me stands a village. From what I heard from the guys on the carriage, this village is called Daira Village. In terms of size, this village is pretty large. But not to the tune of being a town surrounded by a giant wall and guards. Actually, this village is mostly guarded by a fence even I can jump over if I put in enough effort. So it seems like its purpose is more to keep animals in and out rather than to protect against a large monster attack. I am also pretty glad this village is not a huge guarded town, nor a small village. Making this just perfect. The problem with large towns that have guards and all is that I would never make it in. I know in most literature the crazy protagonist walks in, tells the guards he lost his ID or co. Me's from some remote village that has no ID, in a week they would already get a key to the city from the mayor and rescue a princess or two. That unfortunately is not going to work in reality. No town. Try is going to allow random people who might be criminals or spies from another country to just walk in without an ID and assume a new identity. The guards are more likely to just say, "Too bad, go bah. CK and get an ID or get someone to confirm your identity." It is not like they are under any obligations to help you out while risking their own necks. The problem with a small village is everyone knows each other. So a foreigner coming it tends to get attention which I would rather not have. Since I know very little about this world, I'd rather not get any attention. I can already imagine how things can easily go wrong. Start Shiro's imagination. Villager A. Hey there, I don't remember seeing you around these parts, are you new here? Shiro. Yeah, I just came in today from far away. Villager A. Is that so? Which parts do you come from? Shiro. Oh, you know, a remote Beastkin village on another continent far away which I am sure you never heard of. Villager A. Is that so? You mean the B. Eastkin country on Wachamaklit continent? Shiro. Yeah, that's the one. Villager A. You dare come here after being in war with US for decades. You killed my son. Guards. There is a spy in the village. End Shiro's imagination. Well, maybe I am exaggerating a little bit. But I can't imagine me not knowing anything in this world is not bound to easily make people suspicious. UCA. In T, just pretend you don't know common sense and get away with it that easily. So it is important to minimize dialogue and instead collect information indirectly. That said, speaking of war, there is one last thing I need to check. I walk out onto the road and walk in the opposite direction of the town. I pass by another carriage while keeping an eye on the faces of those in the carriage. Once the carriage passes by, I go back into the forest and follow them back to town. My goal here is to find out if Beastkin happen to be at war with humans or not. If they are, the people on the carriage would have started acting suspiciously. While I saw a few twitches when they saw me, it did not seem to the point of panic or anything of the like. So it is safe to say that this country is not in war with the Beastkin. That said, considering the faces, I have a feeling Beastkin may be discriminated around these parts. Which is not something I did not expect, but it may make my job hunting quite a bit harder. Either way, I will proceed with the original plan cautiously. The first thing before I make it into the village is hiding my ancient mithril dagger. What I am looking for is a clearing in the forest away from the village. I know the most common way to hide a treasure is under a marked tree, and that is precisely what I am not going to do. Precisely because it is too common of a hiding spot. And who knows if some person coming to get herbs is going to accidentally dig it up. And let us not forget places near a tree tend to be difficult to dig due to the roots. A non-conspicuous clee, airing with nothing there is the best place to hide things, at the very least in the short term. Once I locate such a clearing and memorize the location, I dig up a deep hole. It takes me about an hour to dig up the hole because I want the blade at least a few inches deep. I then take 25 steps away and leave a few rocks embedded in the ground as a marker. With that out of the way, I finally proceed towards the village. Inside the village I peek my ears and try to pick up as much information as I can. I also use my smell sense to help navigate myself to the flea market in the village. Not only can I listen in on plenty of conversations, but I can also get a feel for the currency in this country. From what I see in the market, I see copper coins, iron coins and silver coins. Payin' close attention to what people are buying and how much change they are getting in return. I conclude the following. 1 iron coin equals 100 copper coin, 1 silver coin equals 100 iron coins. Looking at the trend, I would assume there is gold coins as well, but so far I have not seen anyone trade those around these parts. So I have no clue where they fit in, and I am not going to ask a vendor either. Again, my goal is to be as least conspicuous as possible. And now you are expecting me to say how much these things converts into dollars, right? How about not? Converting currency into a currency of another count. Try, let alone another world, as an exercise in futility. Sure, it works okay if you are comparing first world countries with similar economies. But when comparing completely different countries and economies, it doesn't work that way. Even when comparing commodities, like food, costs between places with manual farming and farming assisted by machines makes a huge difference. These are all things I pick up while traveling with my parents around the world. I also use this opportunity to use identify on people. And here is what seems like a typical adult person looks like. Which confirms that even a regular person can wipe the floor with me 10x over and have room to spare. By the way, this is what a typical combat class person around here looks like. Though this makes me wonder an interesting point. Is the only way to level to fight things? I can't imagine a merchant or a cooking going out in the field to level up by killing monsters. So I am definitely missing something, and I somehow doubt that people are just going to reveal these things in the middle of the street out of nowhere. This isn't a game where everyone else is an NPC screaming random vital information around strangers. My top priority is gathering information and finding a place to stay. If I can find a way to level up without hunting until level 10, that would be ideal. So now I will prepare to execute Operation Infiltrate the Inn. Tada! Everyone knows that the best place to get information is the tavern inn. When people are drunk, you can get them to spill almost anything without any suspicion at all. On top of that, it is a location that gets plenty of foot traffic and plenty of opportunities to ask random questions. It probably won't be easy, especially if the beastkin discrimination is very severe. That said, my plan is to go to the cheapest looking inn and effectively offer my services for free. All I will ask in return is minimum amount of food and a place to sleep. That place doesn't even have to be a room. A corner would be more than enough for me as long as it is a safe location. I am used to sleeping virtually anywhere while being on the move. I estimate that my chance of success is about 20 or so. But even then it is well worth it. If I get turned down, oh well, but it does not hurt to try, right? What is the worst that can happen? Quote. Somehow I feel like I triggered a flag. Don't mind. I just have to be prepared for the worst, that is all there is to it. I spend a few hours looking around the inns that have taverns and go for the cheapest looking one. Luckily this isn't a large town where the cheapest inn would be in the middle of a slum. Because even if I could secure a job there, I wouldn't feel safe sleeping there. This inn is located in the poorer districts, but it is not to the point that screams crime everywhere. I get near the inn and begin investigating it in the least conspicuous way possible. I take note of the owners of the inn and the staff there. And from a distance try to judge their personalities. From the looks of things, the middle-aged lady named Ann Dalton is probably the best person to approach, as she seems to have the most authority in the inn. She also seems to have a decent, reasonable personality as far as I can tell from a distance. It helps a lot that this inn is an open door one where you can peek inside, probably to draw in customers to the tavern. Now then, I wait until the tavern gets more and more filled up and the waiters can't keep up with demand. And I choose this moment to strike. At this point I am less likely to Get attention if I get turned down, and my chances to get hired is increased due to immediate demand. Principle of supply and demand. Time to start. Operation. Infiltrate the inn. The most important thing at this point is confidence. If I stutter or act uncertain, they may think I am suspicious or something. The more confident I am in relaying my message, the less likely I will be suspected of anything. I slowly walk into the tavern inn and head for the middle-aged lady. When I reach her, I quickly recite my practiced lines. Shiro. Excuse me. My name is Shiro. I was wondering if you need some help. I just got into town for a day or two and was hoping I can get a part-time job around here. I don't need much, just some scraps of food and a place to. Shiro. I'm totally confused what in the world happened. But I feel a numbing pain from the top of my head as I feel blood begins to drip down. I totally zone out and it takes me a few seconds to get myself together, and I look down to notice there is a broken spilled mug on the floor covered in blood. I take a look up and notice the entire tavern is staring at me with disgusted eyes. Like they are looking at mud. Then the voices begin to flood in as I slowly regain myself. Tavern customer A. What is a stinkin' hairball doing here? It's going to get fleas in my food. Waiter A. We sincerely apologize, we will get rid of it right away. The middle-aged lady. Ann Dalton. Shoo. Go away. We have no scraps for you. She then grabs a broom and starts shoving me out of the inn. Shoo. Seriously. I mean seriously. This is beyond discrimination, they are literally trying to kill me. It's like they found an icky cockroach on the floor and trying to squash it. I mean, I expected to be discriminated and poor treatment and all, but this is ridiculous. I mean, who just takes a filled mug and throws it at you the first thing they see you? While I would like to give them my 2 cents on how completely unreasonable they are being, I get my act together and run. Because at this rate, they will actually kill me. I even activated charge to get some distance as fast as possible. Volume 01. All I wanted was a little bit of freedom, too. Once I feel like I am in the clear, I take a moment to catch my breath. That was too dangerous. I almost died there for some reason I don't even know. I am starting to rethink this whole civilization thing. Maybe I am better off in that cave. A powerful monster might come out any time, but here I feel like I am surrounded by powerful monsters everywhere. As I was thinking that, I suddenly heard a voice of a woman from behind me. Hey, you there, are you looking for a place to work? If so, I got a good place, you can work at my place. I know how hard it is. For beastkin as beastkin are not really liked around these parts. But that doesn't speak the same for everyone. I instinctively take a step back and get a cold sweat, thinking someone came after me to finish me off. After processing what she said, I slowly calm down, but do not let down my guard. I may be 12, but with all my traveling I know a thing or two about lowering your guard in hostile places. The easiest time to be taken advantage of is right after you've suffered a setback. Like encountering a loan shark after losing big at a casino. Her behavior is simply suspicious. That said, there is still a possibility that I am overthinking things and may end up losing my only real chance of getting a place to stay alongside information. Let's query about it some more, no matter what I would. Want to offend her either by saying no. This is a world where someone will try to kill you with a mug in the middle of an inn the moment you come in. So counter to my original conjectures, I doubt people around here will have issue murdering me in broad daylight in the middle of the street either. With my back to the corner, I decide to probe some more. What kind of place is it? I say with a clearly shaken and apprehensive voice. The woman notices my fright and responds to me with a more gentle tone. My family runs a stable. As long as you are willing to work, I can get you food and a place to stay. Maybe even some coins if you do a good job. We already have a foxkin working in the stable, but more help would be appreciated. I take a moment to process that and think things over. Working at a stable is not as good as working at an inn, but it is still a good option. I can get in contact with people, especially merchants, and get lots of information. Not to mention, if a person is leaving town and I ask them a stupid question that makes me look suspicious in any way, I won't have to worry about it. So while not my first choice, it is still a good option. But that is one thing and this is another. Can I trust this person? For all I know she will take me into a back alley, chop me up and make me into cat stew. Who knows if some people around here think catkin is a delicacy. I already got one lesson in being complacent. So I need to be extremely cautious like I have never been before. Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. While there is little I can confirm about how accurate her statement is, there is one thing I can confirm if she is lying or not. I use identify. Well, she at least is not lying about working at a stable. But still, I can't let my guard down. But for now, let's accept her offer. Since I walked all over this village during my inspection, I know there are 2 stables here. If I see her, lead me in any direction that is not straight to one of those stables, I will bolt out as quick as I can. Really, Mrs.? I ask. Sorry, my name is Mary. Mary Zinger. And yes, my offer still stands, she replied. Then I will take you up on your offer. Thank you very much, I reply back enthusiastically. Once she got my confirmation, she began to lead me towards the stable. I kept my guard up to the max and watched both her and the surroundings. We kept walking for a few minutes towards the smaller of the 2 stables in this village. So far there have been no detours. When we came to the stable, she stopped and told me to wait here, as she went inside to notify her family. While it is possible that this is just etiquette in this world, I can't afford to risk it when my life is on the line. So I up my caution ROM 100 to 120 ready to sprint out at any time. I also activate smell sense to better take in my surrounding, which by the way was both a good idea and a bad idea. The stench of the horses is pretty bad, but I can't afford to let up. In a few minutes, I began smelling a new scent which was not that of a human nor a horse. I take a look and an adorable young brown-haired foxkin walks out of the house. Not to let the cuteness overwhelm me, I do my best to keep my guard up. I need to take in every possible scenario in this hostile place, for all I know that is a human dressed up foxkin to trick me. Yes, I am that paranoid at this point. Confirmed. Cutest thing ever confirmed. Wait, she is 10 years old and higher level than me. Seriously. How come I feel so defeated? Okay, focus. This might just be my chance. She is level 5 and a 10-year-old, which means she somehow leveled up 4 times, which I doubt was by fighting monsters. While asking an adult how to level up might be strange, asking a 10-year-old is much easier. I can just trick her by pretending to quiz her to see if she knows. A child would no way find that suspicious. I got this in the bag. While I was busy dabbling in my own little world, the foxkin girl came up to me and said, I was told to bring you around and show you where to work, afterwards help you wash up and get you some food. For a 10-year-old she sure gets down to business fast. She didn't even introduce herself or ask for my name. You are making older sister sad. The foxkin brought me around the back of the stables and showed me where we need to clean alongside other things we needed to do. We did so for about 2 to 3 hours. I tried to strike up a conversation with her to get to know her better and maybe get some conversation going. But outside of work-related stuff, all I got was, quote. I guess in this world there is not much room for a childhood, which was the same in the Middle Ages where everyone works and works from morning to dawn. It probably is even harder for beastkin around here. After we finished up, the foxkin Amber, who has by the way yet to introduce herself, brought me to a well and helped me wash up. I kind of went through mud, blood, alcohol, you name it. So my white hair was already looking more like grayish brown rather than white. While there was no bath or the like and the water was cold, I still felt very refreshed washing myself up after all this time. Not to mention the odor was really getting to my smell sense. I hope when I level up this skill I'll be able to eliminate some odors completely. 'Cause knowing how much I stink does not make feel very comfortable. By the time I finished washing up, the foxkin Amber, who I repeat has yet to introduce herself, has already come back. She left prior to me since she had far less dirt on her overall. She was carrying 2 bowls of what smells like some kind of soup growl. After handing one to me, she took a look at me and muttered, "White." This was the first time she ever said anything to me outside of work. I took this opportunity while tasting the soup to strike a conversation. Even if she is strict about working without any distractions, it should be fine while eating, right? Right. Yup. It's all natural 100 white. I got into a bit of a bind getting here, so it turned out that way. By the way, my name is Shiro. What is your name? I say in a proud matter-of-fact tone. Quote. The foxkin girl continued eating her food while contemplating something for a while. I hope I was not being too awkward, I innerly thought. Social conversations are not exactly my forte. What felt like a minute contemplating. Amber, she suddenly said. Yes. Progress. Now what? Oh yes, I need to strike up a conversation and get some information. Important stuff like, can I pet you? Or can I rub your fluffy tail? Focus. That is not what I need to ask. I need to ask information about this world. After that I can ask to pet her and rub her tail. While I was foolishly deluding in my own world, Amber finished eating and went to put away her bowl. Losing my chance to continue my conversation, I dejectedly finished my soup as well. For the first time in this world I noticed that it started getting darker. With one sun gone and the second one setting, it grew closer to nightfall. Today has been a really long and stressful day, and I can safely say my hair turned white because of it. I giggle at my lame pun as I start to feel rather sleepy from all the work and stress I have done today. I can't hardly keep my eyes open. Yawn. I try to get up to follow Amber but stray. NGTH leaves my body and fatigue gets the better of me. Collapse. Volume 01. All I wanted was a little bit of freedom. 3. Pav Alan Gower. Today is a night day, so we will most likely have to close up early. Which unfortunately is not good for business. Sigh. Well, overall today was a slow day anyways. Probably an hour or so and we will close up. As I was thinking that I noticed someone approaching the entrance. It would be nice if it was a customer, but it is Mike for the third time this week. Sigh. He is probably here again to borrow money by pawning his slave until he gets enough money to pay back the loan he took out a month back to try to keep his failing business afloat. Personally I don't mind since it is very obedient and hardworking. But he simply wants too much for it. There is a right price for everything. As Mike opens the door I greet the enthusiastic Mike with a non-enthusiastically remark. What's up, Mike? If it is about pawning your slave again, I am not giving you a copper more. Mike though does not lose his enthusiasm as he takes a large bag off his back and puts it on the floor. It is not about that. I have a proper slave to sell you this time, and I think it is a rare find. Is that so? I reply still non-enthusiastically. I somehow simply can't imagine Mike having a rare find. Still he continues and opens up the bag and a sleeping head pops out of it. Look at this catkin, isn't it super rare? It has this rare white hair. It was super naive and trusting, ha ha ha. I bet you it is probably a beastkin royalty or something. You can probably easily sell it for 1 gold or more to a noble or something. I activate, appraise, humanoid. Sigh. Mike, do you take me for a fool or something? How long do you think I have been in this business? Mike looks at me with a dumbfounded face and asks. What do you mean, Mr. Gower? First of all, Beast King royalty is not white nor is it a catkin in the first place. Second of all, the catkin you brought is a measly level 4Y. CH is below standard if I do say so myself. An average 12-year-old should be at least level 5 if not 6. Third of all, while I have not seen a white-haired catkin before, I have seen other beastkin including catkin with exotic colors. The exotic colors does not mean they are rare or unique in any way. Quite the opposite actually. Exotic colors are unnatural in beastkin who live and camouflage themselves in the forest. Having an exotic color is like asking to be hunted down. Whenever you see an exotic color on a beastkin, it generally means there is something seriously wrong with it. Considering this one is such low level and is so naive and stupid, I would guess retardation. And even if it was a unique beastkin, not only would I not get a gold for it, I would lose more money transporting it. There is no nobles here for hundreds of miles in this remote village. At best, I can give you 1 silver for it. Finally the enthusiastic smirk disappears off Mike's face. Come on, Mr. Gower. I really need the money. Give me at least 5 silver for it. My wife told me to sell it no less than 5 silver. Again with the begging sigh. If you don't like it, you are free to sell it to another slave merchant. Oh wait. There isn't any in this town. Ho ho ho. I always love pulling out my favorite catchphrase. This village has recently started growing rapidly and I am the first to capitalize it while locking out the competition. Mike looks at me with a dejected face and says, "You know you are going to go to heck for this. I am trying to feed a family here." To which I nonchalantly reply, "I am Jew, saint and honest hard-working man doing his job. Either way you are interrupting my business, so make up your mind. 1 silver, take it or leave it." Mike begins to turn red from anger but calms himself down and gives in. "Fine, 1 silver it is." I turn to Rick, who has been sitting and reading by me this whole time, and ask him to prepare the slave collar and the payment. To which he nods and goes to the back. After less than a minute he brings in the slave collar and the payment. He goes over to the tied up sleeping catkin and attached the collar. He then takes off the command seal and pours a bit of mana to it. When he does that, the catkin begins to shrivel up and releases an ear-piercing scream. The sudden scream shocks Mike. But to me and Rick it is an everyday thing, so we already had our earplugs on. The screaming and thrashing continued for about a minute and stopped with the catkin fainting again while foaming in the mouth and bleeding from her eyes. I hate it when they do that. Cleaning that up is such a pain. Sigh. "What the heck? That shocked me," Mike exclaimed. To which Rick replied, "Yes, that is normal. The slave collar directly attacks the slave's mind. The more they resist, the more painful it is. That is necessary to ensure full control. Personally, if it were up to me, I would take out their voice box prior to placing the slave collar on bait. But despite it having no real use, customers would just claim it now as damaged goods and want less for it. So we have to put up with the annoyance. Since the collar has been placed, here is your 1 silver. Mike receives his 1 silver and grits his teeth. He seemed to have remembered his anger and kicks the catkin on the floor while muttering, "Darn you for getting our hopes up. Must be nice doing what you're told without having to worry about making end meet." At that I exclaimed, "Hey there, that slave is not your property anymore. If you damage my property you will have to pay for it." Quote. To which he jumps back in fright and quickly leaves the shop. Sigh. "Rick, take it to the back and place it with the others," I say. "Yes, sir. I do wonder if this slave is mentally retarded. Why even buy it?" he questions. "And that is why you will always be a greenhorn in this business. Sure, if this was a dogkin, I would not buy it, since dogkin's primary use is as a tracker. A retarded dogkin is same as a dead dogkin. But for bait like a catkin, it is another story. The more simple-minded they are, the better bait they are." Receiving my explanation, CK wipes the stains away and takes the catkin in for holding. Today is such a slow day. Sigh. After about an hour passes, I get ready to close down when suddenly I see a customer head for the door. But not just any customer. A business-like smile appears on my face. Why, if it isn't my favorite customer, Mr. Razor. "Do you need to restock on bait again?" I ask. "Yeah, the previous 2 hit the bucket a bit early. So I need a fresh batch. This time though I am hunting a heck boar, so I don't mind if they are the disposable kind as long as they serve their purpose," he responds. "I see, then I might just have the right thing for you. I recently got this 12-year-old level 4 white catkin which I think would serve as perfect disposable bait," I suggest. "You mean that retarded white catkin that has been hitting the rumor mill lately?" he asks. "Yes, that one. But don't worry, despite being retarded it is more than capable of taking orders. If anything it would be easier to control, I assure. I see Despy. Tay, it's low level, it is worth a shot as disposable bait." "How much for it?" he inquires. "Only 2 silver, I respond while rubbing my hands and smiling. All right. I'll take it. Anything else you have?" he confirms. "Excellent choice. We also have a 14-year-old level 7 rabbitkin with improved jump skill for only 3 silver, which should prove useful," I add. "Sounds good, I'll take that as well," he exclaims. He pays me 5 silver while Rick goes to the back and retrieves the slaves and the command seals. Mr. Razor takes the command seals and his dogkin. Slave picks up the slaves and then carries them out the door. With both of them gone, I close up shop. If only more customers were like Mr. Razor. Sigh. Volume 01. All I wanted was a little bit of freedom. 4. I suddenly woke up when I felt a splash of cold water. When I looked around, I was in some sort of old basement with prison-like bars, and towering over me is what seems to be a Dogkin boy in his late teens. I try to remember what in the world just happened when I notice the blue notifications and reality hits me. Suddenly the memories of the excruciating pain that felt like my skull and brain were drilled through resurface, and I shiver non-stop. I only come to when I hear the voice of the Dogkin boy in front of me. Get up. We have work to do, follow me. I am at first confused, but as I slowly calm down and follow the Dogkin, I somehow get the gist of the situation. Despite on my insistence on being vigilant and keeping my guard up, I messed up big time. I can't believe I was so stupid and fell for the oldest trick in the book. I am so ashamed. I wonder if Amber knew and was in on a tour. Was she a victim like me? Sniff. What is done is done. There is no use crying over spilled milk. I need to think of what to do moving forward, not lament on the past. I take in my surrounding as I follow the Dogkin to see if there is anything I can use. Shortly I am brought into a large room which has multiple beastkin standing, and a middle-aged man sitting in on a stool. Next to him I see a small Dogkin kneeling on the floor. Then a stern voice comes out of the middle-aged man. I am pretty sure I told you to get 10 herbs per day. Why did you only bring back 9? He asked in a cold tone. I am sorry. I am sorry. Please forgive me. There was monsters which I ran to avoid, and by the time I got away it was too late because of the night day. I am terribly sorry. The Dogkin answered in a panic. I don't need to hear your excuses. Regardless the reason, if you do not bring back 10 herbs, punishment is in order. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Please. Anything but that. No. I'll get 10 tomorrow. No. I'll make up for it and get 11 tomorrow, so please, anything but that. The Dogkin pleaded. Are you telling me what to do? Slave collar. Punishment, the middle-aged man exclaimed. A glowing symbol shined on the middle-aged man's hand. The Dogkin boy grabbed his head and screamed out in agonizing pain. Suddenly I got cold shivers all over. This traumatizing scene felt all too familiar. So that means if I disobey, I will feel the terrifying pain again. As I was agonizing over what was to come, the Dogkin who led me here took out a small basket and spoke up. Each of you, take one small piece of bread, that will be your breakfast. Then prepare to head out in an hour. For those new here, I will brief you on your roles on the way. I follow the other beastkins lining up for bread and take a small piece of bread as well. The portion was slightly larger than the size of a mini donut. Which part of this is breakfast? Munch. And it tastes bad too, but for now I can't afford to complain and need to look for an opportunity. There is a total of 4 Oatkin, including the one giving out orders and the one on the floor. Then there is 2 catkin, 3 foxkin and 1 bunnykin. Once the hour passed, we were lined up outside the house and given small bags, as tea. He middle-aged man met up with 2 more people. A man and a woman around the same age. We then proceeded to leave the village. After about an hour of walking, the first middle-aged man spoke up. All right, start collecting stones. Dogkin, start sniffing for the heck boar, he ordered. Heck boar. Somehow I do not like the sound of that. While having a very bad feeling, I follow the instructions and collect stones in the bag. I also keep an eye on the Dogkin while they are sniffing. I finally got my smell sense to level 4 after observing the leader Dogkin, and it stopped going up after that. The Dogkin began to lead us on a trail of the heck boar, while I also secretly used my smell sense to follow as well. Don't want to be the last one to respond to an ambush after all. We then arrived at a scene where a humongous reddish boar the size of a truck who had steam coming out of its body and was currently smashing against a tree. On top of the tree is a panicking monkey trying hard not to fall off the tree. I feel a huge amount of dread at the overwhelming strength of the boar. During this time, the 3 humans begin to break down the strategy. Alright then, we will go with the usual strategy for the heck boar. We will circle the heck boar with bait, and after it rushes attack it while it is weakened, the middle-aged man said. Alright, you heard the boss. Now go, exclaimed the Dogkin. Not K. Knowing what to do and not wanting to mess up, I for the first time spoke up. What are we using as bait? I ask frantically. The Dogkin turns toward me with a perplexed look. Oh, the retarded one. Isn't it obvious? You, he replied with a casual tone. Who are you calling retarded? Wait, more. Importantly, what did he just say? It can't be, did I mishear? Suddenly my face became as white as my hair. They want us to act as bait for that thing. Are they trying to kill us? I wasn't the only one to freeze up. The foxkin, bunnykin and the other catkin had similar looks on their faces. The only difference was it didn't seem like they were that shocked about the whole thing as I was. We don't have the whole day here, you have 5 minutes to get in position, surround and start CIR. Cling the boar and start throwing rocks at it. If you do not, there will be punishment. This is an order, he decreed. At the same time a bunch of symbols began to glow. With terrified faces, everyone reluctantly moved forward and began to surround the heck boar from a distance, then slowly but steadily closed in the perimeter. Fearing the excruciating pain from the collar, I also followed while praying for my life. I put the 2 free points I had saved up for a rainy day into AGI in hopes of raising my chance to live if even by 1. As we got closer and closer, eventually the heck boar who has long broken down the large tree and was eating the monkey noticed us and began to look around. We began circling the boar in a rotation to try as best we can to divert the obvious upcoming charge if even by a millimeter. All while shaking in fear and throwing rocks at it. The heck boar suddenly started to become more and more red. And more steam began to come from it. I suddenly got a very bad feeling about it. As I was watching I suddenly got a notification. The heck boar suddenly looked in our direction and let out a loud noise. Squee. Rumble. Of course even before that. The moment I saw the ridiculous sounding skill I activated all observing eyes overload and charged to move as fast as possible. I mean, has anything involving meteors ever ended well for me? Suddenly the humongous heck boar disappeared and in its place I saw a trail of fire. Before I noticed I was smashed by a large force of burning wind and recklessly flung in the air, landing dozens of meters away. When I came to, I looked up and what I saw looked akin to a war zone. The whole place behind me was smashed into bits and pieces. Trees shattered, fire burning everything around. Blood all over the place and bits and pieces of body parts which seemed to be the bunnykin who was a few meters behind me. The heck boar itself is standing still in a mini-like crater. I stood there staring in total shock. Even as the 3 humans began to attack it from behind and I was getting notifications left and right, I could not come to. Suddenly I felt something wrong and I came to. I forcefully deactivate all observing eyes overload. I do not know why, but something tells me if I fall unconscious here it would be really bad. It seems that if I use the skill for less than 1 minute, the penalty will be proportional to that. As I only used 10 seconds, I will only suffer overload debuff for 8 hours. I slowly get up and do my best to get as much distance as possible while keeping an eye on the situation. Surprisingly, with all 3 humans attacking the boar and doing heavy damage, the boar is not moving at all. Only after about 30 seconds passed from the charge did the boar begin to move. But at that point it was severely weakened. The fight lasted about 3 minutes after which the boar finally fell. I got another level up, but looking at the scene from heck I could not be happy at all. At this point the leading dogkin gathered all the surviving beastkin and the middle-aged man spoke. Since we found it earlier than expected, all dogkin, I expect you to fulfill at least half your quota for the day. All bait. Go back to base and be there within 5 hours. This is an order. The man shouted, then turned to his companions and said, let's go ahead celebrate our victory guys. I know a good new place. With that, the middle-aged man and his companions sprinted back to the village. I took one last look around the hellish battlefield, and noticed that there was also a foxkin lying there with missing feet and arm. But he was still barely alive and moaning. That foxkin is still alive, I exclaim while pointing. The dogkin takes a glance and says, leave him. He is already useless as bait. I looked at the dogkin with an dumbfounded face. Weren't we ordered to all come to base? Wouldn't that be a breach of an order? I interjected. Yes, and he will die for disobeying it. What point are you trying to make, retard? He looks at me bewildered as though looking at a child who said something silly. And then walks away. Totally bewildered and left with no choice due to my powerlessness, I dejectedly follow back to base. Volume 01. A New Path Forward in the Darkness 1. If there is one thing I realized from this event is that I can't keep going on this way. As things are, I am going to die 100. I don't think this is the first time they used Beastkin as bait. My original plan was to stay under the radar and find an opportunity to escape, but as things are going I am going to end up dead before that time comes. So there are two options for me. First option is I can increase my value and get them to invest resources into my benefit, while not revealing all cards and use that to make my escape. Or raise my benefits just enough that they won't use me as bait but still stay under the radar overall. Both choices have their ups and downs. The first choice has benefits as it gets me protection from strong people while I increase my strength. But the downside is that I would have to reveal my abilities. The chances of getting out would also be slim because I know very little about this world. So them tricking me is more likely than me tricking them. I can literally end up a slave for my entire life, which I definitely do not want. The second option benefits is that I can gain some advantages while at same time not revealing my cards. That said, there is the risks that they would get suspicious or use me as secondary bait. I really don't have enough information. Wait a second. Right now we are heading back to base and the master is not here. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to collect some information? Particularly, I am interested in the situation of the Dogkin. Why didn't they use them as bait like the rest? And they also got more food during breakfast too. I also want to figure out how levels in this world work. Hopefully they are more talkative than Amber. The problem is, everyone's mood is pretty down. It feels kind of awkward to start a conversion under these conditions. But I can't afford to lament any longer. Every second can mean the difference between life and death. The question is, who do I ask? I take a look around the members walking back to base, and decide to talk to the younger one of the Catkin who is 11 years old and level 6. They are the youngest one of the group not counting the Dogkin. And maybe as a fellow Catkin things would go smoother. I slowly walk up to her and say, "Hey, can I ask you something?" She looks at me with a blank and tired expression and replies, "What do you want, retard?" Wah. Okay, that started out right away on the wrong side of the road. I am not a retard. I am Shiro. I somehow exclaimed despite being extremely tired myself. I thought the Dogkin might have a thing against Catkin, you know, the old dog versus cat rivalry. But this is absurd, even a fellow Catkin is calling me a retard. What did I do? Yee, what do you need? I am beat, make it quick, she says. I want to say a lot of things and get to the bottom of this. But right now the most important thing is getting the information I need to live. I was wondering why we were all used as bait while the Dogkin were excluded. I inquire. Sigh, you really are a retard if you don't know the most basic things. Dogkin Street. Art out with a racial of smell sense at level 3. Which means they are useful for tracking monsters and also for gathering herbs. Since they have value, no one is going to use a Dogkin as bait. Especially since Catkin, Foxkin and Bunnykin are faster. So they use us as bait. If you were thinking something stupid like I have smell sense too so I can do just as good a job, I suggest you give up on it while you are a head retard. The difference between level 1 and 3 is huge. Anyways, if you are done, leave me alone, she responds. Guh. Again with the retard thing. They don't even know me and they call me retard. But again I need to control myself and focus on the real questions I want to ask. I can take a few insults if it means staying alive. Since they already thinks very little of me, am I? GHT as well go for broke and ask that question. I have a feeling I'll regret it, but what is the worst that can happen? One more question please, how does one level up without fighting? I ask quickly. Quote. As expected, but it was worth a shot. Retard, she murmurs. Well, if she is not going to answer what I need, I might as well get to the bottom of this. It is really irking me. Why do you keep calling me retard? What did I ever do to you? Call me by my name, Shiro. I exclaim. Isn't it obvious? You are called a retard because you are a retard. Do I need to spell it out for you? She responds. I am really getting nowhere fast. While I was thinking that. What is going on back there? If you have the time to talk, move quicker back to base. Shouted the Dogkin boy leading the group. Sorry Ryo. The retard wanted to know how someone levels up. She yelled back. Giggle 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 giggle. All around me I hear the Beastkin trying to suppress their laughter. Why do I keep jinxing myself? Now I am certain everyone thinks I am a retard. I droop my shoulders in utter defeat. Like this we make it back to base without me getting a proper answer. But it was not all losses. I did get an answer to one of my most important questions. The fact that the dogkin are not being thrown away as bait is already offering me a way to improve my chance of survival. Of course I am not going to reveal that my smell sense is level 4. But I can pass it off as level 3 just fine. Maybe I can also get some extra herbs and sell them for money secretly. There is the whole order thing, but I come from a society where everything is behind a legal binding contract. I am sure I can find a loophole given time. After we arrive to the base and eat lunch, if one were to even call that lunch, I decide to put the plan to action. I am going to first try approaching that lead dogkin named Ryo. I know he does not think highly of me, but if he says no, there is no loss. But if I piss off that middle-aged man, he might use that punishment thing. I instinctively get a cold sweat and shiver in fear. Alright, begin, operation, secure moderate safety. I walk up to Ryo and say, Ryo, I heard if you have smell sense level 3, you can do herb gathering and tracking instead of being bait. Is that true? I inquire. He frowns and says, what of it? I happen to have smell sense at level 3. I say in a proud voice. You don't say. He says in monotone, pretty much ignoring me. You don't believe me, do you? I can prove it if you want. I exclaim. Sigh, retard, I don't know who put you up to this. Actually, sure, have it your way. If you want to gather herbs and act as a tracker, all you need to do is see the boss, he replies in with a tired voice which changes midway to a condescending one. At that I freeze up for a bit and tremble. What's wrong? I thought this is what you wanted. He beckons. I have a really bad feeling about this. He grabs my hand and drags me to see the middle-aged man, then throws me there on the floor. The middle-aged man is playing cards with his 2 companions, and when he notices our presence he asks, what's up, Ryo? This retard here says she has sense. Smell level 3 and wants to be a tracker and collect herbs, he replies with a grin. Is that so? The middle-aged man inquires in a playful tone. I suddenly hear laughter coming from his companions. I really have a bad feeling about this. Since we made a killing on the Heck-Boar subjugation and have some time to kill, why not play a little game? It is simple really. Tomorrow you can go out with the other dogkin and gather herbs. Gather 15 herbs by end of the day. If not only will you starve that day, punishment will be given, he exclaimed. I shrivel up at the word punishment. I don't ever want to feel that terrible pain again. But before that there is something important I need to say. I steel myself and reply. But the D dogkin only need T10, with a shaken voice. He lets out a villainous smile. You are a catkin though with a nose of a dogkin, right? So you should be able to gather herbs faster. Or are you saying you lied to your master? If so, then maybe some punishment is in order. He affirms. I let out a cold sweat and tremble. This is so unfair. But before I voice out my protest I realize there is nothing I can do about it. I grind my teeth and reply. That is so unf. Please don't punish me. I'll do as you command master. I'll gather 15 tomorrow. With a frightened dejected voice. Very good. He laughs, I'll be looking forward to it. Ryo, tomorrow. Show the retard what herbs it needs to look for. And assign another bait to look after them. We don't want it dying on us while doing something stupid, he adds. As you command, boss. He assents. He then takes my wrist and drags me away. While we head back to the beastkin holding area, I hear the middle-aged man and his companions beginning to bet on how badly EY think I will fail. Good thing I didn't say my smell sense was at level 4, or they might have said something crazy like, your smelling is double that of an average dogkin. Then get me 20 herbs. Then I'd be totally screwed. Either way, I can't afford to mess this up, anything but that punishment. I shiver. But this is also an opportunity to get some freedom and find a loophole out. Volume 01, A New Path Forward in the Darkness 2. The next day, Ryo brought me a rusted knife and a box with multiple herbs in it. In the box contained 5 different plants. I make sure to remember their smell and use my identify on them. Behind Ryo is the oldest of the foxkin who is standing by. After I confirm that I remember the scents, he turns to her and says, Take care of the retard and make sure she does not get herself killed. Be sure to be back before dinner. Do I have to? She asks while looking at me annoyed. This is an order from the boss, so make sure you do it properly, he reprimands. Yeah, let's go and get this over with, retard, she responds. Grr, why does everyone keep calling me that? My name is Shiro, I exclaim. I don't really care what your name is. Why do I need to remember someone who is not going to live past the next hunt? Especially when you stand out like a sore thumb. If you manage to live through 10 battles, then I'll ask for your name. Either way, let's go. Of course, if you want to stand here all day, I am fine with that too. The one who is going to get punished is you, not me, retard, she points out. Gua, I really want to get to the bottom of this, but she is right. My neck is on the line here and I can't afford to waste any more time. Not only do I need to get 50 more than a dog can, I am also not familiar with the area. Identify helped a bit in knowing where things usually grow. But I have no clue about the geography of this area. We leave the base and head outside the village into the forest. I first spend an hour making another wooden spear for protection using the rusted knife, and then I activate my smell sense and begin scanning the area. I pick up some scent and begin to move. Like this we walk for half an hour through the forest. I would have liked to start a conversation to see if I could get some information from the foxkin girl. But smell sense level 4 takes up a lot of mental. If not for my high MNT stat, I may not have been able to have it last through the day. And I have a feeling any conversation with her at this point isn't going to end well for my mental. Surprisingly enough, she is the one who starts up a conversation first. Of course, the contents of the conversation though are not so surprising. So how long are you going to sniff pretending to be a dogkin? I have smell sense level 1 as well and am well aware you are not picking up anything. So why not just give up and accept your punishment? She asks in a less than pleased voice. We are almost there, I nonchalantly respond. She rolls her eyes and ends the conversation. After 5 minutes we arrive at our destination. Over there are 2 small vile nightshade shrubs. On one there are 3 bulbs and on the other there are 2. For a total of 5. I start picking them off and placing them in a bag. That was just blind luck, said the ticked-off voice behind me. I just shrug it off and ignore it, not willing to start a pointless argument. Once I finish collecting, with no help from the foxkin I might add, I continue on in a different direction following my smell sense. Within 2 hours I managed to collect 2 dire milkweed, 3 lavender ginger roots and 1 black lobelia. I am on a roll. I have already collected 11 within less than 3 hours. Which makes me really happy, contrary to the foxkin following me who seems really irked. There is still about 10 hours till dinner time. At this rate I may be able to get 15 of them and have extra to spare. Maybe make some money on the side and hide it. The question is, I do not know the limits of the slave collar, for all I can. How it triggers if I try to deceive the master or the like. I need to get some information on that as well. Regardless, with the foxkin here, I can't exactly do that anyways. Even if the collar does not have such options. If that middle-aged man asks her to tell him what happened, I doubt she wouldn't be willing to rat me out. It isn't like I don't want to trust her and all, despite how she is acting towards me. But I know all too well how terrifying the collar is. So for now I'll wait till I am allowed to do this alone. Then figure out a loophole in the collar and make money on the side. As I was thinking that, the foxkin suddenly stopped me. Stop, we shouldn't go any further in this direction. Past this point the probability of a monster showing up increases dramatically. Normally, I don't care if you go there and get yourself killed, but I am under the orders to make sure you don't get yourself killed doing something stupid, she exclaims. I nod and turn to walk in a different direction. With a plan made up, I on purpose start slowing down the rate at which I find the herbs, finding one about every 2 hours. As time goes on, the foxkin girl becomes more and more smug. And randomly says things like, told you it is beginner's luck. By the time we get 15 it is time to return for dinner. Of course she was not too thrilled about me making the agreed upon quota. Standing next to the entrance of the base is Ryo, who seems to be waiting for us. I hope you are not planning on making excuses prior to your punishment, he says. For the first time since coming here, my face breaks out into a grin. Just imagining the look on his face is going to be epic. No excuses. I made my quota just fine. I say in a proud voice while showing the bag. He makes a crooked astonished face which by the way I make sure to commit to memory, and then he turns to the foxkin. She didn't cheat by stealing them or asking others for help. He asks in an accusatory tone. I feel offended. No, it was just blind luck. The foxkin exclaims somewhat ticked. It's like everyone hates me or something. What did I do to them? Anyways, we will report to the boss. You are dismissed, he says while grabbing me and dragging me to the middle-aged man indoors. You know I can walk just fine by myself without being dragged there. I am more than capable of doing that on my own. No need to get rough. I ain't scared of him. Especially now that I met my quota. We come to the main room where he is again playing cards with his companions. Boss, she finally came back, said Ryo. The middle-aged man turns around and stares at me. I shrink back and start trembling. So how did it go? Was she able to find at least one? He asks in an amused voice. No boss, she managed to somehow get all 15. I asked Kuina if she somehow cheated or something, but it was a negative. So she somehow managed to pull it off, replied Ryo. The middle-aged man freezes up for a second trying to process the information, and his bemused attitude disappears. How is that possible? You ain't kidding me, right? He inquires for confirmation. I don't know how, but it's right here, Ryo replies while handing over the bag with the herbs. The middle-aged man looks over the bag while pondering something. During this time the woman in the group interjects in the conversation. Maybe she is some kind of mutation variant. She might be retarded. Oot started out with high smell sense skill, she explains. Stop calling me retarded. I think I use up more mental per day from people calling me that over looking for herbs. That is how pissed off I am at this point. Of course I know better than to actually voice out my complaint here. That might be the case, replied the middle-aged man, then after pondering for a bit added, alright. I'll let you be a tracker and see how you do. You will collect 15 herbs per day. If you fail to do so, there will be punishment. Ryo, tomorrow, take the herbs to the Adventurers Guild and sell them, Ing the retard along as well and get it registered in the guild. You know the drill. Also, make sure Kuina goes as well to keep an eye on the retard. Yes boss, Ryo responded. Did he just say Adventurers Guild? And they are going to register me into the guild. While I am totally stunned, this also isn't the way I imagined to be registered. I mean being registered as a slave, this isn't how it's supposed to be. Wait, maybe I have this all backwards and this is the reverse route, where a dashing hero will show up wanting to add me to his harem. Listen to my story, free me from slavery while giving me a legendary weapon and lots of other awesome loot. To which I will go, my hero. Then when we leave town I'll say, thanks again. I will always remember the favor. Well, then, it's about time we split ways. I doubt we will ever meet again. Thanks, bye. Sayonara, adios, so long, and thanks for all the fish. A girl can always dream anyways. Back to reality. If I register for the guild I wonder if more options will open up to me. I also hope I don't trigger the old fight in the guild flag. I definitely don't stand a chance if that happens. Volume 01. A New Path Forward in the Darkness 3. The next morning, me, Ryo and Kuina set off for the Adventurers Guild. When we arrived there, the guild was rather empty with a few people here and there. We came over to the desk and were greeted by a 28-year-old woman wearing glasses who seems to be a receptionist. Hello, how can I help you today? She asked. I was a bit taken back as it was the first human I saw in this world who acted remotely courteous towards Beastkin. Of course, being as cynical as I am, it might be just a show of professionalism. We would like to register this one to the guild, said Ryo as he pushed me forward. All right, she says, pulling out a card. Then, do you know how to read and write? She asked. I do not, I exclaimed. I see, that is no problem. I will fill in the information for you. I just need your name, age, race, level and proof of identity. I should note that we will be conducting a mandatory appraisal for verification, she added. Okay. My name is Shiro, I am 12 years old and of the Beastkin, Catkin race. My current level is 5. As for proof of identity, I don't know what that is, I replied. Here is her proof of identity, Ryo interjected while taking out a paper. So there is such a thing in this world like I thought. I wonder what happens if you don't have one. She writes down all the information on the card. Alright. Appraise. Human everything seems in check. Now I am required by guild policy to give you a breakdown and answer any questions you might have that are related. When you start out, you will be a rank G adventurer. As an adventurer you can pick up requests that are on the board to the right. Once you pick a request you bring it to the counter. You can pick up any request in general, but any requests above 2 ranks would need special approval. So is a rank G adventurer. You can pick up a rank E requests or below without issue. There are also cut-off points for rank D, rank A and rank S. To take requests of those ranks you need to pass a special test. There are 4 types of requests. Normal requests, which are your typical request. Continuous requests, which are repeatable and have no limits, such as herb gathering. Special requests, which are specifically requested of you in private. And lastly there are mandatory requests in case of emergencies, which often happen when there is a flock of monsters attacking a nearby city which the government cannot handle or needs assistance. Not participating in a mandatory request can lead to suspension and in some cases imprisonment by law. When you complete a request you will get points. 1 point for requests of same rank. 2 points for requests of 1 rank above and 4 points for requests 2 ranks above. Once you reach 20 points you will get a promotion in rank. You will be given a guild tattoo rune which will store all information. If the tattoo rune gets destroyed, there will be a fee to restore it. This tattoo can also be used to share information with others. In the case of slaves, you can share information about requests you completed to your owner. We also have a few services available in the guild. The material selling station to the left where you can sell herbs and monster parts, and we have a class change orb on the 2nd floor. We also have a library on the 3rd floor, but it is not accessible by slaves without supervision from their owner. Do you have any questions? If not, all you have to do is sign here on the card. It can be scribbles or anything of the like, even if you can't write, said the receptionist in a machine-like manner. Thinking about what was said, I decide to take a long shot. Yes, I have a few questions. How do you level up without fighting, and how do you choose a class? I ask in as innocent voice as possible. Quote. The receptionist looks at me blankly as though she does not understand the question. Slap. I suddenly hear a slap from behind, and I turn around to see Rio face palming. Don't mind her nonsense. She is a bit retarded, said Rio to the receptionist. How envious I am of those literally works where a protagonist can just come up to anyone and use them as a human encyclopedia as they please. You want me to reveal top secret information that can destroy the country if known. That I have not even revealed to my own family, to someone with no background or history. Heck, I knew you for 2 whole days, so here is all the details. I even included it on a silver platter for your convenience. How enviable, sigh. While the question is rather weird, since it is something even a child should know, guild policy requires me to answer all questions prior to registration as long as they are remotely related, even if they are odd ones, she says in a perplexed tone. There is a god. Rio is shaking his head in annoyance and Kuina is pretending like she doesn't know me, but who cares? I am finally getting a real answer. It's not like I have any reputation to lose at this point, so. Bonsai. When you do any sort of work, you get experience. When you get enough experience you level up. It generally takes about 2 years to get a level doing work. Though you can get more experience depending on how well you do your work, or if you have achievements in your work. When you reach level 10, you get to pick your first non-combat job. The non-combat job options will be related to what work you did prior. For example, if you do herb collecting at level 10 you will often get option for gatherer job, and if you are well versed in the herbs you collect you might even get herbalist. Though generally to get herbalist you need to actually work with the herbs. But the chance is there regardless how small. After you get level 10 you will stop getting experience for doing work that is not related to your job. There is also often an option for a unique UE job which appears for those eligible for multiple jobs or meet other criteria. Oftentimes it is called the jack of all trades job because it lets you get experience from doing multiple things. Oh, and the downsides, the bonuses and skills of those jobs tend to be poor. Of course there are exceptions, sometimes you can get a specialized unique job like the famous sacred blacksmith which allows the forging of holy weapons. There are also people who have multiple talents that mix, for example a person can have a talent for herbalist and alchemist to create a combination job which can do both well. But these are extremely rare. This is why the class change orbs exist. Some people try out jobs like unique jobs and find it does not fit them, so they change their jobs via the job change orbs we have upstairs. And when you reach level 25 of combined racial job and work job, you can get a combat job. Does this answer your questions? She confirmed. With finally getting the answer I have been waiting a while for, and in a good mood I reply. Thank you very much, miss. I then feel the impatience and frustration of Ryo behind me and decide to be a bit mischievous. ... That was exactly what Ryo wanted to know but was too embarrassed to ask. I exclaim while beaming with the best smile I could make. Suddenly I get a cold sweat as I feel bloodthirst from behind. Eek. I think I went a little too far. Hurry up, retard. I don't have all day. I have other matters to attend to, he yells while losing his cool. Yes, I responded by reflex. If that is all your questions, please sign her. Said the receptionist while handing me a card and an odd pen. I take the pen which seems to draw some of my magic power and I sign the paper with my name. Then hand the paper and pen back to the receptionist. ... After the receptionist checks the card, she frowns and looks at me at a rather strange way while I see temper building up. The professional receptionist facade is slowly but steadily cracking. Did I do something wrong? I thought you said that you didn't know how to write. Were you making a fool out of me? The receptionist threatened. Oops. I let my guard down again. I am guessing I can't get away with saying, I learned it just a minute ago, now can I? I need to do some damage control pronto. Let's see, maybe the old-fashioned knocking on my own head while sticking out a tongue while smiling and going, teehee, would work, sure sounds like a great idea. If I have a death wish. While my mind was panicking on how to deal with this situation and coming up with ridiculous nonsense, I suddenly felt a large impact on my head and fell to the floor face first. Looking up I see Ryo's fist. Sorry about that, this one was born a bit retarded. She probably only knows how to sign her name. Can we finish the registration and move on? He explains. The receptionist looks at him somewhat unconvinced but seemingly not wanting to draw any more attention decides to accept it. She takes my hand and places a tattoo rune on the back of it. Once that was done, we exited the guild and Ryo instructed us to bring the herbs to the guild when done, then went back to base while me and Kuina proceeded to the forest outside the village. Volume 01. A New Path Forward in the Darkness 4. While we were walking through the forest looking for herbs, I was processing some of the information I got from the guild. Long story short, I doubt I can level up outside of killing monsters. I might be able to speed things up if I start collecting herbs for real. But with Kuina here that is rather difficult. I can try waiting out till I get enough trust to be alone, but I don't know when that would be. I need to level up as much as I can while looking for a solution to the slavery collar, cause even if I do get out, it does not change the fact that I am too weak. But regardless, I need to start collecting information on the slavery collar and my best bet on it is Kuina. Though it is hard to pull off when every half an hour Kuina says things like, you won't be so lucky today. She is really taking things a bit too personal. After some thought I came up with a solution. Operation, 2 birds with 1 stone. The plan is simple really, I will use my smell sense to find monsters and identify their smells from a safe distance. Once I know how the monsters look like and their average level, I will on purpose lead us to monsters while looking for herbs. An evil grin appears on my face. Everyone says that companions are born in battle. If me and Kuina fight together and grow stronger together, she will eventually accept me and I'll be free to ask her anything I want. My very own Foxconn encyclopedia. Of course there is a lot of risk in this plan. I really did not want to fight monsters head on. I would prefer to trap and ambush them from a safe distance. But now since I will be, accidentally, leading us to monsters, not only will we not get the ambush, in own cases the monster will get the head start since I would have to approach from a direction of the wind to get around Kuina's smell sense level 1. The bright side to this is Kuina is pretty strong. She is 15 years old and level 9. So she should be almost 2x stronger than me in theory. So if we hunt solo monsters that are level 5 and below, it should be pretty safe. Probably I'm sure she would be very thankful once this is all over. Now then, let's start the operation. But first let's get a head start by getting some information from Kuina. While she might not be willing to talk about many things, since this topic is related to herb hunting, it should be fine. Hey Kuina, I have a question. What kind of monsters are around these parts and what levels are they? I want to be sure that I avoid hem the best I can, I say in the most innocent tone I can muster. Kuina looks at me a bit ticked and says, "Who let you call me by my name, retard?" She takes a moment to ponder while glaring daggers at me, then continues, fine. The monsters around these parts include rabid squirrels who range from level 2 to 6. Stink beetles who range from level 3 to 8. Dire mokis who range from level 5 to 12. Red wolves who range from level 8 to 15. Just try not to get yourself killed on my watch. So it seems like the only ones that fall into the acceptable safety range are rabid squirrels and stink beetles. Though I somehow have a bad feeling about the later. I wish smell sense could help me detect a monster's level, but that is just wishful thinking. So first order of business is finding what rabid squirrels smell like. I try to hone in on all the mammal scents I can't identify and proceed in that direction. As we get closer, Kuina suddenly stops. There is a monster nearby. She exclaims as she takes up an alert stance. Playing dumb, I ask, do you know which kind of monster is it and how many? It smells like a single dire monkey, she exclaimed. I see, that is a scent of a dire monkey, a bye. Risky, but there is still a high probability it is within safety range. I prepared my spear for combat. We both stood there covering each other's back searching for the monkey. Of course I actually knew exactly where the monkey was due to my higher skill level despite not being able to see it behind the leaves of the tree. The monkey was still a distance away and I was worried that Kuina would insist to run if there was an opportunity to escape. So I let the monkey get closer and closer while remaining vigilant. Once the monkey got close enough we both noticed it, I instinctively activated observing eyes, though at that moment I saw a rock being flung at me. I barely dodged it by a few millimeters and used identify on the dire monkey. A little bit out of my comfort zone but should still be doable. The biggest issue is getting to it since it is on a tree. I guess it is time to try my new skill. I grab rock from the ground and use the throw skill. Unfortunately the dire monkey flung to the side and I missed, but luckily it was enough to get him off balance and he landed on the ground. Not wanting to miss this opportunity I activate charge while stabbing with my spear. In the past, my spear thrusts were more akin to a child playing with a stick, but now that I have spear mastery even at level 1 I feel I can probably at least compete in a high school competition. I stab the monkey in the shoulder. Not wanting to lose the opportunity while the monkey was off guard, I then raise the spear and use downward slash. Unfortunately, due to my spear being a blunt weapon due to it being a wooden spear and not a real one, the bonus of slash was limited but still better than nothing. Despite my decisive blows, my mastery of the spear and the monkey's rather low defense, the damage I did was rather lacking due to my poor weapon. I then jump back and gain a little distance as a spear is not particularly grand at short range. Since I injured the shoulder of its dominant arm, it old have a harder time throwing things as well. I then take a notice of Kuina, who is just standing there staring blankly. What are you doing, Kuina? Help me out here, I exclaim. She snaps out of her stupor and yells back, what are you doing? This is our chance to run. Somewhat perplexed I question back frantically, what do you mean run? It is injured and alone so we can take it out. No. Ticking the monkey making a move to attack head on in rage. I again activate charge and stab the monkey in the stomach, blowing it back. This time due to it being a decisive blow at rather close range. The damage was much better despite the poor weapon. From behind I can hear stomping and yelling. Ah, you stupid retard. Why do I have to put up with this? Kuina complained. Then she gets in a ready position and runs away. Wah! I exclaimed, completed stunned. I totally did not see that one coming. Wasn't she ordered to protect me? Since the monkey noticed that its opponents has shrunk down from 2 to 1 and that I was momentarily off guard. It decided to vent its anger and jumped straight at me. I quickly brandished the spear and again thrust forward, hitting the dire monkey by its thigh. Unfortunately, the hit was shallow, and not only was the damage low, but I was not able to stop its momentum and the monkey landed right on top of me. As a result, I ended up falling to the ground and letting go off the spear. With the monkey on top of me, it started bashing me in the face with its arms over and over. Things were not looking good. In no time at all, I lost almost half my HP and I could not pull myself together as the monkey kept bashing me on the head. As I was panicking trying to find a solution out of this desperate situation, I heard a loud thud. Afterwards I stopped feeling being attacked and opened my eyes. The monkey was gone and instead was a blue window. I took a look around and behind me was the dire monkey with its face to the floor and a rusted dagger stabbed in the back of its neck. Proceeding over it was Kuina, who then came over to me and asked if I was okay. Oh, who am I kidding? Are you stupid? Are you a retard? Wait, don't answer that. Who in the world attacks a monster head on like that? Do you have a death wish? I don't care if you die, but don't do it on my watch or I'll get in trouble. She complained. Wondering thus far, I asked the first thing in my mind. I thought, you ran, so why? I inquired. Of course I ran. I don't have a combat class nor any combat skills. The only thing I can remotely use for combat is an ambush via sprint's momentum from a long distance. And even then, that is pushing it. I am not a suicidal retard like you who rushes in head first. She bellowed. This is definitely something I did not consider. Since my Uni-K skill does not allow me to get or train skills normally, I never thought about how difficult it is to obtain skills. So despite Kuina being level 9, she is most likely weaker in combat than I am. This is really a bind. I am going to have to reconsider my options and might have to find a way to convince Kuina to fight monsters with me. At the very least provide some cover. So for now I put Opera Tion, 2 birds with 1 stone, aside and proceeded to gather herbs at a steady pace. When we collected the 15 herbs for the day, we headed for the guild. Kuina seemed to be rather upset that I was able to meet the quota 2 days in a row. Volume 01, A New Path Forward in the Darkness 5. When we arrive at the guild, I go to the counter to sell herbs and cash in my quest only to find it closed. A bit confused, I then head for the reception desk instead. Hi, I would like to cash in the repeatable rank G herb collection quest, I say as I place my bag on the counter. This time the receptionist is a rather tall 34-year-old man. I am inwardly glad it isn't that lady. I am sorry, today is a night day. During night days the herb collection ends early and is sent to the alchemist shop by the supply officer. If you want to cash in your quest, you would either have to wait till tomorrow or go to the alchemist shop before it closes to receive proof, he informs. Noticing the opportunity to acquire a production skill, I gladly chose to go to the alchemist shop. After asking for directions from the tall man, we quickly head there, taking up only about 10 minutes to reach the shop. The alchemist shop was located at the edge of town in a small 2-floor building. We entered the shop and saw a bunch of shelves with all kinds of ingredients, and there was a man wearing an official guild uniform standing there with multiple bags of herbs. Besides the guild official, sitting on the floor was an old man who was silently grinding some herbs on the floor. Production skill get. Though I was more hoping for alchemy skill. Is it maybe divided into multiple skills? I come closer to the duo and turn to the guild employee in the shop who is already looking my way. I was told by the guild to bring the herbs here for cashing in my rank G herb collection quest. I explained to the man. That should be fine, give it here and I will inspect it, the man responds. I hand over the bag of herbs and he looks over the herbs carefully. After he finishes inspecting the herbs, he places them in the bags. Then he stretches his hand forward and a part of his hand disappears. It then reappears with some copper and iron coins and a piece of paper which he then hands over to me. Now there is an unexpected gem. But I can't let myself wallow in excitement just yet, I need to confirm something important. Mister, what was that? Is it some sort of rare ability? I inquire. This. It is called item box, it is a heritage skill. So it could not be learned through regular means. It allows a person to use something similar to space magic with much less difficulty and mana cost. Of course this skill is not exactly magic despite the similarity. There are a few item box heritages in the world, and one of them is owned by the guild. It is a requirement for the guild master and guild supply officer to learn this skill for the safe transportation of documents and items, he explained. Perfect. Now I have a safe way to store stuff without anyone knowing. Thank you very much, mister. I exclaim with a double meaning. Unfortunately at level 1 I am only able to store about 1 cubic meter of stuff. So things like my spear is a no-go. But I should be able to retrieve my dagger and store it as well as fit in a few herbs. It would be nice if I could get him to use it again in 5 minutes to see if I can get another level in both skills or pick up other alchemy-related skills. While I was thinking that, come on, we are done here, let's go back before the boss gets angry that we are late, Kuina insisted. I hesitated first but without much of an option, I reluctantly agreed and we left the shop and headed back to the guild. There is always a next time, I thought. After I showed the paper to the receptionist. He processed the request and marked it as complete. Making this my first ever quest completion, and placing me 1/20th way there towards ranking up to a rank F adventurer. Once we got credit for the quest, we naturally headed back to base. Today has probably been the best day so far. I got registered in the guild, 2 combat skills, a level up, production skill and the famous item box. Things are finally going my way. We arrive as it started to get darker due to the setting sun and are shown inside by Ryo to the boss. You are late, you better have completed your assignment without excuses, the old man grumbled. With a displeased face. Sorry, we got delayed. I got all 15 herbs. I hurriedly replied fearing punishment. I see, very well then show me the guild tattoo info. Mashin, he asks while looking somewhat in a better mood. I show him the tattoo information which he reviews carefully and then a condescending smile appears on his face. Now then, hand over all the money and herbs you got. This is an order, he exclaims. I get a little startled but hand over the coins I got as ordered. While somewhat perplexed he looks over the coins, counts them and turns back to me. Very good, very good. You are at least smart enough not to try to steal things behind my back while I ain't looking. Or maybe in your case it might be more accurate to say you're too retarded to even think about it. Regardless, it is time to issue standing orders to you. From now on, during gathering days, you are required to get 15 herbs per day. You are required to cash in all herbs you pick. To the guild for quest completion unless told otherwise by me. All money you earn is to be handed to me. This is an order, he announces. Arg, you really had to take a compliment and turn it into an insult. I am really getting sick of this treatment. And just when I thought I got some freedom to tinker around I now have an order to deal with. Talk about ruining a good day, how can things possibly get any worse? Oh, by the way, tomorrow we are going on another subjugation. So you will be required to act as a tracker, I will be personally keeping an eye on you so make sure you do it properly, or else. The middle-aged man threatened. I just had to ask. You understand. I'll do my best. I muttered while shivering. With that I was dismissed and proceeded to have dinner. With the now slightly larger portions. It still tastes bad though. I also noticed that there were 2 new bunnykin during dinner. Most likely to replace the losses during the Heck Boar incident. The next day, I was brought to the front of the base. Looking around I noticed that I was the only non-dogkin there out of the beastkin. Which made me somewhat nervous that I would be used as bait again. Luke. Killy, my fear did not last long as the middle-aged man came in front and started briefing us with the details. Everyone is here I see, today we are going to be hunting a dire bear, which should be a simple prey so we do not need any bait. This is what we would be using to track it, he said while taking out a piece of wood with a bear claw mark on it and letting everyone sniff it. With the scent memorized we proceeded into the forest tracking the bear. Interestingly enough, the middle-aged man's companions did not come with us. In about 2 hours since we left, the first ones to pick up the scent of the bear was me and Ryo. So we proceeded down to narrow down the bear's location. As we got closer the other dogkin also picked up the scent and it did not take long to track it down at that point. When we arrived I saw a large oversized bear prowling around. It did not take long for the dire bear to notice us and let out a roar as it headed straight for us. Gerha, step back, said the middle-aged man as he stepped forward brandishing his spear. We quickly followed his advice and took a distance. As the bear approached within a few meter range, the middle-aged man pulled back his spear and putting strength into the spear he thrust it forward with great force while taking a step forward. The spear hit the bear straight in the neck, going right through it and splattering blood from the other side. With that one hit, the bear died almost instantly. Annoying special requests, hardly worth the time, grumbled the old man in a bad mood. Then added, hurry up and drag it back to town, towards us. Dragging the bear was no easy task, and it took us 6 hours just to make it back to base. It would have taken longer if not for Ryo, who was way above us in level, doing most of the heavy lifting. With that, the day ended surprisingly uneventfully. I mean, it does make sense that not every event has to end up in a life or death situation normally, right? Either way, I got the thrust skill, which should definitely help with wielding my spear and maybe my dagger. And increase in toughness will help me survive, so other than the difficulty dragging the boar, today ended up relatively well. Volume 01. Reaching Enlightenment in All the Wrong Ways 1. The next day, me and Kuina were back to the usual herb gathering in the nearby forest. During this time I was thinking about what to do about the slave collar and how to get around the order that was issued the other day. Unfortunately, I do not have much to go by at this point. In conclusion, I need to ask Kuina for more information about the collars. As I was thinking that, suddenly my brain froze up for a second and unintentionally I let out a noise that best describes my predicament as I wobble and almost fall unconscious. Ew. I squirm as I cover my nose with one hand while holding my head with the other from the headache. The most foul stench I have ever smelled entered my nose, and let's just say smell sense level 4 did not do me any favors. I quickly turned it off, and after my senses, which blanked out for a second, returned more or less, I take a look around vigilantly. Kuina picks up that something is wrong and also gets into alert position. Then suddenly her face breaks down a bit as she closes her nose. Ah, a stink beetle. We should get out of here, she complains. Contemplating on what I should do and the pros and cons, I soon notice the sound of footsteps. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, I can barely make out a dogkin running through the forest while panicking. I can still barely make out who it is. But from the looks of it, the dogkin is the smaller one who I first saw being scolded by the middle-aged man on the first day I was brought in. Not too long after, I saw a rather big beetle the size of a medium-sized dog flying after him while buzzing and letting out a yellow-like smoke around itself. While inwardly swearing to myself to never use that skill even if my life depended on it, I turn to face Kuina. It seems that Dogkin is in trouble, we better go help. I urge. Not giving a chance for Kuina to respond, I activate sprint and close the distance while preparing my spear. Wait. What the heck are you doing? Come back here. Ah, she yells in a bewildered tone. Not willing to lose the justifiable opportunity to get stronger, I ignore her and continue to rush forward. As soon as I get closer, the dogkin notices me. Help, please. I am being chased by a monster. He wails helplessly while running and stumbling about. I soon pass by him and close in on the stink beetle. When I get in a decent enough range, I activate charge while using thrust. My momentum from both the sprint and charge while using thrust impales the stink beetle and pushes it back into a tree. Despite that large amount of damage, my face still had a large frown on it due to the unbearable smell. On the bright side, since I took that critical hit prior with smell sense, my sense of smell has somewhat been numbed. Even still, I could smell the unbearable stench. On top of that, due to the large impact and the poor quality of my weapon, a crack forms on my spear. Noticing the limited remaining durability of my weapon and not willing to be subjected to this smell for long, I decide to hurry this up as quickly as possible. Right as the stink beetle bounces off the tree, I spin around backwards and activate slash. Slamming into the stink beetle as hard as I could with the side of my spear. With that, my spear shatters into pieces, while pushing the stink beetle slightly away. As I prepare to use charge and claw swipe to land the finishing blow, suddenly Kuina jumps out and finishes off the stink beetle with her rusted dagger. With a deadpan expression, I rudely wonder if Kuina is doing kill stealing on purpose due to the finisher express bonus. But quickly put that thought aside. At that moment Kuina glares at me as she yells, "What the heck is wrong with you? Why do you keep doing this? Are you a retard?" Wait, don't answer that. Ah. Why do I have to be done one stuck with such a retard? The dogkin from our group was in trouble, so I went to save him, I express. Lane as I look around in search of the dogkin only to notice he has long run away. Not even a word of thanks, I inwardly complain as I walk away to get some distance from the foul stench. So what? That is his problem, not ours. That is no reason to get ourselves killed. It is everyone for themselves in this world, we don't have the leisure to be worrying about others. Unless you want to be the first one killed. She reprimands, following right after me. It is not like we don't get any benefits as well, we get experience from killing monsters and that helps us survive, is it not? I respond. What the heck is your retarded brain thinking? You'll die 100x over before you make any sig. She counters only to stop mid-sentence and stare blankly at the air. What's wrong? I ask cautiously, hoping not to draw in any more ire than I already have. I leveled up, she mutters to seemingly herself. Seeing this as an opportunity to sell her on the benefits of fighting monsters together and getting stronger. I quickly press on. See, we can kill easy monsters like this one and level up, thus making us stronger and more likely to survive. With my smell sense at level 4, finding weaker monsters should be a breeze. By the way, if I remember correctly, you should have hit level 10. What non-combat class are you going to take? I inquire. Isn't it obvious? I am going to get the runner class. It is the only non-combat class one can get that increases my combo. Wait a second, stop changing the topic. You just got lucky these few times and you think you can just rush in there and kill monsters. For the last time, if you have a death wish, do it when you are alone. Don't involve me in it, retard. She yells. From that point on she gives me a whole hour lecture, which felt like an eternity. About how retarded my actions were and etc. etc. Frankly speaking, it went in one ear and out the other after about 10 minutes or so. Hence I don't even remember most of it, but I can probably guess the content with ease. After giving Kuina some time to cool off her anger, I think back on my original goal of trying to get information out of Kuina about the slave collars. And I just have the perfect way to do it. Honestly speaking, I think me and Kuina have gotten somewhat closer these last few days. If in the beginning her glare would be like 100 daggers, now I'd say it is more like 99. Maybe Kuina is a tsundere. I mean, how could she not have opened up to me after so much that we have been through together? While thinking that, I decide to implement my plan and turn to Kuina. Hey Kuina, I casually beckon. Again, who let you call me by my name, retard? She interjects while glaring at me. Okay, I need to calm down, just remember she is definitely being a tsundere, yup. No need to let it get to me. Breath in and out slowly, alright. I got this. I want to ask you a few questions about the slave collars. In exchange, I'll swap my larger food portions with your smaller portions for 5 days. I attempt to persuade her. She looks at me with a somewhat perplexed expression. You aren't lying to me, are you? There is no take-backs or whatnot, she asks with some suspicion in her voice. I swear, all I want to know is how the slave collars work, and how orders work. I don't want to somehow mess up in the future and get that terrifying punishment, pretty please. I beseech. Alright, fine, I'll tell you what I know, but no take-backs. If you change your mind at any time, I am going to get in your way collecting herbs and make sure that you definitely get a punishment, she threatens. We have a deal, I say excitedly while nodding my head in confirmation. Finally I can get the information about the slave collar that I have been trying so hard to get my hands on. And with that information, I can finally plan my escape. Things are getting better and better by the day. Volume 01. Reaching Enlightenment in All the Wrong Ways 2. Pav Kuina. Amongst the beastkin, there is a story about how from time to time a beastkin is born with an exotic color. Not only is this exotic color unnatural, making it hard for the beastkin to hunt in the forest without detection. Oftentimes these beastkin are born with deficiencies such as blindness, deafness and retardation. These beastkin are referred to as retards in our clans. Oftentimes we even isolate them for the protection of the clan. Personally, in the 15 years I have been alive, I have never met these so-called retards. And while I do not doubt the stories told far back by our ancestors, as these stories have rarely if ever been wrong, but they are not without their exaggerations. Of course, with the living example showing up in front of me one day, I'd argue the ancestors were being modest. Originally, beastkin are not native to this continent. We either came here through willful migration or captured and forced here by slave merchants. This continent overall is harsh on beastkin and discriminates against them. Even in the few countries on the continent that have lesser discrimination, it is virtually impossible for a beastkin to live their lives normally in these lands. The majority of the beastkin are slaves and are treated like disposable junk. This has gone on for over 1,000 years. Then one day comes this retarded level 4 catkin out of the blue, walks into an inn and asks for a job like she is a human or something. Then after being thrown out, she still followed humans with no apprehension. I mean, talk about retarded. Where has she been her entire life, stuck in some hole under a rock? And that isn't even scratching the surface. Every living thing that is born in this world is born with a preset knowledge. That preset knowledge is engraved in our very existence and allows us to know how to level up and gain classes. Even if someone were to lose their memories, they would still know how to properly level up. Of course not this retard. This retard didn't even know something as simple as that. I mean, seriously, what world is she from? It definitely isn't this one. I am used to being discriminated everywhere I go, but the stunt she pulled off in the guild was utterly embarrassing. She might as well have just screamed out, "Hey, I am a retard." Even worse, I got stuck babysitting this retard. Which has been easier said than done. My job is to make sure she does not do anything stupid. And all she does is stupid. When everyone runs away from monsters, she just runs at them head on. I am surprised how she even lived till 12 years old. It must have been some miracle or some dumb luck. Well, she isn't lacking in dumb luck, that is for sure. How she finds 15 herbs by the end of the day is beyond me. I mean, even Ryo, who has smell sense level 4, would not find herbs as quickly as she did on the first day. I wonder what's this retard's luck stat at? I would ask, but somehow I get the feeling she would ask, what is a luck stat? My head hurts just thinking about her stupid face. Most people who train for combat do so through two routes. First route to advance is to work towards their non-combat class and then level that up to a combat class. The other way is to train in skills. Once you attain skills, you go in with groups to level up safely. Those with money even capture monsters to help them level up to a combat class quicker. But this retard just rushes in blindly. I mean, I have to admit, she sometimes is pretty fast on her feet. That last time almost made it seem like she used sprint, but that is impossible. I must have been seeing things and her stupidity is infecting me. I can't say my life is a good one, but I know I have it better than others. While the master who uses us as bait is oftentimes cruel, he is reasonable. He keeps things professional and rarely goes out of his way to torment us outside of bringing order or doing our jobs. I know many beastkin who are abused on a daily basis, and I am thankful I ain't one of them. The only thing I need to worry about is surviving as bait, and with my experience the risk of dying is rather minimum. Most of the deaths are among the newcomers. And I have seen plenty of newcomers die after their first few assignments. To the point I stopped even caring about their names. We live in a world of survival of the fittest. If they are weak, they die. Simple as that. In that sense, I am shocked this retard is still alive. What dumb luck. The only thing I have to look forward to in this life is breakfast and dinner. It isn't much, but as slaves even that is a lot. And what is this retard doing right now? She is giving away her privilege of larger portions for 5 days in exchange for information that everyone who is a slave should know. She might as well be chopping off her arm for learning what the weather is like today. But hey, I am not going to complain. More food for me. In this world, everyone is for themselves, and anything that benefits me, I'll take. Your loss is my gain. You can only blame yourself for being so retarded. I am no expert of slave collars and I do not know how they are made or the likes. What I can tell you is the basics that every slave should know. Again, you better not take back your word if you don't like the content, or else. I threaten again, then continue on. When a slave collar is put on you, information is usually pushed into your brain. This information includes the preset conditions that the slave merchants have set up, plus custom conditions. The most common conditions include not hurting the master, not to commit suicide unless told to, and to follow all orders. When you go against a condition, you will begin to experience pain. In some cases, even thinking about going against the conditions can cause pain. Which is why it is nearly impossible to disobey an order accidentally, because any attempt to do so will bring upon pain. Of course, with a retard like you, I wouldn't be surprised if you messed up somehow. If you are concerned, you can always check the list of standing conditions and orders in your slave caller's menu. Will save me the time of explaining all of them to you, I add. What do you mean menu? Do you mean the status menu? She stupidly inquires with wide open eyes. Arg, that stupid face really ticks my nerves. No, you retard. It is under your equipment menu. You know, open up, equipment, and view the details of your slave caller, I yell, getting more and more irritated at her blunt stupidity of things everyone should know. Quote. She stops and suddenly yells. I don't think you need to over-exaggerate about finding out there is an equipment menu, but then what do you expect from a retard? Suddenly she begins to wobble and her knees give out and she falls on the floor. She then grabs her hair and starts messing it up while screaming. Arg ggg. Yeah. Goo you. She screams. She really has some mental issues. I am a total idiot. She screams. Then starts rolling on the ground like a maniac, repeating, the shame. The shame, over and over. She then bumps into a tree while rolling, gets up on her knees and starts whacking her head against the tree, repeating, stupid. 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 Over and over. At this point, it is getting rather strange even for this retard. Even I begin to worry. Of course, my worry lies in the fact that if she kills herself this way, I'll get in trouble. So I go over to her, grab her shoulder and say, stop, retard. Are you trying to kill yourself or something? I reprimand. Kuina, I am a total idiot. A total idiot, she conveys while grabbing both my shoulders. I know, I respond, being told the obvious. No, you don't understand. I am a total idiot. Ah, she screams. I assure you, if there is one person you don't need to convince, that is me. I reply while tapping her shoulder in assurance. This retard really likes repeating the obvious anyways. I better put a stop to this because it is getting really annoying. On top of that, look, retard, I frankly could care less what you do all day. But if you don't bring the 15 required herbs, then I won't get my larger portion. We are already behind UE to the whole monster incident, so hurry the heck up and get yourself together. I reprimand, knowing my priorities. You are right, she exclaims and gets up on her feet. I sigh in relief. At my food increase is safe and sound for the time being. Judging by how shocked she was by the equipment menu, I wonder once the 5 days are up if I should trick her into handing more food for the knowledge of the title menu. Not that it would be useful to her anyways, at best she'd have the retard title. Either way, knowing that I'll have more food when we get back makes dealing with this retard just a tiny bit more bearable. Volume 01. Reaching Enlightenment in All the Wrong Ways. 3. The shame. With my stupid assumptions that when the slave collar is put on you, you become a slave. I have literally become a slave willingly. I feel like a heroine in a harem. How can I ever live with myself? Sob. Suddenly I hear Kuina talking about collecting herbs to meet the daily quota. Why in the world would I continue on doing this willingly? Then I realize something. Rushing things is exactly what got me in this situation in the first place. I should for now continue things as is. Then come up with a strategy going forward. If I rush things now again, I'll get myself in a deeper hole. So I reluctantly agree, and we resume our hunt for herbs. While I try to think of what I should do moving forward, that becomes impossible as all my head is filled with embarrassment and self-deprecation. I am stressing out so much that even finding herbs has become rather difficult. By the end of the day, I just barely managed to get the 15 herb quota. After reluctantly surrendering my dinner to the thrilled foxkin, and barely managing to get some sleep with all the floating thoughts of what just happened. The next day I finally managed to cope with it, at least to an extent that allowed me to think properly, hopefully. So while me and Kuina travel through the forest to collect herbs, I come up with a plan on what to do going forward. As much as I would love to leave this place ASAP, I have no place to go. And no way to secure food. And since I am not being used as bait, I can easily stock up on skills from both monsters and the middle-aged man's group. I noticed from Kuina that level is not everything, and skills play a big role too. So the fastest way to get stronger is to increase my skills. If anything, I can run away anytime. So all I have to do is pretend I am still a slave, Gua. So simple. And yet, so hard. Oh, I know. I've been mind-controlled by a super evil magician. That's right, an evil mind-controlling magician. And now that I have broke free of his mind control, I need to fake still being under control to exact my revenge. That's right. There is no way I would willingly become a slave without some sort of mind control. Darn you, evil magician. I'll get you for this, muahahahahaha. As I subconsciously begin to let loose an evil grin. Noticing that Kuina is giving me a strange look, I adjust my posture and move on with my planning. Now that I know that I'll stick here for at least a short while, until I exact my revenge on the evil mind-controlling magician, I can move forward with my plans. Other than gaining of skills, there is two things I can do in the short term. The first thing would be retrieving my dagger. Now and I have item box and can't receive a random order to hand everything over. The other thing I can do is stock up on herbs. While Kuina is watching me, I can still manage to sneak in a few herbs from time to time while she isn't looking or claim they have been accidentally damaged. That should be fine for the short term until I come up with more long-term plans. With that in mind, I begin to head towards where I hid the dagger while collecting and sometimes secretly snatching herbs as I go along. The tricky part here is how to get the dagger without Kuina noticing. I doubt the old-fashioned, I gotta use the restroom trick is going to work in an open field that I hid the dagger in. Talk about my plans backfiring. So I'll have to go for the second oldest trick in the book despite it being more risky. But I don't have much of a choice. When I get to the clearing where I hid the dagger, I pretend like I notice something and begin digging. What the heck are you doing? Don't tell me that now that you think you have a nose of a dog, you now also have the urge to bury bones like a dog? She inquires. I knew this was gonna happen, but as long as I can secretly sneak the dagger in my item box without her noticing, I am willing to take a slight hit to Kuina's high evaluation of me. No, I think I noticed something and just wanted to check it out. It doesn't matter as long as I make 15 herbs right, I retort. She shrugs like she does not care and I continue digging. Though I am careful not to dig out the dagger completely and that a light layer of soil remains. When I get to that point and I confirm the dagger, I prepare for phase 2, which involves distracting Kuina so that I can quickly take out the dagger and store it. Look, Kuina, a monster, I exclaim while frantically pointing at a direction behind Kuina. Kuina stares at me. Quote. She isn't turning around at all. About a minute passes and my finger begins to lose strength under the pressure. Do I look like an idiot to you? Kuina questions while knitting an eyebrow. Number. I respond. Do you think I did not notice you secretly stashing away herbs while we are walking here? I am not blind, you know. And now let me guess, you are trying to bury them, right? I don't know how your retarded brain works, but tell you what, if you surrender 5 more days of your larger food portion, I'll look the other way, said Kuina. Somehow, I get the feeling my evaluation has dropped to an all-time low. Even I know that if herbs are left alone without being processed, they begin to lose their quality, and this does not even include things like worms and other insects which eat decaying foliage. I can deny this ridiculous notion here and now, and clear my good name, but I can't do that without revealing the dagger. So my only option is to play the retard, goo. I hesitantly nod and Kuina lets out a grin. I didn't see anything, you have 5 minutes, she notifies me as she turns around. I quickly retrieve the dagger and store it in my item box. Then cover up the hole. I finally got the dagger. I should be happy. I really should. But somehow I feel empty. I have this nagging feeling like I lost something that I could never take back during this exchange. With my shoulders drooped in feelings of utter humiliation and extortion, we finish up the herb gathering quest and we return to base. When we enter the base, we are greeted by Ryo. Took you long enough. Report to the boss and get ready for tomorrow. We are leaving the base and heading north. The boss plans to do 2 quests from the guild on the way. We won't be CK for at least a week if not more, he announces. Following his instructions, I report to the boss by showing the quest details and handing over the money. Then again reluctantly exchange dinners with the rather pleased Kuina and turn over for the day in mental exhaustion. The next day, we were lined up outside the base and given supplies to carry. This time all the beastkin were brought along, the middle-aged man's companions were not present. We traveled by the road heading outside the village by foot while the middle-aged man drove a horse for about a day. We then set up camp in the forest. The beastkin including me were assigned shifts for night watch in groups of 3, while the middle-aged man slept in the tent. The next morning, we were briefed on the subjugation target this time around. It was the woodland ant queen. Unlike typical ants that tend to make burrows, woodland ants build their nests around trees. Though like other ants, when you have a queen, you also have worker and soldier ants. Since this is a new colony, the numbers should be relatively small, but still too many for a single adventurer to deal with. Especially if the queen decides to run while the soldiers and workers buy time. Since unlike typical ants which build nest burrows which they guard with their lives, woodland ants have no issue abandoning their area if need be, making them a tricky target to subjugate. The plan this time around is that the bait will lure the soldier and worker ants away, while the middle-aged man will sneak in from the side and kill the queen. The role of the trackers is to coordinate the bait with the exception of me who will help the middle-aged man avoid conflict before he reaches the queen. Something about me being too retarded to do something as complex as coordination, grr. With that, we set off into the forest and begin tracking the Woodland Ants Nest Volume 01, reaching enlightenment in all the wrong ways, 4. It took us about an hour to locate the woodland ant's nest. When the nest was found, Rio did some recon and found out that we are dealing with about 31 worker and soldier ants. With that knowledge, the middle-aged man came up with the plan. Here is how we are going to do it. We have 6 bait and 5 trackers. Rio will be on point for any stragglers and the retard will come with me. So we have a total of 3 usable trackers. You will divide yourselves into 3 groups of 2 bait and 1 tracker per group. The first group will consist of the 2 foxkin and will head for the ants first. Once you gather their attention, head east. You can use sprint, but make sure you do not run away too far and lose them or they will come back to their nest. The second group will consist of the 2 bunnykin, after about a minute passes and the first group of ants are out of immediate sight. You are to run towards the remaining ants and use the jump skill to jump over them. Then run to the north dragging them along. This is the most important job so don't mess up. The third group will consist of the 2 catkin, after those get out of sight, you are to use rocks to pull away the elites and few others that happen to remain and drag them away from the queen. You don't have to worry about grabbing all of them, just get as many as you can and take them east. I will then approach from the south and finish off the woodland ant queen. Once she is dead, feel free to bring them in one by one or if they run away that is fine too. When I give the signal, we will commence the operation. This is an order, announced the middle-aged man. We moved in closer and took up our positions. When the middle-aged man gave the signal, Kuina and the other foxkin walked towards the woodland ants. It did not take long for the woodland ants to notice them and they began running towards them while making hissing noises. When they got close enough, Kuina and the other foxkin activated sprint and ran east. The woodland ants chased close by after them. By the end it seemed like 13 woodland ants separated from the nest. Once they were out of immediate sight, the middle-aged man gave the second signal. With that signal, the second group of bunnykin ran forward and activated sprint. Once they approached the ants, they activated jump and flew over the woodland ants. The higher level bunnykin seemed to be a bit ahead on both the sprint and the jump, thus made it to the our side of the woodland ants a second quicker. The second bunnykin jumped a bit behind and at lower altitude and accidentally ended up tripping on the head of one of the ants on the way down of the jump. So while the first bunnykin continued running on forward, the later one fell over and rolled. He then desperately got up and reactivated sprint but it was clear to see his legs had injuries which slowed him down. Nevertheless with willpower he trotted forward the best he could as he dragged the ants to the north. TCH. It better not mess up the plan, the middle-aged man grumbled. With the second group out of visible sight, we confirmed that 10 woodland ants have followed them. This leaves the remaining number of ants protecting the queen at 8. And with that the third signal was given. The 2C. Atkin ran towards the remaining ants though visibly slower due to lack of sprint ability and started throwing rocks at the remaining woodland ants, then made their way to the west. This promoted 5 woodland ants to chase after them, one of which was larger than the rest. Most likely the soldier ant. After confirming that the ants were out of sight, we began to head for the queen who was guarded by 3 larger ants. These ants already seemed to have taken up a vigilant formation around the queen. Alright, so far it is going well. Retard, your only job is to use your smell sense and tell me if any of the groups start heading back ahead of schedule. You better not mess this up, or there will be a severe punishment, he threatened. PFF'd. Who is scared of your punishment? I want to stick out my tongue and give him a piece of my mind. But I know full well he could behead me with just a lift of a finger. So I keep it to myself, for now, so instead I nod and we proceed closer and closer to the ants. In no time, the woodland ants notice us and one of them rushes forward while the others stay back to protect the queen. The middle-aged man pays it little mind and rushes forward, thrusting right through the woodland ant, thus killing it instantly, and continues to run straight for the queen and her 2 guards. At this point both guards begin to rush forward as the queen begins to retreat. Though he pays it no mind and spinning the spear flings both guards to the side as he chases towards the queen. Hey retard. Distract those with some rocks while I deal with the queen, he yells. Wah, I thought I got out of being bait. Grr. Well, this doesn't seem too hard. I can get some express and these ants don't seem to be that fast, at least not anything I can't handle with sprint at level 2. So while the middle-aged man continues to rush towards the queen, I use my throw skill and fling rocks at the 2 soldier ants. Unfortunately, due to their rather decent armor, I only end up doing less than 10 damage per throw. The 2 guardian ants only stop for a second to glance at me before ignoring me and continuing towards the middle-aged man to protect the queen. But that short difference was enough for the middle-aged man to catch up with the queen and with a sweep of the spear knock her off her feet and tumbling on the ground. The queen tries to get up and face him in combat, but right as she gets up, the middle-aged man lands on her back, impaling her with the spear. She lets out a shrill of pain and tries to shake him off her back. But the middle-aged man keeps his balance and again thrusts the spear in the back of her neck, killing her almost instantly. Of course, prior to her death, I used this opportunity to also get an accidental throw on the queen when the 2 soldier ants approached to get some free express from her. With the death of the queen, the 2 guardian ants let out a shriek of their own and begin to redden. Then rush at the middle-aged man with infuriating vigor. The middle-aged man pays it little mind and with 2 quick swings of the spear kills the 2 soldier ants. He then gives a signal to Rio, which Rio then relays again with a whistle. A short time afterwards, I see Kuina run back with the other foxkin slightly behind her. And with her comes 10 woodland ants chasing right after. The middle-aged man just moves forward and starts massacring the ants. It took him no more than a minute or 2 to quickly slaughter all 10 of them. With them dead, Rio sent the second whistle signal. And soon came the bunnykin, followed by 6 woodland ants, except only one of the bunnykin actually came back. Of course, this group of ants was dispatched even quicker. And finally the last whistle signal was sent. With it came the 2 catkin, followed by all 5 of the remaining woodland ants. Probably with a soldier ant leading them, they were less likely to split up or lose track. And like the last group, it was but mere child's play for the middle-aged man. Though luckily, the entire exchange took over 5 minutes, so I got a last parting present in the last sweep. Now that the ants were all cleaned up, we were ordered to use rusted knives to remove the legs of the ants. There was simply too many corpses to drag back to town, so we had to be picky on what we could and could not take. The legs were the easiest things to remove from the corpses without the risk of damaging the materials due to lack of disassembling skill. Though I say easy, but in reality it was extremely difficult due to how tough these things were, even at the softer joints. Though it was slightly easier for me than others because I secretly used the slash skill. Rio and the middle-aged man handled disassembling the more expensive materials. Especially the queen. Of course, sneaking a peek at Rio while he was disassembling made things a lot easier for me. Then not too long after, the middle-aged man added a cherry on top. Unfortunately 5 minutes later did not yield any more increases from neither Ryo nor the middle-aged man. That said, today has been a very delicious skill fest, and I am more than happy for it. It was a good thing I decided to stay for the time being. Of course this is only until I get my revenge on the evil mind-controlling magician. Of course it's not all positive, neither the middle-aged man nor Ryo even bothered to ask the remaining bunnykin what ended up happening to the other one. Like they don't care at all. At one point during the harvesting of materials I managed to sneak out on a restroom break only to find the bunnykin has been brutally mutilated and shred to bits by ants. It was a cruel reminder on how harsh this world really is. From there I hurried back to the rest as my smell sense picked up some remaining ants lingering around. It took us a few hours to disassemble and pack all the materials. After which we were forced to carry it. How I wish there was a skill for carrying heavy baggage. Well, there is item box, but I can't exactly use that in public now, can I? Once we traveled for about 6 hours, we set up camp and were allowed to rest till end of the day. Volume 01, The Path That Will Forever Close 1. The next day, we got back up and were forced to again carry the heavy materials and the baggage. Since everyone here was under order, they didn't even bother doing the material count. Of course it was possible that these materials only had mode rate value, so the middle-aged man did not care much about it, and the expensive materials were carried by Ryo. Either way, I managed to sneak a few pieces into my item box when I was 1000 sure no one would see. I don't work for free, you know. Even with lightening my load a bit, it still was rather heavy due to carrying both the materials and baggage. After a grueling 10 hours of walking, we ended up coming to a small village. It was about maybe a third the size of Daira village. There was no adventurers guild here, but luckily there were shops here where we could sell the materials. Which finitely helped with lightening our loads. I was hoping on picking up some sort of merchant skill when we were in the market, but unfortunately there was no luck. Were they not using any skills? Or did I just have bad luck? Speaking of odd things though, I did not get a skill for horse riding either when I saw the middle-aged man and others riding a horse. Strange, when we started going for the inn though, I noticed a shop by the side with a man sitting smashing a hammer against a metal object on an anvil. And to my delight, unfortunately I could not stand there for 5 minutes and see if I could get any more levels, so I had to move on. Maybe if I get another chance to pass by I would find out. When we arrived to the inn, the middle-aged man bought himself a room, and a few spots in the stables. One spot for the horse, and the others for us. Either the middle-aged man is being cheap, or inns around here don't even allow us access. Which would really make things difficult when I plan to go on my own. Prior to going to sleep, Ryo gave a bit of a heads up on where exactly we are going and why. There have been some strange sightings and monster attacks between this village and the next village over. Our job is to investigate the forest between the two villages. Considering the distance between the two villages, there is a large area to explore. So this will be our last chance to sleep under a roof for a long while. Since this was a special request, it was hard for the middle-aged man to turn it down. And since he was on his way here anyways, he decided to get the woodland ant queen nearby. The nature of the investigation, it seems, is due to the large amount of monsters that have been attacking both villages. The villages previously sent some lower-level adventurers, but they never heard back from them again. That does sound quite worrying and makes me wonder on what I should do. These kind of vague investigations rarely end well based on my knowledge. But then I probably should and conflate literature knowledge with real-life ones. I don't think anything could kill that middle-aged man, but him using us as bait when it gets dicey is something he most definitely could do. I saw it firsthand with the woodland ant's subjection, where he had me distract those ants despite me not being bait anymore. But on the other hand, there is plenty of advantages here as well. The most obvious advantage is that if we plan on staying in the wilderness for a while, that means fighting a lot of different monsters. And if it is anything as fruitful as the woodland ant subjugation, I see. And get both skills and levels with minimum risk. If it gets to a point where he uses the beastkin as bait and runs, I can just run away as well. With my sprint at level 2, I can probably get away pretty fast. Add to it charge and jump and I have a pretty solid escape arsenal. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. But then let's look at it another way. If I do run away now, where would I go? If I try to go to a village, they will try to enslave me again. This time there would be no guarantee that the slave collar would be defective. If I go to the forest, I risk being attacked by monsters. Especially when I am sleeping. So it isn't really a choice between going to the wilderness or not, but to be exact, going into the wilderness with strong protection or going there without protection. Not to mention, the party sent before consisted of rank F adventurers. In comparison, the middle-aged man is a upper-tier rank C adventurer. The difference in strength is worlds apart. It would be safe to say the middle-aged man has more levels than the entire rank F party combined. To put it in some context, the woodland ant workers were rank E monsters. He slaughtered 10 of them in less than 2 minutes. Considering from what I heard prior, he is one of the strongest adventurers in this region, alongside his companions. There isn't a safer spot I can think of to farm levels and skills. When things are put simply like that, I have no choice but to follow. The next day, we left at around midday due to the middle-aged man stepping out for last-minute supplies. Unfortunately, I was not brought along, so I could not get some more of that sweet blacksmithing skill. Blacksmithing is the production skill I am the most excited about because it may allow me to repair the dagger. One can only imagine how powerful that mithril dagger would be once it is fully repaired. But as expected, level 1 blacksmithing is nowhere enough to repair something made out of mithril. Read to take a look at it while everyone was sleeping just in case and couldn't figure out anything at all. There is also a possibility that there is another skill that is necessary for repairing other than blacksmithing. So I am out of luck for the time being. Contrary to how we came to this village by road, this time around we traveled exclusively by forest. Probably as part of the investigation, which made traveling a bit slower and harder. Though on the bright side, the trackers including me got far less luggage to carry. Since our assignment is to look for monsters, the initial goal is to complete our smell sense and become familiar with the local monster sense. Once that is done, we will search for the source of the anomaly. Personally, I couldn't be happier than going on a find monster skill hunt smell hunt. Of course Kuina and the other non-Dogkin are less than pleased about the development due to being forced to carry about 50 more baggage. Taking a quick glance at her, I notice she is already glaring daggers at me. It is not like I am the one who came up with this idea. If you have a problem, take it up with the middle-aged man, okay? She is most definitely a tsundere. No doubt about it, though the trackers also have another job as we move along, pick up any herbs we see. Apparently the middle-aged man is pretty stingy and does not want to give up the herb revenue while we are passing by. We travel for about an hour and do not come across any monsters so far. Which is pretty normal, all things considering. Only after 2 hours did we finally pick up some scents. To be more accurate, 3 scents. We first target one of the scents, which seems to be a mammal scent, and head towards it. It took us about 30 minutes to reach where the scent originated from, and NDING there next to a tree is a weird-looking beaver. According to identify, it is a Terranian beaver. It does not take long for the beaver to notice our rather large group and start running for us. I simply can't wait to see what skills I'll get. In response, the middle-aged man takes out a dagger, and flings it at the Terranian beaver, killing it instantly. Okay, I did not see that one coming. I do appreciate the throw skill despite me already having the racial one, as I can combine the two. The bigger issue is that I did not think of a possible downside to being protected by someone who is too strong. The fact that the monsters don't even get a chance to use their skills. If he just kills them too fast, I am out of luck. With that sad realization, we head for the next scent, which seems to be some sort of reptile. It takes us about an hour to reach it due to some detours we needed to take due to crossing a river and etc. But we finally arrived where the reptile monster should be. The SCENT of the monster seems to be coming from the tree. But we see nothing hiding on top of the tree or next to it. Is the tree some kind of reptilian monster? It looks like a normal tree to me, obviously, though we keep our distance from it. Just because we can't identify it does not mean we should carelessly go into its attack range. Though if the middle-aged man gets impatient, he might just send one of the beastkin he uses as bait to check it out. To have a better view, I activate all observing eyes. With my improved vision, I look around the tree carefully and notice something. I keep staring at the anomaly for a good half a minute and what I have been waiting for appeared. Yay! My survival skills are going up. But as always, fate will never let me have my 5 minutes as the middle-aged man begins to get irritated. Since I am not going to get another skill level from it now, might as well as make the best of it. I take a rock and combining by 2 throw skills, I throw it at the Terranian IG. Uana, which blended in rather perfectly with the tree. The RA throw is weaker than NA throw but allows for more control. Since I am a good distance away, I make sure RA throw is focused on accuracy over more damage, while NA throw will do most of the damage. In this way I combine the 2 skills. Since blend stealth requires a target to be perfectly still, it quickly gets thrown out of stealth on impact. Once spotted, the pissed middle-aged man charges forward and with a strong motion impales the Terranian iguana to death. Ooh, nice, yet another skill. The skill fest continues. Unfortunately, the third smell is all too familiar with me. It was a giant rat. So there was no skills for me to gain there. The middle-aged man again killed it by throwing a dagger, and unfortunately throw skill did not seem to rise. We continued for about 3 hours through the forest and did not find any other new scents while avoiding monsters. Afterwards, the middle-aged man ordered that we set up camp. It was somewhat early to do that, but we found a rather safe area and wanted to take advantage of it. So with that we retired for the day. Volume 01, The Path That Will Forever Closed 2. With the arrival of the next day, we tidied up camp and continued on towards the next village. After traveling for around 8 hours, we pick up a new scent. We tracked down the source of the scent for a bit more than an hour and came across a Terranian deer. Like most monsters, the moment it saw us, it quickly charged at us. Of course, to the middle-aged man, something like this was not really a challenge. With a thrust of his spear, the large Terranian deer collapsed. The fact that the middle-aged man can just one-shot all these things is pretty impressive. I wonder how high his skills really are. So far other than throw, I have yet to reach his bottlenecks. Either way, that strength is pretty reassuring to have, well, at least until I steal all of its snicker. After that we continued on and within about 5 hours, we made it to the neighboring village. This village was even smaller than the one prior. I am not an expert at making estimates, but I would guess no more than 50 people live here. As we entered the village, a young man of 27 years of age who looked like a hunter with a bow on his back and a knife on his pants came to greet us. While staring at him for about a minute, "You must be the rank C adventurer sent by the guild, I presume?" he inquired. "Yeah, are you the one who issued the request?" the middle-aged man prompted back. "That would be the village chief. I am merely a hunter who acts as the village guard," the young man responded. "I see. Were there any recent attacks on the village?" "On the way here I did a preliminary inspection and I did not see any unusual activity." "Can you provide me with any more information about the request?" the middle-aged man followed up. The last few days have been fairly quiet. The intervals of the attacks tended to vary, but you are going to have to ask the village chief. While I may be acting as a village guard, to be more precise, I am more of a temporary or backup guard. In the previous attack, our guard was injured, so until he recovers, I am acting as a full-time guard. Normally I just hunt game, explained the young man. Is that so? Then bring me to the village chief, said the middle-aged man. Right this way, replied the young man. We did an travel long until we came across what seemed to be the largest building in the village. Which isn't saying much since all the houses here are pretty small. The middle-aged man was invited inside the house, while we were forced to stay behind. After about 2 hours, the middle-aged man came back out and told us to make camp to the side. He will apparently stay at the village chief's house and obviously no one is going to shelter Beastkin. And like that, we retired for the day. The next day, we sold some of the stuff we brought while stocking up on some minor supplies. We were then escorted out of the village by the chief and the young man. It seems like overnight they were discussing some sort of plan of action and details, but unfortunately we were not there to be privy of the details. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be interested in explaining them either, even to Rio. The only detail I managed to piece together from the conversation while heading out of the village was that They made a timetable plan of investigation and mapped the locations where we would be investigating at and at what date. They also agreed that if any new information arrives, to bring it to the middle-aged man alongside a minor restock of supplies. In this way we would save time going back and forth to and from the village. With that out of the way, we went on our way. Now with a vague map, the middle-aged man guided us around the forest to investigate. We moved from spot to spot making camp, then we trackers went out to look for anything suspicious and at same time collecting herbs. The middle-aged man also did his own investigation and killed monsters from time to time. Unfortunately I was not there since he acted independent. Once we scouted a perimeter for any suspicious activity, we then made it back to camp. Then packed up and relocated the camp to the next spot marked on the map. This went on for 3 days with nothing really out of the ordinary. And there was very little product. Since I did not see the middle-aged man fight, and it wasn't exactly a situation where I could fight monsters either. Kuina has been especially on guard to make sure I don't do anything stupid. The best thing that I managed to accomplish was finding those Terranian iguanas from a distance. Since Kuina could not see them, I was able to find ways around them. It would be nice if I could accidentally stumble into them. But unfortunately the weakest one was level 14. They were also pretty rare. Either way, it was enough for me to raise my blend stealth to level 4. Unfortunately, unlike the Terranian iguana who already has brown skin and with help of blend stealth can make itself almost unnoticeable, for me it is not that simple. Aside from human skin tone being nowhere close to the brown of the iguana, my white hair stands out quite a lot. At best, I can stand in a room and if a person walks in, they probably won't notice me. But if a person walks in a room and starts looking around for me, they would be able to find me with little issue. Not too long after that, we made it back to camp. When we arrived, we began to pack, getting ready for moving to the next zone. About 5 minutes into packing, I smelled a horse and human coming our way. I turned around in the general direction and it seems Rio noticed it as well. Someone is coming, from the scent it looks like they are from the village, Rio notified. Is that so? Said the middle-aged man, it is a bit early for the scheduled report so most likely something has happened. Just in case, hurry up with the preparations to move, he added. In a few minutes, one of the villagers drove in frantically screaming. Sir Razor, what happened? Asked the middle-aged man. Monsters. The village is under attack. The villager yelled while barely catching his breath. Calm down and start from the beginning, said the middle-aged man. Why yes. About 2 hours ago, the village was attacked by 7 Terranian deer and about 20 giant rats. We tried to fend them off the best we could but with our guards still injured, they quickly overwhelmed us forcing us to hide in the village. I was sent out by the village chief to ask for help, please help us. Spoke the villager with a sense of urgency. I see though my guild request only asked for investigating the cause, nothing about protecting the village, murmured the middle-aged man while taking a contemplating pose. Please help us. At this rate the crops will be completely destroyed and our houses might be reduced to rubble. If it is money, we can pay if it is in our ability. Pleaded the villager. Generally, I don't take these kind of unofficial requests, the guild is pretty strict on these things you see, but if you are willing to pay 5 times the standard rate per monster, I may consider an exception, said the middle-aged man mocking a hesitant voice. 5 times. We already barely managed to put up enough money for the investigation. Are you trying to rob us? Yelled the outraged villager. Not my problem, I am already doing my job for the investigation, as you can see it is already a pretty tiring job. If you want me to do extra work, obviously you have to pay a premium for it, explained the old man now mocking a tired voice. The villager gritted their teeth but eventually had no choice but to give in due to the urgency. Fine, have it your way, but no villager better be hurt. And minimize the damage to the village as much as possible. Spat the villager. The middle-aged man got on his horse and shrugged his shoulders. I can't make any promises other than killing the monsters unless you are willing to pay more, that is, said the middle-aged man with a wicked smile. The villager turned all red and looked like his head was going to explode. But held it in and relented. I am going ahead to the village. Finish packing up as fast as you can, and as soon as you are done follow me back to the village. This is an order, yelled the middle-aged man. And like that, he and the villager made haste back to the village. We hurried up the best we could, but it still took us about half an hour to pack up all the stuff. Once done we followed after them. Volume 01, The Path That Will Forever Close 3. Announcement. Steal your hearts, sad face, I'll release a few more chapters today, so if you aren't in a hurry, wait a few hours. W.E. traveled through the forest for about an hour heading for the village. At that point, I noticed something with my smell sense. I took a look at Ryo and it seems like he noticed it as well, as he be gone to slow down his pace while contemplating something. After about a minute of contemplating, "Stop for a second," said Ryo. "What's wrong?" asked another dogkin. It seems like those with Lee level 3 smell sense have not picked up on the situation at hand, thus making it difficult for them to resist order telling them to head for the village. But Ryo knows the situation that is unfolding in front of us, or to be more precise, heading for us. What my smell sense is telling me is that heading our way is 6 presences. One of those is the middle-aged man, the other 5 I have never smelled before. But one thing I do smell that makes this situation so tense is the smell of blood. This is definitely not looking good. The problem is that I do not know whose blood I am smelling, as I have ever smelled the middle-aged man's blood before. But I am sure Ryo has, but him choosing to keep quiet is not helping the situation. In less than a minute, suddenly all the dogkin began to panic. I am guessing they realized the situation. Ryo. One of the dogkin could not take it anymore and called out to Ryo to make a decision. But Ryo seems to remain hesitant. I can understand his concern. Technically speaking, we can retreat at this moment. While there is an order for us to go to the village, the middle-aged man did not say to go the village even if it kills you. Which means the base conduct on of not killing yourself takes precedence over the order. They are still pushed to go to the village, but they can now take a different path to the village, even if it is a longer one in order to assure safety. If the middle-aged man is running for his life, then that might be the best option. That is of course if he ends up dying here. If the middle-aged man finds out that we ran away though, I doubt he will spare any of us. Even if he doesn't kill us, it would be living heck. On top of that, even if we run, I doubt we would get very far as the rate they are moving is faster than my sprint at level 2. While my smell sense is not exactly good enough to detect speed coming towards us, by comparing when we noticed it versus the other dogkin, I'm making a rough estimate. After plenty of hesitation, Ryo finally comes to a conclusion. Drop the luggage and hide. We will observe the situation. Prepare some rocks and if necessary, we will set up an ambush. Ryo urged. For now I do as told and wait a bit. After about a minute, I momentarily activate eagle eyes and my all-observing eyes to assess the situation. With the combination of both eye improvement skills, they are now barely in my view. What I see in my view is the middle-aged man and he is heavily bleeding. There are what seems to be arrows in his back with multiple cuts all over. Chasing him seems to be 5 orcs, or to be more precise, 4 mountain orc elite warriors and 1 mountain orc general. Based on their level, the warriors are about mid-tier D rank monsters and the general is a low-tier C rank monster. Normally, the middle-aged man should be able to beat them considering his strength. But considering how heavily injured he is, at current condition I would guess 50-50. Of course I am no combat specialist, but the middle-aged man is over 15 levels above the general. And if we join in the fight, our odds would probably be 90/10 in our favor. But again these are just wild guesses. If all the beastkin ran away, I may be able to slip out. But since they chose to stay, me leaving alone would be rather difficult. Even though I am not bound by the slave collar, I don't have anywhere to go and everything is hostile towards me. And if I chose to run, that middle-aged man may hunt me down. Considering he moves faster than sprint at level 2 means that my chance of escape from him is slim. On top of that, despite the enforcements of the slave collar not working, my collar still seems to react to his commands. So there may be a function for tracking down the collar. There is also another issue to consider. If the middle-aged man decides to fight, that would definitely be in our favor. But what if he just decides to run past us and use us as bait? Frankly speaking, without worrying about the middle-aged man, they see and probably get rid of all of us in less than a minute. Considering the limitations on stamina and the condition of the middle-aged man, he is unlikely to abandon us as he would not get far. Other than maybe Ryo, the orcs can literally ignore us. So it would be in the middle-aged man's interest to fight with us. But who knows what people will do in desperation. This is a huge risk no matter what option I chose. So here is what I am going to do. For now I will wait here with the others and see what happens while using blend stealth. If I see the middle-aged man retreat or get to the point where he is about to be killed, I'll use that opportunity to use charge and sprint away, find a hiding spot and blend stealth until the danger passes. With my mind made up I go to the farthest away tree. I can manage without looking suspicious and wait. It did not take long for the middle-aged man to come into normal visible sight. Using my eagle eye I take a closer look and notice his slave ruins seem to be slightly glowing, which adds more credibility to my suspicion that we could be tracked. I do wish Kuina could have told me these things, or maybe she also didn't know. Obviously chasing close from behind were 5 orcs. Attack the orcs and ACT as my shields. This is an absolute order, yelled the middle-aged man. What in the world is an absolute order? What's with all these surprises? I'll definitely have a word with her when this is over since I paid well for this information. As if on cue the beastkin came out of their hiding spots and began to throw rocks as they moved forward towards the orcs and got as quickly as they could between the middle-aged man and the orcs. By the sudden surprise of the ambush, the orcs paused for a second and during this split second the middle-aged man turned around and unleashed an attack I have never seen him do before. His spear suddenly blurred and divided impaling 2 of the orcs at the same time. I slightly frown. I do enjoy the thrust. Skill, don't get me wrong, but I would have preferred the cool-looking skill. One of the orcs took the hit to the throat and died instantly, the other one took the hit in the shoulder and just fell over. But right after an arrow flew out and impaled the middle-aged man in the thigh. Crud. The middle-aged man cursed. The sudden hit from the arrow threw the middle-aged man somewhat off balance. And oh, nay of the orcs with a large club tried to run and hit him, though found himself blocked off as the smallest dogkin got in the way. In that instant I froze up as I saw the dogkin turn into red paste and blood splattered everywhere. Terror filled my very bones as the realization of what I just saw steeped in. A beastkin of around my level was killed in just 1 hit. Only 1 hit. The scene was so terrifying for me that I could not even move. Despite wanting to run away, I can't move due to fear. Thank God I activated my blend stealth prior. Of course, despite my situation, the battle continued on. Ryo stabbed the injured orc that was on the floor with his short sword right in the wounded area, while the middle-aged man recovered and stabbed the orc that killed the dogkin in the eye, killing him. In the meantime, one of the bunnykin jumped right at the archer, only to be brutally shot down mid-air and fall to the ground. This is ridiculous. Does absolute order make them like mindless kamikaze zombies or something? They are literally jumping into death. At this time the orc general tightly gripped his great axe and quickly charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man tried to move his spear, but it got stuck in the skull of the previous orc. Like that, I got my first class-based skill, but I had no room to rejoice. That is because K. Kuina was shred in half from neck to thigh, protecting the middle-aged man. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. As I watched in complete disbelief, Kuina's lifeless corpse rolls on the floor, my focus began to blur and my mind became blank as the battlefield slips away from the announcement. Poor Kuina's sad face. I'm going to release a few more chapters today to get past the tragedy. Don't like tragedies but do notice the tragedy tag. Next volume will be lighter than this volume. Volume 01, The Path That Will Forever Close. 4. I was only awakened from my stupor by the voice of that detestable middle-aged man. Guard the perimeter with your lives, this is an order. Ryo, which bag did you pack the potions in? Exclamation mark, quote, yelled the middle-aged man. I took a brief look around and it seems I somehow spaced out through the remains of the battle. From the looks of things, the orc general and the archer have been defeated, and thankfully no one else seems to have died somehow. Though the middle-aged man appears to have taken quite a few new injuries. It is in the big bag on T. He left, replied Ryo, then headed to the front to take up guarding the perimeter along with the rest. The middle-aged man walked up to the bag and began to forage through it looking for the potions. His condition seemed to be pretty serious. He was standing about 2 meters in distance facing away from me, that evil magician, the one who took away Kuina. My eyes became sharper and my body began to redden up. If I had any thoughts of taking a step back, with the activation of Berserk they were now gone, along with most of my sanity as anger overflowed, all that remained was hatred. The only reason I barely remained sane is due to my high MNT stat. My body began to slightly emit white smoke as my stamina began to fall sharply to almost nothing and the ancient mithril dagger appeared in my hands. If there is any reason I remain unnoticed, it is due to my blend stealth. Soon, the middle-aged man found the potion he was looking for, and like a predator who just found his prey a small opening was created. And in that small opening I closed the distance with charge. When I closed the distance short enough I unleashed Meteor Rush. At that point my speed transcended beyond any normal possibilities. This was not only from the combined speed of charge and Meteor Rush. Due to the gift Kuina left me runner, accelerate. All my skills that increase speed were improved. With that, my skill LS like charge and Meteor Rush improved by 21. As I accelerated, huge pressure was put on my body far more than any roller coaster I have ever felt. And as I got close enough, I let out a thrust aiming. Right at the weak point shown by all observing eyes overload in the back of his neck. If the middle-aged man was not focused on the potion or was a speed-based type, my efforts would most likely be fruitless. But the situation was in my favor as the dagger reached his skin. At that point my penetrate skill activated. This skill helps lower the defense of the opposing target. While humans unlike monsters have weak skin, that is only relative. The middle-aged man is so high level, despite him not even being a VIT build, his VIT stat most likely is higher than all my combat stats combined. This is also why I spent all my remaining free points into STR as every little bit counts. As I barely penetrate through his skin and reach blood, my impale skill activates. And the force I exert increases by a huge margin. That is the power of the impale skill. If you get a solid hit in, and reach blood, it significantly increases your attack power. But regardless of hit or miss, if impale is used, your body is frozen up for half a second. Now that I have reached his softer insides, and with help of impale, my dagger quickly shreds through. And just like that, he died. I force deactivated my all-observing eyes, and stood there. I could not move even an inch. Not only did the impale freeze me up for half a second. The consequence of Meteor Rush is being unable to move for half a minute. And thus I was locked in a prison of my own mind. As the reality of what just happened began to catch up to me. A very terrifying reality that I could never have imagined. While I have already killed monsters in the past, the emotions of killing a person, killing the evil mind magician that has been tormenting me, getting revenge for Kuina, all those emotions were not there. What I felt was emptiness, complete emptiness. This emptiness was far different than the emptiness of revenge or the like. This odd emptiness felt mechanical in nature. It did not feel like I killed a person or an enemy, it felt more like an automatic can opener opening a can. Like a scripted process, absolute emptiness devoid of anything and everything, and this terrified me. I have not met any god when I reincarnated, I do not know anything about myself other than becoming a catkin. Was I somehow altered down to my psychology? Am I even Shiro or just a being who happens to have Shiro's memories? These thoughts flooded my head, and in this cage of my mind. That 30 seconds felt like an eternity. Once the 30 seconds passed, I was finally able to free myself and began to move, but my body was shacking and my insides were melting. Blah. I threw up blood and extreme pain overtook me. I quickly grabbed the health potion that the middle-aged man dropped and chugged it down like my life depended on it. Because it kind of did. The potion did not heal my injuries automatically, but was thankfully able to offset the damage of the dot from the critical injury to an extent. Just in case, I grabbed another potion and chugged it down. I then put all my free points into VIT. I also took off the middle-aged man's mantle, which gave +10 VIT. I would have taken other gear, but they were way too big for me to equip, not to mention some of the gear had restrictions. After maybe 2 minutes, despite still being in tons of pain, I was able to stabilize myself more or less. I then turned around and saw all the beastkin staring blankly at me with wide open eyes and gaping mouths. I got my act together and decided to explain the situation. While things seem calm around now, there most likely are more of those orcs around. There is no way those E5 would have been able to injure that middle-aged man to that extent, not to mention some of the arrows in his body do not match the crossbow. So we need to get our act together and move quickly. I'll make this brief. My slave collar was defective and with this we are now all free. I emphasize with an exited voice. Then I look around for their reactions in expectations, but, so far most of M continues staring blankly without making any noise. You retard. Ryo suddenly shouted. Said I stunned in surprise. What have you done? Ryo continued to yell. What do you mean what have I done? I got rid of the despicable man who has been imprisoning us and now we are free. I retorted. Free? You retard. Who asked you to free us in the first place? In this world there is no room for beastkin. The humans who rule this continent hate us. Unless we are under humans, there is no future for us. Bruno may have not been the best of guys, but he treated us fairly and did not abuse us for no reason like many others do. And now with your retarded freedom, you have doomed us all. Because not only do we have no place to go, once the humans learn that we killed our master, we will all be killed. He roared in fury. Question mark exclamation mark question mark. But, he used us as bait. So many of us died because of him. Kuina died because of him. I responded the best I could, caught completely off guard by the revelation. Kuina. You are the one to talk, retard. You think I don't know? I received reports from Kuina about your little excursions, on how you put yourself and her in danger facing off Mons. Turs and almost getting both of you killed. Weren't you using Kuina's high level and experience to help level yourself? Ryo pressed on with a sarcastic and accusatory grin. I wasn't using Kuina, was I? Sure, I wanted to level up. But it was a mutual benefit, was it not? And deep down all I wanted was sniff. That is not true. I never put her in danger and leveling ourselves was the only way to survive. I wanted to be friends. I bellowed in a desperate anger. Friends. Survive by getting a few measly levels. Are you being serious, retard? If anything, I'd argue it was your fault Kuina died in the first place. Last I checked, the one who forced her into leveling up was you, and got her the runner job. If not for that job, there was no way she would have made it in time to block that attack with her body. The one who killed Kuina was you, retard. And now, with your retarded antics you want to get us all killed. He shouted. Suddenly with that realization, doubt and guilt began to spread in my mind as I began to feel helpless. Due to being taken aback by the revelation, for the first time since the conversation, I took my eyes off Ryo and onto the other beastkin in hopes of maybe someone providing me something. Anything, but all I could see was hostility in their eyes. Inwardly, I begin loathing myself for my foolishness as guilt begins to overtake me. Seeing I had nothing to rebuke him, he turned around towards the other beastkin. Let's go everyone. There might still be monsters around, so we better get out of here as fast as we can. Grab all the supplies you see. And carry that won't slow us down too much, he announced as he began walking towards the supplies. Oh retard, one last piece of advice from your senior. I suggest leaving this country and heading southeast. We are next to the border, so the walk should only be a few days at best. You are probably not going to make it, but it is your only choice at this point. Because when push comes to shove, we are going to blame Bruno's death on you and there will be no place in this country for you as you get hunted down. Good luck, retard, you'll need it. He informed as he began packing the supplies that fell out of the bag. When Bruno searched through them, I took another look around at the other beastkin who already started taking heed of Ryo's order while at same time glaring at me with disdain. What are you waiting for? Scram, retard, screamed one of the other dogkin while the others agreed in murmurs. Feeling completely dejected and helpless, I took one last look at what remained of Kuina. I'm sorry. I lightly muttered as tears began to fall uncontrollably from my cheeks, and just like that I slowly trotted towards the southeast all alone. Volume 01, Epilogue. I have been walking for over a day now towards the southeast. Still feeling dejected and glum, regrets fill my heart to the brim. But I realize there is nothing I can do anymore. All that is left is to move forward. My smell sense plus my new racial skill hearing sense to avoid all monsters the best I can. As I traverse the landscape, I run into a small uninhabited cave. I know it is uninhabited because my smell sense is not picking anything up, so unless there is a monster who can somehow hide their scent, it should be in the clear. Either way, I am too tired to move for much longer. If there is such a monster, then it will be the end of me. Nothing I can do. I am just glad that I stored some extra food in my item box from the monsters we killed during the investigation. Luckily that detestable Ed man was not too stingy on food during the investigation due to all the monsters we killed. Of course it wasn't from the goodness of his heart either, the meat was going to rot anyways and kept piling up. Since he did not want to waste time going back and forth too much between the village, he just let us take all the remains as we pleased. That was the first time in a long time that I actually ate to full. Using the last bits of my stamina, I put together a few basic traps and methods of alarm outside the cave and lie down ready to collapse. But then I remembered something important. I am now over level 10, aren't I? Which means I can get my first non-combat class. I am really not in the mood for it now, but I know that I should at least give it a look. Talk about a sour reminder. I mutter in sadness as I see the runner job. No, I need to get my act together and move on. Focus. So from what I remember, the jobs are supposed to be based on what we did prior to hitting level 10. Understand runner, since that one seems to be common among those used as bait. I can also to an extent understand herbalist since I have the skill and I have been using identify on herbs quite a bit. But why do I have animal trainer and manager? Those seem to be some pretty high level jobs and I don't remember training any animals or managing anything. I doubt me pocketing some resources into my item box qualifies, right? Or is it the item box itself that opened the class up? As for animal trainer, the only animal I have ever trained even to the slightest was my old cat Shiro. Did that count somehow? And then there is that unique job of creationist. I remember the receptionist lady saying something about unique jobs sometimes appearing, and she said most of them are junk and it is very rare to get a good one. But wow, that looks so op. Beyond op even. And not only is it crazy op, it is even more op with my unique skill. Since I can unlock other attributes such as SPD from gaining other classes' skills. Unfortunately it does not work on luck, but even then I still get 2 points every 10 levels. The only thing that is useless is the 50 increase on attainment of all production skills. Since I can't really attain them through normal means. But it might be possible that higher level skills are harder to get with my unique skill, and it might increase the possibility of getting them maybe. I still to this day don't understand why I did not get horse riding skill. Interesting enough, it seems that most non-combat classes are pretty poor as far as combat goes, unless you plan to go mage build. Very few give you any attack stats. Of course it is possible that there are some and I just don't have them. If I remember correctly, the middle-aged man had trainer class, that probably had some combat stats on it considering the name of the occupation. Now let's take a look at that creationist, analyze everything skill. I don't get it. I guess I would need to find out what it is, but even without it, the creationist class is definitely pretty darn good. So with no further ado, I pick the herbalist class. Joking. Obviously I go with creationist. It isn't even a competition. That really wasn't all that funny, was it? Sigh. I am already tired. I'll check on that skill tomorrow, assuming I'll make it through my sleep safe and sound. Good night. I mutter and fall asleep. Announcement. This concludes Volume 1. Intermissions are next. Interlude 1. Hero summoning circles in my closet. My name is Daniel. I work as a contractor for managing quality control at factories. Due to the nature of my job, it involves that I travel around the world ensuring factories are up to the client's standards. Not only do I have to travel a lot, I tend to have long hours and sometimes even have to stay overnight. I also have a wife and a daughter. My wife's job also requires her to travel a lot, so we don't often see each other. My daughter is 4 years old, and is mostly taken care of by the babysitter due to our occupations. The thing me and my wife share as a hobby is infatuation with Japanese culture. More specifically, things like anime, manga, light novels and etc. Unfortunately, Jobs even get in the way of that as well. Of course, I always watch an anime while on a plane, or read a manga or light novel while heading to work by bus or train. But even then, time is very limited. Not to mention those environments are not exactly great for enjoyment of content. But today is a very good day. Not only did I get to leave home early today, the newest anime movie of that came out. Yes, that. The thing fans have been waiting a whole 10 years for is now available for my viewing pleasure. The theater system I put together that hardly ever got used did not go to waste. I can finally enjoy some quality anime time. I arrive home in full excitement at what is to come and open the door. "Daddy!" screams a little 4-year-old girl and runs straight for me. "Ho ho ho. Haven't you gotten Big Shiro?" I exclaim as I pick her up. "Are ya gonna leave again, Daddy?" She questions. "Nope, I got the entire day off today." I reply in excitement. "Yay, let's play then, Daddy." She beckons. Okay, in just a moment. Let Daddy watch his anime movie, then we'll play, okay?" I pled in desperation. "No, I wanna play now. Play with me, Daddy." She screams and starts banging against me with her small arms. This isn't looking good. I have been waiting so long for that to come out. I need to think of something fast. How about this, want to play watch anime with Daddy? I question in the most sincere voice I can muster. "No, I wanna play with the dollies." She insisted. During this time I have already sat down in the theater room while holding her in my arms. "How about this, play watch anime with Daddy? Then we'll play with the dollies." I appeal as I turn on the remote. "No, play dollies now. You always say you will later and you don't." She cries. At this point the anime starts rolling in the credits. "Just watch with me for a few minutes, okay? I'll even get you that ice cream that you like," I say, attempting to bribe her. "MMNN. She grumbles. After a few minutes after the anime starts playing, she gives in and she hesitantly watches it with me. By the time the movie ends, she seems to be semi-hooked on it. She is definitely going to end up as a tsundere, isn't she? Though, this gives me an idea to maximize efficiency. If I can only interest Shiro in things like anime and etc., then wouldn't that be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone? She'll be happy I am spending time with her and I'll get to watch my anime and the like. I guess this is why I am one of the best QC managers in the world, looking for efficiency in everything he. Now then, let's start by replacing her bedtime stories with light novels. What can possibly go wrong? 2 years later. And with 1/, the greatest hero Sato beheads 5 gods all while checkmating the 5th dragon god king in chess. Yes, Sato is that op. His awesome slashes are so awesome that he can do anything. Anything. Then why is Sato facing off the 5th dragon god king in chess? That is because Sato, who is a Japanese, is averse to killing due to the peaceful mentality driven into Japanese at an early age. And with the end of the match, he beheads 3 more gods, annihilating them in an instant with just 1/. Doesn't make sense. Illogical. All of that means nothing in the face of Sato's slashes. He can even slash reason itself. He is that op. Sato then opens a portal and heads back to his base located on a hidden island. With him are 3 new girls who just joined his party, 2 of which are princesses. "I am back," Sato exclaims. "You just stepped out for like 1 minute and you got 3 more added to your harem. Are you serious? I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, just yesterday you visited a village and got 50 girls to join. And guess what? 5 of them were somehow secret hidden princesses. WTH. Do princesses grow on trees or something? I mean, how many are you planning to add to your harem? There is already 10,403 girls there. And somehow 1,582 of them are freaking princesses. Do so many countries even exist?" Arisa screamed through mind transmission in futility. "Rest assured, Arisa, I will make all 10,587 of them happy," Sato assured with absolute confidence. "Ha, you don't say. Wait a sec. 10,587. Since when? Where the heck did 184 of them just come from?" Arisa bellowed via mind transmission in utter shock. Ignoring the background noise, Sato stared at the sunset and swore. Yes, that op Sato swore. That same Sato who can do anything swore that he would make all 11,023 of them happy. Arg. When? How? Why? Arg. What eva I? Give up. Arizia roar. D via mind transmission in complete bafflement. Because Sato can do anything. Anything. The end. I say as I finish reading the light novel chapter to Shiro prior to bed. Alright, time to go sleep, good night sweetie. I bid my farewell for the night. Only to be grabbed by Shiro. What's wrong? I ask. Don't go daddy. Stay with me, she pleads in a trembling voice. There is nothing to be afraid of sweetie, daddy guarantees no boogeyman is gonna enter this household, so go get some sleep, I urge. Will the hero come? She asks. That's right sweetie. The hero will come and chase the bad boogeyman away. I assure. She screams and gets under the covers, then extends a trembling arm gripping my cloth with all her strength. Please daddy. Don't go. She cries while tears come out of her eyes. What in the world is going on here? Sweetie. What exactly do you find scary, can you tell daddy? I inquire. The hero is scary, she mutters while shaking. Okay. And why do you find the hero scary? Can you tell daddy? I ask in puzzlement. IIH heard the scary hero, C comes to take away little girls, C calling them lawless to add to his harem. She explains while completely trembling. It might just be my imagination, but somewhere, something may have gone a bit wrong. Nah, I am probably just overthinking things. When I was little, I also was scared of strange things. It is probably just a phase she is going through, kids and their odd imaginations, but more importantly, there is a serious issue I need to address. Okay sweetie, I'll stay with you till you fall asleep. Though can you do daddy a favor? I request. What is it? She questions. Can you not mention the word harem around mommy? Or something real scary will happen. I respond. Scarier than a hero? She queries. Yes, much scarier. I insist. Oh okay, I won't say it to mommy, she assures. Good, that should do it. As for the rest, what's the worst that can happen? 2 years later. I am home, announces my wife as she enters the door. Hey honey, how's it been? I inquire. The same old, you know, she responds. Where is Shiro by the way? She asks. She is reading manga and light novels, she really loves the stuff, I explain. No I do not, screams Shiro from the neighboring room. Sigh, she is such a tsunere. Then why are you reading them? I respond in a teasing voice. 'Cause I am trying to find all of the hero's weaknesses. Duh. And when I grow up, I'll become a demon lord and wipe out all the heroes in my dungeon. Muahahaha, Shiro boasts. You are not having her read anything strange, are you? Asks my wife. Of course not honey. I know better than that, she is just at that rebellious age. I assure. An 8-year-old. My wife asks while frowning her brow. You know, kids, they think of the silliest things. I explain. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Interlude 2. Glory and honor is in the eyes of the beholder. Today has been a great bounty. Thine self and thine brethren have gloriously vanquished our foes and attained provisions. As we approach our most sacred of dwellings, I see the most vile scene. My braza from another matza has been viciously stabbed to death by the most vicious of creatures. My braza who wouldn't even hurt a fly was murdered ruthlessly and cowardly. Blast the monster. Me and my brethren shall embark on a righteous holy crusade to seek retribution against the vile creature. We surround the vilest of creatures and bear our mighty weapons against its vile horrid presence. My most bravest of the brethren rushes to put an end to this vile creature, with a righteous and valiant charge. But the vile cowardly creature flees and sues the Azar Braza in the most cowardly of ways. What cowardliness! While injuring my honored brother, he courageously attacks back at the vile cowardly monster, only for the cowardly vil. Creature to avoids his righteous glorious blow, and like a coward the vile creature claws into his belly. How vicious this vile creature is! But this vicious cowardly vile creature was not satisfied just yet. It hopped on my braza and tore through his neck, unjustly killing my braza. Has thee no mercy? This vicious vile creature's transgressions cannot stand and I stand for it no longer. Thine honored self charges at the cowardly vicious vile creature and injure its arm, only for the cowardly vile creature to flee yet again, assaulting another of my brethren. What cowardliness! And like that, another of my honored and courageous brethren fell as the vicious cowardly vile creature shred through his eyes. Does thy viciousness and cowardliness know no bounds, vile creature? While thine was shocked by the overall hatefulness of the creature, one of my honored brethren attempted to vanquish its evil presence. But the vicious vile creature quickly countered and my honored righteous Braza only managed to knock the vile creature over. My honorary righteous Braza attempts to finish off the hateful creature only for the cowardly creature to exploit him and cowardly attack him in the eye. Thine could take it no longer, and I assaulted the vicious creature, pushing it down, only for it again to cowardly escape and mew. Rdering yet another of my brethren in the most cowardly of ways. The vicious cowardly hateful vile creature then charges straight at me and assaults me in my eye and flings me into my last remaining brethren. When I come to barely standing up, I notice the vicious cowardly hateful vile creature has ended the last of my brethren. And my glorious self has been critically injured. But gods have mercy. The vicious cowardly hateful vile creature has collapsed on the floor and is unable to move. I move towards the hateful evil creature, and with the last of my glorious strength, I prepared the final blow to end this monstrosity. Thine has avenged you, my brethren. Even if thine shall join you and my ancestors in Valhalla, thine will take the vile creature with me. Or, so I swear in the name of Von Zon alone Don. Ron Zekern Sean van Dan Gen Mellerin, the 32nd Junior of Vazern. As I move my glorious righteous hand to finish it off. Non-canon, so you wish to enter Valhalla based on the glorious battle you have fought. Said the mighty existence standing before thine. But of course, 'tis was a glorious battle of valor. Thine affirms in confidence. Let us see here click according to our records, you and 5 of your brothers, surrounded and mercilessly attacked a level 1 little girl. The mighty existence inquired while frowning his brow. But 'tis was vile and vicious. Thine insisted. You don't say, the mighty existence replied in a dismissive voice. Next applicant, he then shouted. Volume 02. Prologue, New Life. I woke up fully rested and for better or worse alive. I don't know how many hours I have slept, but I do feel somewhat refreshed. I still have some lingering thoughts about what happened that day, but I put that behind me and move on. I need to get out of this country as fast as possible. And like that I proceed forward. A couple of days come and go as I make it through the dense forests. At one point I even wonder if I am going the right way or if there is anything to where I am heading in the first place. Now that I think about it, there is no guarantee Rio did not just send me on a wild goose chase. But at end of the day, I don't really have anywhere to go. And at this rate my food supply will not last long. I tried my identify skill to see if with help of creationist, analyze everything, I can get a bit more information about things. But found it somewhat useless as seen. Talk about, no duh Sherlock. The information it gave me was pretty much all over the place of mostly things I already knew to begin with. I probably need a higher level to make any actual use of it. Until then, I am stuck with Captain Obvious. Putting that aside, the question comes down to what exactly do I plan to do moving forward? Do I attempt to make contact with civilization again? Or do I try to somehow make it out in the wilderness? So far, I did my best to avoid monsters through detecting them early with smell sense and hearing sense. And sometimes even running away with charge and sprint or hiding via blend stealth. With this reservoir of skills, I was able to somehow avoid fighting for the time being. Now sure, I will be able to gain levels if I fought. But back then I fought because I had no choice. Now though things are a bit different. There is no reason to take any extra risks, like before I do not have a second person looking out for me, so who knows what kind of situation might arise. I also do not have a 100 safe place to sleep and rest after a fight. So the risks are even higher. Of course that does not mean I have given up. The most efficient and safe method is to utilize traps. The ideal would be if I make a trap and get XP for my production class, then when killin' the monster who fell in the trap get XP towards my racial class. I would then get an extra bonus for utilizing my trap. Talk about hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. So even if I remain outside of civilization, I should be fine. Probably. Well, either way, it does not change the fact that I still need to find a town. Even if I plan to avoid civilization for the most part, there are a few things that I require. The first thing is learning if I have left the country I was in. Wait a second, what country was I in? I only know the name of the village but not the name of the country. This puts a huge damper on my original plan on spying on merchants to get information. I may be able to manage if I come across a merchant in the middle of the road that I am positive I can defeat and say some Ething like, I came from Daira village and got lost while heading towards a neighboring country to the southeast, do you happen to know the directions? Though there is definitely a risk in that. If there is now a bounty on me, then it would provide a hint for tracking me down. Not to mention the merchant may refuse to even talk to me. I can threaten him, but if there is no bounty on me, there will surely be one after. There is also the option of killing the merchant after I get my answers, but can I really do something like that? Sure, I killed that middle-aged man, but I still believe he deserved it. Killing someone innocent, can I really do that? Let's get back to that thought at a later time. There is also other benefits of getting close to a town. For one, the amount of monsters near towns and villages are less abundant. So even if I decide to stay away from civilization, I would be more likely to find a safe place to sleep. And if the town is the size of Daira village with low security, during night days I can probably sneak in and snatch some stuff with the help of night vision and blend stealth. Maybe on some days I can stay hidden somewhere with blend stealth and steal some production skills as well. On top of that, if I get attacked by a powerful monster that I won't be able to run away from, I can kite it to town and get assistance. Now obviously there is no way I can get away with doing that without some repercussions. This isn't a video game where you bring the boss mob to town and NPCs take care of it for you and then just let you go scot-free. But even still, I'll take 80 chance of being killed to 100 any day. Speaking of which, the amount of monsters have decreased quite a bit. The past day. Does that mean I am closing into a town? Though knowing my luck, I might be closing in the territory of a strong monster instead. No, let's not jinx myself and trigger any flags. I've had enough BS already. Either way, I am still hesitant on joining Civilization A. ND. There is definitely issues with just living in the wilderness. Unlike animals, monsters actively seek you out and try to kill you. So I think a good compromise would be a hybrid of both. Live in the wilderness not too far from town. And if I can sneak in and steal some production skills, and with some luck maybe I can do that cheat. You know, the good old golem cheat. If I can make golems to protect myself during both sleep and hunting, that would be awesome. Of course there is a possibility create golem as a magic skill rather than a combination of blacksmithing and enchanting. It could also be both. Well, anyways, let's not get too distracted. And just like that I made up my mind on the path forward. Volume 02, Seeking a New Path in Uncertainty 1. I continued to walk for a few more hours, when my smell sense picked up a bunch of presences. The total number was 8 I think, and they were on horseback. I hope it's not bandits. Either way, I better make some distance and find a good hiding spot. If they are on horseback, that means they can close in on me faster than I can react. And like that, I began to run away. But to my dismay, the 8 people continued to head towards me, and it seemed like they are moving faster than before. Did they somehow catch on to my presence and are chasing me? This isn't good. I need to find some safe spot and hide ASAP. I continue to run frantically with spry NT and occasionally use charge to close in more and more distance. I try my best to find a suitable hiding spot, but to no avail. Looking back with hawk eyes and all observing eyes, I can already barely make out the 8 chasing after me. At this rate they'll catch up to me in less than a minute. And looking forward, I see no obstacle I can use to widen my distance, nor any decent place to hide. At this point, them catching me is a certainty. If they catch me, will they enslave me again? Or kill me? I shudder at those thoughts. There is not much I can do. At best I may be able to improve my chances by maybe 10 max. I simply have no choice as I run. I try to get out of line of sight and then duck to the side. Afterwards I quickly climb a tree and activate blend stealth, hoping for the best. At this point it is in fate's hands. I did not have to wait long until the 8 men surrounded the tree, as one of them pointed at me. Well, that explains how they found me so easily. I gritted my teeth. Talk about not fair. Looking carefully, they were all wearing a similar uniform. Were they part of the same organization or some sort of soldiers? Could it be that soldiers were sent to hunt me down since I killed a rank C adventurer? I frantically panicked due to the sudden turn of events, looking for any possible way I can make my way out of this desperate situation. One of the men, a short ubby one with a large beard, rode forward in his horse. Howdy there, Missy. No need to be afraid, we are just the local patrol, he beckons. No way am I gonna believe anything he says. I already learned my lesson the first time. Not to mention, even if he is the patrol, that is exactly who I want to avoid at this point. I glare back in futile resistance. Sigh, look there, Missy, I understand ya are worry. Judging by the slave collar, ya must be a runaway beastkin slave, right? He inquires, to which I instinctively cover up my collar and begin to panic even more. Sigh, Ron, ya handle this Missy over here. She is a fellow beastkin, so she'll trust ya more, right? He added. Like heck I am falling for that one. I see one of the middle-aged men with dog-like ears come forward, and his horse stands besides the bearded chubby man. I don't know if that would do much good when beastkin fall into slavery. With some exceptions, it is everyone for themselves. So it is not uncommon for there to be betrayal amongst compatriots, plus that one there is most likely retarded, said the dogkin. I am not retarded. I yell by reflex, then quickly cover my mouth. Ho, so she can talk, exclaimed the bearded chubby man. Sorry that I offended you. That was not my intention. Just to set the record straight, we are the Avian Kingdom Patrol. I do not know how much you know about our kingdom, but in the Avian Kingdom, outside of criminal slaves, general slavery is banned. So if you are running away from the rest of the continent, this place is rather safe for beastkin. The reason it is so is because the official religion of the Avian Kingdom is the dragon god religion. The dragon god's avatar supposedly looks similar to a dragonkin or lizardkin, so it would be pretty bad if those ho look similar to the religious deity to be used as slaves. That of course does not mean that discrimination against beastkin does not exist in this country. Unfortunately it still prevails even here. But at the very least, you do not need to be worried about being returned to slavery. Even if you committed some sort of crime or etc., unless it is an international crime, there is nothing for you to fear, the dogkin explains. That does sound pretty lucrative, but I can't afford to let down my guard. Then why are you here and why did you chase me? I question. We are a patrol, Missy. We make sure the border is secure and at same time clean up any dangerous monsters. We chased ya precisely because ya ran. Finding that suspicious, we went to check what was up. We don't mind bringing ya to town if ya want. But ya will have to wait until the end of our patrol, and we are required to run an appraisal on ya as well, the bearded chubby man replied. Well, their story seems fine on the surface. And they are wearing armor with a mark on it, indicating they are at least part of some upstanding organization. Frankly speaking, if they wanted to take me by force, I wouldn't last a second. Especially against that bearded chubby guy who is even stronger than that middle-aged man who enslaved me. But let's just add a little more caution to the wind. I get you are a patrol, and you want to run an appraisal on me. That is fine, but why bother bringing me to town and not just let me be on my way? What's the catch? I inquire. Frankly put, Missy, we don't care either way. It is up to ya. As long as ya submit to an appraisal, that is all we really care for. Just as soldiers, it is our responsibility to ensure the safety of civilians. Despite us sweeping these places regularly, there is still plenty of monsters around. So I figured to offer ya some respite. Whether ya take it up is up to ya. Of course, there are some circumstances ya have to understand. We can't just bring ya straight to town. Our main job is patrolling after all, so ya would have to wait till the end of the day. We also can't lend ya a horse or carry ya on one due to regulations. Ya would have to follow us from behind to the best of your abilities. We can also only bring ya to town, despite your circumstances. Things like food and shelter is not in our responsibilities. What will it be, Missy? Asked the bearded chubby man. So they are not going to drop everything they are doing for my convenience and provide food and shelter free of charge without question. How I envy the heroes of literature, anyway. Let's not get too distracted. What should I do? The temptations are pretty strong here, especially if I want to level my non-combat class. Looking at it from perspective, I did accomplish my goal of confirming that I am in a new country. So at least I don't have to worry about being pursued. I have considered the possibility that these people are fakes and just pretending to be a patrol, but in reality they hunt slaves that escape. But considering their level and classes, that doesn't seem to be the case. And again, considering the difference in strength between me and them is night and day, they wouldn't even need to bother to convince me if they really wanted to take me. Not to mention, I don't see any slave collar on the Dogkin, so maybe I should at least take them up on the offer to bring me to town. From there I can decide where to go. Last but not least, if they bring me to patrol with them, I wonder if I can get some awesome skills. Decisions, alright. I'll come with you. I relent with slight hesitation in my voice. Okay, then. Come over here and stand by this elf here, Missy. He will do the appraisal, said the bearded chubby man while pointing at the man who I peeping to get the presence sense skill from. Now that I think about it, I have focused mostly on their levels and classes and paid little attention to their races. The bearded chubby man is a dwarf, and the guy who tracked me is an elf. Well, I guess that is no surprise considering there are beastkin in this world. I slowly get down from the tree while contemplating these things and stand next to the elf. Appraise. Human, said the elf. Then he took a piece of paper, and wrote something down, then passed it to the dwarf. The dwarf took a look at it while pondering a bit. I see. Well, things seem to be clean on this end. So ya are free to come along, Missy. Though ya are a pretty decent level for your age, aren't ya? Ya don't see too many 12-year-olds hit level 13 already. Unfortunately, it seems like ya chose a non-combat class already, which may be a demerit, said the dwarf. What do you mean by demerit? I inquire. It is quite simple, Missy. As mentioned before, discrimination still exists for beastkin even around these parts. This makes getting a job and making a living much harder. Which is why most beastkin that escape here end up joining a crafting guild. In doing so, they can sell their wares through a third party and make a living. While a class like blacksmith or alchemist may be a bit too difficult to get, due to needing to raise the skills for it. Something like herbalist or builder should be attainable. So now ya are forced to risk your life in the adventurers guild to make ends meet and then save enough for a class change, explained the dwarf as me and the patrol traversed through the forest. So what exactly does someone get for joining a crafting guild? Is there any conditions or requirements? I question with curiosity. Well, the town of Halion has 3 crafting guilds. The Alchemists Guild, Builders Guild, and Blacksmithing Guild. The conditions to join is that ya must show up during the monthly selections and pass a test. The test depends on what position ya wish to apply. For something like a herbalist, the test is rather simple as most early positions require that you only know how to identify basic herbs and able to process them to an extent. Positions like blacksmith and alchemist are a bit more complex as you are required to show off your skill already. If ya pass the tests, ya become a disciple of that guild and sign a 2-year contract. The guild provides things like basic shelter, food, training and some materials for its disciples. The amount varies depending on your achievements in the guild. In retrospect, ya must give a commissee onto the guild for every sale regardless of who provides the materials. Of course, the amount of commission does vary depending on who provided those materials. If ya sell outside the guild without paying your dues, there are severe consequences, warned the dwarf. That sounds rather interesting. I can level up my non-combat class while at same time provide for some necessities, maybe for once since coming here. I'll finally get some stability. While the guild taking commissions and the contract is not to my liking, at this point I'd take almost anything as long as I am not being used as bait, no. Are having to worry about being killed in my sleep. When is the monthly selections, and will they discriminate against beastkin? I probe. Let's see if I am not mistaken, the blacksmithing guild will be holding selections the day after tomorrow. The alchemists guild will hold selections a week after and the builders guild will hold their selections 2 weeks after. And ya don't have to worry about discrimination. At least as far as Halion is concerned. The blacksmithing and builders guild is run by dwarves, and the alchemists guild is ran by an elf, so ya don't have to worry about being discriminated by the humans, assured the dwarf. Hey, what's with all the human hate? Queried one of the humans in a teasing voice. Shut your trap, or I'll cut ya down to a gnome, yelled back the dwarf. Sorry about that, Missy. These guys are a bit insensitive, they no mean no harm, the dwarf added. You are the one to talk, retorted another. Quiet down now, I am picking up on a presence, interrupted the elf. We all stop and turn towards the elf, waiting for further information. Of course, I was waiting on something else entirely. Yup, there it is. There seems to be about 10 monsters ahead. They are traveling in a group, notified the elf. I also activate presence sense, but it seems out of my range, so there are still more levels for me to gain. I then activate smell sense and pick up on their scent. Orcs, I mutter. Did the follow me? What did ya say? Do ya know something? Pressed the dwarf. Well, where I was before, it was attacked by mountain orcs. Due to that I was able to escape. I inform. Of course I am not going to tell them the full story. Is that so? All right, ya stay here and we will go eliminate the orcs. After which, we shall head back early to make a report and have it investigated, announced the dwarf. While I am a bit hesitant to meet up with those orcs, especially after what has happened a few days back. That said, it should be safe with this strong group. And I want to steal some skills. Of course I can't say that, so I involuntarily nod. With that the patrol rushed on their horses to intercept the orcs, leaving me behind. Of course IW isn't going to just let free skills slip away from me that easily. So once they gain some distance, I activate sprint and chase after them to the best of my ability. I can always come up with some sort of excuse later. Like being afraid of being alone with orcs around and etc. snicker. Though to be fair, I can't say that I ain't a bit worried to be alone with orcs around when I arrive at the scene. I hide behind a tree with blend sense and observe the battlefield. And as expected, it is a complete massacre. With charging spears, the patrol easily slitted through their formation. While the dwarf smashed them to bits with his oversized hammer. In the meantime, the elf provided support via a bow. Of course in that moment, the delicious skills started rolling in. I normally don't like spam. But this kind of spam I'd take any day of the week. Suddenly I feel a huge headache and my eyes begin to spasm out. Arg! I scream in pain. After about a minute, the pain begins to subside and my vision begins to return to normal. It seems like I overdid it, as there seems to be a limit to how much I can get at once. I should be more careful next time, because if this happens in actual battle, I might lose my life. I then take a look at the battlefield and see that they have already finished up all the orcs and headed for me. So ya came after all, Missy? Questioned the dwarf. Yeah, I was worried that. Don't worry Missy, it isn't a problem if ya came or not. It was only for your protection after all, so ya should be more careful next time. I can understand how traumatizing this may have been for ya. So let's leave quickly, said the dwarf. It seems like he thought that me collapsing in pain after seeing the battle was due to some sort of trauma, well, no skin off my back. So I do not see any reason to correct him. With that we headed towards the town of Halion. Volume 02. Seeking a new path in Uncertainty 2. In a few hours, we arrived at a rather large town. It was surrounded by large stone walls and people were lining up at the gate. From the composition of the people, I saw that only about half were humans, while there were quite a lot of dwarves, some elves and yes beastkin. Well, this is as far as we can bring ya Missy. We have to make a report to the higher ups. Just line up by the gates with the rest. Unfortunately I can't help ya skip the line, so ya are on your own from here. Since ya have that Adventurers Guild tattoo, ya should have no problem with identification. I'll be seeing ya Missy and wish ya luck, said the dwarf as he made his way towards a separate entrance in the walls. So now, the moment to make a decision has come. Do I go inside the city or do I try to make my home in the wilderness? It wouldn't hurt to just check things out right. Just a little. I can leave any time. Seemingly convincing myself, I get to the back of the line and wait. The wait lasted over an hour, which would have normally been pretty boring. But I used hearing sense to eavesdrop on conversations and see what I could learn. I know eavesdropping is not a good thing, but I am pretty desperate here. When I reach the entry booth, sitting there seems to be another dwarf. Please present your identification, said the dwarf. To which I comply and show the identification on my Adventurers Guild tattoo. He then writes down some details. Hen starts staring at me for some reason. May I know the purpose of your visit, Missy? He inquires. What is the purpose of my visit? Tourism, I guess. Since all I want to do is take a peek. Though considering the people standing in line, somehow I have a feeling something like that would sound rather weird. Oh, I know. I heard that there is a blacksmithing guild in this town and there are selections soon. So I want to join. I respond. Is that so? If it is the blacksmithing guild, there is definitely a selection coming up the day after tomorrow. Ya can find the guild if ya head down to the center of town. Then turn east towards the commercial district. From there, ya can't miss it, informs the dwarf as he writes something else in his booklet. Well, that would save me the time looking for it, so that's a plus. As I was about to leave, I just remembered something. If the guards are being so helpful, why not try to get a bit more info? Can I ask if you know a cheap and safe place a person can stay? Also some place where one can gather information. I inquire. If that is what y'all want, that would be the Adventurers Guild. As long as y'all don't mind sharing a room with a dozen people or so. They have cheap places to stay for adventurers such as yourself. Ya can find the Adventurers Guild in Center Square. Similarly, they have a library that adventurers can use. Ya probably knew that being an adventurer and all. So if y'all are looking for more information, try the bookstore which is located at the southern end of the main road, says the dwarf. Oh yeah, the Adventurers Guild library. I forgot all about that due to it not being accessible to slaves. That is definitely my top priority. I am glad I decided to come here. Thanks, mister. I happily exclaim as I head towards the Adventurers Guild. The town seems to be pretty darn large with traffic heading in all directions. It is larger than all the villages I have seen combined and more. As I head for the Adventurers Guild, I curiously look around and take in as much as I can. From the looks of things, I have seen plenty of beastkin walking around, and none of them seem to be used as slaves. Of course, looking at them overall, I see they are worse off financially than the other races, but nevertheless, better than slavery. Could this mean that I can finally settle somewhere, and then focus on leveling up in a safe manner? The whole thing feels so surreal to me. With those thoughts, I make it to the Adventurers Guild. I open the door, and take a look around. The layout is similar to the previous Adventurers Guild, so I can get straight to business. The first thing I do is head to the quest area and look in the rank G section for the repeatable herb quest. And as expected, it is there as the say herbs are rather common and are used in rather important recipes. Knowing that, I head for the material selling station while taking out the herbs I stored up in item box. I stored a total of 15 herbs there, 10 of which I plan on selling, and the other 5 I plan on keeping for experimenting with alchemy when I pick that up. I would have normally stored up a lot more herbs, but not only is my item box rather small, I had to make room for food. At end of the day, considering I planned to escape eventually, not to mention how poorly we were fed, storing food took precedence. I make my way to the counter and place the herbs there. Let's see what we have here: 2 dire milkweed, 3 lavender ginger roots, 1 vile nightshade, 2 black lobelia, 2 violet river grass. That comes out to 32 iron and 50 copper coins. Adding the 10 iron coin bonus for the quest completion, that would be a total of 42 iron and 50 copper coins. Can you please place your guild tattoo on the orb? Said the dogkin at the counter. Now that I think about it, there have been a lot of dogkin in proportion to other beastkin. Is it because a high smell sense helps improve survival rate when crossing countries? I place my tattoo on the orb claiming credit for the quest, then take the money given to me, which by the way I am super excited about because this is the first time I actually get to keep my income. With that out of the way, I head upstairs to find the library. Like in the previous guild, the library was on the 3rd floor. It seems like this is some sort of standard format or something. I open the door to the library and see a few bookshelves. Frankly speaking, it was pretty underwhelming. Regardless, beggars can't be choosers. As I enter the library, I end up being stopped by female elf. Hello, you seem to be new around here. I am the librarian Kesha, nice to meet you, said the elf. Yes, my name is Shiro, nice to meet you too, I mutter, caught a bit off guard. Since you are new around here, let me explain the rules. The library is open from 6 o'clock to 21 o'clock. Taking books in and out of the library is prohibited. Eating and drinking in the library is prohibited. You are required to put down a down payment of 1 silver which acts as insurance in case any books are damaged. You also have to pay 1 iron every day you plan to use the library, which goes towards the maintenance of the library, Kesha notifies. What? I have to put down 1 silver just to enter the library? That is so messed up. It is like information is being kept away from me on purpose. Next I'd bet by the tea. May I get the 1 silver the library will mysteriously burn down. Goo. Okay, let's not jinx myself and raise any flags, let's first ask some other information. How much does it cost to use the Leaping room in the Gildan? Is it possible to put equipment as down payment for the library if you don't have 1 silver? I inquire. The cost to use the beds at the Adventurers Guild is 8 iron. And I apologize, but we cannot accept equipment as down payment, Kesha responded. Well, it didn't hurt to try at least. Anyways, I'll see what to do about the library a bit later. It is definitely important, but I need to think a bit of where I stand. I have a total of 42 iron and 50 copper coins. A bed costs 8 iron coins, food at stalls cost about 1 iron coin based on what I've seen coming here. It might be cheaper if I go off Main Street. Assuming I eat 2 to 3 times a day, it should be 10 iron coins per day. So as it stands, I can only last 4 days. If I sell the herbs I kept for alchemy, I can probably stretch it to 6 days. So I have 2 options at this point. I can go adventuring out and collect herbs. With my ability I should be able to collect at least 10 to 15 herbs a day. Of course normally I'd be able to collect more. But this being a larger town makes finding herbs a lot more difficult. Though I don't exactly know the difficulty of the monsters around this area. But 10 to 15 herbs should be doable. So I should earn around 50 iron coins a day, give or take. Subtracting living costs, I should be at 40 iron coins per day, assuming weather permits, of course. I can also kill monsters via traps from time to time, gaining levels for my race. Of course all this puts a risk to my life regardless how small it is. The other option is that I can apply to be a disciple for a profession for 2 years. If I apply for that position, I won't have to worry about food or shelter. I may also be able to extract information from fellow disciples about this world in casual conversations. I could also make a lot of money selling the things I created. And naturally, I would be able to level my creationist class. While at this point, I probably still make more from my race class per level versus my creationist class in terms of combat. If I can unlock more attributes, and get to level 10 and unlock more skills, the tides would easily switch in favor of creationist. Especially since I can't level my racial skills myself. Both options have their ups and downs. Wait, thinking about it logically, can't I do both? Let's say I become a disciple in the blacksmithing guild. I can get access to metal and make both gear and traps to help level my racial class. Normally, a person who joins the guild spends their entire time leveling up their trade skill. But to someone like me, that is pointless. I only need to make about 5 or so equipment a day to sell, then I can go look for herbs to collect and monsters to kill. The best of both worlds. Not to mention, if I get high enough blacksmithing level, I can maybe fix that mithril dagger, which from both cost perspective or combat perspective would be worth quite a lot. It is getting a bit late for today, so I should probably retire for the day. And starting tomorrow I'll go look to see what herbs are available in this area. Then the day after, I'll go to the monthly selections for the blacksmithing guild. With my mind made up, I head for the 4th floor, which according to the sign is where the beds are. I pay the 8 iron coins and enter the room used for sleeping, which is divided by gender. In the room I see a bunch of makeshift beds all over the place. And 5 dwarves occupying the beds. Besides them I see lots of bags full of equipment. After studying the dwarves a little, I move to an isolated corner and take a bed there, retiring for the day. Volume 02, Seeking a New Path in Uncertainty 3. I woke up from what I would call the best sleep I have ever had since coming to this world. While the beds were nowhere as good as the ones I had at home. It beats sleeping in caves and on floors any day. You don't realize how much you miss the things you take for granted until you lose them. The sleep was so comfortable that I ended up oversleeping. By the time I crawled out of bed, which I didn't want to but still had to drag myself out, it was already noon. So effectively, the plans I had for today kind of ended up as a wash. Of course that doesn't mean I can't do what I can. I walked down to the receptionist counter, which was rather empty this time of day. "Excuse me please, can I see the samples of the local herbs in this area?" I asked. "Sure, no problem. Give me a sec," said the receptionist who came over to the counter. She then went over and took a box, then brought it to me. "Thank you," I said with a semi-shaking voice as I received the box. The problem. For the first time since coming to this town, I interacted with a human. I know that slavery of beastkin is not allowed here and I can't exactly blame all humans for the action of some. But I can't help it that my body tenses up whenever I come near a human. Putting those thoughts aside, I examined the herbs in the box. The most common herbs, dire milkweed, lavender ginger roots and violet river grass were all there. But there was some new herbs as well. Ever since I got my new class, now my identify is breaking things down into decimals. Is this a by product of creationist, analyze everything or my per stat, maybe both? I wonder. I make my way out of the guild while eating the last of my provisions and head for the gate. Getting out was definitely quicker than getting in. But it still took a good half hour. Once out, I began searching for herbs. And as I feared, the amount of herbs was rather lacking. At this time, I did my best to avoid monsters since I knew it was not safe to hunt alone, especially due to not being familiar with the area. Today was simply a getting to know the area tour. By end of the day, I barely managed to collect 7 herbs, 1 violet river grass, 1 sleepy jasmine, 2 dire milkweed and 3 lavender ginger roots. This place is freaking brutal for collecting herbs. Even these were far harder to get than I anticipated. But I guess with a town so big and so many dogkin, it isn't that surprising, huh? Every dogkin that escapes and comes here probably thinks about making ends meet via collecting of herbs. Once I made it into town, I head back towards the guild. Only stopping by a vendor to buy a pair of meat skewers for a total of 1 iron coin. The taste is as one would expect, pretty bland, but still much better than what I ate so far in this world. I guess seasoning is a luxury in this world. In the guild, I decide to cash in the 7 herbs I got, plus the violet river grass, dire milkweed and lavender ginger roots I saved from last time. The reason being is that these 3 herbs are quite available here despite the extra effort, and I need all the money I can get. After selling the herbs, I managed to collect 37 iron and 50 copper coins, which puts my total savings at 71 iron coins. Well, 63 iron coins to be more precise once I again paid for a bed to stay at the guild. The next morning, I reluctantly had to get up early. The reason is because today was the monthly selection for the blacksmithing guild. The 5 dwarves who stayed with me in that room seemed to have gotten up earlier and were preparing things. I then headed downstairs at around same time I did. Walking towards the blacksmithing guild, I noticed the population of dwarves rapidly rise. And they were all headed in the same direction. How competent. ITIVE is the monthly selection, I pondered, getting pretty worried. When I arrived, there was at least a small village of 50 dwarves standing there waiting to get in. Of course dwarves were not the only ones there. I saw a few humans and 1 elf as well. Though I was the only beastkin in the group. After about an hour of waiting, a rather sturdy built dwarf came out of the blacksmithing guild and stood in front of everyone. "All right then ladies. We will now begin the monthly selections. I hope y'all not be wasting my time. Follow me," yelled the dwarf in a loud overbearing voice addressing a crowd mostly made of men. As we came in, the dwarf pointed at an open area. "Each of y'all take a spot, take the copper ingot provided, and make me a dagger within 3 hours. Y'all can use y'ar own tools or the ones provided. Just don't be blammin' y'ar tools for y'ar own failure," he bellowed. We each took up a spot as instructed, which contained a single ingot and some tools for smithing, but unlike others who began hammering away from the get-go, I stood there dumbfounded. Wait, aren't they gonna at least instruct us on what to do at the very least? I guess I'll have to learn as things go along. He began to observe the dwarves around me to see what they were doing. In about a minute, With that, the process began to become a bit more clearer. While I would have liked to look at what this whole quest business was, now was not the time. As such, I began to imitate what I saw others do as I scanned around looking for who seemed to be the best smith in the group of 50. In a short while I found the best smith and began to take note. And as expected, a minute after another blue box appeared. Unfortunately, that was as far as it went. No matter who I looked at after, none of them would raise my level. So I was forced to make do with what I could. The process was far harder than it appeared. At issue was that I simply lacked the strength. While my level is rather high and being a beastkin gave me decent strength, it simply paled in compared to a dwarf who got a whopping 5 STR per level. I was barely at the STR level to make do. I did my best to replicate what I saw, and barely managed to finish it by deadline of 3 hours. With finally being done, I took a moment breather and took a look at what that is all about. So let's see, quest menu, probably. So is this how one raises their unlocked stat? Through doing all sorts of quests. As I was looking over the quest information, I noticed 5 dwarves come up and began examining the results. Each dwarf was responsible for evaluating around 10 attendees. The dwarf on our side began his evaluations. Junk. Junk. Garbage. Barely passable. Why did ya even bother comin'? Decent enough. My grandma who has Neva Smithed in her life can make better. Horrible. Terrible. Muttered the dwarf who suddenly came to the last person in the group, me. My stomach began to tighten from nervousness. What the heck is this? Shouted the dwarf. Hey Ron, come over here, I wanna to show ya something, added the dwarf as he shouted the other way. Could this be that event? The one where my awesome skill leaves everyone speechless. I wonder in anticipation. What is it, Sam? Said the other dwarf who came over. Look at this. Isn't the best piece of junk you have ever seen? Exclaimed the dwarf acting as my examiner, as he hands the dagger to the other dwarf. You're right. This is definitely the best junk I have seen in my entire life. Replied Ron. ... I wanted to say something but no words came out of my mouth. Come here guys and take a look at this. Announced Ron, bringing in more examiners to look at my dagger. From then on, a round of praises and insults began to fly in the same sentence. After being taken aback for a while, I finally put together my resolve. So does this mean I pass or fail? I asked the examiner Sam. Pondered the dwarf, then asked, what is your blacksmithing level, Missy? Just to be on the safe side. My blacksmithing is at level 2. I reply, in a soft hesitant voice. Don't you dare lie to me, Missy. I've been a blacksmith longer than y'all been alive. I can tell y'all at least level 3. He bellowed. Sorry. I apologized in fright at the sudden outburst. I don't know how in the world y'all got y'all blacksmithing to level 3 and made something like this. Y'all definitely talented for y'all age. But this here is all weird. It feels like y'all have spent y'all entire time leveling blacksmithing by randomly hitting a piece of metal. For a copper dagger, it is perfect and at same time completely flawed. Like y'all have never seen a dagger in y'all entire life and just tried making something that looks like one, and at that y'all got perfect marks. Maybe y'all should go for a sculptor instead of a blacksmith. Sam questioned. So does that mean that I failed? I asked while drooping my shoulders. Here is what we will do. I shall let y'all in as a temporary disciple, Avenue until the next monthly selection to make a proper dagger. If y'all can't by then, y'all will be forced out. Sam responded. And like that, I became a temporary disciple of the Blacksmithing Guild Volume 02, seeking a new path in uncertainty. 4. Out of over 50 people that came, only 12 managed to pass the monthly selections for the Blacksmithing Guild. Me being one of them, or at the very least temporary being one of them. All 12 of us were brought into a room, and in front of the room stood a dwarf. So y'all are the new recruits, huh? I am Advanced Disciple Gregan. I shall be in charge of y'all lot. From now on, here is what y'all need to know as junior disciples. We spent about 5 hours being lectured by Gregan about the details of this and that. All of it could be summarized into 8 simple points. You will each be assigned a room and share that room with 3 other people. Food will be given twice a day at 7 o'clock and 20 o'clock. We are required to smelt 20 copper ingots and 10 bronze ingots per week. These ingots must exceed the quality of 1. We are allowed only a 10 failure rate. If we fail, no dinner for a week. If we succeed, 2 copper ingots and 1 bronze ingot are ours to practice with. If quality of our smelting and blacksmithing is good enough, we can ask for special permission to instead smelt 20 bronze ingots and 10 iron ingots. In doing so, we can keep 2 bronze ingots and 1 iron ingot. Above that, we need to become an intermediate disciple. As a junior disciple, we are forbidden from publicly selling our wares. Private sales are allowed, but we have to hand over 90 of it to the guild. To sell publicly, we need to at least become an intermediate disciple. We are allowed to receive private guidance once a month from an intermediate disciple and once a year from an advanced disciple. To become an intermediate disciple, there are 2 methods. The first is to pass a test given once a year, and the second method is to win in the competition. The competition is held once every 3 months, and is held between the junior disciples and intermediate disciples. During this competition, not only do you have potential to become an intermediate disciple, you also have a chance at being kicked out. As this competition is also used to gauge how you have improved. If they do not see much improvement during the competition, you will be marked as untalented and thrown out of the guild. We were also required to sign the 2-year contracts, and given some general information. After being shown to my room alongside 3 other roommates, the first thing I did was head to where the ores were being smelted. The reason being quite obvious. And just like that, my PER pretty much doubled. I spent around 2 hours staring at everyone to make sure I pick up the highest level smelting I could get. Which ended up with me getting smelting to level 4. Unfortunately, that seemed to be the limit in this area. The issue is that the blacksmithing guild is divided up into 4 areas. North, West, South and East. Right now I am in the South area, which is limited to junior disciples only. To get better skills I need to move to a different area, but those areas are forbidden for junior disciples without special permission. Now that my smelting skill has reached such a level, I went to the counter and retrieved the first of my copper ores to begin smelting. When I was observing the others doing smelting, I wasn't only looking to gain their levels but also paying attention to what they were doing. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken as much as 2 hours to take just their skill levels. With the I stance of smelting at level 4 and what I learned while watching, I smelt my first copper ore into an ingot. Well, at least it surpassed the quality threshold of 1 that is required for our quotas. I am also seeing an extra decimal appear. Is that due to my increased per stat? As I was thinking that, somehow I have this feeling of production being a total grind fest sigh. Since the test and lecturers took up the majority of the day, not wasting any more time, I get more copper ore and smelt another ingot. This time around, being more familiar with the process, it took much quicker and the results were much better. While I was rather happy with the improvement, I was still less than fully pleased. Based on the lecture given, the average copper ore has a quality score of 5. Considering my skill level, there should be no reason why I could not smelt an ingot with similar quality score. Since it was already getting close to dinner, I smelted my last ingot for the day and managed to get a quality score of 3.26. So my improvement rate is at least quite phenomenal, but still a long way to go. Copper is just the lowest level metal after all. Like everything else so far, metals are broken down into ranks. Rank G, copper. Rank F, bronze. Rank E, iron. Rank D, steel. Rank C, enchanted demon. Holy steel. Rank B, mithril. Rank A, adamantite. Rank S, orichalcum. Yup, a long way to go. And my lack of strength is not helping either. I really need to level up or raise my STR stat. My arms are hurting like heck from just this. I hand in my 3 copper ingots, and head towards the cafeteria for dinner. The food was broth, which was less than spectacular, as all things I have eaten thus far in this world. After that I headed off to bed while thinking about what I should do for tomorrow. If not for my lack of strength, at the rate I am improving, I should be able to smelt 20 copper ingots per day. But due to my lack of it, I can probably at best smelt only 10. So my top priority should be raising my strength maybe. The thing is that training stats has proven pretty unreliable. So the only reliable way to gain strength is to level up. Unfortunately the XP I am getting from smelting and smithing things alone is minuscule. Even if my ingots are used by others to smelt things giving me extra XP, it is far from enough. So I would need to aim for raising my racial class if I want to gain strength. So should I go herb hunting tomorrow and attempt to trap some low-level monsters? Though I would have preferred to do that at least after making better equipment. Who knows what can happen in combat. Wait. There is another option, isn't there? If I can somehow find someone who uses a skill that helps unlock another attribute, I may be able to improve my strength significantly in one go. Similar to how AGI and SPD have overlaps. There should be an attribute that overlaps with STR as well. The question is, how would I find someone with such an attribute and learn it? My unique skill is limb. ITED to only when used on a valid target, so I can't just go to a training ground and watch them hit target dummies with skills. I already tried when watching the middle-aged man during training, and no dice. Of course, if I can watch someone dueling with another person, that would probably work. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll make about 2 copper ingots in the morning, then head to the Adventurers Guild. There, I will inquire the receptionist details about how often they have duels or other combat sessions going on under the pretense of wanting to learn live combat. From there, I will head to the forest and collect some herbs. Then when I come back, smelt 2 to 3 more ingots and call it a day. Not to mention, if I can make over 40 iron coins tomorrow, that would put me at just enough to be able to access the library. Then I can visit it the day after and read up information about this world. If there are any books on blacksmithing, I can also improve on my ability in that way too. Speaking of improving on ability, I should also probably use that private lesson from an intermediate disciple. But that should probably wait until next week. Judging from the smelting, I still have room to improve even on my own. With my plans for the short term made up, I fall asleep. Volume 02, Seeking a New Path in Uncertainty 5. We were woken up the next day at 5 o'clock. At this time everyone begins preparations for the day. I too hesitantly make my way out of bed and head for the smithy. Prior to breakfast, I managed to smelt 2 more copper ingots, with the best one having a quality score of 3.87. It seems my progress has stalled. Well, whatever. I head for breakfast, which was again broth, though a different type. Did they know anything except for broth over here? And in such a sour mood. I headed out of the blacksmithing guild to the Adventurers Guild, only to be greeted by rain. Does God hate me or something? Did I do something to them? At this rate, by the time I get 1 silver saved up, the library will really burn down. Sigh. Giving up yet again, I decide to just smelt copper for the rest of the day, and as expected, someone up there really hates me. Despite the hard and gruesome work due to my lack of strength. After making 8 more copper ingots, the best quality score I managed was only 3.98. Aka, I am stuck. Should I ask for help? I really don't want to waste my Hence with an intermediate discipline on just smelting. Smelting was supposed to be the easy part, so I can imagine I'll need far more from smithing should I ask a fellow junior disciple. Or will I just embarrass myself? While I have not gotten to know anyone yet, not even my roommates, I really don't want a repeat of last time where they looked down on me for not knowing the basics. Let's give it one more day. Maybe I'll find something in the library as well to help me. The next morning was a repeat of the prior, where I made 2 copper ingots in the morning, this time getting a quality score of 3.99. Seems like breaking into 4 is going to be a problem after all. Luckily, this time around after breakfast, the sky was pretty sunny. So with things finally looking a bit brighter, I walked to the Adventurers Guild. Of course good things can't last for long, because when I got there, it was flooded with people picking up requests, as one would expect from the morning Rushi really wanted to ask the receptionist a question about the whole dueling thing. But I guess that will have to wait till later. I don't want to waste time waiting in line for an hour or 2. Dejectedly giving up, I head out of town towards the forest. Unfortunately my body is aching like heck from all the strain I put in yesterday, but regardless I press onwards. I can't afford to take a break just yet. My goal this time in the forest is simply herb collection, to make enough money to access the library. Of course I also want to see if I can find all the new herbs as well. As for fighting monsters, that will have to wait until I at least get better gear. Taking the situation with the monkey as an example, if I had a helmet, then I wouldn't have been stun-locked to near death. Speaking of gear, now that I think about it, there is a third way to get higher strength, isn't there? That would be gear. Unfortunately, my mithril dagger is pretty useless despite it giving strength because I need to hold it in my hand to use it. Without that, I do not get the stat bonus, but I can't hold it because my hands are occupied with either the hammer or maintaining balance. If I can make or buy equipment that gives STR for each part of my body and get a better hammer than the default crappy one provided, which gives nothing, then I can probably raise my strength enough to be able to make things more efficiently. So after this, I'll also stop by the nearby equipment shop and see what kind of stats to expect and what kind of prices these things cost as well. It would be good to know market price of equipment anyways when I get promoted. My trip around the forest netted me a total of 12 herbs for the day. With both my sense smell and sense presence, there was no exciting and unforeseeable events that happened. If anything, what was unforeseeable was that even after storing the blue Hoya and sleepy jasmine in the item box, I still managed to collect a total of 42 iron and 50 copper. Knowing my luck, I expected to somehow be 50 copper short. The library is on fire, isn't it? Isn't it? Though when I came back to the guild to cash in the quest, to my surprise, the library was not on fire. After cashing in the quest at the material exchange, I head for the information desk. "How can we help you?" asked the elf receptionist at the desk. I was wondering, is there any training grounds where I can get live combat experience? Of course, preferably in a safe manner. I am also fine with viewing it from a distance like duels or etc., I inquire. If you are looking for something like that, then I would August signing up for our training courses, responded the receptionist. Training courses? I question. That's right. Once a week, the Adventurers Guild holds a training course ran by a rank C adventurer for adventurers below rank D. The cost of the training is 2 silver per person and lasts for 6 hours. There is a limit of 5 spots per week. The next training course is scheduled in 2 days and we have 2 spots open. Are you interested in signing up? Responds the receptionist. Grr, are you trying to tempt me away from my library? Do you think you can bend my iron will with 6 hours of stealin'? GA rank C adventurer's delicious skills. Oops, I almost started drooling. Stop for a sec. Let's think logically here. Do I really need to choose one or the other? Isn't there another option? Frankly speaking, the cost of the library is not 1 silver coin, but 1 iron coin. I only need 1 silver as a deposit, which should mean I can withdraw my deposit after I am done with the library. While there are many things I want to research in the library, the things that I need immediately could probably be done in 1 day. After I do the training, I could eventually save up another silver coin. The bigger issue is timing. If I want to spend the entire tomorrow in the library, that leaves me with no time to get the remaining 96 iron and 50 copper coins. Even without the library, getting that much around these parts would be tricky. If only I had something I could sell. There is no way I am selling the mithril dagger at this point. There is the mantle, but I have a use for it. If only I brought some monster parts from those that were killed. Wait a sec. I did bring a few monster parts, didn't I? I check my item box and yes, they are there. Woodland ant legs. How could I forget? Yes, I'll be interested. But can you give me a bit of time to put together the money? I pled. Sure, no problem. I am here when you are ready, replied the receptionist. I head straight for the material exchange. Again and take out the 6 woodland ant legs that I stashed away. Each leg sold for 32 iron coins, netting me a total of 1 silver and 92 iron coins. And I also sold the sleeping jasmine and blue Hoya that I stored for 10 iron coins, giving me a total of 3 silver, 7 iron and 50 copper coins. Somehow I have a feeling all the mental exercises I have been doing for the past few days have been for nog. Is this where that saying of, if you mind it you lose, comes in? Anyways, I signed up for the training and put a down payment for the library. With those 2 things out of the way, I head back to the commercial district. Before I enter the blacksmithing guild, I do a bit of window shopping and look at the prices of equipment. Particularly, armor that increases STR. Looking at the armors though, I came to another realization of a slight problem. Size. Looking at all the combat equipment in the shops, they were simply too big for me. So it seems unless I make it myself, the only options to buy are belts and weapons. Looking at the belts, I saw the following which gave STR. While many thoughts go through my head at how expensive the equipment is to how nice those stats look, I end up at one remaining thought. If steel-plated leather belt goes for over 5 gold, how much would my 2 metal tiers above ancient mithril dagger go for if repaired? I definitely need to level my blacksmithing. But in terms of purchasing, the first thing I probably need is a better hammer. In terms of affordability, only these two fit the bill. So next thing I should probably do is save up for the blacksmith thing hammers or maybe attempt at making one myself. With that thought in mind, I make my way to the blacksmithing guild for dinner, then head to bed right after. Volume 02, Hammering in My New Reality 1. When I wake up the next day, I do my usual routine of making 2 copper ingots, and have breakfast. With that done, I head straight for the Adventurers Guild's library. Paying the 1 iron coin entry fee, I finally feel a sense of relief that I would finally be able to get information about this world. Now before I start reading, my first order of business is to take a look around and see what they have. This way I can use my time efficiently. Looking around, as I kind of expected, there was not much variety of books in this small library. And obviously they wouldn't have something as convenient as Common Sense for Dummies, huh? Putting my disappointment aside, now that I get the gist of what information I can access, I proceed with taking my first few books. The topic in question is geography and history. Spending about 5 hours skimming through the books, I learned that there are 5 continents in this world. The books did not cover much about the other continents other than their names and some general information. For example, the beast can originate from Wachamaklit continent. I mean seriously, what an odd name for a continent. Other than the basic information about the continents, they had a bit more detail about the continent I am currently on, Adaras continent. It seems this continent has a whopping 87 countries on it. Though most of these countries are rather small. Out of these 87, there are 4 countries which are much larger than the rest. These countries are also the most powerful countries. In order of strength, Haifa Empire, Avian Kingdom, Zarian Empire and Shargan Kingdom. Right now, I am in the Avian Kingdom and the country I came from seems to be the Haifa Empire. These 2 powerhouses seem to share the center of the continent, while Zarian Empire occupies the north. And Shargan Kingdom aka the Dwarf Kingdom occupies the south. Another important information is while the Avian Kingdom is considered the second strongest country, its situation is a bit unique. Apparently, this country is protected by a deity called the Dragon God, who lives in the sacred mountains in this kingdom. In the almost 2,000 years this kingdom has existed, it has won and lost many wars. But it has never been the one attacked due to the protection of the Dragon God. So without worrying about defense, it allowed this country to gain a lot of wealth. The information also RMED that the slavery of beastkin was banned in this country, but is common in other countries. The books also had a few vague maps of this country, which I did my best to memorize. I tried to see if there was any information about skills, production, magic and the like, but unfortunately most of that was rather vague. At best it just tells you this skill exists or what to look out for and etc. It also has basic info on what consumables and items to pack when traveling. After jotting some of it down in my mind, I moved to the next step of looking up information about monsters. In particularly, my interest was about monsters in this area. And as expected, there was a journal documenting the basic information I was looking for. The surroundings of the city of Halion has 3 points of interest. The first point that I have seen is the forest. In it are 3 dominant monsters. Forest Goblin, which ranges from level 9 to level 12 for the scouts, and level 10 to 16 for the warriors. While other stronger goblins to exist, they are mostly remain in their villages located somewhere deeper in the forest and rarely come close to this town. Then there are dire wolves which range from level 8 to 15. I never got around to seeing the red wolves back in Dire village, but maybe because I was looking for solo monsters and these travel mostly in packs. Lastly, there are dire foxes which range from level 5 to 10. The next point of interest is the Halion mines located to the north. This seems to be where most of the ores come from, and most likely where the cave moss is located. The mines themselves seem to be pretty huge and led deep into the mountains. Some of the mines are infested with kobolds, with scouts going from level 11 to level 15. Throughout the mountains there is also the danger of saber mountain lions. While encountering one is rather rare, the reports say their levels range from around 45 to 55, making them rank D to C monsters. Finally, the last point of interest is the plains to the south. Monsters there include ravenous coyotes which go from level 10 to 13, horned rabbits which range from level 4 to level 9. And lastly, venomous rattlesnakes which range from level 6 to level 8. Now that I know the composition of the nearby monsters, there are a few I should be able to hunt safely, especially if I get some equipment. I also took a look at information about these monsters, from some of their skills to which parts can be sold. Other than that, I also looked around for information about less common monsters not to get any surprises. I even took general note of monsters from nearby towns just in case. From there, I moved on to reading about all kinds of classes, both combat and non-combat. There wasn't much information other than a few general things, but regard L.S. it had a lot of useful information that I was looking for. Once I was done compiling this information, already 10 hours had passed since coming here. This leaves me with only about 2 hours till I have to head back for dinner. The final thing I took a look at is information about religion. The last thing I want to do is offend some religion and end up being hanged as a heretic. Unfortunately, due to the small size of the library and most of the books being tailored to adventures, the information was very sparse. Regardless, I barely managed to piece some of it together. The biggest religion in the world seems to be something called Hex Dungeon, though some insist on calling it Divine Dungeon and the like. Interestingly enough, there are actually two religions concerning Hex Dungeon. The first religion sees the dungeon as some sort of pathway to the gods. So when a person is about to die, or already died, they are lowered to Hex Dungeon to meet the gods. Some warriors even see it is an honor to die challenging Hex Dungeon. The other religion also worships Hex Dungeon, but in a different way. They also see Hex Dungeon as a holy place, but in a different way. Instead, criminals and war prisoners are sent into the dungeon as sacrifices for atonement. So while both religions worship the same thing, their views are complete opposite. Ironically, while there have been many arguments between the two largest religions, they never actually fought with each other in fear of offending the deity of Hex Dungeon. According to information, while there are plenty of small dungeons here and there, Hex Dungeon is a humongous dungeon that can be accessed from almost anywhere in the world. It is said that the monsters in that dungeon are as powerful as rank A and above. No person has ever conquered it in history, and some even say it is unconquerable as it is a home of the most powerful deity. Personally, I don't know about a deity, but that screams, last boss, to me. I really hope the god that reincarnated me does not have any silly plans of sending me there to face that last boss. 'Cause I will decline in a heartbeat. I don't even want to set foot in that place, let alone go face off some all-powerful deity. Then there is the dragon god religion, which is mostly followed by this country, and a few small countries in this region. This religion seems to be pretty straightforward, and personally sounds pretty fishy to me. There are not much customs to this religion really, there is only one requirement. Every year, you are required to offer an offering to the dragon god. The offerings are collected at every town and sent to the royal castle. Then it is offered to the dragon god. How is that not an exploitation scheme? The last major religion is mostly followed by the elves. Not much is written on it, but their subject of worship is the world tree, which seems to be located on a large island near Wachamaklit continent. It is said that the world tree is protected by a race called the Golden Elves. Not sure how it differs from other elves though. By the time I finished sorting through the information about religion, I only had half an hour left. So I took a look around to see what other general information I could find. One interesting tidbit I learned reminded me how backwards this civilization is in some sense. I mean, according to one of the books, this world has two suns. And these suns rotate around the planet. Ha 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 ha, good old geocentrism. I wonder if they also think the world is flat. On that light note, while giggling at the silliness of the backwards civilization, I make my way out of the library and head back to the blacksmithing guild for dinner. Tomorrow, I have to give it my all since it will be a rank C all skills you can eat. With all the excitement, I had trouble sleeping, but in due time, sleep overtook me. Volume 02, Hammering in My New Reality 2. I woke up the next morning in a really good mood, despite not exactly being a morning person. There are a few reasons why I am in such a mood which is independent from the training. Because at night while having trouble sleeping, I came up with an idea to get my sluggishness in improving my smelting efficiency. The first thing I did was the usual smelting in the morning, and again I was stuck at 3.99 quality. But that was fine, because my true plan comes later. I went to eat breakfast and headed out of the blacksmithing guild. I have until 12, or a bit more than 4 hours of free time. And I plan to use that time efficiently. My goal. It is simple, if I think about it. Production classes are tied down by a stat called per. If I raise my per, I should be able to make better use of my skills and find my flaws even without help from others. While I'd be hard to do with actually smithing things, smelting in comparison is much simpler. And the best way to raise per outside of leveling is completing the class-based quests. I am right now 3/5 into my creationist, improve your production skills quest. So I need 2 more skill levels to get plus 2.5 per. Since I can't access the intermediate disciple areas, my goal is to see if I can nab some skills by visiting the Alchemist's Guild. Builder Guild alongside other shops that do not have guilds and pick up skills such as tailoring, leatherworking and etc. I do not have much time so I put together most efficient route to get things done. The closest place is the store specialized in leather goods. I also came up with the perfect way to approach things as well. It takes me about 2 minutes to reach the shop and I enter it. Hello, how can I help ya? Spoke a dwarf at the counter. Yes. I am a discipline at the blacksmithing guild, and I was planning to make a belt with a leather belt as the base. Is it possible to view the creation of the belt so that I can take into account its creation process in my design? I inquire. Aren't ya a hard workin' missy? Complimented the dwarf, but unfortunately I can't really help ya. Most of the shop's products are sent by the Hunters Guild in the next town. While I can make a belt with my skills, my primary job is sellin' and repairin' the goods, he added. Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your time, I say in a dejected voice and leave the shop. Sorry I couldn't be of help missy. If ya ever need some leather, feel free to stop by any time. Said the dwarf as I went out the door. The next order of business is the Builders Guild, which is located more to the side. From my understanding, the Builders Guild has the widest range of production skills due to their overall wide range of expertise. It takes me about 10 minutes to reach the guild. I walk in front of the elf receptionist at the counter. Hello, I am interested in joining the Builders Guild in the future. Though, I want to become a bit more familiar with the job flow first. Is there any place I can view things like constructions or other projects and the like? It can be from a distance if access is an issue, I plead in my best impression of a pleading kitten possible. A beastkin muttered the receptionist at the counter in a rather pitying voice. Please, I beg, I feel a bit ashamed. But gotta do what I gotta do. Sigh, I would like to help you but the Builders is off access to non-members. You can visit during the monthly selections a bit over a week from now. There will be plenty of things on display then. If it is only about viewing the job flow, there is a construction going on by the western wall. You can get some familiarity there, but make sure to keep a distance and not to do anything to disrupt the construction work, okay? Relents the receptionist. Thank you very much, I say, and head out of the guild. Taking note of the construction location, I leave the Eastern Commercial District and head west. While my goal is the construction, there is one other place I need to stop by on the west side. While the north and east are mostly lower class areas, the west is more of an upper class area. And only a few stores are allowed to be here. Before stopping by the construction, I head towards one of the few stores in the area. That would be the tailoring shop. After finding the shop, I open the door. Sitting there was a human woman at the counter, and off to the side was another one spinning some thread. Hello, how can I help? Said the woman sitting at the counter. But suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She took a look at my attire and frowned. If you are looking for clothing, I suggest going to the used clothing store in the East District. Now get out of my shop. she implicated with a rather stern voice. I was feeling rather embarrassed and uncomfortable for multiple reasons. But at the same time I was in a dilemma. The reason was pretty simple. The dilemma was obviously, do I try to stall 5 minutes to see if I get another level or not? Though by the looks of it, for every second I remained in the shop, the more ticked off the woman seemed. Despite being so close to completing the quest, I could not tolerate the glare and quickly left. It is not a total loss, and I have an idea to make up for it. So with no further ado, I head for the western wall to view the construction. When I come near the wall, I notice a large area sealed off via wooden barricades. I come as close as I can to those barricades and activate eagle eyes, scanning the surroundings. Yummy. Of course I am not done just yet. I greedily walked around the barricades while using eagle eyes to get as much skills as I could manage. In the end, I managed to get carpentry to level 2 and stonemasonry to level 3. Unfortunately, by that point I ran out of time. I was hoping on stopping by the Alchemist Guild as well, but got too distracted trying to gobble up skills here. Overall though it has been a good haul. It is not like this is the last day or anything, so there will be plenty of opportunity. Of course there is one thing I wanted to do on the way back to the Adventurers Guild. I stop by again next to the tailoring shop and walk in. Excuse me. I left in a hurry, but can you tell me where the second-hand clothing shop is? I inquired. The woman at the counter stared at me for a few seconds blankly, then after a while came to. You again. I told you to get out of my shop. You are scaring away the customers. Do you want me to call the guards? She bellowed. ... My eyes opened up wide in shock. Then I came to and quickly made my way out of the shop. My surprise was of course not due to how that human acted. I kind of expected that really. My shock was more due to the blue box I got and what happened after. The moment that appeared, the whole world seems to have changed as I began to notice things that I have never noticed before. My eyes became sharper and keener to even the slightest of details. Though, while I would love to explore the full implications, I was running out of time, so I quickly head for the Adventurers Guild. I just barely managed to make it to the guild on time and was guided by the receptionist to the training grounds located in the basement. When I got there, I saw a Wolfkin standing there, who according to identify was 34 years old with classes of trainer and rogue. Alongside stood 3 human boys of varying ages, none of which had a combat class though. At first, I was a bit skeptic. On why a rank C adventurer would bother training 5 people for 6 hours for a measly 10 silver coins. Considering even a rank D quest would net over double that amount, not to mention a rank C quest can get them up to 10x that. That is just from the reward, excluding monster materials. I also somehow doubted the Adventurers Guild would make up the difference either. Only after my visit to the library did my question get answered. The peculiarities lie in the trainer non-combat class. It is one of the few classes which give combat stats for a non-combat class. The way to level the trainer class is by training others. Thus there is an incentive to take up others and training them. This also kind of explained why that middle-aged man held on to all the slaves, while his companions had none. It also explained why he used that weird tone like he was a drill sergeant rather than a master. I guess these peculiarities matter. Though what makes this whole thing even more lucrative for me is the trainer class has the unlockable stat of POW. Which is exactly the stat I was looking for. Well, kind of. POW is similar to STR, but unlike STR, which also increases your stamina and endurance, POW is more like raw strength. That said, it is a bit of an odd choice for a rogue. Unless maybe they specialize in one-shot penetration maybe. While I was contemplating these things, the Wolfkin rogue noticed me and called out. So everyone is here, I see. All right then, my name is Zach. I will be your trainer for today. The first order of business is I need to figure out your abilities. The guild has provided me with information about your levels, but I am looking for things deeper than just levels. I am looking for your skills, your tendencies and habits. Then I will see how they can be improved. If there are no questions, then one of you come up and face me. You can use the training weapons provided by the guild. The rest of you, sit in the corner somewhere. Not wanting to be the first one up, I move myself to the corner away from the others. The reason is that I don't feel very comfortable around humans. I know this place makes non-criminal slavery illegal. But still, I always subcon C. Owsley feel discomfort whenever I approach humans. The oldest of the 3 humans who had a total level of 24 scoffed and picked up a training spear. Let's see what you got, beastkin, said the human. Then suddenly thrust the spear forward. Zack seemed to pay it little mind and easily deflected it with his training dagger. Is that all you got? Asked Zack. Ooh, profit already. The human continued attacking non-stop. But all his attacks proved to be completely useless. After about 10 minutes of dueling, Zack changed from defensive to offensive, deflected the spear and then held his dagger to the human boy's throat. That will be all. Next, Zack announced. Crud, spat the boy as he made his way back towards the others. This time, the second oldest boy went up to fight. His level was 15 and he used a sword. Unfortunately, it seemed like he really lacked any decent skill as I did not get anything from the entire 10-minute exchange. Next, Zack yelled. After a brief pause, the youngest of the 3 got up. Despite being only 14 years old, he carried himself in a proud manner. Though to be fair, he had a rather high total level of 18. Interestingly enough, he did not go for any sort of weapon per se. He put on a pair of gloves and leg guards and took up a stance just like that. In the next instance, he quickly threw a fist at Zack. And for the first time, Zack showed a rather surprised face. But regardless, he easily deflected it. In this way the fight turned into a melee as the young boy continued to dish out punches and kicks left and right. Still, it was not enough to make Zack lose his cool. But you can clearly see that he was rather impressed. After 5 minutes into the fight I got a slight hint of why that was. After the 10 minutes passed, just like the previous 2 he easily dispatched him. Very impressive talent you got there. If you keep this up, you'll have a very bright future, Zack commented to the boy. Then he turned his face and looked at me. You coming or what? He questioned. Yes, I replied and got up. I normally would prefer a spear due to my higher mastery and more experience using it. But looking at the training weapons, the spears are way too big for me. So instead I ended up taking 2 daggers and went in position to face him. The question is, how much strength should I use? I really don't want to stand out too much, nor do I want to show my abilities to others. But at same time if I don't push him to use some skills, I can't attain them. I also am kind of curious at how well I would do against a rank C adventurer. So how about I give it some skill, but not show everything? Alright then, let's start. I imbue one of my daggers with both the normal and racial throw skill. This time I focus the racial skill on power as accuracy means little at this range. And like that I throw one of my daggers at him. Not surprisingly, he deflects the dagger though makes a rather confused expression. I use this fraction of a second opening an act. I've at my charge skill while imbuing the dagger with thrust. Zack's eyes open widely, but his astonishment only lasts for fraction of a second, as suddenly his dagger makes a weird motion and blocks my attack. I was hoping to get him with that, but as expected of a rank C adventurer, something like this isn't going to cut it. Maybe if I did a meteor rush that may work, but even then I don't know. Regardless, things were still proceeding to plan. Now using my newly acquired close combat mastery, my jump skill and my forward momentum, I jump over him while upside down in mid-air to get him by surprise. Wah, 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 ouch. I yell as I land on my back to the floor. Okay, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Things don't exactly work out like they do in the movies nowadays it seems. I thought that maybe I could perform that move where I jump over the opponent like a ninja, and then attack from behind would be possible with my skills, but not only did I mess up on the jump skill jumping too far. The fear of falling and getting dizzy seems to be in full effect. How in the world do those heroes in literature and movies suddenly become capable of these scary things? The bright eye does that toughness and stats in general help a lot. If I did this back on Earth, I'd probably be in the hospital for months. After coming to, I took a glance at Zack and he seemed to be looking at me strangely suddenly. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that beastkin? Talk about total failure, what an idiot. Ha ha ha, pathetic. It seems the peanut gallery is getting a kick out of my misfortune. As I was feeling embarrassed and dejected from my epic failure of a performance, Zack suddenly changed his glare at the boys, and bloodthirst came out. Instantly silencing them, he then turned back to face me. That is all I need to see. Let's move on, Zack said. Feeling a bit left out, I opened my mouth. But, if you are worried about not facing me for 10 minutes like the rest, fret not. I only needed to see where you stand. There was nothing wrong with your overall performance and I got to see what I needed to, Zack interjected. Having nothing more to say, I get up and go back to the corner. I guess I'll have to take solace with the blue box I got during the fight. This also confirms one of my earlier suspicions. If someone uses a skill at a lower skill level, I can't get that skill until they actually use it at same level. Or higher. Which complicates things quite a bit, especially since the skills have to be used in actual combat. That said, there is another thing I have to consider. I need to intercept a trainer skill in order to unlock the POW stat, and due to the limitations, that might prove rather difficult. According to the book I read, the trainer skill improves strength B. ASED techniques in similar way to how runner improves speed-based techniques. The issue is that a rank C adventurer's strength even without skills is already overkill, especially when they have a trainer class which enhances just that. And my mission during the next 5.5 hours is to have him use such, and not on blank error a test dummy but on a valid target. Even worse, there is a possibility that I pick up some other skill instead. Sigh. Now I am feeling even more dejected. Volume 02, hammering in my new reality 3. First, I will evaluate each of your performances. Josh, your spearmanship is decent. But you are too hasty and you lack proper defense. It is said that a spear starts with a thrust, and ends with a thrust. But despite decent technique, your haste breaks apart your flow. Your defense is also rather lacking, leaving many openings. I would focus on defense while occasionally dishing out strong single attacks. Eric, I'll be frank. The sword is not for you. Not only do you lack the skills to use a sword, your usage of the sword is more like a spear rather than a sword. If you plan to continue in the way you are doing now, you might as well switch to a spear. Alexander, to be honest, your close combat ability is almost flawless to an extent. You have good variability, good defense and good offense. If there is any flaws in your ability, I would say it has to do with the fact that you give up too easily on things you feel will not succeed. Which means if an opponent figures out your fighting style, and you don't invest into making openings, your chances to win becomes 0. You need to experiment more and learn to deal with unpredictability to a better extent. Now Shiro, your techniques are all over the place. While you may have tremendous ability, your control over it is poor and your synergy is off. Not to mention, you seem to completely fall apart when things don't go according to your plans. When in reality, you need to focus even more when that happens. You also need more practice synchronizing your techniques for better efficiency. So here is what we do. For the next hour I will pair you up and I want you to fight each other and gain experience fighting different opponents. Josh will fight Eric and Alexander will fight Shiro, Zack announced. We divide up the training area and I face towards Alexander. Personally speaking, I thinking I'd face the other two as this guy seems really strong. Though maybe he has some techniques for me to snatch, as he is the only one I actually benefited from. With that in mind I prepare in combat position. HMPH. To get stuck with a lowly beastkin, how insulting, Alexander mutters. And I am reminded again why I dislike humans. Maybe I should really beat the crud out of him to vent off some stress. I activate charge and dash straight towards him. Then activate thrust, aiming one of my daggers straight at him while preparing the other one for defense. He moves slightly to the right, dodging my attack. So I swing my other dagger right at him but fail to reach him as he moves away. As I try to stop my momentum, I find myself lacking in ground. Suddenly I noticed it wasn't that he was moving away, but the one moving away was me. Soon after, I topple on the ground. Looking back, I notice his foot was sticking out and what happened was that he tripped me mid-charge. You foolish beastkin. Are as stupid as ever I see, Alexander ridiculed. Grr. I glare back at him with full killing intent, only for him to shrug and make a bemused smile. While I feel quite humiliated due to all this, it wasn't all lose. This guy has quite a lot of skills for someone his age. Not only that, the weird thing is that his non-combat job is blurred out somehow. While I can see its level, I can't see what it is. The other thing I noticed was the weakness of the charge skill, which I did not pay attention to before. Since charge makes my legs move a lot faster, it normally would put a huge strain on my legs. To prevent that, when charge is used, my legs become temporarily numb. So in the case someone trips me or something attacks my legs during that period, if I don't pay attention, it will go unnoticed. Alright, let's try something else. I activate sprint and start running around in circles. Then I jump right at him. As long as I am not doing backflips in mid-air, it is not a problem. He dodges yet again, but this time I activate charge from almost point-blank range while paying attention to my feet. This forces him to block and he gets pushed back. Of course I don't particularly give him time. Eat a rest as I continue attacking non-stop with both my daggers. At first, he blocks my attacks with leisure, but with every swing of my blades, my mastery over my skills continue to improve exponentially. It seems that combat skills like blacksmithing and smelting have variations, and just picking up the skill without actually knowing anything is not good enough. Of course, having a high skill level still provides a solid base. Thus as the person uses the skill, their ability would eventually coincide with the skill. This makes sense to an extent, kind of like how two swordsmen can have the same skill level, but different sword styles. Just by getting the skill may mean your swordsmanship is on par, but it does not mean you magically create a style and experience out of scratch. What I lack now is my own style. Of course there is another reason for my rapid improvement in skill. That is due to my perstat exceeding 100. Now things I could never perceive normally are becoming much clearer to me. After about 20 minutes, I begin pressuring him due to my superior speed, which prompts him to switch from mostly defense to offense. He takes a step back, and lets out a punch. To which I can try to aim straight for him during that small opening. Though to my surprise, I got flung back due to the punch. How many skills does this guy have? He is only 14 and he is loaded with skills. That said, I can't get distracted and have to focus. I have an advantage in speed, but due to his higher level, he seems to have an advantage in strength. So I need to be careful about taking on his attacks head on, especially ones imbued with active skills. While taking caution, I charge back into the melee. After about 30 minutes of sparring, my skill improved tremendously. While I can't say had I have reached the true power of dagger mastery level 3. I am at least able to show dagger mastery level 2 or so. Evidence being that I could fight him head on at equal grounds in both offense and defense. Unfortunately, I simply lack the oomph to make a deciding blow. I really want to sucker punch this jerk, but I am at my limits and breakthrough is unlikely within the remaining 10 minutes. It can't be helped. I'll show a bit more of my skills. I wait for a good opportunity, and then charge straight at him while seemingly putting down my guard. As I see him take the bait with a smug grin, I awaken all observing eyes and time starts to slow down. As I observe his oncoming punch via slow motion, I adjust my daggers to deflect his fist at an ideal angle, causing him to slightly lose balance and locking him in place. Then with help of close combat mastery, I slightly bend myself at an angle, and knee him in the solar plexus while it's imbued with bash. After which I deactivate my serving eyes as I watch him be flung backwards and land on the floor, then clench his stomach in pain as he spews saliva out of his mouth on the floor. That's what you get for belittling me, jerk. You witch. I'll get you for this, Alexander yelled. Unfortunately for his plans of revenge, I timed it perfectly at the end of the hour. That's enough. Everyone take a half-an-hour break and we will resume right after, announced Zach. I then show my tongue to Alexander while no one else is looking, infuriating him even more as I make my way to my corner feeling rather accomplished. Wait a second, why am I feeling accomplished over something like this? My goal here is to figure out how to get the POW stat and time is ticking. As I was coming up with ways to get the skills from the trainer, half an hour passed, thus leaving less than 4 hours remaining. The next thing we will do is as follows. I will do individual training for each one of you every 30 minutes. The other 3 will fight each other in a 2 versus 1 formation. 2 will attack and 1 will defend, rotating every 5 minutes. After 15 minutes, you will take a 15-minute break and then resume with the next swap. Remember, for the attacking side, it is important to not only win, but also win efficiently, minimizing the use of stamina. We will start in the order we fought in the beginning. I will train Josh first, and Eric will act as the defender, then after 30 minutes. I will train Eric and so on. Zack declared. Heeding his words, Josh went up to Zack as me and Alexander faced off against Eric. Of course my focus was more on Zack and Josh to see if Zack will use any other new skills. Either way, there is no way I would team up with Alexander anyways, I'd be more likely to get backstabbed. As we were wary of each other, our attacks against Eric were rather casual. After 5 minutes, we switched and Alexander became the defender. While it was tempting to give him a second beating, my priority was keeping an eye on Zack. So while Eric attacked relentlessly, my attacks were more casual from time to time. Lastly, the final switch happened. And somehow I got a really bad feeling as two humans stared at me with hostility. Yikes. This time around, I had no leeway at looking at Zack, as I desperately defended for my life. My only saving grace was that I had superior speed, and Eric, who has now taken up a spear, lacked proficiency. So with Alexander lacking long-range attacks, and Eric's poor spearsmanship, I was somehow able to avoid taking any serious damage for 5 minutes. Finally making it out alive, I took a look at Zack. Yet again paying attention for the remaining 15 minutes. Frankly put, I got nothing as far as skills go. It seemed that Josh was less interested at training at this point, and more interested in getting a hit in. So he spent the entire 30 minutes continuing the fight from before. Aka, it was a big exercise in futility. The best I managed to get out of all this was paying attention to Zack's style to see if I can gain any insight. And like that, the next swap happened as Eric went for training with Zack. Me and Alexander were again put up together to fight against Josh, and like before we kept the exchange at rather casual pace due to our hostilities, thus I also used the opportunity to continue watching Zack. The big issue happened when it came to my turn. Unlike before, Josh had decent spearsmanship and covered long range without issue, while Alexander had a lockdown on short range. I was eventually unable to escape as I was beat down to the floor. Mercilessly. Luckily they were not allowed to attack me while I was on the floor at the very least. After finally my 5 minutes passed, I turned back to looking at Zack while dwelling in pain. It seems that Eric's focus during his training was mostly getting tips on spearsmanship, so again I came out with virtually nothing. Then came the one I was looking for the most, with exception of my own, as Alexander went up to Zack for training. To my dismay, most of the training seemed to dwell in theory rather than actual fighting. They spent 25 minutes chatting, and only 5 minutes in actual combat. What a disappointment. Luckily the combination of Josh and Eric was rather simple to deal with, despite their overall higher stats. By taking advantage of my close combat mastery, I kept close distance dodging their attacks, and most of time Eric got in the way of Josh due to his own inexperience. Finally, after all this time it was my turn. When this 30 minutes private training ends, there will only be 2 hours left and I am not sure I will get another chance like this one. Shiro, based on what I saw earlier, you seem to have improved tremendously. Honestly speaking, I am not sure if I can believe my eyes really. I hate to say it, but considering your age and skill, you'll probably surpass me with ease. That said, you shouldn't let it get to your head. You still have a long way to go. Now then, what would you like to train? Personally, I recommend taking up a style. Since I am a rogue, I can teach you a variety of styles using daggers. Zack informed as I came up. Frankly speaking, learning a style would be great. But here are some downsides to that approach. First of all, I don't think I can pick up an entire style in 30 minutes, even with my dagger mastery at 3. The other issue is that I still have not decided on what my primary weapon will be, or how I plan to fight. So there are plenty of demerits in spending my 30 minutes learning a style. Which is why I came up with the most efficient method to gaining what I need most. While a style would be nice, there are other things I think I need, which are more important at the moment. My defense is terrible, as seen by the beating I got back there. Is here any sort of defensive skills I can learn? I inquire. Defensive skill huh? I guess your defense does need quite a bit of work. Out of all the defensive skills, the two that work best for a dual-wielding dagger user would be deflect and parry. Though deflect may be a bit too difficult for you, so let me show you parry. Try attacking me with all you got, though don't try anything fancy like last time, Zack insisted. I want to retort saying that any skill is easy, as long as you are willing to show it. But I know better than that, since frankly put, I lack time to learn everything, as mortifying as it is. I get into position, and charge at him with my daggers pointing at him. Only to have my daggers and charge easily stopped in place. Excellent. My first defensive skill. I know. I got evasion prior, but I consider that more of an avoidance skill. There was also shield mastery, but that is only considering if I use a shield. Of course I am not done just yet, as I continue my barrage of attacks non-stop. And Zack easily blocks them all using parry. Even though my skill acquisition is on cooldown, I still pay attention to Zack's style and his use of parry to try to gain more insight. After another 5 minutes, I got another dialogue. Though I don't stop and continue on attacking, only after 15 minutes pass do I become convinced that I reached the limit. Of course there is a possibility that he is holding back, but somehow I find that unlikely and I am running out of time anyways. I think I got the gist of it. Now can you try attacking me and I'll try to use the skill. Though, I also have a special request for when you attack. I would like to see if there is a skill that improves power slightly but uses little stamina. I query. Alright, I'll see how well you do in learning the skill. As for a low stamina skill that increases power. How about Slice? It is similar to Slash but focuses more on accuracy and penetration over power, and takes up significantly less stamina. Does that sound good to you? Zack questioned. Sure, that would be great. I concur. With that, Zack switches from defensive to offensive as he activates Slice straight at me. To which, I counter with parry without much issue. Oh, you really are fairly talented, Zack complimented while staring in wonderment. Again please. I want to get both skills down the best I can. I request. You shouldn't be too greedy. Just getting one of these skills down would be a huge boon for you, Zack reprimanded. He continued to use Slice at me for another 5 minutes. At which point I asked him. I was wondering, is your Slice at level 2? I inquire. I am surprised you noticed. Yes, my Slice skill is at level 2. It is a great skill early on due to stamina limitations, but as you gain more and more stats, other skills become far more efficient in the long run, Zack explained. Now that it has come to this, it is time to conclude my plan. While there are still skills I'd like to learn, as he said I can't get too greedy. I have a main priority at this point and I need to focus on that first, the rest can be gained later during the remaining 2 hours. I have a rather odd request. I hesitantly ask, what is it? If it's related to training and within my ability, I will do my best to fulfill it. It is your private training time after all, he assured. You said that Slice has great precision, right? Would it be possible for you to use all your strength and attack me with Slice without killing me? Considering my overall small frame, it is often that I am likely to receive attacks that overwhelm me. And I want to get experience dealing with them the best I can in training rather than meeting up with them in real life. Is that possible? I pled. At first Zack seems to be completely taken aback by my request. But then puts his hand on his chin and starts contemplating for a bit. I understand where you are coming from. But are you sure about this? While I can guarantee your life, you will most definitely get injured. This isn't a maybe or an if, you being injured is virtually guaranteed. In worst case it might even be a serious injury. So unless you are 100% resolved, I would really suggest against it. I will also note, neither I nor the guild will be held responsible for it. So think carefully before you answer, Zack urged. Gulp. While feeling a bit taken back and somewhat scared, I still pulled together my resolve as this is still the safest route I can take to get stronger. I am fully resolved. I insist while taking up a defensive stance. Sigh if you insist, muttered Zack while taking up an offensive stance. Though it could clearly be seen that hesitation was all over his eyes. I will confirm this one last time, are you ready? Zack questioned Simi, NGLY wanting me to change my mind through pressure. I am ready. I respond with confidence as I activate my all-observing eyes. Here goes, exclaimed Zack as he seemingly gives into my resolve, and releases his Slice at devastating speed. Even with my rather high speed, I was only barely able to make it in time to block his attack with parry. And even then I have a feeling he made it easier to block on purpose. Suddenly, I feel a sharp pain from my left shoulder, while a dull pain from my hands as my weapons flew out. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't that my daggers flew out in reality, more precisely. They were split in half. The next thing I notice, blood began to burst out from my shoulder. Are you serious? Are you freaking serious? This is utterly ridiculous. The training weapons are made of sturdy but soft wood, but they are not sharp at all. Not to mention, the edges of the weapons are coated with an extra layer of rubber-like substance limiting their cutting ability even more. Factor in that slice pays an extra penalty the duller the weapon, add to it that I used parry to mitigate some of the damage and have toughness at level 3. And lastly cons. Either he did not hit at me directly but at only my shoulder. Did I say this is freaking ridiculous? I mean sure, Zack is a rank C adventurer. But the difference is far larger than I could ever dream. I fell to my knees in utter shock. I was, this, close to death. Are you okay? Sorry about that, I may have attacked a bit too hard. They don't make these training weapons as sturdy as they used to. Zack frantically apologized. Sturdy my ass. If I did not parry it or did not have toughness, I would have most definitely been killed here and now. While I was fuming with rage and helplessness, at same time I felt a little bit relieved. Not only from surviving a near-death experience, but also due to the new strength that now filled my body. Due to all the strain, I fell to the floor and TTLE by little began to lose consciousness. Crud. Due to your skills I totally forgot about your overall low level, crud. Hang in there. I'll get some help, yelled Zack as he picked me up and rushed upstairs. During this time I fell in and out of consciousness, overhearing words here and there. I am sorry, we do not have any potions in stock at this time. The Alchemists Guild selection is comin'. G up, and they emptied out all the herb reserves in preparation, said some lady's voice in the background. Soon after I lost consciousness again as I felt being moved yet again. When I barely came to again, I heard yet another voice in the background as I slightly opened my eyes to see Zack and an old man standing there conversing. This is the one, right? Fear not, child, everything will be okay. Light magic, holy light, murmured the old man. For a moment, I felt like the entire world lit up in some strange color lights all around. But soon after they disappeared and a sense of warmth overtook my body as I fainted. Volume 02, hammering in my new reality. 4. I woke up to an unfamiliar ceiling. Yuwa. I can't believe I actually used that line. I took a look around and could not recognize the place at all. Regardless, one thing I could tell was the furnishings were definitely of higher quality than I have ever seen in this world. Not long after, a human lady walked in the room. You are awake? She asked. Suddenly dread fills up to the bottom of my soul, and my face goes pale as I quickly check the equipment menu. Relief only fell after I confirmed that the slavery collar was still inactive. Once I calmed down, I took a glance at the lady. Yes, where am I? I asked. Sorry for not giving you a proper introduction. I am Nun Kimberly and you are in the church. You were brought here by Zack after sustaining heavy injury, Nun Kimberly responded. I see. How long was I out? I inquired. You were out for almost an entire day. It is about 2 o'clock now, Nun Kimberly answered. A whole day. I need to hurry back or I won't reach my weekly quota. As I was about to get up and run back to the blacksmithing guild, I suddenly remember something. Is there anything I have to pay for treatment? I hesitantly inquire. You don't need to worry about that. Zack and the priest here go a long way back. So you are free to go whenever. Of course, in the future if luck is on your side. Then feel free to donate to the church, Nun Kimberly informed. I awkwardly nod as I make my way out of the church. To be honest, I don't even know which god this church worships, but it would be really awkward and embarrassing to ask. After being seen off, I quickly ran back to the blacksmithing guild. On the way back to the guild, I review where I stand. Let's see, I completed 19 copper ingots. This means I have 1 more copper ingot remaining. Then I have to move on to finishing 10 bronze ingots. Only then will I get my share of 3 copper ingots to use for my own devices. This is where my new POW stat and increased per will really shine. I pull up my status window and review my stats. What in the world is pure mana affinity? And again that weird messed up look. I also got light magic as well. Does that mean that magical girl Shiro is finally born? Odd, My smell sense is not picking up anything related to mana. Have I been scammed? That said, my only spell is Holy Light ND according to the note, even that is limited. Talk about useless, I mean sure, healing yourself is pretty useful and all. But at this stage almost anything can kill me with one shot. So something like Holy Light would at best be a support spell, as I am running away half dead. I mean, I am not greedy or anything, but couldn't they give me a bit more of a simple and reasonable spell, like Met Eor or Armageddon, that isn't asking for much, right? Sigh. I guess beggars can't be choosers, huh? I'll worry about those implications later. For now I have other things to focus on which take precedence. I make my way into the guild, and withdraw my last copper ore. Now is the time of truth. The hammer in my hand now feels a lot lighter than before as I observe the copper ore with my improved per and begin the process of smelting. But that is not all. I activate all observing eyes, which is not limited to finding flaws in just living creatures, but flaws in all things that I have observed. This includes the copper ore and copper ingot. Unfortunately, a huge headache ensues as large amount of information floods my head. Unlike simply looking for points of weakness in a monster, now I am looking at the entire integrity of the object as a whole. The amount of information is simply too enormous for me to process as is. Regardless, it still serves as a helping hand in my smelting as I gain new insight. Due to the limitations of all observing eyes, I kept usage down to 10 seconds every 10 minutes or so. After about an hour, my last copper ingot is complete. Yay! I finally managed to make a copper ingot without much loss in quality. So now that I am done with copper, next would be bronze. Though I really don't have much time, as tomorrow is the last day of the week. But before that, I need to first observe how others handle smelting of bronze. And like that, I spend a few hours paying keen attention to how others are smelting bronze. Only after about 2 hours of watching, with some time use of all observing eyes, do I finally feel comfortable giving it a shot. I pick up another copper ore and a small chunk of tin ore and begin smelting them together. The process is far more difficult and takes me 2 hours to complete. The final result is less than thrilling. But you know what? I am not discouraged one bit. I knew this would happen on my first attempt as I get the hang of it. Frankly speaking, I did better than my first attempt at a copper ingot despite the higher difficulty. While I would like to continue and attempt at least one more bronze ingot, that is out of the question. At issue is that I am completely famished. I missed yesterday's dinner plus today's breakfast. Not to mention I had to deal with all that training. And on top of that, smelting these 2 ingots. A bit more and my stats will drop from hunger. So instead I head for the cafeteria and wait for dinner. After enjoying the rather poor dinner, which somehow due to hunger tasted better than it normally does, I drag my tired self to sleep. The next day, my final challenge for the week has started. The goal is to finish the 9 remaining bronze ingots and claim my just reward. My first attempt of the D. I with the help of my all-observing eyes netted me a quality score of 2.537. Which continued to increase at a steady pace. I would first use my unique skill for making 1 ingot, then make 2 more without it. This way I can solidify my knowledge without relying on my limited use unique skill. I barely managed to finish the 9 ingots prior to dinner, with my best record being 4.892. Finally finished with my work and totally exhausted. I have dinner and retire for the day. With this my first week as a junior disciple at the blacksmithing guild ends, with all quotas barely met. I did remember to pick up my complimentary 2 copper ingots and 1 bronze ingot out of the batch I made and stored them into my item box. With the start of the new week, I started out as usual. In the morning, I made 2 copper ingots. Which by the way I was super pleased that I was able to make them around the quality score of 5 even without all observing eyes. After the less than spectacular breakfast, I head out of the guild. My destination? Obviously the Alchemist Guild. Today is the Alchemists Guild monthly selections, and while I can't exactly be a member of both, I can still get some production skills which I may not have access to normally. The Builders Guild already demonstrated for me that access for outsiders is limited. So this is my only chance in the short term to get some significant skill improvements. When I arrive at the Alchemists Guild, which is located a pretty decent distance away towards the southwestern area, I see the place jam-packed. There is easily over 100 people here, maybe even 200. The variety of people is also much larger, while the blacksmithing guild was loaded with mostly dwarves. The alchemists guild has a lot of elves and yes, unfortunately humans. But there were also a few beastkin there as well. After a while, an elf in a long robe came out and addressed the crowd. Welcome everyone to the monthly selections for the Alchemists Guild. As you may know, the Alchemists Guild is divided into multiple tests that check your standing, and depending on it, you will be assigned within the guild. The first test will test your herb processing skill. As there seems to be over 200 of you here, we will divide you up into groups and test your groups one by one, announced the elf. We were separated into groups of around 50, and I was put in the third group. It took not more than 40 minutes for them to get to our group and we were shown inside. Everyone, please sit down at a table. There are herbs in front of you that you must process. You are required to process 3 different herbs within 15 minutes. Please begin as soon as you are seated, announced the elf. I and the other 50 or so people took our seats and began the processing of herbs. My first order of business was as usual. To enjoy stealing all the delicious skills that I can. Of course this time, unlike with blacksmithing, I paid far more attention to the details and from time to time activated my all-observing eyes. It didn't take long for the skills to start rolling in. Unfortunately I spent so much time staring that I was left with only 7 minutes to process the 3 herbs. But can you blame me? I diligently began processing the herbs to the best of my ability, which was rather high considering my skill level and my improved per. I don't know about other production classes, but if they have similar quests as mine, it definitely wouldn't be easy to get. After I finished processing my first herb, as expected a blue box appeared. Of course I had no time to slack as I had 2 more herbs to process, and I was running low on time. Only at the last second, I barely managed to process the 3rd herb, and even then I feel like quality suffered quite a bit due to my haste. Barely able to finish in time, I sigh in relief as the examiners walk around evaluating the herb processing. Unlike the talkative dwarves, all they did was say, pass, or fail, and move on. Interestingly enough, a whopping 37 people have passed. Me of course being one of them. Which seems like the overall standards here are quite low. May I have your attention everyone? For those who have passed, you have 2 options. The first option is to go join the guild as someone designated to collect and process herbs. The second option is to move on to the second exam. Those who wish to participate in the second exam, please come to me, announced the elf. Out of the 37 people, only a measly 7 people went to the elf. I then walked up as well being the 8th, which seemed to have confused the elf a little. You are aware that the second exam requires the knowledge of alchemy, correct? The elf questioned. I know, I replied. I see, then all of you come this way, said the elf. It did not take long till we arrived at a room full of equipment. While it looked similar to a chemistry room, all the equipment seemed pretty foreign to me. Frankly speaking, I had zero confidence in passing the test or probably even doing alchemy. But I am not exactly here for that, am I? I expect to fail really. Though I am not just going to give up either, I will at least make an attempt, as making my own potions would help quite a bit. This is the lab we will be using for this test. Your assignment is to create 2 potions, a lesser health potion and a lesser mana potion. All the materials are provided here. There are also reference books and other things that are accessible. We are not testing your knowledge of alchemy here, that will be for those planning on taking the 3rd test. During the 2nd test we are looking for those capable of mass-producing potions. You have 3 hours to complete this assignment, declared the elf. Like that, everyone went their own direction and started preparing the processed herbs. In my case, I went towards the reference books and started skimming them a bit. Not surprisingly, it was all Greek to me. So while pretending to read the book, I took glances at the other 7 participants and studied what they did. At first, it made very little sense until a helping hand was thrown from my good old friend Blue Box. Suddenly, things started to make a whole lot more sense. I continued to watch as they mixed herbs, brewed them and etc. With it my skill levels continued to rise. To be honest, I never actually expected to hit level 4 in alchemy. But one of the participants seemed to be very talented. He was pretty much done with the lesser health potion in half an hour. I watched the others as they completed their lesser health potions at varying times, but all of them were done within an hour and a half. Once that happened, I turned back to the reference book and continued reading. I did hear some gossips going around like, why is this beast can even hear? And the like, but I ignored it. I spent half an hour on reading the reference book, learning as much as I could about alchemy. After that, I finally attempted making the lesser health potion. To be frank, I saw health potions as top priority. I lack spells and enough mana to make mana potions any use for me in the short term. That is not to say that I didn't memorize the details the best I could, but as far as attempting goes, my priority was the health potion. So I started the process of making the lesser health potion, and it was fairly challenging. It looks simple when looking from the side, but the process is like a timed video game. You have to mix materials at a certain interval, have heat at certain amount at certain time, then divide them up quickly enough before they overreact. The process was really difficult. Even with my rather high alchemy skill and my really hyper, if not for all observing eyes slowing down time at critical junctures, I would have been totally screwed. I am just glad this isn't one of those recipes that can explode in your face after an hour, though I finally managed to make my first potion. Talk about pathetic. Considering according to the reference book an average lesser health potion should give plus 30 HP plus 30 HP per minute for 5 minutes. Obviously I did not have enough time to make a mana potion due to the test coming to an end. The elf examiner went one by one, evaluating the potions. Unlike last time, he gave some basic comments here and there. Overall, out of the 7, 5 passed and 2 failed. Then he came to me, picking up my potion. He frowned for a second. Looking around, the others' reactions were either of sneering or of pity. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised. While you failed to make the lesser mana potion, and your lesser health potion is of unacceptable quality. The fact that you managed to even make a potion goes beyond my original expectations. From the looks of things, this was probably the first potion you have ever made, isn't it? The very fact that you got this far is extremely astonishing. There is no need to be discouraged. Personally, I think you may have a great talent for alchemy, especially considering your young age. Unfortunately, it does not change the fact that you failed this examination, and the rules of this guild is strict. I would highly suggest trying again in the upcoming selections. In the meantime, I suggest taking up a role in her beet processing and becoming more familiar with the herbs. Here, you can take the potion you made as a gift. It is too low level for us to use for anything, but it might prove useful to you in the future, evaluated the elf examiner. I understand, I replied, taking the potion and making my way out of the guild. Contrary to what the elf examiner may have thought, I was rather pleased with my result then and there. Not that the extra compliments and gift hurt by any means. Resisting the urge to go peekaboo to the tailoring shop a few times to see if I can get another skill level in thread weaving, thus fulfilling my last requirement for the quest, I for the time being head back to the blacksmithing guild. It is vexing to be so close to a quest completion and letting it go just like that, but there are other priorities I need to take into account. When I reach the smithing area for the junior disciples, I take a look around and do my best to learn everything I can about blacksmithing in same way I learned about smelting, herb processing and alchemy. At this point I already have quite some experience learning from others. After about 3 hours of learning what I could, I take out both of the copper ingots and start smithing. It took me about 4 hours to finish smithing the item I was looking for. What was it that couldn't wait another day? It came out better than I thought, because the hammers they provide us are below the quality score of 1. Thus giving no improvements whatsoever. But that is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that to gain levels, I need my equipment to be used by someone. And at this point, I am wasting XP on every ingot I forged. Now that I have my own hammer, despite it being inferior to average, it is still better than what I am using now. And every use should net me some XP towards my creationist class. That said, I kind of overused my all-observing eyes today and all the mental stress has been stacking up. So I decided to retire a bit early for today. Only the next day did I start putting my new copper blacksmithing hammer to good use. And as expected, the flow of XP increased tremendously. While there is no such thing as an XP bar, unfortunately. I can somehow feel the flow of XP as I gain it. The feeling is akin to warmth and joy filling your heart. And the feeling I am getting from using my own hammer versus one Pravi. Dead for me feels to the tune of getting triple the XP. It almost makes me regret making those 32 ingots using someone else's hammer, regardless how silly and unreasonable that sounded. I was in such a good mood. I managed to make 18 copper ingots all in one day. This feeling of gaining XP is so addictive, that I wonder if there is such a thing as gaining XP anonymous. 'Cause really it's just too addictive. I was filled with so much happiness and joy, I almost accidentally fried my tail in the forge from it swinging back and forth in excitement. Talk about dangerous. Unfortunately, with the coming of dinner, all that happy time came to an end. Despite my inner self screaming, just one more ingot, you know you want to. Of course it was not up to me, as the forge closes down after dinner. So there is nothing I could do even if I wanted to. Either way, I managed to complete the 20 copper ingot quota and all of them were around the quality score of 5. Not to mention, since I managed to make 50 ingots, I managed to complete a quest as well, with a new one appearing. Left with no other choice, I went to eat dinner and retired for the day. Volume 02, Hammering in My New Reality 5. The next day, I kind of was thinking about going around and seeing if I can complete more of the quest by attaining more production skills. But as soon as I started the morning smelting, the voices in my head kept saying, just one more. Come on, one more. I almost ended up missing breakfast. I am not addicted, okay. I am perfectly in control here, I am not in any ways being manipulated by this warm and joyful feeling, got it. I can step out at any time I feel like it, I just chose to continue smelting out of my own will, understand. Just one more and I'll go. Then I came to a rather shocking realization. I already made all 10 of my bronze ingots. I am totally out. Suddenly I felt totally helpless, which I assure is not withdrawal symptoms, okay. I'll be totally fine if I can just smelt one more ingot, just one more. Wait, I can get this feeling back if I start smithing. I still have that bronze ingot and I can claim a new quota of 2 copper ingots and 1 bronze ingot. No, stop. Gua, what the heck is wrong with me? I had a plan and I can't break it now. Well, maybe a little. No, I take a few deep breaths and try to calm myself down the best I could. I need to first review where I stand. It seems that during my reckless obsession with smelting, I was finally able to break through the quality score of 5 without the use of my unique skill. Since I have completed all of my assigned quota, made my own hammer, hit a bottleneck of smelting and gotten a hold of 2 bronze ingots. It is time to move to the next part of my plan. Smelting one more. No. I walk up to the distribution counter and hand over my quota. At same time receiving my bronze ingot and 2 copper ingots. One more thing. I would like to sign up for a private lesson from an intermediate disciple for tomorrow. I request. Ya definitely still have your privilege for receiving a private lesson for this month. Do ya have any special requests? Asks the dwarf by the counter. Well, it probably goes with O.T. saying the higher blacksmithing level the better, but if it is possible, preferably not a human. I pled in a timid voice. He takes a look at me for a short while. Sigh, I'll see what I can do for ya missy, relents the dwarf. With that, I waited for dinner resisting the non-addictive urges and went to sleep for the day. After waking up, I somehow managed to wait till after breakfast and headed for the counter. There I received permission to enter the intermediate discipline area and I was then guided to one of the dwarves who seems to have been waiting for me. Hello there missy, my name is Doran. I will be your instructor for today, the dwarf informed. Hello, my name is Shiro. Thank you for accepting my request, I respond politely. So where can I assist you missy? Asked Doran. Well see, I made this copper blacksmithing hammer the other day, but the quality is rather lacking and I want to attempt at making a bronze blacksmithing hammer. So I would like to practice on the copper ingots I got. Then try making one out of bronze, I reply. Doran takes a moment and looks at my copper blacksmithing hammer, then after pondering for a bit. Let me first show ya how to make one and explain all the details. From then on ya can try to make one yourself, said Doran as he took out some bronze ingots and began forging a hammer, while explaining to me all the intricacies. It took him no more than an hour to finish smithing the hammer. From his explanation and demonstration, I gained a completely new insight into blacksmithing, for more reasons than one. I was literally smiling ear to ear. Even left as is, this was well worth it. After being told all the details, shown how to do it step by step, and the huge increase in my skills ability, it was now time for me to try. I first started by making a copper blacksmithing hammer, unlike before where it took me 4 hours. Now my speed easily doubled due to my hyper stat. So I was done within only 2 hours. The results were also pretty good if I don't say so myself. Doran was pretty darn impressed with my progress. Now that I have made that, next order of business was attempting the bronze blacksmithing hammer. It took me about 3 hours to get it done, far from the 1 hour it took Doran. Though part of it taking Doran an hour was also in him explaining stuff to me as he went along. The results overall were better than I originally expected. Thus my brand new hammer was born. I still had 6 hours left on my private tutoring, so I wanted to take the most advantage of it. Doran, I was thinking. Since I am doing well with the process of smelting and smithing bronze, can you show me how to smelt iron? I want to see if I can request myself to move on to iron. I inquire. Sure, no problem, Missy. At this rate though it somehow feels like you're gonna surpass me fairly soon, Doran smilingly joked. Doran went out and brought back some iron ore, then began to smelt it as he explained tips and tricks to look out for. While those things were surely helpful, what I was really looking out for only appeared after about 3 minutes. After he was done making the iron ingot, while explaining all the details, about an hour has passed. He then took out another iron ore. I can only let ya attempt this once. If ya succeed with a quality score of at least 3.5, I can request for ya to be moved to making iron. If not, ya will have to wait for next month to try again, Doran warned. Okay, I'll give this a shot. I exclaim excitedly. This time around, I really give things my all. Even using my all. Observing eyes almost to the full limit. There is no way I am missing out on the opportunity to get access to iron after all. After spending a whopping 4 hours on trying to get it just right, the result came out rather positive. Doran remained rather speechless for a good 5 minutes. Before finally coming to, ya know, I was at first jokin' about surpassin' me soon, but ya know what? It just might happen, Missy. I feel like I am at a complete loss. I'll file a request for ya to get promoted to iron as promised, Doran relented. After a short chat about things here and there, the private lesson soon came to an end. I took my 2 copper blacksmithing hammers and deposited them at the counter. Since I can't exactly sell them, my hope is that someone in the future who doesn't have their own hammer will use them. Thus filling me up with that joyful happy feeling, which I repeat I am not addicted to. I then headed for dinner as I contemplated on what to do next. From what Doran has said, since I already completed my quota for the week, I can't exactly get a completely new quota. But I can get a partial quota which will consist of 10 iron ingots. And after completion, one will become mine. Considering the circumstances, it should take me no more than 2 days to smelt the iron ingots. Then the day after that, I'll have pretty much free. So I'll go hunting for some herbs, which I can use both to make money and at same time save up for making potions with my alchemy. Then, the day after will be a new week, but first order of business would be to visit the monthly selections of the Builders Guild. Only after that will I be able to start fulfilling my new quota. I will then spend the 2 iron ingots into making an iron blacksmithing hammer, and as far as the bronze ingots go, I will finally start to make some combat gear for myself. I should also consider signing up for the last perk, which can only be used once a year. That perk being getting private guidance from an advanced disciple. From what I heard those tend to have longer wait times. I really need to get that done before the competition, as I really want to get promoted to intermediate disciple so I can start making money and also get access to better ores, and the competition is the fastest way to achieve that goal. With my plans made up, I head off to sleep. Volume 02, The Things I Must Prepare 1. By next morning, I got permission to take advantage of the temporary quota adjustment. And as predicted, it took me the entire 2 days to smelt the iron ingots. Due to the detailed instructions from Doran that I got, it did not take long for me to hit the quality score of around 5. Thus, I managed to net myself my first iron ingot. What's that? You want me to smith you ASAP, mister? Iron ingot. Goo. Stop tempting me. Today marks the 14th day since I came to this town of Halion. And my plan for today is to finally revisit the Adventurers Guild and earn some money. When I came to the guild, I was notified that someone left a letter addressed to me, which I found rather shocking. I took a look at the letter and it seems to be from the trainer Zach. Quote. Okay, let's pretend I didn't see any of it. I mean, why exactly would I hold a grudge against someone who gave me so much delicious skills? Sure, being almost killed kind of stings just a little. But somehow, it is sad to say that I have been through worse. Is it pathetic that I already think being almost killed is part of everyday life these days? Sigh. If you are going to apologize for something, how about giving me more of those awesome skills? Stealth would be nice. Sigh. Yup, let's pretend it never happened. I put the silver coin in my item box and destroy the note, throwing it away as I head out of town to collect herbs. I did double check just in case if there would be any replacement trainers or the like, but unfortunately got a negative. For the time being, the day went by rather quickly, and I managed to collect a total of 15 herbs, which was quite productive. Out of the herbs, 4 of them were dire milkweed, which I stored in my item box for future potion making. I also kept a sleepy jasmine while cashing in the remaining herbs. Overall, I managed to earn 45 iron coins with the reward, bringing my total savings up to 1 silver, 51 iron and 50 copper coins. After dinner I retired for the day, and then went on to sleep. Thus started yet another new week. I started my morning with my new usual routine of smelting 2 bronze ingots. After barely pulling myself away from smelting, I had to eat breakfast and headed out. My target: the Builders Guild monthly selections. Frankly, I think I managed to nab most of the skills back then. But you never know what shows up, so might as well make the best of it. The crowd this time around was again larger than the Blacksmithing Guild, but it was not as large as the Alchemy Guild. I'd say maybe 100 to 150 people. This time around, the composition was made up of mostly dwarves and beastkin. Though I barely noticed a small batch of a new race. To note, the small descriptor was literal. The new race I just noticed were a few gnomes. The area the Builders Guild had was pretty large. So all of us were quickly taken to the courtyard. Welcome everyone. My name is Rob, and I will be overseeing the examination. This exam is fairly liberal overall. Y'all all are free to build whatever y'all want in a designated area. Showing off y'all talents. The resources are all shared, so not only will we evaluate your performance as an individual, but also as a group. Building things, unlike many other production-oriented jobs, is a team effort, which oftentimes involves dealing with people ya get along with and ones ya don't. All these factors shall be evaluated. Ya have 10 hours and are free to start whenever. Announced the dwarf. What should I build? It probably should be something I plan on using in the future, like maybe some traps. But first order of business. I shall observe people and see if I can pick up some new skills. I am a bit concerned about running out of limited supplies by the time I actually start building something. That said, skills take precedence. I decide to look around using Identify to find the top 5 in terms of level, or anyone who seems to have a non-combat job related to a production skill. From then on, my glare-a-thon began. That last one was pretty darn useful. But the most interesting thing as far as production skills go came from the gnomes. I spent about 3 hours looking around and it seemed like that was the end as far as skill gains were concerned. So I decided to start up on my project at hand. Maybe I should take advantage of both my blacksmithing and my new mechanical engineering skill and make something like a bear trap. Looking around, there is a furnace I can use to blacksmith. There are no ores though, but there are copper metal scraps here and there. The quality is going to be abysmal, but it's worth a shot for trial's sake. I start collecting the small pieces of copper lying around here and there, and then melt them down. With them, I managed to make about 5 copper ingots. Unfortunately, due to their quality being around 1.03141.1278, it wasn't good enough for my class quest. Regardless, the fact that they were above the quality score of 1 in itself was a miracle. Truth of the matter is, I don't really know how to make a bear trap. But I should be able to reason it out with the help of my stats and skills to an extent. How about something like this? I'll make a spring and coil it around both ends of the trap. Then I will put a metal rod in the middle that will hold both sides from snapping together. Afterwards I will make a center platform with another spring, which when stepped on would push the rod out of place, thus snapping the trap. It isn't much, but worth a try. After 5 hours on working on the trap, with many trial and error, I finally managed to complete something. Quote. Is it just me, or does it feel like the system is going out of its way to insult me? Maybe I should try something a little bit more simple. Let's see what trap can I make in 2 hours. Maybe something simple like a giant mouse trap, though it would probably still take me more than 2 hours to make. In the end, I could not think of anything that would be so quick to make without any guidance. So I just spent the time comprehending what others were doing, especially the gnomes who were building some odd contraptions. I didn't even bother waiting for my entry to be evaluated since it was too embarrassing of course. I remembered to disarm it prior to leaving lest some poor soul accidentally loses a finger. Wait. I did disarm it, right? I think I did. Oh well, what's the worst that can happen? When I returned to the blacksmithing guild, there was still 2 hours left, so I used that time to smelt 3 bronze ingots. My speed is definitely improving. I actually could have made more, but I was pretty tired from building that trap. The top priority for this week is to improve my speed without hurting quality and start making new gear. Maybe if lucky, see what I can do about tailoring as well. On that note, I went to sleep. Volume 02, The Things I Must Prepare 2. The 18th day in this town has turned out a very happy day, as I got to spend the entire day smelting. To be clear, it isn't because I am addicted to this warm and fuzzy feeling. Okay. Due to my improvements in both skill and ability, I managed to make 15 bronze ingots and 6 iron ingots in just one day. Talk about bliss. The saddest part was calling it quits at dinner time. Why does something like dinner exist? I even got a bigger shock the day after when I realized I was out of things to smelt after only making 4 iron ingots. Conspiracy. Of course, by completing 50 extra ingots, I again managed to complete a class quest and got another +1 per. So now the moment of truth, I claimed my 1 iron ingot and 2 bronze ingots and began my attempt at an iron blacksmithing hammer. It took me the entire day to smith the hammer, as it was the most difficult thing I have ever made so far. That said, I already had insight into iron and making hammers from Doran. On top of that, my skills and per also improved. Interestingly enough, even End helped keep me steady in making precise motions in my smithing. Eureka! Thus I retired Johnny W. Hitch, by the way, is what I named my bronze blacksmithing hammer, and put the freshly made Tommy in service. Too bad it was the end of the day, so I could not take Tommy for a spin. Only the next day did I finally put him to good use. My first aim was construction of a helmet. The biggest weakness of all humanoids is the head, and any attack on the head from a blind spot means instant death. Normally, making a full helmet would require 3 bronze ingots. But my requirements are much simpler, since not only am I smaller than a typical full-grown adult, I also don't need a full helmet. The helmet I need has to not get in the way of my agility, and I only needs to cover the most vital parts, which is the top of the head, back of the head and the neck. Though I have to also account for my ears. I don't want to press them down. Neither do I want to leave them vulnerable, so what I am thinking is something along the lines of one of those city guard helmets you see in shows where the top of their heads are covered in plate, with chainmail on the sides going around the neck. Except mine will have room for my cat ears, which will be plate on the back side, and chainmail on the front. The issue is had normally I would still slightly lack the materials to pull it off. But this is where my all-observing eyes come in, and in more ways than one. First of all, using it I can tell where the weak points are on a beastkin's head are. I can then fortify those areas with more fortifications, while skimping on materials in other areas. The only remaining factor is to ensure structural integrity of the item, which is again where my unique skill along with my hyper shines. Different from making a blacksmithing hammer like before, it is important to think about what attributes I wish to imbue it with. The probability of getting more of those attributes increase if I also use materials that reflect those attributes. Otherwise, the attributes will either be spread out or random. There is also a way to make the item stronger by setting restrictions on it. Similar to how the hammers have higher stats than normal, but in retrospect give negative of other stats. In my case, what I am aiming for is an item which is focused more on agility since my number one importance is survival, aka running away. The restrictions I am thinking of is the stat bonus would mostly be limited by the creator and requires a minimum level of 10. I would set it to 13, but the requirements are only possible in denominations of 5. Overall though, setting these kind of restrictions is rather rare. Mostly because not only are the benefits minor. Usually you would want to have the equipment sold to someone else later, especially if you are a blacksmith who gets XP from it. But in my case, where in the world WOU? LD I find a 12-year-old catkin who needs a helmet for combat. Even if I gave it away for free to a stray catkin I find somewhere, they'll most likely sell it for scrap metal after spending an entire day on it. I was finally able to make it. The results are a bit disappointing as I was hoping for greater agility. But in reality it came out better than expected. I was literally customizing a helmet with my own design. Which speaks a lot since this is my first helmet, not to mention wanting stats. I wouldn't have been surprised if quality fell below average and I got completely random stats. So considering the results, it was pretty good. I am literally being hard carried by my skills and stats, then backfilled by my vague knowledge. Of course when I finished it, the expected blue quest box appeared as well. With this I am done with pretty much everything except making combat gear out of iron. The next quarterly competition is within only 15 days. To win that competition and become an intermediate disciple, I need to steal the skills of an advanced disciple. If I fail to win this competition, I will need to wait another 3 months for another attempt, or 6 months until the yearly test which is more guaranteed. But personally I prefer to move up by winning via the competition. Not only is it faster, there is another awesome perk attached. I walk up to the dwarf sitting at the counter. Hello. I would like to sign up for my yearly lesson with an advanced disciple please, I request. Didn't ya just have a lesson with an intermediate disciple just a few days ago missy? Questioned the dwarf in confusion. Yes, I am done with mastering iron, and am ready to go further for the competition, I reply while also showing off Tommy, my iron blacksmithing hammer. Ya gotta be kiddin' me right missy? Exclaimed the dwarf while carefully examining every inch of Tommy. Nope, I am ready to take things up a notch. I assure in a confident matter-of-fact tone. Quote. I don't know what to say missy, it is really hard to believe. But, the evidence is right here ha. I will make a request with your assigned advance disciple and see if he is open. Be warned though, as it gets closer to the competition, things can get rather booked, advised the dwarf. I understand, thanks a bunch mister. I reply and leave the counter. Now then, until I get my confirmation, I should move on to the next step. That being making money. With my helmet finally made, and my combat skills overall improved, I should now attempt to face some monsters. And I probably will need a decent amount of money. The reason is pretty simple. While the competition may seem fair at first, it is far from it. Not only are we separated by skill level, we are also separated by attainment level. An intermediate disciple can get access to steel. While at best, I would have to compete with iron. It is said that your skills are what is taken into account, not the material. But even that is BS to an extent. Steel is more difficult than iron. So the hurdle in itself is higher. So even if I make the best iron item I can manage, I would still lose out to a quality steel-based item. There is of course some respite in all this. Steel fundamentally is made out of iron ore and coal. So technically speaking, all I need to do is buy coal and combine it with my iron. But if I really want to show a good performance, I may need to actually buy higher quality iron ore and coal ore to attempt to make a higher quality steel item. This is why from tomorrow on, I need to start making money via herbs and killing monsters. Of course it was already too late for today, so I head out to have my poor excuse for dinner and get some shut-eye for the long tomorrow. Volume 02, The Things I Must Prepare 3. I woke up early in the morning as always. And go do my usual thing, Fudge, I am all out of things to smelt. Correction, I go through 2 excruciating hours of withdrawal. I then get some breakfast and head back to the smithy towards the counter. Hi, has there been any reply to my request? I inquire. Ah, yes Missy. We got a response from advanced disciple Gregan, he will be available only in 5 days. Is that all right with ya? Asked the dwarf. That would be great, I excitedly exclaim. All right, I will notify Gregan of your acceptance, confirmed the dwarf. Thank you very much. I'll be on my way now, I reply. After bidding farewell, I head off to the Adventurers Guild. Once I get there, my first order of business is to see what rank G or F quests are available. Looking at rank G, it seems to lack combat quests altogether. Which I guess is not a surprise, considering that most rank G do not even have a non-combat class. Most of the quests are just doing miscellaneous things. Only at rank F do I see quests that start to touch upon combat. In particularly, the 2 quests I see are Collection, Horned Rabbit Pelt and Collection, Dire Fox Pelt. If I collect 5 pelts, I will be rewarded 1 silver coin plus market price. The market price of course depends on the condition of the pelt. Well, Horned Rabbit is probably a no-go. It isn't hard in general as they are pretty weak, even for monsters of their level. That said, according to the information from the library I read, these critters seem to have some of the highest fatality rate among new adventurers. Why? Simply because due to them being pretty weak, people let their guard down and before they know it, they quickly plunge at you with their horn. In sense, they are similar to the heck boar where if you can dodge or block the first attack, they are generally simple prey. But otherwise they can kill you pretty quickly, that is assuming you have poor armor though, which most early adventurers do. While I do have confidence in my speed, I am not stupid enough to take needless risks if I don't have to. I will wait on hunting them until I get myself a chest piece at least. So I guess Dire Foxes it is. Like the herb quest, this one seems to also be repeatable. So I don't need to head to the counter and instead make my way out of the guild, and out of the city towards the nearby forest. I then put my sense smell and sense presence to use. Since I have been avoiding monsters at all cost, I am not exactly familiar with all their scents. But it isn't much of a problem really. This forest has 3 main monsters, forest goblins, dire wolves and dire foxes. Generally speaking, more than often, dire wolves and forest goblins travel in groups, while dire foxes do not. So all I need to look for is a scent of an individual mammal with fur, and voila. It did not take me long to locate a dire fox using this method, and with the help of eagle eyes I managed to get a visual, thus letting me identify it. It seems to be level 8. It would be nice if I had a true stealth ability. Since it also has sense smell, sneaking up on it normally is not going to work. So I guess I'll have to shorten my distance the old-fashioned way. I activate sprint and rush at it with my dagger. It did not take long for it to notice me, and it tried to run away using its own sprint. Probably to flank me from a different angle. Of course I would not let it do so. I activate both of my throw skills focusing on speed and accuracy. I throw a rock right at the direction the dire fox plans on retreating. This causes it to momentarily stumper and change directions. This was exactly what I was waiting for, as I already activated charge aiming right at that spot. I then activate all observing eyes and loading my dagger with penetrate and impale. As it gets off the ground mid-jump I thrust the dagger right in its neck. My dagger shreds through the fox's neck and we travel like that almost a meter, and eventually the fox flings off and flies away due to the momentum smashing into a tree. The dire fox then tried to get up, and it did barely, only to collapse right after. It did not take long for it to die due to excessive bleeding. Was a level 8 monster always this easy? No. This is probably due to all the recent improvements that I mustered. My level has almost doubled, increasing my ability across the board. My skills have improved and not only in levels but in understanding and quality. With my super hyper, I was able to judge minuscule details. With my improvements from SPD and my runner, accelerate ability I was able to quickly pick up speed and shrink the distance. And lastly with my POW and trainer, strengthen I was able to pull out a more powerful blow. Does this mean I have become awesome? No, let's not get to conceit here. I 80 know full well letting my guard down is the quickest path to self-destruction. This monster was what? 5 levels below me. Not only that, if I think about it logically, there was plenty that could have went wrong. My hyper skill may help with making predictions and all, but that is about it. If I made a mistake and it went the other way, I could have opened myself up for an attack from behind. If anything, this strategy was pretty reckless. So let's not get too ahead with myself. But it is true that I became a lot stronger than before, so maybe I can compromise and say I become a tad awesome. Hee. Now then, I put my disassembly skill to use. After removing the blood, I start cutting up the fox, separating what is worth its salt. Unfortunately, due to the limited size of my item box, I can't carry much with me. I really need to find a way to increase this skill. Then an idea comes into my head and an evil grin appears on my mouth. Yup, that should definitely work. Now that I know that skill level is not the only thing that matters, I pay close attention to my disassembly skill in action, trying to find ways to make it more efficient. It took me an entire hour just to disassemble it. Of course, part of it was due to me being extra careful on my first real disassembly since getting the skill. I continue to seek out dire foxes while at same time collecting herbs. After about half an hour, I locate yet another dire fox. Though this one was only at level 5. This time around, I am going to try a bit of a different strategy. I won't exactly say this one is the safest one either, due to this dire fox being more than 2x below me in level, it was a perfect opportunity to learn more about the dire fox attack methods. And at same time build combat experience. I just walk out normally and wait for the dire fox to notice me. When it does, it runs away into the bushes. Of course it can't fool my sense presence with my hyper as I notice the dire fox circling around me. When it gets behind me, it rushes straight at me. I quickly turn around and charge straight at it while activating all observing eyes. The fox momentarily opens its eyes wide from shock, but that only lasts a fraction of a second as my usual 3-skill combo stabs it straight in the eye, thus killing it instantly. Yup, awesomeness confirmed. What's that? I am just picking on the weak. A catgirl gotta do what a catgirl gotta do. Plus, it attacked me first, so it is righteous self-defense. Snicker. I again disassemble the fox, but this time around I cut the time down to only 15 minutes. The problem is at this point my item box is running low on space. So there is no room to fit any more dire foxes. Thus I instead focus the rest of the day on just collecting herbs. Once it gets closer to dinner time, I make my way back to the Adventurers Guild. Prior to reaching the guild, I made sure to take out the dire foxes out of my item box, then enter the guild. Time to begin my new operation. Cat wants a larger box. I walk towards the material deposit counter line, and in about 10 minutes it is my turn. Hi, I'd like to cash in 3 violet river grass, 2 sleepy jasmine, 1 dire milkweed and 4 lavender ginger roots for the quest. I also would like to put down 2 dire fox pelts towards my quest completion, and also sell some dire fox meat, I say as I put down the materials on the counter. Let's see. That would be 30 iron coins for the herbs, plus 10 iron coins for the quest reward for a total of 40 iron coins. The dire fox meat would equal a total of 12 iron coins, and the dire fox pelts based on their condition. I can give you a total of 40 iron coins. So your total is 92 iron coins. I will note that for continuous quests, the holding period is 7 days. If you fail to deliver the other 3 dire fox pelts within that holding period, your quest progress will reset. Please place your hand on the orb, notified the dogkin at the counter. After placing my hand on the orb and taking my iron coins, I then proceed to my next order of business. I heard that the guild supply officer and guild master have this awesome skill called item box, is that true? I inquire with the most innocent expression and voice I can muster. I even used the voice manipulation skill for the extra effect. Yes, replied the dogkin. Then would it be possible to see it? Just once would do. I plea with desperation. It is once said that no one can resist a pleading cat, the ultimate killer move. Why are you making those stupid faces? The guild master and supply officer are busy, they have no time for the likes of you. If you have nothing else you need, there are others waiting, rebuked the dogkin. Goo. That's it. I officially hate dogkin. They are all freakin' jerks. And it isn't me being biased cause I am a catkin or anything. I just haven't met one decent dogkin. It's like they exist for the sole purpose of aggravating me. I storm out of the guild completely pissed. I bet you if I was one of those literature heroes, he'd be like, "What's that? You just came to town and you want to meet them? Sure, I'll cancel both their schedules for the entire month to make time to see you. Just see them. At your own convenience, as our guild only exists to serve you and only you. We are completely incompetent and can't do anything without you after all. I don't even know how our town lasted hundreds of years without you. Stupid dogkin," I mutter, fuming on my way back to the blacksmithing guild. I ate dinner which tasted worse than usual today and grouchily went to bed. Volume 02, The Things I Must Prepare for. I woke up in the morning especially grouchy. Not only from remembering the things from yesterday, but also from the fact that I had nothing to smelt. So I spent my time in bed grumbling about how unfair life is and how everyone is out to get me and such. "Pissed, steal some ore to smelt. No one will know," muttered a small Shiro with horns on my shoulder. "Wah, don't listen to her," muttered a Shiro with a halo and angelic wings on my other shoulder. "Stealing is wrong. Commit genocide of the humans and Dogkin instead," she added. "Huh, aren't you my angelic half? How can you say such cruel things?" I question. "That is right, I am your angelic half. Good and evil is decided by each individual. In history, genocide has been done plenty of times for the greater good," explained my angelic self. "Guh. All this stress is driving me crazy." I scream in the room that was luckily empty. Since I woke up a bit late, it did not take long for breakfast to come. So I put my daydreaming delusions aside and went to get some chow, hoping to get my mind off things such a distraction, only to suffer some more with a reminder of how bad the food was. And from there, I headed out of the city. Since there was no need to stop by the Adventurers Guild for a repeatable quest after all. I usually do stop by to see if there is any new quests and such, but I wasn't in the mood for going there in the morning personally. I wanted to vent some stress-killing things, and part of me wanted to go hunt a dire wolf due to their similarity with a certain someone. But good thing the voice of reason stopped me, 'cause I'd probably end up getting myself killed. Sigh. I calm myself down and proceed with the task at hand, which is looking for dire foxes and herbs. It takes me about an hour to locate a dire fox this time around. It was level 9. I decide to use the same strategy I used last time of letting it notice me, then wait for it to attack me. It seems to have the least risk of messing up. As before, the dire fox runs away, only to sneak up behind me and attempt to attack from behind. Of course, that is what I was waiting for, as I repeat my maneuver of charge, then with all obs. RVing eyes stab it in the eye with my combination of my 3 skills. The dire fox smashed into the floor from the impact. Darn. In my rage, my attack was shallow. The dire fox slowly gets up and begins glaring at me. Grr. I calm myself down and grab a rock, hurling it at the dire fox with my throw skill, which it quickly dodges to the side. I use this opportunity to approach it from its newly created blind side and stab it in the neck, finishing it off. This is really unacceptable. I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment during battle. It was good that the enemy was weak and my mess up was minor. But in a situation where I am fighting something of equal strength or stronger, I am just asking for a death wish. I disassemble the dire fox and spend the next 3 hours just looking for herbs and cooling myself off. After I feel like I have cooled off, I again begin to look for dire foxes. And it takes me only 5 minutes to find one this time around, since I was already keeping track of monsters. This dire fox was level 7. I used my usual strategy of letting it run away, then when it attacked me from behind, I finish it off with one precise attack. Dead in one strike, as it should be. I shish disassembling it in only 10 minutes and move on. Now that I am convinced I got my groove back in, I resume searching for the last dire fox. Even though I don't have enough space in my item box for the whole thing. If I forego some of the meat, I can fit it in. In about half an hour, I spot my last prey. This dire fox was level 10. Like last time, I let the dire fox notice me, and run into the bushes. Then as it sneaks up on me and attacks, I turn around and wah! The dire fox was apparently faster than I initially thought for reasons I found quickly apparent. It tackled me to the ground and began sinking its teeth into my neck. I tightly grip my dagger and start desperately stabbing the dire fox. While I can't use thrust or impale like this, penetrate is still going strong. I even activate berserk in desperation. Though I do resist the urge to use. All observing eyes overload. Only then did it finally stop moving. Wait, that was close. I exclaim. If it wasn't for my helmet providing protection to my neck, I'd probably be dead. Today has been one of the crappiest days in a long time. I really need something to make my day, cause things are just looking too grim. Mr. Level Up San, how I missed you. You always know how to brighten my day. Speaking of brightening my day, isn't this the perfect opportunity to try that? I think of the incantation as words flow through my mind, which takes quite a while. But when it finishes, I then shout out, "Light magic, holy light." A warm light envelops me, recovering my health. Though at same time a headache assaults me, taking a toll on my mental. It wasn't to the point where I would faint, but it would definitely be a demerit during actual combat. Luckily after about 5 minutes though the headache was quickly gone. Overall, I put about 10 megapixels into it. I could have probably put in all 15 megapixels, but I don't know if this would has something like when your MP hits 0, you fall unconscious or something like that. Which would be pretty much guaranteed death in this forest. I should probably test that in a safer environment. I should also probably visit the church again and see if I can get any more spells or levels. I mean give my thanks. I proceed to disassemble the last fox, and leave out the less expensive parts of the dire fox meat. Once done, I proceed to collect herbs again while avoiding monsters. In total, by end of the day I managed to collect 11 herbs. So I keep one dire milkweed for my alchemy and head to the guild to do my cash in. Personally, I don't want to meet that dogkin again, but since I'm gonna get paid, I'll tolerate it to some extent. I arrive at the counter and after waiting in a short line place the materials there. Let's see, that would be 35 iron coins for the herbs, plus 10 iron coins from the quest for a total of 45 iron coins. For the dire fox meat that would be 15 iron coins. And lastly for the dire fox pelts, I can give you 40 iron coins for the 2 of the pelts, but the last one is a bit damaged. So it will be 17 iron coins. Lastly it will be 1 silver coin for the quest reward. The total sum ends up 2 silver and 17 iron coins, the dogkin announces. Despicable dogkin trying to cheat me out of my just rewards. Though instead of making a futile argument, I place my hand on the orb and claim my coins obediently. Now my total savings is almost at 5 silver coins. It isn't much, but I am getting there step by step. This time around, I am going to do a slight change to my schedule. I walk to the request board to look for the quest one was looking for. Specifically the rank G quest help, clean the church. The payout is only a measly 1 iron coin. From what I've seen, this quest has been mostly taken by beastkin who recently escaped to help pay for their food till they get something more permanent. This quest is also a continuous quest. But unlike other continuous quests, there is a limit of how many people can accept the quest. So I mark myself down for tomorrow morning. My motives. As pure as a white cat. Once that is done, I head back to the blacksmithing guild. Before going to sleep, I played around a bit with lowering my mana pool to see the result. I did not attempt to try 0 megapixels since you never know. That could be instant death for all I know, but I tried getting it down to around 1 megapixel and the result seems to be similar to be a larger strain on my mental, and that is about it. With the knowledge, I go off to nap. The next day, the first thing I do when waking up is head for the church. From my understanding, I need to help for a minimum 3 hours to receive my commission. I arrive at the back entrance of the church where we were told to gather in the request. Standing there is a boy dogkin and a girl bunnykin, both are slightly older than me by about a year or two. "Hey, I am Rex. You must be new around, a retard," the dogkin exclaimed after he gets closer. Exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark question mark question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark. GUH. Did I ever mention I hate dogkin? Let me make this clear right here and now. I am not a retard. If you say that one more time, I will freaking slice off your tongue. I bellow while glaring daggers at him. I might or might not be pointing a real dagger at him as well, but who were? Rise about such minor unrelated details, he exclaimed Rex in surprise. I am higher level than them and I will probably never meet them again. I have no reason to tolerate their BS. Maybe the fastest way to get what I want is to cut him up a bit, then wait for the priest to come and heal him. Evil grin. Ah, what the heck is wrong with me? It feels like this world is making me into a psychopath day by day. I calm myself down and wait for whoever issued the request a distance away from the other two beastkin. Shortly after, a nun came by, though unlike Kesha, she was far older. You are all here, I see. For those that don't know, I am Nun Lena. I will be in charge of overseeing your work. Rex, you will be in charge of cleaning this backyard. Alexa, you will help with the laundry. And what is your name, little one? Asked Nun Lena. My name is Shiro, I reply. Shiro, then, you will help with washing the hallways. The water is available at the well, and the towels you need are located over by the shed to the right, said Nun Lena, pointing at the shed. Okay, no problem, I exclaim and head to get the stuff I need in the shed. I take a towel, then a basket and go to the well. After I pull up some water, I began cleaning the hallways as instructed. Of course I have another agenda, the first one is scouting. As I wash the hallways, I use smell sense and presence sense in hopes of locating the priest. I go from room to room where I sense something to see if I can locate him. But so far no luck. So you must be new here, exclaimed a childish voice from behind. I turn around and see a well-dressed boy same age as me. Yes, I picked up a rank G quest at the Adventurers Guild and today is my first day. I reply, then thinking it is an opportunity. By the way, do you happen to know where the priest is? I add, the priest is away for today and will not be back till end of the day. By the way, for your information, I am Anderson, the great disciple of the priest. Announced the boy in a proud matter-of-fact tone. Darn, just my luck. Wait, maybe I can use this. By disciple of the priest, do you mean that you can use magic? I inquire in curiosity. Of course I can. Light magic. Light. Aren't I awesome? Exclaimed Anderson excitedly as a ball of light appeared and hovered over his head. More than you know it, sucker. Though why didn't I get level 2? Is it because he lacks the proper level? Let's see if I can extract some more information. That is amazing. What level is your light magic? I questioned, pretending to be thrilled. Well, actually I am thrilled, for a different reason than he thinks. For now my light magic is still at level 1, but it shouldn't take long to reach level 2. I am already halfway there. Bragged Anderson. What do you mean halfway there? I ask by reflex. You don't know, huh? I am a genius, so I already have 5 spells levels right now. I just need to learn or gain 5 more spell levels to unlock level 2. Though for someone great like me, that is a piece of cake. Ha 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 ha, laughed Anderson. So far so good. That is really amazing. What spells do you know and what level are they at? I probe. I know, right? My light spell is at level 2. I also have healing touch at level 1 and cure at level 1. On top of that I even have blessing of the sun at level 1. One day, you can brag that you talked to someone as great as me. Gloated Anderson. Cure is a bit difficult due to no valid target. Healing touch probably overlaps a bit with holy light. But I should definitely get this blessing of the sun. Super duper amazing. By the way, what does blessing of the sun do? I inquire. I'll have you know that blessing of the sun is one of the hardest level 1 spells to learn. It raises your stats as long as are in direct contact with sunlight, explained Anderson. Interesting. I need to buy some time, so let's change the topic for a while. By the way, I am new to this town. Can you tell me what deity this church worships? I ask. You don't know even that? This is the great church that worships the divine dungeon. Initially my family belonged to dragon god religion, but after it was found out I had talent in holy magic, I was taken in as a disciple here. When I was 3 years old. Anderson rambled on. Wow, he is like one of those NPCs. You ask one question and he brings out the whole life story. Not th. And I am complaining despite what he says goes out one ear and out the other. I mean seriously, he makes it sound like him walking down the street is the second coming of God or something. Are you listening? Anderson questioned. Yes. It sounds super awesome. By the way, can you demonstrate the amazingly difficult to learn blessing of the sun? I've never seen anyone good enough to cast it before. I insist. Sure. No problem. Let me demonstrate my great skills. Just stand by the window over there, points Anderson. I do as instructed and stand in the sun by the window. Light magic, blessing of the sun. He exclaimed. Way too easy. He is like a spell piñata. The more you tug at him, the more spells come out. Too bad he is only at level 1 though regardless, I should steal as many spells as I can. I was hoping for an offensive spell though. Anderson, are you disrupting the temporary workers again? You have your own duties to attend to as well, are you finished? Bellowed a voice from behind. He, squealed Anderson and ran. Turning around I saw Nun Lena heading down the hallway. Che, it was going so well. I mutter silently. Lena then came over and faced me. Sorry about that. That boy likes to brag about himself way too much. Due to being brought here, he doesn't really have many people to talk to his age. If he bothers you again, just tell me and I'll set him straight, Nun Lena said. It was no trouble at all, I'll get back to my duties now if you excuse me, I reply as I head down the hallway. Since it does not seem like the priest is going to be here today, let's speed things up a notch. Using my extra stats from SPD and End, then pick up the pace cleaning the hallways. It took me only an hour and a half to clean all the hallways. After I finish, I head back to see Nun Lena. I finished, I exclaim. Already? Asked Nun Lena in astonishment. Yup, feel free to check, I confirm. She walks around the hallways inspecting here and there, then returns. I am surprised you finished so quickly. Normally, the minimum required time is 3 hours, but I don't really have much else for you to do. So I guess I'll count it as a complete for today. Here is you. R1 iron coin and a slip to claim completion from the guild, said Nun Lena while handing over the reward. Thank you very much, I exclaim, and head out of the church, after spending that 1 iron coin. I got on some meat skewers for breakfast. I again leave the city towards the forest. Volume 02, The Things I Must Prepare 5. This time around, my plan was a tad different. First difference was that I focused on hunting dire foxes. My goal was to get all 5 dire fox pelts and 10 herbs all in one day. Since my item box can't hold everything, I decided to instead forego most of the dire fox meat, only acking the most expensive portion of the meat. This way I should be fine. And since at this point I had little use for my MP, I used light magic, blessing of the sun to give myself a slight boost in stats here and there. I also avoided any more level 10 dire foxes. I could beat them probably with ease as well, but no need to take any unnecessary risk if I don't have to. I got the timing down perfectly for those using level 2 sprint. So killing them has been a piece of cake. By the time I headed back to the guild, I had 5 dire fox pelts and 10 herbs in tow. Unfortunately Mr. Level Up Sand did not visit this time around. Of course it is not all bad news. After handing in all the stuff, I managed to earn an astounding 2 silver, 57 iron and 50 copper coins. So now my total balance is 7 silver and 18 iron coins. So my daily earnings have increased by quite a lot. The sad part to all this though is despite all that effort, even a belt made of bronze costs over 3x more than my entire savings. I don't know if I should feel happy about my potential future, or upset at how much effort I put into it to get so little. And like last time, I again sign up for the church's repeatable quest. This will be my last chance in a while to grab as many magics as I can. Starting after tomorrow, I will once again receive my smelting quotas. And then, the following day, is my private lesson with an advanced disciple. From then on, I probably won't have much free time since I have to prepare for the competition which is right around the corner. After the usual dinner and a good nap, the next day came and I again headed for the church. This time around, I came about 15 minutes earlier to see if I could manage something prior. Surprisingly, Anderson was standing in the backyard, chatting with the dogkin Rex. Not surprising was the content of the chat, though Rex seems to be actually revering Anderson looking at it from the side. Anyways, time to tug my spell piñata. Hey there Anderson, can you show me that awesome light spell again? But this time make it as bright as you can. I interject in their pointless conversation. Glad to show off, an enthusiastic smile appeared on his face at my request. No problem. Something like that is easy for someone of my caliber. Light magic. Light. He shouted as a ball of bright light appeared. Everyone should be like NPC Anderson. He then continued his monologue, bragging about himself over and over. Since Rex was there and eating up his words, I little by little slip out and watch something more exciting, like grass growing. I wonder if he will fall for that. After waiting 5 minutes for my cooldown to wear off, I proceed with the plan. Ouch! I injured myself. If only there was someone capable of casting a healing spell. I exclaim with assist of voice manipulation. HMPH. Have no fear, something like that is nothing for someone with my great abilities. Anderson announced. Must resist urge to start laughing. Light magic, healing touch. Anderson yelled as he touched near the wound on my hand. Quote. How disappointing. Aren't you glad someone like me was present? Anderson gloated. Quote. Yeah, I stumper in total confusion on how to respond. Spells are nice. I am thankful, NPC Anderson aka Spell Pinata. But wasn't that a bit too pathetic? I mean seriously. You are definitely the greatest I have ever seen. Rex complimented while wagging his tail. Of course I am. That was nothing. Ha ha ha, Anderson laughed. Yeah, I am just gonna make myself scarce a bit more permanently this time around. It is a good thing I did not think of doing something stupid like slightly poisoning myself to see him use cure. That would have definitely ended in total disaster. In a few minutes, finally some salvation came. I see that everyone is here early today. The assignments today will be same as yesterday. Rex will handle the backyard. Alexa the laundry and Shiro will wash the hallways, announced Nun Lena. We all then split up and took up our roles as Nun Lena dragged away Anderson so he would not interrupt. I quickly washed the hallways as I began searching for new scents or presences to help locate the priest. Unfortunately, Air was no such luck. He could not find any scent that stood out from the day prior. This time around it took only 1 hour to finish due to no distractions and my familiarity with the building. After which I went off to find Nun Lena again. I am done, I exclaim. Already? Since you're done so early, can you help Alexa with the laundry? There is more than usual this time around, Nun Lena proposes. I can try, but I don't really have any confidence in doing it. I respond. It isn't like I haven't done laundry before, but how I did laundry is using a washing machine. Even if I am a bit familiar doing laundry without a washing machine due to my studying on adventuring, that still assumes that the laundry had labels explaining how to wash something properly. Last thing I want to do is damage the laundry and get blamed. That is no problem, Alexa will show you what to do, Nun Lena assured. Okay then, I'll give it a shot, though, mind if I ask if the priest is in? I kinda wanted to thank him for the other day. I question. The priest, he was supposed to be in yesterday night. But there was some delays. If there is something you want me to pass along to him, I can do that for you if you wish, Nun Lena informed. No, that's okay, never mind. I respond and walk to the well where Alexa is doing the laundry. That is quite a disappointment. I was so hoping to stock up on some more spells. Or at the very least increase the level of my light magic. Not sure if I have to follow the same 10 spell levels policy or if I can just get it straightforward like everything else, but regardless. This was my last opportunity in quite a while. Sigh. After spending an extra hour doing the laundry with Alexa, I was finally let go with my completion slip and 1 iron coin. From there, after buying and eating meat skewers, I hurried as fast as possible out of the city to hunt dire foxes and gathering herbs. By end of the day I managed to get the 5 dire fox pelts, though still no level up. On top of that, due to bad luck I was short on 1 herb, so I had to take out a dire milkweed out of my reserve. My earnings this time around was 2 silver and 55 iron coins. Thus my total savings was almost at 10 silver coins. I hurriedly went to get dinner at the guild and went to sleep in a good mood. Because tomorrow I get my new quota. It was hard to fall asleep due to the excitement, but I eventually let sleep overtake me. When I got up, right after breakfast, I rushed to the counter to pick up my ores. And I managed to be one of the first to pick up my 10 iron ores, 20 copper ores and 20 tin ores for my quota. From there, I started smelting them with bliss. My abilities have improved quite a lot yet again, so much so that I was actually able to finish everything in just 1 day. It was a really blissful day. My only dread is the days of withdrawal to come after. But even I knew I'd probably have little time to worry about it then since I'd be busy preparing for the competition. I picked up my reward of 1 iron ingot and 2 bronze ingots. But I did not have the time to make anything out of them as it was already time for dinner. Tomorrow will be the big day. So after dinner I hurry off to sleep. Volume 02, Contending for My Brighter Future 1. Finally the day I get my private lesson from the advanced disciple came. Since I had nothing to do in the morning, I contemplated what I should do with my 2 bronze ingots. Eventually I concluded next time, I should make a visit to the leather goods shop and buy some boots, then plate them in bronze. I do not have the leatherworking skill. But the majority of it will be done using blacksmithing. I only plan on using the leather as inner padding for the boots after all. Which should probably not be too hard. My feet end up hurting like heck sometimes when walking. And especially after using charge. Then after breakfast, I stop by the counter and pick up my permission slip. From there I head to the advanced disciple ward. Why? Must be the new impressive junior disciple I've been hearing about. Said advanced disciple Gregan. I don't know about impressive, but I do my best. I reply with modesty. So what exactly are ya interested in, little missy? Gregan questions. I want to learn to smelt steel. I exclaim with excitement. Smelt steel, ya say? All right, little missy, but I must advise ya. A private lesson with an advanced disciple is nothing like one with an intermediate disciple. To be taught something, ya must first pass a test. Gregan warned. Okay, what is the test? I inquire. It is really simple, little missy. Smelt this without losing over 0.7 quality score, Gregan notified while handing me an ore. Gulp. The ores I smelted before had the quality score of only 5.05.9, this is the highest quality ore I have ever seen. It's literally begging me to smelt it, drool. I take out Tommy, my iron blacksmithing hammer, and begin to smelt the iron ore. Of course I also use the help of my all-observing eye. Here and there to ensure perfection to the best of my ability. After an hour, I finish and hand over the iron ingot for evaluation. Let's see, 6.5. Impressive, little missy. Ya really are quite talented. Okay then, as promised, I shall teach ya to smelt a steel ingot, Gregan announced. He took some high-quality iron ore and some high-quality coal and began smelting them together. After about 6 minutes, exactly what I came here for. Other than being taught, of course. He explained the entire process to me step by step, so it took him about half an hour to smelt it. During that half an hour I got another surprise. I almost threw up in shock. They ain't advanced disciples for nothing. Now it is your turn to try smelt it. If ya can't get a quality score of at least 3, then consider this the end of your lessons. Gregan cautioned. No problemo, I reply nonchalantly. Frankly put, my experience, skills and stats have gone up by quite a bit. As long as the knowledge is provided and demonstrated, adding in all observing eyes. Getting a score above 3 isn't too difficult. I begin producing my steel ingot, spending on it an hour and a half for good measure. It was finally complete. And I hand it over to Gregan. 4.2. How? Little missy, are ya sure this is your first time smelting steel? Gregan inquired, dumbfounded. Yup. Next, can ya teach me to smith using steel? I insist. Sigh. All right then, little missy. Ya gonna have to pass a new test then. Take the iron ingot that ya made, and make it into a dagger. But make sure your quality score does not drop below 6. Gregan demanded. This might actually prove to be a bit difficult. I was shown how to make a hammer, but not daggers. Of course I have seen plenty of daggers being made by others over the time since it is the most common thing made. Reason for that being because it only requires 1 ingot to make, so it is quite a popular item. On top of that, Doran did give me some pointers here and there. But still I begin making the dagger. The process was extremely difficult. My senses told me the final result will end up at around 5.9999. I was pretty much there, but the barrier was too large to cross no matter how hard I tried. But I still did not give up. If this was just a few hours ago, I would agree that it was hopeless. But things are a bit different now. After spending 4 hours on making the dagger, I was finally done. That was too close for comfort. If it wasn't for blacksmithing, smithing perfection and my high luck stat, I would have failed 100. Of course, I was also well rewarded for my hard effort. Yay! About time. Now then, here ya go. I excitedly exclaimed, showing the dagger. Little missy, are ya sure ya aren't an intermediate disciple from some other guild? Gregan questions in a perplexed tone after seeing the dagger. Pretty sure. So will you show me how to make a hammer out of steel? I inquire. Fine. Ya win, little missy. A promise is a promise. Gregan relents. He takes the 2 steel ingots we made and begins to forge a hammer out of steel while explaining the differences between making things out of steel and iron. It took him 2 hours to smith the steel blacksmithing hammer due to explaining all the stuff to me. And of course I was well rewarded in more ways than one. The rewards were much sweeter than I thought. Now then, it is your turn. Unfortunately though, this private lesso only allocates a set amount of resources, so we only have 1 steel ingot to work with, so you're gonna have to settle for making a steel dagger instead. Ya need to get a minimum quality score of 3 to continue the lessons, Gregan explained. Okay, I'll give it a shot. I respond. I take the provided steel ingot and begin smithing it into a dagger to the best of my ability. I spent about 4 hours on making the dagger just right. This is madness. How in the world am I supposed to believe this? Gregan bellowed in confusion. I mean, just getting 4.4 in itself is already astonishing. But to get a bonus option as well. How is anyone supposed to believe this? Smirk. Suddenly in the middle of his raging he suddenly let out a greedy smile. Hey, your name is Shiro if I remember it correctly. How about doing Uncle Gregan a little favor? As ya know, the quarterly competition is coming up soon. All Uncle Gregan wants ya to do is win. And in exchange, Uncle Gregan will give ya some extra free lessons and the materials ya need. How does that sound? Gregan asked in a soft familiar tone as he hands me some ore. Why are you calling yourself my uncle? You're not my uncle, gulp. Yes, Uncle Gregan. I'll do my best. I agree in excitement, clearly not being bribed. Good then. Make sure to come by after tomorrow. While I can't exactly provide ya with the same private training as today, ya can watch me work. And I'll explain my work to ya, okay? Gregan confirms. Sure. Though since there is still some time today, mind if I ask a few more questions? I inquire. Of course. Ask away. Gregan affirms. I was wondering about how enchanted, demon and holy steel is made, and is there anything special required to make it? I ask. I always wondered how it differed from regular steel. Ever since I first heard about it, well, there are multiple ways to make magical steel. The most common is enchanted steel. It is made when coal ore or steel ingots are infused with mana over a long period of time. Of course, it is possible for already made steel items to also become enchanted steel, but that is far rarer and takes far more time. The majority of enchanted steel and mana-infused coal comes from dungeons. As dungeons tend to have a lot of condensed mana after all. This is also why many magical items come from dungeons as well. Demon steel and holy steel is more complex though. In essence, it is the same as enchanted steel, but in reality it is much more difficult. Demon steel comes from being exposed to a specific type of dark attribute mana called miasma, which can be found in some dungeons or areas of corruption. While holy steel in same principle is only made when exposed to a type of light attribute called holy. Most of it comes from churches where lots of holy mana is released consecutively over a long period of time. The other places it comes from is being exposed for a long time to holy areas, such as the World Tree for example. These magical items come in 2 tiers. Magic items which store mana and need to be refilled from time to time. And magic items that have permanently embedded themselves with mana and can absorb the mana around themselves to refill themselves. As far as smithing them goes, the process is in theory not too much more complex than normal steel. But the difficulty lies elsewhere. Since the ore and ingots contain magical power, the trick is to prevent it from leaking out during the smelting and smithing process. The more mana you can retain, the more powerful the magical item is. This is why if a smith plans to make a powerful magical item, he will be sure to smith it in a place with lots of mana, to minimize the leaking and also infuse extra mana from the surroundings. As far as demon and holy steel goes, it is the same as enchanted steel for smithing. Except the smith themselves has to be able to control that attribute, making them even more rare. When ya come after tomorrow, one of the items I'll be smithing is a low-end magical item. So ya can see it then. Gregan informs. From then on, due to limited time, I just continued to ask questions and get tips on things I found difficulties with until it was time for dinner. After dinner, I went straight to bed. And as I was trying to fall asleep, I contemplated on what to do for tomorrow. While it is tempting to smith my bronze ingots into gear, I decided against it. I was going to watch Gregan work after tomorrow. He may provide me with more insight into smithing. So if I wait a bit, that would help me overall. On top of that, if I make a steel blacksmithing hammer first, I will get even more improvements. So the best thing I can do for tomorrow is see if I can raise my per even more while at same time buy the base leather item for my boots. Since now not have to worry about raising money for materials, things have become a lot easier. As I was about to fall asleep, an idea came to me. So I gave it a try, and what do you know, evil grin. Like that I fell asleep satisfied. Volume 02, Contending for My Brighter Future 2. When I woke up the next day, I wallowed in bed a bit till it was breakfast since I had nothing to do really. And after breakfast, I headed out. My first order of business is the leather goods shop. When I visited it first, I got discouraged due to all kinds of circumstances, but this time around I have a bit of an idea now that I thought about it better. Of course there will be a price to pay, but it should be worth it in the end. It does not take me long to reach the leather goods shop due to its close proximity, and I enter through the door. Hello there Missy, we meet again. How may I help ya? Asked the dwarf at the counter. Hi, I am interested in a pair of leather boots that preferably increase AGI and fit my size, I request. We do not have anything that fits your size in stock, but dependent on the material, I can modify it to fit ya. The cheapest leather boots we offer that give stats like AGI costs 3 silver coins. There would be a 2 silver coins cost to modify them to your size though, informed the dwarf. Wah, talk about highway robbery. That is like half my savings. Let's see if I can bargain it down at least a bit. Would it be possible to make it a tad cheaper? I pled. Sigh, the prices are already pretty low Missy. At best, I can lower the price by 50 iron coins, and that would calm out of my share at fixin' up yar boots, replied the dwarf. I guess I have no choice, it still feels kind of frustrating working so hard to make that money only for it to be taken like that. I'll take it then. I relent. I hand over the 4 silver and 50 iron coins with hesitation. Follow me to the back so we can do sizin', said the dwarf after taking the money. He picks up a pair of leather boots and leads me to the back. He then measures my feet and begins modifying the boots. Finally, now let's see if I can find out what the limits are. You seem to be really skilled, mister, just out of curiosity. What is your leatherworking level if you don't mind me asking? I inquire. Thanks for the compliment Missy, but I am not really that good. My leatherworking is only at level 2. I used to be a disciple at the Hunters Guild making leather, but due to lack of talent, I never managed to make it past junior disciple. Since I was not able to succeed in my trade, by contract I was instead ignited to work as a store clerk here in this branch office. Initially it was going to be only for a year, but I ended up staying here and making a living. I am already past the age of chasing other dreams after all, explained the dwarf. I see. I respond awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Soon after he was done with my boots and fitted them on my feet. That should do it Missy, said the dwarf. Thanks a bunch mister, I exclaim as I try walking around in the boots to check for comfort. To be honest, hardly impressive, but in comparison to walking with my ragged shoes, it was the difference between heaven and earth. Later on, I will plate them with bronze and give it some real stats. Overall, I am pretty satisfied, well other than paying half my savings that is. I say goodbye to the dwarf in the leather goods store and head out. Next order of business, darn these boots are comfy air anyways. Next I am going to try heading to the second-hand clothing store. While unlikely, maybe here is someone who knows tailoring and can do modifications as well. I walk into the second-hand clothing store and notice it is run by a human girl. How may I help you? Asked the lady at the store. I'm interested if there is any shirts my size that give str stat, I inquired. We have things that fit your size but nothing that gives stats. If it is a really low level item though we may be able to do something. The lady informed. Like what? I probed. Well, give me a second, Tanya. Come down here, yelled the lady. Soon after, I hear noises running from the top floor, and a Tekin girl who is about 1 year older than me with brownish-orange hair runs in. What is it? The catgirl asked, then looked at me. A retard, she adds. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Smack. The shop owner lady smacked the catkin girl right in the head quicker than I could even react. You're in front of a customer. I'll have you behave, screamed the lady. But she, fine, what should I do? Relents the catkin after being glared at by the shop owner. The customer here wants an item that gives STR stat that fits her size, can you do it? The lady questioned. If it is something like this, I may be able to pull it off, but it will probably lose some quality and durability in the process, since my tailoring skill is only at level 1 inch, the catkin responded while picking up a used black shirt. How much would that be? I inquired. That shirt would cost about 75 iron coins, as for the cost to resize it, Tanya. The lady asked. For something like that, I guess about 25 iron coins would do. Tanya answered. To be honest, I don't really need a shirt too much as far as necessities go, but it would be nice to have some spare clothes while at same time getting the tailoring skill. Alright, I'll take I replied as I take out 1 silver coin and hand it to the lady. Yay, a customer. Come with me, exclaimed the catkin in excitement. We went upstairs into the upper room, which was loaded with supplies. And she began taking my measurements. Then with that done, she started making adjustments to the shirt I just bought. When she notices I am paying careful attention, she turns toward me. If you are trying to learn some tailoring while watching, I would give up. It took me years just to get where I am today, she warns in a merry mood. It does not seem like there is a huge boost for passing 200 per well. My skills still improved quite a bit due to the bonuses of class-based skills. You don't say, though. I was wondering, why did you even pick up tailoring in the first place? I don't often NC Beastkin doing production-based jobs after all, I inquired. Oh, that's simple. I just love playing with yarn, she proudly declared with a wide smile. Quote. Being left speechless, I didn't say an why thing after that and waited patiently till it was done. The final result was less than spectacular but within expectations. The reason I went for STR this time around instead of AGI is that I don't expect to use this in combat much, as I plan to eventually make actual body armor for combat. But making body armor requires quite a bunch of ingots, so it may have to wait. The +1 STR may not be much, negligible even. But every bit helps smithing steel, which is far harder than iron. After thanking Tanya, who went to play with the yarn after finishing, and thanking the shop owner, I left to the second-hand clothing shop. I would have liked to get a full change of clothes really, but I can't waste money just yet. I just have to hold on for a little bit longer. Regardless, having a change of a shirt in itself is already a plus. Not too thrilled about it being second-hand, but beggars can't be choosers. Now then, I have 2 more methods to get more production skills as far as I am aware. There is the tailor shop, which is a bit tricky. And the other one is to see if the Builders Guild has anything to offer that I may have missed during the selections. Maybe something like sculpting or etc. I am a bit worried about trying my luck at the tailor shop, so let's see if I can get anything at the Builders Guild. I walk to the Builders Guild and walk up to the elf receptionist. Hello, I was interested in the Builders Guild and was wondering, what skills does the Builders Guild encompass? I inquired. The Builders Guild main focus is carpentry and stonemasonry, though we do have people who do blacksmithing, mechanical engineering and sculpting to some extent. Of course, if you are interested just in joining, we have positions that do not require any skills, though it might be somewhat difficult for someone of your build, the elf receptionist informed. I guess no new production skills, but I should learn a bit more about sculpting and mechanical engineering. So what level sculpting and mechanical engineering are there in the Builders Guild? I question. Well, we are not exactly specialized in those skills in particular. Probably at best level 1 or 2. Anyone with higher sculpting would probably open up their own art shop like the one in the West District. As far as mechanical engineering goes, it's kind of a niche profession around these parts, as most mechanical engineers are located within a few key locations. This town though isn't one of them. The mechanical engineers we get tend to be ones lacking in talent and looking for other things to do, responded the receptionist. I see an art shop in the West District. Ha. Can I get directions to the art shop? I asked. If you plan on going, I would advise against it. The shops in the Western District are pretty strict and don't allow anyone poorly dressed to enter their shops, warned the receptionist. I see, thanks for the tip, I'll keep that in mind, I said and made my way out of the guild. Next, I go again to the West Wall to double check to see if I missed anyone with a higher level skill. But unfortunately, even after an hour of waiting, no such luck. Which leaves me with last plan for the day, that personally I wanted to avoid but have no choice. I walk towards the tailor shop. Though this time around, I do not actually go into the shop but linger a distance away waiting. Only after about 2 hours of patience did what I was waiting for happen. A man wearing fancy clothing walked into the tailor shop. I quickly sneaked up behind him and once in the shop, I quickly activated blend stealth. Good day, madam. I am looking to buy a birthday dress for my daughter, said the man. Why, if it isn't Mr. Raymond, I would be glad to help you with your selection. I'll bring out some dresses for you to see in a moment, said the woman at the counter as she walked to the back. Talk about unfair treatment. Of course I was spending this time looking at the other woman at the corner who was spinning the thread. In a few minutes, she then came out with multiple beautiful dresses in hand. Grr, I am not jealous at all. Here we have a fine selection of dresses which are of the finest quality. They should match your daughter in both fit and color, I assure. Personally I suggest this one, which is a new style from the capital, said the woman at the counter while showing off the dresses. Okay, maybe a little déconté. Nude to chat about the dresses here and there and time continued to pass. It seemed that level 4 was the limit here. My guess is the one spinning the thread is probably an apprentice or something. And I can't exactly get the shop owner to spin some thread or do some tailoring as I am now. There is only one problem: how do I leave? I really want to just quickly open the door and charge out, but I don't want people to assume I shoplifted or something. After waiting another few minutes, the man decided on a dress and the shop owner went inside to put the others away. Using the opportunity, I quickly opened the door and walked out. The man was caught somewhat off guard, but it should be fine. I was a bit worried back there. Either way, my goal has been accomplished, so I head back to the blacksmith guild to retire for the day. Did I mention how comfy these boots are? Volume 02, Contending for My Brighter Future 3. After breakfast, I went to the counter and picked up my pass. Then headed towards the Advanced Disciple section to meet Gregan. Hey there Missy, so y'all ready? First, I'll show ya how to smith a high-quality steel dagger, said Gregan as I entered in. From then on he proceeded to smith the dagger, while explaining things that I should know and take note of. After he was done with that, he began work on an enchanted steel sword. The difficulty in smithing the enchanted sword came from balancing the mana while smithing. From what Gergen said, the mana practically leaks while smelting the ingots and smithing the item, and the smith's job is to contain the mana to the best of their ability. Even for Gregan himself that proved quite a challenge. Apparently, making that steel ingot back then did not push him enough to make use of his true skill. Smithing that enchanted steel sword took up the majority of the day. But there was still some time left. So afterwards I requested him to smith all kinds of other things starting with boots, which thankfully he had no issue with complying, since he said he needed to smith those things anyways, due to different requests he had backlogged. When there was only 3 hours left till dinner, Gregan stopped smithing and turned to me. One last thing Missy. Did ya already use up that iron ingot ya got from your last quota? Gregan inquired. No, not yet. Why? I questioned. Take this coal ore and attempt to make a steel dagger. I want to see how well ya improved from my teaching, said Gregan. But I was kind of saving it to make a steel blacksmithing hammer to help me with the competition. I helplessly retort. Tell ya what Missy. If ya can manage to make a steel dagger with a quality score of 5 or more, I'll personally provide ya with enough materials to make yar steel blacksmithing hammer. But if ya fail, ya will have to pay for the coal ore. How does that sound Missy? Offered Gregan. Okay. I instantly agreed. I then began smelting the iron ingot and coal ore to make a steel ingot. My abilities have proved quite a bit since my last attempt, in both understanding my skills and in stats. The result of the smelted steel ingot was an astounding quality score of 5.8341. I then began smithing the steel dagger for the second time. This time around I did not luck out like last time with the bonus. Regardless, the results were rather satisfying. Ya know Missy, I have a hard time believing it every time I see it. Are ya sure ya not some illegitimate half-dwarf child of a legendary blacksmith or something? The rate ya are improving is terrifying to say the least. Gregan murmured. The best part is, since this is made out of my materials, I actually get to keep it. Though I would have liked a bonus. So, I get materials for my hammer, right? I gleefully questioned. Yeah, here ya go, said Gregan, handing over 2 iron ingots and 2 coal ore for my hammer. We went over a few other things, but soon ran out of time. After agreeing for another lesson prior to the day of the competition, I asked if I could borrow a coal ore to practice making steel with, which I would return after I get my quota. In response, Gregan just gave me the coal ore and said that if I win the competition, there is no need to return it. Obviously I wasn't going to reject the goodwill. After that, I went to eat dinner and did my usual thing. The next day, I began working on smithing my new steel hammer. During the morning prior to breakfast, I smithed the ores into steel ingots. And after breakfast I began smithing the hammer. I put a lot of effort into it, opting to spend 9 hours to make sure it comes out the best it can. And the results did not disappoint. Thus Caroline was born. I took an hour break due to the overwhelming fatigue and stress of the process and then began working on upgrading my leather boots by plating them with the bronze ingots. With the help of both my blacksmithing and leatherworking skills, the process was not too difficult. I spent 3 hours making the boots to make sure everything comes out well. And my results were pretty good. I lost out on some stats due to the leather being of lower tier than the metal. But the bonus and quality increase overall made up for it. Smithing bronze when you already made steel is pretty much a piece of cake. Now normally you can sync the 2 pieces to increase probability of similar stats when making pairing items. But in the case my skills improve more and more the better I understand them, I chose to make them separate. Fully satisfied with my work, I head off to that poor excuse for a dinner. I am really getting sick of eating broth. And end the day as per usual. When I wake up in the morning, since I have nothing to do, I decide to make plans for now. Today and tomorrow, I have pretty much free. The day after tomorrow, I have my quota to fulfill, and the day after that will be the last private lesson before the competition. I doubt I can find 2 more skill levels to raise my per that easily, unfortunately. There is the art shop. But from what I have seen there are guards there and I don't want to get into trouble, so maybe I should go hunt dire foxes and gather herbs in hopes of getting a level up. That is probably the best option. And I want to also try out my new equipment as well. Like that, after breakfast, I head out of town. Now that I was dual-wielding daggers and had a boost in speed from my new equipment, things went a lot simpler and I easily stocked up on 5 dire fox pelts. I even had pretty good luck with herbs, getting a total of 15. Of course, like before, I stored the dire milkweed in my item box and brought the rest to the guild. I hand in the 10 herbs, getting a total of 50 iron coins with the reward. Then I hand in the dire fox meat and dire fox pelts, getting 2 silver and 11 irons coins. Bringing my total savings to 7 silver and 84 iron coins. I then place my hand on the orb to get completion credit. Huh, I exclaim. Suddenly the orb begins to glow in different colors. I hope I didn't break anything. It seems you qualify to move up a guild rank. I suggest heading to the counter to update your guild information, informed the dogkin at the materials exchange booth. So I already got 20 points, huh? I didn't even keep track. Well, I guess it won't hurt. Thus I head to the elf receptionist at the counter. Hello, how may I help you? Said the receptionist. I was told at the aerial counter that I qualify for a rank up, and was told to come here. I responded. I see, please put your hand on the orb there and I will begin processing your information, then I will update your tattoo, said the receptionist. Okay. I replied and placed my hand on the orb. The receptionist then placed their hand on a similar orb and both began to glow. What in the world is that? Congratulations. You have now become a rank F adventurer. All information has been inputted in your guild tattoo, and your points have been reset to 0. Please remember that from now on, you will not receive any more points for rank G requests. Announces the receptionist, is there anything else I can do for you? She then added, yeah. I mean no, that would be all for today. I respond and quickly head out of the Adventurers Guild. As I head back to the Blacksmithing Guild, I ponder to myself if I have any skill that would make use of information processing. Logically speaking, my creationist, analyze everything does process information to an extent. No. Maybe my all-observing eye too. Especially when I am smithing, there is generally too much stuff my all-observing eyes picks up. Maybe it'll help with that. I guess I'll test it the day after tomorrow. I completed the day as usual and went to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I kind of regretted not signing up for the church to see if I could find the priest. I was so distracted by the new IPR stat and skill, I totally forgot. Wish it could have helped organize my thoughts better. So now what should I do? I could maybe attempt to see the priest normally. But remembering how crowded it tends to get in the front of the church, that is probably not an option without some sort of appointment. I could go hunting again for dire fox pelts. But based on the feeling I get, I doubt I'll get any levels. The XP from hunting monsters far lower level than me is kind of small. And I need to get better gear so I can hunt stronger things. Maybe today I should just relax. I've been struggling over a month without a day of breaks and it is taking a toll on me. It wouldn't be good if I collapsed during the competition due to fatigue. After all, yup, let's do just that. And like that, I waddled in my bed the entire day like a lazy cat. This is the life. Volume 02, Contending for My Brighter Future 4. The next day was my favorite day of the week. Why was this day of the week my all-time favorite? Because it is the day when I get to use my hammer. Thus that warm and fuzzy feeling comes back. Again, I am not addicted to it. Okay. I end up smithing all the bronze ingots and iron ingots in one day with time to spare. This was also enough for me to finish one more creationist, ingot creation quest. Thus getting me an extra +1 per. On the downside, that unfortunately left me with not much to do for the rest of the day once I was finished, so I had to endure till the end of the day. Sigh. The following day, I got up after a good rest in AF. Tear breakfast, headed again to the counter. Today was finally my last private lesson. So I went to the advanced disciple ward and met up with Gregan, and from then on he began to teach me things as he worked. While he was making something, I came up with a question to ask. I was wondering, is it possible to get to watch a senior disciple make something? I inquired. What's that, Missy? I ain't good enough for ya anymore. Gregan questioned. Hi. That's not it. I respond, frightened by reflex due to the sudden change in tone. Getting my courage back together, I tried to explain myself. Quote, I just thought that it might provide some insight and inspiration if I saw highest form of blacksmithing. I explained. He stood there for a good minute pondering and not saying anything while holding his beard, looking down. Then after coming to some sort of conclusion, he turns back to me. I may be able to manage something, but don't get your hopes up. Stay here, Gregan said, then walked out the door. After about 15 minutes, he came back. Here is the deal, Missy. I spoke to one of the senior disciples who I am friends with. He was an advanced disciple until he recently got promoted. In about an hour. At best he can spare about 10 minutes showing ya how to make a dagger with his skill. But that is about it. Gregan says while somewhat grumbling. All right, deal. I insisted, feigning ignorance to his grumbles. Say ya better win the competition, Missy. Gregan persisted. After about an hour, we walked into the senior disciple area and met up with the senior disciple. So this is the talented student ya have been telling me about, said the senior disciple. Yeah, let's get this over with, Flam, Gregan retorted. Okay, then I shall show ya how I smith a dagger. I will only do once, so pay attention carefully, Flam warned. Thank you very much, I'll make sure to watch as carefully as I can, I replied. He then began smithing the dagger, and I activate all observing eyes. Smithing technique he used in both speed and quality was definitely the best I have ever seen. But equally impressive was what I was processing with my all-observing eyes. Prior, I had to let go of Many things because I did not have enough time to process them, but this time around the information that I could process increased dramatically. I obviously could not catch everything, but I still nagged to catch a lot of things I missed before. There was unfortunately a limit to how much I could use all observing eyes, so I used it mostly during the most important junctures. The most worrying thing though was that 5 minutes passed. 6, 7, 8 but still no skill increase. And fam was already almost done with the dagger. 9 minutes passed and no luck. Only just as he finished in the 10th minute did I finally get something. So how was it, Missy? Managed to get any inspiration? Fam asked. Yes, quite a lot actually, I exclaimed. So if you're done we can go now. Gregan grumbled. Yes, thank you very much, I remarked as we made our way back out of the senior disciple area. From then on, Gregan continued to teach me, though in a more sour mood than before. I feel sorry for Gregan as he has done quite a lot for me. But nevertheless I really needed that extra skill level to break through my limits. When there was but a few hours left in the day, I began attempting a prototype of what I will make for the competition. This one will of course be far inferior due to lack of time and lower quality of the ores, but regardless it will net me some practice. So I spent the rest of my day smithing it. After showing the prototype to Gregan, I said my goodbyes and finished my day as usual. Come morning, the whole place was in an uproar as things heated up for the competition. There was a lot of chatting and everyone was super excited. After breakfast, all the junior disciples and intermediate disciples gathered around and waited. Shortly after, 3 senior disciples came by and one of them went up front. Today, we will finally start the quarterly competition. The winner of the competition will get a personal commissioned item and 3 hours of private training from the Grand Master himself, announced the senior disciple. With that, loud cheers spread throughout the whole complex. I will also remind the junior disciples that this acts as an examination for ya as well. If ya don't perform well, ya will be expelled as a disciple of the guild. And if one of ya manages to win the competition, ya will get promoted to an intermediate disciple. Now follow me, he added. The door behind him then opened and the crowd rushed in. The area the competition took place is the same area that they held the monthly selections, aka the junior disciple area due to it being more wider than the others. So I was fairly familiar with it. There were also advanced disciples standing everywhere keeping an eye out to prevent any sort of cheating. Though technically speaking, there is only so many ways. One can cheat when the system tells you who made the item. Not to mention, a skilled blacksmith can tell quite a lot just by looking at the complete item. Though there are shortcuts you can take, such as bringing in a steel ingot instead of starting from scratch. There might also be other ways, but I haven't really put too much thought into it. Unfortunately, when everyone rushed in, I wasn't able to keep up and ended up in the last spot. It doesn't matter too much, but it means I have to travel further than others to get to the forge, thus losing some time here and there. Now then, you have until 19 o'clock. Let the competition begin, announced the senior disciple. I took out my high-quality iron ore and coal ore and began smelting. Due to the high difficulty, I spent almost 4 hours smelting them into an ingot. I knew working with materials of this level was not going to be easy. After barely finishing it, I began to finally smith the dagger. The process was even more difficult and frankly put far beyond my abilities. Regardless, I still did my best to give it my all. It took me the entire 8 hours to finally finish it, and overall I was a bit disappointed in the result due to all the quality that I have lost. With that, the competition came to a close. Everyone put their item under the provided cover for suspense and the rankings began. Well then, let's get the show on the road. I, Senior Disciple Tagon, will act as the judge for this competition. The first entry is from Junior Disciple Marin. We have here a bronze dagger with a quality score of 5.1. Congratulations Marin, you're currently our top contender, proclaimed Tagon. The audience laughed and cheered at the obvious joke, but soon they were quieted down and the grading continued. After going through a few junior disciples, it did not take long for an intermediate disciple's turn. From then on, no junior disciple could compete as intermediate disciples showed off their iron and steel creations. Now then, next will be our last quarter champion. Let us see how the specialist class steelsmith Algon has improved. Tagon reported. Quote. Gulp. The entire room gulped down in awe and were completely speechless. I was no exception, frankly put. I don't think I currently have the ability to make steel with such high quality score, even if I was given materials with a quality score of 9 to work with. Not to mention in terms of combat stats. His weapon surpasses mine. I drooped down my shoulders in disappointment. As expected of Algon the steelsmith. Your skills have pretty much doubled since last competition. I don't think there is a disciple who grew even half as fast as ya did during these past 3 months. Or have ya been holding back on us all this time? Ya should definitely take an exam to become an advanced disciple already. At this point ya are just picking on everyone else. I mean seriously, I just might have a chat with the Grandmaster about this. Tagon declared. From then on, he continued rating the DC. Plus until he came to the last contestant, me. I tensed up due to all the pressure. Oh. The little catkin missy, I was waitin' for your turn. Old Gregan has gone senile and bet 25 platinum coins on ya winnin'. So I was wonderin' what ya will have in store for us. I hope ya gave it a good whack. Har har har. Tagon divulged with a laugh, followed by everyone suddenly staring at me. Wah. He is joking, right? Not waiting for me to pull myself together, he then reached under the cover and looked at my dagger. Soon after he frowned, but said nothing. So how is it? I asked, quite nervous of the result. With my beckoning, he pulls himself together and turns around towards the dwarf advanced disciple standing nearby. Yoron, did the little missy really make this herself? Questioned Tagon. I did not see anything that could constitute cheatin', so as long as the missy's name is on it, it should be the case, said Yoron. He then turns back to me staring intently. Did ya really make this? Tagon asked. Why yes is there something wrong with it? I replied, shrinking back from the intense glare. What's the matter? Asked another senior disciple as he comes in and looks at the dagger. Quote. This is, murmured the senior disciple. Not getting a proper answer of where I stand leaves me even more nervous. I understand my dagger is pretty good for a junior disciple, but it falls behind on combat stats. On top of that, they consider what materials you started with and the difficulty of said result. In the process of making this dagger, I lost over 4 quality score, which is pretty major. In comparison, Algon's result was beyond perfect as the result surpassed the materials and he managed to make it focus on one attribute, and even more, he managed an extra large bonus. While my holy steel healing dagger is something that even I may have a 1/10th chance of repeating again. The dagger he made in terms of difficulty, my chance of replication at this point is 0. Not being able to take it anymore with the silence and staring going on, I plead once again. So how well did I do? Was it not good enough? How well did ya do? Are ya seriously askin' this question, missy? Do ya even know what ya did? Queried Tagon. Did I maybe do something wrong? Number. I replied with hesitation. Missy, do ya even know what holy steel is or how it is normally made? In terms of difficulty, it is harder to make than enchanted steel. The process of making holy steel requires a pure environment to work in, that is because holy elemental mana is prone to corruption from other mana. So making holy steel is at least twice as difficult as making enchanted steel, if not more. But to make holy steel in this environment is unheard of. Maybe the sacred blacksmith or a few others may be able to pull it off. But it has never been tried due to the ridiculous difficulty needed to do that, which borders on the line of impossible. Tagon explained. Oh, I mutter, not fully being able to comprehend what just happened. I mean, it was extremely difficult, and all I spent every morning and night using light magic, holy light on the coal or filling it with holy power. The process was pretty darn hard to do. Luckily my penalty only constituted for healing purposes, but using it to push the holy power seemed to work with little loss in efficiency. Then when I got here, I started smelting the ingot and it got even harder as the holy power threatened to escape. And I began to lose quality trying to keep the holy power in check. While I couldn't exactly see mana, I used my all-observing EYs and my senses to predict its flow and whack it back into place. This process got even more harder when it came to actually making the dagger, as the mana felt like it wanted to explode and go wild. I barely managed to contain it, and by paying a large price in quality. But to say it is borderline impossible is a bit overstating things. I don't think what I did was that difficult, and someone who As a skill to see mana should have been able to replicate it or better with ease. It was more like a really hard game of whack-a-mole if you ask me, or could it be that pure mana affinity somehow simplified the process without me knowing? I really need to learn more about magic once my financial situation improves. Well, I guess it is time to wrap things up. Congratulations, junior disciple Shiro. You are the winner of this competition, yelled Tagon. Seriously. I actually won. Cheers and applause spread through the room, and it was a bit embarrassing, but at same time felt pretty good. Yahoo! Drinks are on me, came a loud shout, overshadowing all other noise. Looking at the source, Gregan is jumping around and dancing with a large smile on his face. From then on, everyone begged and to party like crazy, drinking alcohol and dancing. During this chaos, Tagon came up to me. Tomorrow, after breakfast, come by the senior disciple ward. I will arrange for your promotion to intern. IATE disciple and set ya up with the Grand Master, Tagon informed. Yes, thank you very much, I replied with a beaming smile. Finally, I will be able to sell my stuff and gain levels much faster. Not to mention, stealing the skills of the Grand Master is the icing on the cake. After Tagon, many others came to congratulate me for my victory, including Gregan, who was already somewhat drunk. Since I can't exactly drink alcohol. After everyone was done giving their blessings, I had to eat dinner, then off to bed in excitement for the days to come. Volume 02. You are the only one who truly understands me. 1. Today marks the first day of my new life. After the long bitter wait, and the less than pleasing breakfast, I went towards the counter to get permission to enter the senior disciple area, ignoring the loud commotion from the monthly selections that are going on. Once I got my approval, I headed there as quickly as I could. I soon met up with Tagon, who greeted me. Hey there, Missy. From today on, ya are now an intermediate disciple. I will now explain to ya everything ya need to know. He then explained a bunch of things about being an intermediate disciple. To summarize the 7 major points. I will be moved to a new room which has an occupancy of 2 people instead of my current 4. The times for food are the same, but the cafeteria is a better one in the intermediate disciple area. There will be small snacks available at 12. Quota for the intermediate disciples requires that I smelt 50 iron ingots. If I reach that quota, 10 iron ingots and 3 coal ores are mine. I now also have a monthly quota. But not for smithing but selling of items. The requirement is that all intermediate disciples must sell at least 5 items per month. There are many new privileges which I now have access to. As long as I have a prior order, I can make use of the blacksmithing guild's materials. If I plan to smelt my own ore, I can get access to iron ore which has a quality score of 5 and copper ore and tin ore with quality score of up 7. I can also get access to coal ore up to quality score of 5. If I chose not to smelt my own ore, I can get copper ingots and bronze ingots with quality score of up to 7. Or iron ingots and steel ingots with quality scores of up to 5. That said, there are limits. I can only withdraw 100 iron or copper ingots ores per month. I can also get the accompanying tin and coal alongside it. Anything beyond that is my own responsibility. At 18 o'clock, the exhibition hall opens up for 2 hours. During those times, the public has access to the exhibition hall. Only during those 2 hours are we allowed to sell our wares. Any item we make using the guild's resources, after subtracting material costs, we are allowed 15 of the profit. Any item made using our own resources, we are allowed to take 30 of the total cost. The rest must be paid to the guild. We are also allowed to take order contracts during this time, though it is warned that contracts carry the reputation of the guild, and if one fails to complete a contract in an orderly fashion, there are strict punishments that are as severe as being suspended. There is also a restriction that the displayed items must have at least a quality score of 5 or more, the exception being for order contracts, where guarantees would be based on the contract. Like before, we can receive guidance from an advanced disciple. But now we can get it once per quarter. We can also get guidance from a senior disciple once per year. That said, we are not allowed to take guidance less than a month and a half apart from each other. So getting access to a senior disciple will unfortunately have to wait a few weeks. Promotion to advanced disciple happens during a test once a year. I am also required to offer guidance to junior disciples. Though I can decline for 1 month, the following month would be mandatory. Lastly, I was told about the privilege for winning the competition. To get a commission and tutoring from the Grandmaster himself. This will happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and I am responsible for bringing my own materials. Accepting materials from others is forbidden. The commissioned item will be made within the 3 hours. And will be soul bound to me. Thus preventing backhanded sale of the item. I already have an idea for what I want, and coincidentally I have the materials, so it is not a problem. Lastly, as far as quotas go, since I fulfilled the quota as a junior disciple, I am not required to fulfill the intermediate disciple quota for this week, but the option exists if I want to. And it goes with Oot saying that I most definitely want to. After explaining all that, Tagon brought me to my new room and left. The urge within me was screaming to go smelting as fast as possible. But before that, Avenue something else that is pretty important. Prior to the main course that is the Grandmaster, there is still the appetizer which I have not forgotten about. I make my way down the hallways. My interest lies in Algon, the steelsmith. Maybe. Just maybe he'll have some delicious class-only skills to share. On that note, I head down to the intermediate disciples' forge. Did ya hear? The town's hero is finally comin' back to town, said a dwarf in the hallway to another dwarf standing next to him. Huh. Yeah, I heard. They are supposed to come sometime this week or next week based on the rumor, replied the other dwarf. No, anything but that. After I finally found a comfortable place for myself, last thing I need is some darn hero messing things up. Wait, calm down, I am overthinking things. So what, there is a hero coming. It has absolutely nothing to do with me, and I'll stay away as far as possible to be extra sure. There is no reason to fret. Yup, it's all good. Let's go get me some skills and then smelt some ingots to cheer myself up. I find my way into the forge and search for Algon, the steelsmith. Luckily, he was fast at work already. Once I got into a good position where I could spy on him without being seen. With help of eagle eyes I monitor him carefully. So that was his secret. He is pretty much 2x better at making steel items than anyone else. Let's see what else he has. I continue watching, and as expected another one appeared. Wow, talk about a cheat. Though technically speaking, I don't have a right to say anything in that regard. I continued to watch after that for quite a bit. And that seemed like it was the end of it. So I went about my own business. Personally, I really want to put all this to the test, but thinking about it a bit more, it will have to wait for another day. Since tomorrow is my tutoring with the Grandmaster, I will definitely get some skills then. So I should wait. Instead I should smith the 2 bronze ingots I got. As for what to make, there is no point in making body armor since I don't have enough. Well, unless I make chainmail. But considering I could make steel, there is simply no point. Instead I'll make a lesser piece like bracers. So like that, I began making of the bracers. Since I had a lot of free time, I worked on them until 17 o'clock trying to get them as best as possible. The results. Both bracers came out the same as far as stats go. And I surpassed the original material quality, so it was all good. Though considering the time I spent on it, the results were not too surprising, even if it was my first time making bracers. From there, I went to take a look at the exhibit hall. While I don't plan on selling anything today, I still wanted to get a feel for it. When I came there, what I saw looked like a sort of equipment bazaar. The smiths sat on the floor by the walls, and people went around looking at all sort of equipment. There was a lot of yelling from the noise of the customers to others trying to advertise their wares. I also took a look around the wares and came up with one conclusion. I totally got this. My wares will most definitely be better, so if I sell at the same price, I will rule the entire market. Muahahaha. After that, I went to have dinner in the new cafeteria, and surprisingly or not surprisingly, they also served broth. That said, this time around shockingly enough it actually had some flavor. It seems that some spices were added, which was definitely a welcome addition. It was nothing to write home about, but still better than anything I ate so far. I then went to my room and went to sleep. Even the beds were slightly better. So far things are looking pretty good. I smile brightly at the days to come. Announcement. I would like to know which cover people prefer. There are 2 aspects to consider. The overall looks preference and what grabs your attention, attraction. Keep in mind that attraction should be considered in both larger size and smaller size. Since small size shows up on places like new, some detail can be lost in smaller version. Old cover and new cover, left to right. Shrunk versions. Volume 02. You're the only one who truly understands me, too. Mo. RNINGS, like always, without ingots to smelt were nothing to write home about. The only saving grace was that the new breakfast-like dinner was also better. I patiently waited till 12 o'clock, and then headed to the senior disciple area. From there, I was guided by Tagon downstairs into a large basement. Standing there was Santa. This is Grandmaster Clausen. He is the leader of this blacksmithin' guild, so make sure to show Yara respect, warned Tagon. I knew it. Santa. The Grandmaster was literally an old chubby man with a long white beard and looked exactly of what one would think of Santa Claus, except shorter. Yes, sir, I responded. Now I wonder what kind of presents Santa will have for me. I promise I behaved very well, though I technically did murder someone, but he was a bad guy. Definitely. Shortly after, we came over to the Grandmaster. So this little missy is the winner of the competition now, is it? Grandmaster Clausen inquired. Yes, Grandmaster, replied Tagon. He then too. Okay, a hard look at me, causing me to tense up due to the pressure. Remembering the warning, I get my act together. My name is Shiro, I greet Grandmaster Claus. It is an honor, I said while slightly bowing down to show respect. When I see Tagon frown, I suddenly remembered I was in another world, and for all I know bowing down is not a sign of respect but a form on insult, so I begin to inwardly panic. Only then did it hit me. Oops, I said Claus instead of Clausen. Luckily it did not seem like the Grandmaster cared one way or the other. Shiro ha. It is always nice to see new young talent. So hat would y'all like to be made for yar commission? Asked Grandmaster Clausen. I thought about this for quite some time, and came up with one conclusion. That I will get my dagger fixed and remade into a arm blade katar. Why an arm blade katar? Simple, an arm blade katar still counts as a dagger, so my dagger mastery still works, but now I can free up my hands. This means that I can use a spear at the same time. Or use attacks like claw swipe as well. Throwing things also becomes more convenient. I can even use potions without having to put away my weapon. There are not too many people who specialize at virtually everything. So this kind of combat style only works for me. I would like to remake this into an arm blade katar focused on agility, while still having some other stats, I replied while taking out my ancient mithril dagger. This is. Tagon interjected in shock, then got himself together and continued. The rules were pretty clear that you are only allowed to use your own materials. I quickly try to refute his claim. But this is. No excuses. The rules are set in place for a reason. No exceptions. Tagon interrupted. Tagon did not seem like he would relent or even listen to me at all. It's okay, said Grandmaster Clausen. Are ya sure, Grandmaster? We should not bend the rules as it would set a bad precedent, Tagon cautioned. The dagger in question rightfully belongs to the little missy. According to my intuition, the little missy had it even before coming here, Grandmaster Clausen explained. Intuition? Is that some sort of skill? Though I didn't get any notification of getting any skill if the Grandmaster say so. Tagon relented and then left the premises. Grandmaster Clausen then took the dagger off my hands and began inspecting it. By the looks of things, this dagger came from a dungeon. Though, this dagger in question seems to be quite old, as smiths have always been dreaming about replicating the abilities of a dungeon in our smithing. Sadly to say, we are still far away. Strange, my intuition is telling me that I have seen a person smith a dagger in the past in similar style, but I don't remember anyone producing a dagger of this quality, not to mention. The notion in itself would be quite ridiculous, as no mortal could smith something like this to begin with. I must be getting old. Grandmaster Clausen murmured to seemingly himself. While I would love to hear some more philosophy, can we get down to smithing, cause my time is kind of ticking. And I'm sure you have plenty of presents for me. Of course I can't actually say that. I look forward to the Grandmaster's teaching. I interjected, hoping to kick-start the lessons. Ah, yes, sorry about that, little missy, let's get started, Grandmaster Clausen replied. The Grandmaster went towards the forge, and began to smelt down the dagger and reforge it. After about 15 minutes, I got my first blue box. When he was done smelting and reforging the dagger into an ingot, he then began smithing it. I looked for about half an hour, but the process was way over my head. Only then did some insight begin to seep in, but still it seemed like a pretty complex process regardless. Oh, get more information. I activated all observing eyes. Those eyes, murmured Grandmaster Clausen. Eyes, I reflexively responded. Your eyes, it is as if they have seen all things in this world. Grandmaster Clausen followed up. He, question mark exclamation mark quote. I quickly deactivate my skill. I don't know what ya mean. I add, playing ignorant while sweating profusely. Don't worry little missy, I won't tell anyone that ya have a unique skill. I happen to have one myself actually, so your secret is safe with me. My discerning eyes of intuition let me see things no one else can see. They are very convenient, as they let me know things I normally would not know. But at same time, to get these eyes I had to pay a terrible price. It is sad to know one young as yourself had to go through similar circumstances to attain something like that. From then on he told a story about his past as he continued smithing. I paid careful attention to his work, but at same time listened in on the story, interested how others could have attained unique skills. 20 years ago, he was a smith for his party of 10. They ventured into a dungeon and ended up being trapped in an endless maze. Out of the 10, 6 of them died from the endless onslaught of monsters. When they were at wit's end and trapped in a dead end, his unique skill awakened, and they managed to find a secret passage outside the maze. It was a pretty sad story, and a harsh reminder how strength is the only way one can live in this world. Another hour has passed and only then did another blue box appear. From that point on, my insight into mithril expanded tremendously. While there were still many parts one did not understand just from looking, Grandmaster Clausen luckily helped fill in a lot of it. Finally, 3 hours have passed and for whatever reason, I did not get any skills. Somehow I get the feeling that this was the limit of his blacksmithing, but I should still have gotten some class skills right. Though no luck at all. Was there not enough time maybe? As I was pondering, Grandmaster Clausen finished the arm blade guitar and brought it before me. I did my best to ensure the weapon is usable to ya, but even then using such a powerful blade has limits. Now then let me add some finishing touches. I am not a specialist in this, but it should bring no harm, said Grandmaster Clausen. I took a look at the final product. Quote. Holy crud. Someone pinch me. I am not dreaming, right? It is hard to imagine that the dagger I had all along had that much potential, though thinking about it logically, considering mithril is above holy steel, that show old have been a given to an extent. What is even more terrifying is that technically speaking, it should have been better as a dagger, so one can only imagine what kind of abilities it truly had prior to being damaged. Though I wonder how long does it take for mithril to be damaged in the first place. Anyways, let's get to that later. Thank you very much Grandmaster Clausen, I exclaimed. I hope it will serves ya well. And that ya have learned a lot from all this. Though somehow, my intuition tells me ya learned more than I can imagine. Ho ho ho, laughed Santa Air. I mean Grandmaster Clausen. Yes, I learned quite a lot. Thank you very much, I replied with sincere gratitude. I really did. Not only did I get 2 level increases in blacksmithing and a level increase in smelting, I also learned a lot about mithril. I also learned that there are limits set to how powerful items can be. The total item stats cannot exceed 3x your base stats. Also, a single item cannot give more stats than your current level 5 plus 10. If you go above those numbers, unless the item for special reason exceeds the limit or is a special item such as a blacksmithing hammer, you will have a huge strain on your mental. Lastly, I learned that powerful items can be limited through multiple minimum level restriction options to give more flexibility. I really wish I got some of his class skills though, but even so, I got quite a lot from all this. Yar, time is up, let's go, yelled Tagon as he came from upstairs. Yes sir, I replied. I take one last bow towards Grandmaster Clausen, aka Santa Claus, and make my way out back to the intermediate disciple area. Since there is still 3 hours left till the exhibition market, let's get some smelting going. In that 3 hours, I somehow managed to smelt out 30 iron ingots. I am not sure how, but I think the skill that helps with the making of steel has an indirect effect on smelting iron, since it is a component of steel. though I don't get the feeling that it helps with the actual smithing of iron. After I wrapped up, I headed for the market. My goal this time around is to see if I can sell that steel dagger. While it is nothing special, since it is made using my personal materials, I can set my own price and sell it at a discount. Then sell my better ones at competitive prices. I arrive at the market and sit down on the floor. With my mantle covering my head and special usage of blend stealth to cover only parts of my body, I do my best to cover up that I am a beastkin. Since discrimination still exists here in this country, it is best to limit all possibilities of losing customers. I then activate voice manipulation to make my voice louder and at same time more manly. Who knows how many people here might discriminate based on gender as well. Come now, come all. Steel dagger selling for 25. Discount. Only 3 gold. I yell to the best of my ability. I then wait patiently with excitement. I mean 3 gold even if I have to part with 70 of it to the guild. That is still 90 silver coins in my pocket. It almost makes all my efforts up to now seem meaningless. Half an hour passed but no one stopped by. Stranger, they may be underestimating me because I am young or something. Let's try this again. Steel dagger only 3 gold. Quality guaranteed or your money back. I yelled. People walked by and took peeks now and then, but no one bothering picking up the dagger at all. Strange. I tried for the entire 2 hours and not one person even bothered to look my way. Can they see through my disguise? No, I don't think that is the case, as it may be because I only have 1 dagger and it looks odd. Add in my disguise and maybe it just looks a bit shady. I pondered through dinner and into bed but could not think of anything. Maybe I'll try smithing some above avenue. Rage stuff tomorrow and see how things go. Volume 02. You're the only one who truly understands me. 3. Next day, I managed to smelt 10 of the ingots prior to breakfast, which got me +1 for compli. Ting the Creationist, Ingot Creation Quest. The remaining 10 ingots I put in extra effort to ensure maximum quality, as these are the ones that will be mine to use. Thus putting 4 hours into their production. Overall the result was rather satisfying. After fulfilling my quota, I received my 10 iron ingots and 3 coal ores and began to produce 3 steel ingots, taking about half an hour on each ingot. From then I began to produce 1 steel sword and 1 steel dagger, taking up 5 hours, both came up with a quality score that surpassed 6. The next 3 hours I decided to make the remaining iron ingots into weapons to introduce lower cost items for those who cannot afford steel. While I do think it is a waste as I could have used it for my equipment and all, at this point I just want some money. I want normal clothes, some good tasting food, a freaking warm bath. So while it may seem like a poor long-term decision at first glance, for the sake of my sanity it is a good investment. With that decided, the 7 iron ingots were made into 1 iron sword, 1 iron spear, and 2 iron daggers. Once I was done, I went to the exhibit hall and put out my wares. Setting up my disguise, I began my pitch. Selling above average steel sword and steel dagger. Iron-based weapons as well at 25 discount. I yelled. It seems this time around I am getting more looks. Come on, someone please buy something. Pretty please. LF an hour passed, no luck. I lost myself due to the frustration. Limited time offer. 50 discount on all goods. I screamed. From then on I got a lot more interest as people took notice. ND looked, but that was it. They all looked and no one bought a freaking thing. What in the world is wrong? The exhibit came to an end just like that and I drooped my ears and shoulders in utter disappointment. Then I felt the presence of someone walking towards me, so I looked up to see a human man in his mid-30s, who by the look of his attire was a fellow disciple. Having a hard time selling, huh? Asked a human. I felt a bit uncomfortable, but steeling myself to get over the trauma I responded back. Oh, only a little, I'll do better tea tomorrow. I insisted, seemingly trying to convince myself. Good luck with that. You're not going to do any better tomorrow or after tomorrow or any day, replied the human. Darn human making fun of me. Are you looking down on me? I exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's not that. We all know you are skilled in blacksmithing. It is hard to ignore the results of the competition after all. In my opinion, you are probably more talented than all of us, but at same time that is your downfall, explained the human. I don't understand, I replied, somewhat perplexed. I am sure you don't. See, the items bought by adventurers have a deep profound meaning to them. Unlike many other products, they entrust their lives to their weapons and armors. I mean, last thing any adventurer wants is their weapon to snap on them at a critical juncture after all. So adventurers tend to be cautious when buying their equipment. And there is one stereotype every adventurer knows. That dwarves make the best equipment. Which is why equipment that is not made by dwarves is looked down upon. Now I know what you are thinking, can't they just check the quality score and see that they are good equipment? That is a common mistake made by smiths or other non-production professions. Long story short, they can't. We take our abilities for granted, but very few adventurers have the ability to discern goods they buy. So instead, they go to trusted sources to get the best equipment. Dwarves who have a reputation for being honest and making the best equipment is a prime choice for adventurers. So the only way to sell our goods when we are not a dwarf is to hit up a dwarf and have them sell our equipment while sharing commission. Once our reputation builds up, those adventurers who purchased our stuff will be more open for a second purchase, especially if we offer a discount from time to time. But this is where things get complicated for you. Not only are dwarves known for honesty and making good equipment, they are also known for their pride. And even more so the pride in their equipment. To put it simple, no dwarf is going to sell your equipment on your behalf. Don't get me wrong, they don't have anything against you. They just can't let go off their pride, that is all. But I'll do you a favor. I'll help sell your above average equipment, and you give me 100 of your profit. Then when adventurers get used to your gear, you can sell to them directly, offered the human. Grr, I have some pride too, you know. That is pretty much extortion. And to be honest, I for some strange reason don't feel very comfortable about selling the equipment I worked so hard to make unless I personally hand it over. No way, I replied. Sweet yourself, you'll come back begging, said the human and walked away towards the cafeteria. Ah, darn it, darn it, darn it. Just when things were finally starting to look up for me, God comes up with new ways to screw me over. I went and had dinner and fell asleep in a terrible mood. Even when I woke up in the morning I felt horrible. I contemplated going out and doing some quests or something to get my mind off things, but no luck. I could not muster the will to go anywhere. I just wanted to roll in my bed all day and pretend reality did not exist. My mood got even worse after the exhibit market, as again nobody bothered to buy anything even at 50 discount. I almost screamed out that I was going to just give them away for free. Just to shut up that cheeky human, but luckily I resisted. If I give it away for free, it does not count towards my quota and chances or the adventurers will just use it as a throwing weapon or something. Who is going to trust a weapon given away for free after all? Only the following day did my mood finally improve with the start of a new week, and a new quota. I smelted all 50 iron ingots on that day, which made me really blissful. Oh smelting, you will never betray me. You are my only friend in the whole wide world. The +1 for completing yet another creationist, ingot creation quest added to the thrill as well. I didn't even bother going into the market that day, not wanting to sully my good mood. Unfortunately, you can only be in denial of reality for so long, so the next day I was forced to finally cope. Despite the futility, I still made 1 steel sword and 1 steel dagger out of my steel ingots and 1 iron sword, 1 iron axe, and 3 iron daggers from my remaining iron ingots. I made use of my sculpting level 2 to improve the looks a tad bit, making them stand out more. Since my sculpting was somewhat lacking for iron and steel, I did end up losing some quality. Though not too much, since my ridiculously high blacksmithing level and hyperstat helped make up for some of the deficit. So I was still able to barely retain a quality score of 6 on my wares. Now normally this would be a stupid thing to do. Because once your quality score goes to 6 and above, every fraction of a point is worth stats. So effectively I am throwing stats out into the garbage. But if they can't see the quality score anyways, does it matter? Might as well make it more visually appealing, thus increasing the probability it catches someone's eyes. I don't want to give up just yet. Just imagine that human's smug face saying, "I told you so," pisses me off. I'll give it at least this week. If I fail to sell anything this week, then I'll look for other options. Maybe I'll get lucky and Somio. Nay, who can see quality will notice my wares, who knows, but giving up is not the solution. I've come way too far to just give up now. With that mindset, I again headed for the exhibition market. Volume 02. You're the only one who truly understands me. 4. When I arrived at the market, strangely enough there were not too many people there. The few people who were there were mostly drinking alcohol and deep partying. Strange, I also did not see any buyers either, as the exhibit market closed today. Though by the looks of things they don't seem to be closed, I still see the entrance to the public still open. And everything may be some sort of dwarven holiday or something. I walked up to the guards by the door and confirmed if the exhibit market was open today or not, and was told that the exhibit market was in fact open and I am free to sell my wares. Okay. I don't know what to make of it, but I'll take advantage of any opportunity that presents itself with no one else selling. I just might finally have my lucky break and get my first customer. I set up my weapons on display, took up my disguise and waited. 30 minutes passed, no one came. 1 hour passed, no one came. 1 hour and a half passed, still no. Oh. Negger, someone, anyone, please come through that door. As though listening to my plea, finally a middle-aged man walked through the door. Finally. Yes. Even though he is human, the crime of being born human, I'll forgive if he buys something. Okay, let's not mess this up. Be professional. Looking at him through, identify his level is about a rank B adventurer, so any sales to him would have an awesome return in both XP and money. He walks in and takes a look around. I use this opportunity to grab his attention. Selling quality steel and iron stuff at 25% discount of average price. I yelled. Personally, I want to sell at no discount due to the monopoly. But I really want to avoid a situation where he just leaves and comes back another day. With my announcement, he finally takes a notice of me and heads right for me. Yes. Despite my fright, I steel myself and pronounce slowly, not to stutter. Please have a look at my wares, I urged. The man takes a look and reaches his hand down, grabbing a steel sword. Then swings it a few times to test. Yes. Muttered the man. I'll take all your steel swords, steel daggers, iron swords and iron daggers, the man suddenly announced. Really? Not ONL. Why is he my first customer? He is now one of my favorite customers. Yup. Crime of being human forgiven just this once. Would you also like the iron axe or iron spear? I slowly questioned, not to stutter. No need. Only the swords and daggers, the man replied. I see. Well, even without that, it is still an awesome sale. I should treat myself to something super delicious to celebrate. But if it possible, could you make 100 steel swords or iron swords within 7 days? The man adds. 100. 100 of what? He didn't say 100 swords, did he? Have I misheard? Has my desperation finally driven me delusional? Can you repeat that? I muttered. I said, can you make 100 steel swords or iron swords? The man repeated. Congratulations, Shiro. You've officially gone insane. Now you are making imaginary friends that are buying your stuff. Isn't that swell? I activate all observing eyes just in case he is real. There is no way my delusions can come up with that much detail. So does this mean I actually got an order for 100 swords? OMG. Got all those bad things I said about you the other night, I take them back, I didn't mean it. My first bulk customer. I am queen of the world. Mufahahaha. No. Let's not get ahead of myself and mess this opportunity up like I always do. First, let's think this through. 100 swords in 7 days, that means I need to make about 14 swords per day. That should be doable with my skills, as long as I only focus on making them average. The problem is getting the materials in place. I only get 100 ingots or ores per month for use, but to make 100 swords I need 200. I can get 10 more ingots next week from my quota, but I'll still be short 90. Which means I would need to purchase them, which effectively means I would be making 45 swords for free. But then again, that is still better than nothing. I can do 100 swords, but I can't offer a discount since it won't be my materials. I would also require a 15 down payment. I replied slowly, not to stutter. I hope my requirement for market price and down payment doesn't scare him off. Of course, down payment is standard practice, but I can't help but be anxious that he will change his mind at any minute for some reason. No problem. Let's sign the contract, the man replied. Awesome. Super awesome. Things are finally looking up again. I wonder if he is some sort of mercenary leader and trying to stock up on weapons, though. Why only swords? Oh well, who cares, as long as I get paid I am happy. We signed a contract for the order and he paid me 9 gold coins for the 3 steel daggers, 9 gold coins for the 2 steel swords, 1 golda. ND 80 silver coins for both iron swords and 3 gold for the 5 iron daggers. Netting me a total of 22 gold and 80 silver coins. I was literally almost shaking holding that much money. And the worst part is knowing I'd have to part with 70 of it, leaving me only with 6 gold and 84 silver coins. Really no fair. But that was just the appetizer. Based on market price of 6 gold per steel sword, I was given 90 gold coins for down payment. My eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. After that, the middle-aged man said his goodbyes and walked away. With him finally gone, I break into a dance and start humming in pure bliss. When I finish this order, I am going to go get myself some new clothes, and treat myself to the tastiest food I can find and then get a good bath as well. I can't wait. But RST of all I need to finish this order, let's not count my chickens before they hatch. Sucks to be all of you celebrating and partying, you all missed out on this super large awesome order. I bet y'all are jealous and regretting you didn't set up shop. Being a bit naughty, I activate hearing sense to gauge at their awing reactions. Poor thing, I feel sorry for her. I know the missy was desperate. Ate for an order, but that was just too much. Rather than or regret, all the people are murmuring in pity. Why are they pitying me? Could it be? I see that as probably why, thinking about it logically, making 100 steel swords in 1 week is pretty unrealistic, especially for an intermediate disciple, and in our guild, breaking a contract has severe punishment. But little did they know that in terms of blacksmithing level, I equal the Grandmaster. Add to it the class skills I got from the advanced disciple Gregan and Argon the Steelsmith, plus my super hyper, something like 100 steel swords is a piece of cake. I can only imagine the reactions they'll have when I finish it. I unconsciously let out an evil grin as I make my way towards the cafeteria. The next day, I withdrew 100 iron ore and 100 coal ore as part of my monthly privileges. I also bought another 90 iron ore and 97 coal ore at the counter, which cost me a total of 85 gold and 20 silver coins. It was painful parting with that much money, but the joy of smelting helped melt that feeling away somewhat. After making the 190 steel ingots, I began making the swords. Initially, most of my swords were pretty much average, due to my fast pace. But surely enough, as I became more familiar even with the improved pace, I started seeing some swords get quality scores of 6 or gain bonuses more often. Once the customer tries these, he will never want to go back to inferior dwarf goods. Like that, a week passed by, and on the last day, I finished my commission of 50 iron ingots rather quickly and proceeded to make the last 10 steel swords. From making 450 ingots, I completed 9 creationist ingot creation quests and got +17 per, and from making the 100 swords, I completed 10 creationist weapon creation quests and got +14 per. The reason why so much more than usual? That is because I finally managed to complete the 10 quests for both ingots and weapons, opening up quests with higher rewards. Pretty awesome, I would say. Of course, that was not all that I have gained. You don't just make 100 steel swords without any benefit. Once 18 o'clock came, I went to the armory where the swords were temporarily stored, and ited for the middle-aged man while in my disguise. Volume 02. You are the only one who truly understands me. 5. After about an hour of waiting in the armory, the middle-aged man finally showed up. After a short inspection of the swords, he then signed off on the contract and handed me the remaining 510 gold coins. From then on, he packaged all the swords together, and before I knew it, they disappeared. What do you know? Things get better and better. My small 1 cubic meter item box suddenly expanded to 3 cubic meters. I wish I could delay him for 5 more minutes and see if I could get him to do it again so I can get more levels. But I would not dare even try ticking off my best customer. I thank him many times over, and after he leaves, I head back to the counter and reluctantly part with 494 gold, 46 silver coins. Ouch. Still, I was now left with 43 gold and 14 silver coins. I am freaking rich. It's party time. Of course, it was already getting kind of late, so I had to postpone it for the next day. Well, that does not stop me from dreaming on how to spend the money though. Thinking about for a bit, I decided to spend up to 13 gold and 21 silver coins on luxuries such as change of clothes, fancy dinner, and a nice warm bath. The remaining 30 gold coins, I will save for a later date. So while daydreaming about my promising future, I ate dinner and retired to bed. The next day, I woke up as always at 5 o'clock. But instead of like before where I would wait till breakfast, I left the blacksmith guild early. My first order of business is getting some decent clothing. While I ally would like to go to the tailor shop, things are complicated because they won't let me in looking like I do now. So instead, I head towards the leather goods shop. My goal is to buy a full set of leather gear. While I technically can make a full set of steel gear for myself. There is only one problem: wearing metal is pretty uncomfortable despite the high protection. This I found out the hard way after using my bronze helmet for quite a while. In comparison, my leather boots which are plated with bronze are very comfy. Of course there is downside here: if I use lower quality leather, the overall item becomes worse. So this time around, I plan to just buy a full leather set of comfortable clothing that will act as both my casual wear and also as padding underneath my combat gear. It did not take me long to arrive at the leather goods store due to its close proximity. Once there, I walked through the door. "Hello there, Missy, I've been seeing ya here pretty often these days. So what can I do for ya?" asked the dwarf. "Yes, I'd like a leather shirt, pants, boots and helmet. Preferably, ones that have the best comfort and most presentable. Of course by presentable I mean in casual terms. Nothing that would make me stand out too much please," I requested. "Lets me see what I can do for ya missy," said the dwarf and walked into the back. A few minutes he came back with a bunch of things in hand and showed them to me. After sorting through the stuff, I ended picking a set of light brown matte leather which had a clean modern look. It also had a hood just in case I needed to leave behind my mantle. The total cost of the items was pretty high at 1 gold and 15 silver coins. It had no stats but the comfort and design was pretty good, giving it an extra premium feel. It was light enough to wear under my gear while being durable. Since it was near my size overall, it only took half an hour to refit it to my fit. After putting on my new clothes, since I looked somewhat more presentable, I headed for the tailor shop. Personally I am not too fond of the place, but it's the only place I can get the things I need. I arrived to the shop and opened the door. "Welcome, you again," said the shop owner lady while glaring at me. Somehow I don't feel all that welcome, but I have to endure. I would like to order some clothes. I have the money if need be," I replied and took out some gold coins to show. "I don't know where you stole that money, but we don't serve beastkin in our shop. Now get out before you get your fur on our wares," declared the shop owner lady. Seriously, I guess it is hard to forget these people still exist, but even so, I have to swallow my pride just this once. Please, I did not steal the money. I am a respectable intermediate disciple at the blacksmithing guild. I'll be willing to pay a premium if need be," I pleaded. She took a short glance at the gold coins with a greedy glint in her eyes, then after pondering it for a bit, "What exactly do you need made?" reluctantly inquired the shop owner lady. Few pairs of comfortable underwear," I respond, slightly embarrassed. "Yes, the thing I am looking for to the point of swallowing up my pride is some comfortable underwear. Wearing the same ragged underwear for about 2 months is really getting on my nerves. They had some underwear in the second-hand shop, but something about that doesn't sit well with me. I could have maybe asked Tanya to tailor it, though based on my skill level 1 and my hype, it tells me that it would be too difficult for her to work with any quality material. Alright, if you are willing to pay 4 gold coins each. Though the one making them will be my apprentice, I ain't touching no filthy beastkin," the shop owner lady sneered. Talk about a ripoff. It is like I am being overcharged 10x. Under the sea condition I get to see the process," I declared. "If I am going to be overcharged, might as well make something out of it. Preferably so that I don't ever have to come to this place ever again." "Sure, I don't care," declared the shop owner lady. After some consideration, I put down 8 gold on the counter to get 2 pairs made. "Mary, go take care of it in the back. And make sure she leaves through the back and never comes through the front door ever again. Last thing I want is my shop's reputation to be tarnished," said the shop owner lady. "Yes, mistress. As you command, replied Mary after stopping her thread weaving by the corner. I was then led to the back of the shop and had my measurements taken. She then began making my underwear. Only after seeing that box did my mood slightly improve. Of course I was pretty cautious and paid detailed attention to what she was doing. Not only was it to learn how to make the stuff myself, but also to ensure I don't get jibbed by them secretly putting in lower quality materials. After a total of 3 hours, she finished both pairs. Level 3 seemed to have been her limit, and unfortunately did not have enough non-combat class levels to net me any sort of class skill. Once I received my 2 pairs of underwear, I quietly left through the back vowing to never return. From there, I went to the main street and off to the side I visited a bathing house. The cost of entry was 1 silver coin, though I was told I could not use the main bath and had to use the smaller side bath. The reason I was that beastkin were separated out due to their fur. It's like everyone is on purpose trying to ruin my day. Regardless, once I washed up and got in the warm bath I was in paradise. It's been so long since I had one I made sure to wash up properly, including brushing my white furry tail to its pristine, smooth condition. You'd never know when I'll get another chance after all. After spending an hour enjoying the bath, I reluctantly get out, dry myself and put on my new comfortable underwear. Finally, for the first time since coming to this world, I feel squeaky clean. Afterwards, I asked around the area for a good place to have lunch, and found just the spot. It was an expensive place where it costs 3 gold to rent out a private room, where a chef makes the food right in front of you, kind of like teppanyaki I would say. And it was extremely delicious. In more ways than one grin. I specifically requested a dwarf chef, of course, since I couldn't exactly eat in comfort in front of a human one. He was pretty surprised to see a beastkin rent out a room in such an expensive place, especially one as young as myself. He cooked for about 30 minutes getting my cooking skill to level 4. Though unfortunately it was not enough time to get any class-based skills. But it's okay, if I keep selling my wares at this rate, I'd be able to treat myself to this place at least once a month, if not sooner. I also noticed something else. When someone with cooking skill makes food, there seems to be some benefits via temporary stat buffs. From then on, I decided to walk around town and see the sights. I was contemplating visiting the art store to see if I could get sculpting, but decided against it for the time being, not wanting another repeat of the tailoring shop and thus ruining my day. On top of that, the improvements I get from per increases has started to decrease in efficiency. As I learned when I got the IPR stat, it is more complicated than it originally seems. Unlike stats like STR, AGI and etc., which are more complete, unlocked stats are oftentimes incomplete, so you need other stats to balance them. So effectively, there was a bunch of things I was missing that was too much for me to process with my per. Only with increases to my int, WIS or IPR will I be able to comprehend all the information my per picks up. In that sense, it was also good that I picked up NW. Hitch helped balance the POW stat that I got. After walking around and exploring the town, visiting the park and relaxing here and there, I then went to the best steak house that allowed beastkin for dinner. The cost was an astonishing 1 gold coin just for one steak. But the steak was the best buttered steak I have ever eaten. Drool. It also seems like ever since I became a catkin, my desire for meat has taken a sharp increase as well. Now that my holiday was out of the way, time to get serious. My next order of business is 2 things. The first one is obviously to get more customers and sell more stuff. The second order of business is to attempt to make a holy steel blacksmithing hammer. Unlike my previous hammers, which lasted me a few days to maybe a week or so at most, this one will be quite different. Considering the almost impossibility of getting my hands on mithril and the difficulty in making something out of it, the holy steel blacksmithing hammer will most likely be my limit for quite a long time. So I need to put in extra effort to ensure it comes out well. When I came to the blacksmithing guild, I put down 14 gold and 40 silver to get 2x iron ore and 2x coal ore with quality score of 8. Which is the best quality score available in this town. I then cast light magic, holy light on the coal ore using almost all of my mana and then went to sleep for the day. With that, my first holiday officially ended. Volume 02. You are the only one who truly understands me. 6. The next morning, I filled up my coal ore with more holy power. Then instead of having breakfast, I decided I'll leave early again and headed for the Alchemist Guild. I figured since I am waiting on mana anyways, might as well practice making potions. I also reevaluated the necessity of mana potions now that I know I can use mana to enhance my gear. But first I'll start with the health potion. Unfortunately, I missed the second round of selections for the Alchemist Guild this time around due to the huge order. Not that I am regretting it or anything. I paid 50 iron coins and rented out a mini lab at the Alchemist Guild for 5 hours. It was more expensive than I initially thought, but still within my affordable range. I began processing a dire milkweed which took me about half an hour to ensure highest quality while also paying attention to the details. From then on, I spent 2 hours making a potion. Since my first attempt, my per stat has increased by quite a bit. Not only that, I also got things like IPR and some level ups to help me. Add in my prior experience and the results weren't too bad for a second attempt. At the very least the potion was over 3x better than my first attempt to say the least. Of course I also received a new quest due to breaking through the quality score of 1. Since I had another 2.5 hours, I made another attempt at making yet another potion, and the results were even better. This concluded my 5 hours at the lab. Based on what I feel from my per and my experience, I can tell that as is. Reaching a quality score of 4 would be impossible without more insight. So there was no point of continuing on making lesser health potions for the time being. I get 2 meat skewers by the stalls since I am low on time today and head out of the city towards the forest. My goal this time is similar to before, dire foxes and herbs. Except this time around I have no plan on cashing in any of the herbs. Frankly put, it isn't worth it at this point. I did it before because I needed every coin I could muster, but now the situation has changed. Looking at the costs at the Alchemist Guild, an average lesser health potion sells for 1 silver coin. But when I cash in that dire milkweed via quest, I would only get 3 iron and 50 copper coins, and that is including the cash in reward. Talk about a ripoff. Of course I can't exactly sell my potions anyways, since selling potions requires certification from the Alchemist Guild. But regardless, now that I have some money, I'd rather store the herbs and practice with them when I have the opportunity. As for the dire foxes, I have 2 reasons for hunting them. The first reason is that I plan to take the meat and try the cooking skill out a bit. And the second reason is that I want to test out that mithril guitar. Especially the magic option. I always wanted to try magic, but got cheated out with only healing magic. Also, since my item box increased in size, I can now store all 5 dire foxes. So collecting them will be a lot more convenient than before. It did not take me long to spot a dire fox and I employed the same strategy I did before. I let it notice me. Have it sneak up and sprint at me as I quickly turn around and charge straight at it, aiming for its eyes with wind blade. I reflexively mutter. That was kind of unexpected. I look around and see the dire fox right behind me cleanly split into 2. I probably should be extra careful about using that magic option. It seems to be quite overkill. Especially when I actually need the pelts. Not to mention, one wrong step and I feel I may accidentally injure myself. From then on I focused on killing dire foxes while collecting herbs on the side. I managed to finally kill 5 dire foxes, but still had 3 hours to spare till the exhibition. So after finding a safe spot near the town, I made a fire and attempted cooking the fox meat. After half an hour of making the dire fox meat skewers, the results were okay, I guess. Of course I also got the accompanying quest alongside it. From each dire fox, I get about 10 servings of meat and each serving is about 2 meat skewers. I managed to cook 10 meat skewers or about 5 servings. I ate 2 of the dire fox meat skewers and stored the rest for a later time. I only managed to collect 5 herbs this time round since I got distracted pwning with the mithril guitar. Either way, I decided to head back and cash in the dire fox pelts and some of the remaining dire fox meat. After doing so I returned to the exhibit market, and tried selling my remaining iron axe and iron spear, even going as far as offering 50 discount, but unfortunately no luck. After dinner, I again proceeded to load holy power into the coal ore and went to bed. The next 3 days passed pretty similar, the only difference was that I spent only 3 hours in the Alchemist's Guild and attempted lesser mana potions instead. Unfortunately, luck was not on my side as not only did I fail to get above quality score of 1. The results in themselves failed to restore any mana, or even if they did, it was noted to have some negative side effects. After I finished making the potions, I would proceed to gathering herbs and hunt dire foxes. From then on, I would proceed to cook the dire foxes into skewers. Unlike my other production skills, cooking quickly got to quality score of 5. The reason being is that I have some prior experience cooking in the previous world, not to mention Per also helps me with my sense of taste, thus allowing me another way to judge the flaws in the food. I can't exactly chew on my swords and no way am I gonna attempt drinking an alchemical made potion with unknown negative side effects. When I was done cooking the foxes, I would cash in the quest in the guild and then head for the exhibition hall in my futile attempts to sell my axe and spear. Effectively, same old same old. Then finally came my quota day. And I happily smelted the 50 iron ingots in one day, thus receiving my reward of 10 iron ingots and 3 coal ores. This of course meant that I finished my Creationist, Ingot Creation 2 quest. But the shocking thing came right after. Again my eyes began to change as things became more and more clear, the details I could not notice before became so apparent like they were always there. After that, instead of smithing something out of my reward, I instead took a rest and got used to my new and improved eyesight. I then repeated the hunting regime for 3 more days until I felt that I saved up holy power to begin the next phase to my plan. The following day, I began my hardest struggle yet. I began the workday smelting the first holy steel ingot. The ingot smelting process took up the entire day as I was extremely careful. I also noticed something interesting with production jobs. That the most intensive and critical part of the entire process is the finalization. It is the point between the item taking form and being registered into the system. I took advantage of that knowledge and made sure to activate all observing eyes overload for a few seconds at the end. This not only improved what I saw, it also helped me raise my supporting stats such as IPR, int and WIS to fill in some of the gaps in my unusually high PER. Of course the increase in PER also helped as well, raising my skills a bit. To improve the outcome, I even made sure to go out and eat the best food that increased my int and WIS at the cost of 1 gold coin per serving. Any little thing I could think of to help me, I took advantage of. That includes spending my 1 remaining free point into int. Taking full advantage of stats is also one of the reasons why I chose to make a arm blade Qatar. The fact that I could use it without my hands is not just limited to combat and works just fine during smithing as well. I wish I could have made other items to increase int and WIS, but unfortunately it could only be done with items that have high compatibility with mana. Finally, after spending an entire day on it, my first holy steel ingot was complete. Unfortunately I ended up dropping from a quality score of 8, but regardless the results could be said to be extremely good. Beyond excellent even. The next day I repeated the same process yet again, taking up yet another day, but with a tad more experience at the finalization process. I was still not able to keep the 8 quality score, but regardless, it was a decent improvement considering the difficulty. With my 2 ingots done, the next day I began to smith the hammer. I poured everything I had and more into the completion of this hammer. I could not afford to slack or lose focus for even a moment. I spent the entire day working on it since 5 o'clock. When I felt I was almost done, I activated all observing eyes overload and began the finalization process. But unlike before, a few seconds were not enough as I raced against time to finish my hammer. Time was ticking, but the finalization process was not done. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. I was halfway into my overload, but it was still not finalized. 40 seconds passed. 50 seconds passed. I was getting desperate at this point, but I did not lose focus. 55 seconds passed. 56, 57, 58, 59. I barely managed the final hit right at the end of the final second of the minute. Collapse. Arykm sigh. I heard a voice. I barely open up my eyes and see the dwarf that is always at the counter looking over me and saying something. Ouch. My head hurts like heck. After a bit I was finally able to make out what he was saying. Are ya okay, missy? Repeated the dwarf. Where am I? I muttered, still a bit confused. We are at the forge. I was about to close up the place. When I saw you collapsed on the floor, the dwarf explained. Why was I here, and why was I on the floor? Pondering for a bit, a sudden realization hit me. The hammer, I yelled out. Hammer? Asked the dwarf, somewhat confused. I took a look around and set my eyes on my beautiful new hammer. It was pure white, which is why I will call it Angelica. Quote, what does that mean? I could not believe my eyes. Not only that I felt a close bond with Angelica beyond of what I felt with anything before. It was like literally screaming, hug me, so I did. Purr. Before I knew it, I started purring from how comfortable it felt. Then my eyes met with the dwarf. I yelped. He saw me. He saw me. He saw me. Those thoughts filled my mind as I tried to come up with some sort of excuse, then hide somewhere where no one would ever find me. Noticing he had my attention. If you're done, I'd like to close up, said the dwarf, seemingly paying little mind to my embarrassing display. I hurriedly nod in rapid succession and bolt to my room as fast as I could. Then I quickly jumped into bed, trying to hide from the world in my embarrassment. I cuddle up to Angelica as my only bastion of security. Purr. Like that I fall asleep without even eating dinner, curled up in a ball around Angelica. Volume 02. The Gears of Fate I Could Not Avoid 1. The next day, I woke up not wanting to let go of Angelica at all, though since my stats were lowered by 50, I had a pretty good excuse to do nothing anyways. That said, I did not forget to fill up one of my coal ores with holy power for later use. I even skipped out on breakfast and instead ate the dire fox meat skewers I saved up. Interestingly enough, it seems that heat was somewhat retained when it was stored in the item box. Though I am not sure if this is a time freeze kind of thing or time is just slowed down. I'll have to experiment with it later. Since I had nothing to do during these 2 days, I decided to put together some plans moving forward. Frankly put, as much as I love blacksmithing things, I am kind of at a dead end. There is very little room for improvement anymore outside of level ups. And I can't level up my creationist class because no one is buying my stuff. Which means to go forward in the most efficient way possible, I need to create gear for myself and go out there and fight myself. In this way I can raise both Ionist and my racial level at the same time. The safest way to accomplish that is making myself a full holy steel set. The question is, how do I go about it? For a steel item to count as holy steel, it needs to retain at least 100 holy power. Any less than that, and the holy power will not be balanced and disappear. If that happens, at best, you will get a steel item with only a one-time use ability. That said, I currently lack the mana and materials to make a full holy steel set. I will get them both over time, but if I think about it overall, it would take me at least half a month to put together a full protective set, if not more. The other option is to hurry things along by the use of money. Effectively, I would buy the ores I am missing, and get mana potions to make up for the lack of mana. The downside with this approach is that I have no reoccurring income. If I decide to spend my money now, I would be taking a pretty large risk. Of course, food and shelter is provided for me, but I do want some luxuries from time to time. Let's just calculate exactly how much money I would need. Since I am making equipment sized for a child, I need less ingots than making full-sized adult gear. Which is a good thing, I guess. Helmet 2 ingots, chest piece 4 ingots, pants 3 ingots, boots 2 ingots, bracers 2 ingots. That should probably provide me with full protection. From what I heard, one can wear and get stats from up to 25 items. But there is a catch, without some exceptions like naming, that breaks the limit. You cannot exceed 3x your base stats with gear. Hence a low level person can't just equip super powerful gear and one-shot everything. Though one could argue becoming 3x stronger in itself will get you quite an advantage. There is also a limitations on how powerful a single item can be. Hence my mithril Qatar had to be specifically level limited to be usable. Though those limitations are somewhat lifted when talking about items that assist in production such as Angelica. This item advantage though is a relative one, as monsters have superior bodies to us humanoids, thus evening each other out. My plan right now is not to get all 25 items though, but to maximize my safety. So the pieces I need to make should offer full body protection. Those alone should be enough to increase my stats close to 3x fold. Though I want to be sure to stay under that amount. Or the equipment would put a huge mental strain on me. Now then, back on track. I need a total of 13 ingots. I already have most of the iron portion and have 3 coal ores. Now that I think about it, today is a new quota day, isn't it? Unfortunately, I'll have to wait till my weakened state from overload wears off, so I can't try out Angelica until then. No fair sigh. So anyways, I can safely say I will have all the iron ores and 6 coal ores. That means I am 7 coal ores short. Since it will take me some time to make the stuff anyways, I can say it is more like 4 coal ores. If I am fine with quality score of 5, the cost would be about 2 gold and 40 silver coins for the ores. I am not too worried about exceeding the quality score at this point because it makes little sense in terms of cost to performance ratio. I'd rather make an extra piece if need be than to spend double or quadruple to attempt a higher quality score. As for the MP portion, each item needs a minimum of 100 megapixels per ingot, which turns out to a minimum of 1300 MP. I can use the special option on Angelica to fill up 2 ingots with 200 holy power each. So the actual total I need is 1100 MP. Assuming my 30 megapixels and my regeneration rate. If I continue my trend of filling up 2 to 3 times, I should be able to manage at least 60 megapixels per day. So it would take 18 days to get that much MP. Of course, during that time Angelica will refill 1 more times, so the actual amount is 17 days. That said, these numbers are the bare minimum, and I would actually need more to account for loss. A lesser mana potion goes for 20 silver coins and recover 10 megapixels instantly plus 10 extra MP every minute for 5 minutes. Aka, enough to refill me 2x over. If I take 3 lesser mana potions per day, I should be able to use 240 megapixels per day. Thus lowering the time I need to fill them up with MP to only 5 days. So I think about 12 lesser mana potions should be enough. That brings the total I would need to spend for both ores and potions at 4 gold and 80 silver coins. Now that I think about it, that is far less than I originally expected. As far as the time it would take to make the stuff, with the help of Angelica and the experience I gained working with Holy Steel, I should be able to make all 7 items in about a week. I would say the faster I make my gear, the faster I can level up and the faster I can kill stronger monsters and do higher level quests. If I save myself 10 days, I could probably make back at least half the money during those days with ease. Yup, let's go with that strategy then. Since I still had time in the day and nothing to do, I went to the counter and bought 4 coal ores. Then I headed out towards the Alchemist's Guild. On the way to the Alchemist's Guild I also stopped by to buy some more of the best food, which gives it and whiz. The 7 servings cost me an additional 7 gold coins. Now normally you would think that I would be better off buying higher quality ore for that money, but that is not the case. Since even if I bought ores with quality score of 6, I would still end up with a quality score of 5 holy steel item. And since anything at quality score of 5 is subject to the law of averages, the benefits are non-existent. Food is more than enough to help ensure I don't drop to a quality score of 4, and since it raises stats that support I actually gain far more insight into smithing. So it offers both short-term and long-term benefits. This is all a matter of optimizing efficiency, not because I am being biased towards the more delicious option. It just so happens that the better option is more delicious, that's all. Yup. No bias at all. After buying the food and the 12 lesser mana potions at the Alchemist's Guild, my savings dropped to a pitiful 1 gold, 26 silver and 15 iron coins. It was just a few days ago that I was so rich. Where did it all go? Once my shopping was done, I went back to the blacksmithing guild and had some dinner, filled some coal ore with holy power, and went straight to bed. The 2 days passed, and my weakened state was now gone, thus I could finally take Angelica for a spin. So like that I went to smelt some ores. The bliss I got when using Angelica was even stronger than when I used Johnny, Tommy or Carol. It was out of this world. It did not take me long to smelt the 50 iron ingots, thus I claimed the 10 iron ingots and 3 coal ores as my reward. And like always, I mana G'd to get my +3 for completing my creationist, ingot creation 2 quest. After finishing smelting, I had dinner and went to bed. Next week is going to be hectic. Either way I am pretty positive about the future as things are going now. Thinking about that, in due time sleep overtook me. Gasp. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night as a strange feeling overtook me. I was panting like crazy and had a cold sweat. What in the world was that? I took a quick glance around me but nothing seemed strange. Then I noticed a blue box. What exactly happened just now? That was no nightmare. What is this feeling? I understand the feeling of a level up, and this is similar yet different. If I were to try to somehow describe this feeling that I am going through to the best of my ability, it's like finding out you won the lottery and coming home and finding your pet is dead. This mixed feeling of happiness and dread. Shiver. Why is this happening? Is it because I got 2 levels ups at once or something? No, I don't think so. There is no way that level ups would give you the feeling of loss. It's not possible. Something happened, but I just don't know what. Is it maybe my hyperstat warning me about something? Kind of like predicting the future or something like that, but it somehow doesn't feel like that. It feels like the loss already happened. I used my hand to wipe away my sweat only to notice for some reason tears are dripping down my face. Why? I shrivel up in bed, confused and frightened by this strange sensation that I have never felt before. Slowly but steadily the bliss from the RGE amount of XP faded and only dread remained. Then eventually all that was left was a hollow emptiness. I could not pinpoint the source of this emptiness in my heart, so I huddled Angelica with all my strength and in due time fell asleep. Volume 02. The Gears of Fate. I could not avoid 2. When I woke up the next day, I still felt some of the residue feeling from yesterday. To throw that feeling away, after eating a serving of int and whis food, I began smelting the holy steel ingots. During the process, I used Angelica's option to grant it 200 holy power. It took me about 3 hours to smelt the holy steel ingot. So far the quality did not seem to suffer too much. I then did the same and created a second ingot using the Angelica's remaining holy power. Then I began to work on the simplest part of the set, the bracers. This took me about 7 hours of hard, excruciating work. If not for Angelica it would have been much harder though. From my experience working with holy steel, I noticed that the magical ability that I grant an item is strictly tied down to the properties of holy and light. So as long as it is within the abilities of that magic system, I should be able to transfer it to my item. And that is what I did. Luckily both bracers came out the same with minor difference in quality, both surpassing the quality score of 5. I also took advantage of what I learned from the Grandmaster and made some minor room for growth as well. Unfortunately, I lack the skill to make it fully adapt to level like he did. That said, I'll worry about it when the time comes. From then on I went to eat dinner, put mana inside some coal ore and went to sleep. The following day, I again repeated the same process of eating int and whis food, and putting mana into coal ore. The difference this time around is I used a lesser mana potion. Then I began on working on the next item. This time around I got a little bit of insight on how to approach things more efficiently. The item I decided to work on is the helmet. But unlike my previous items, I decided to focus more on the magical portion of the item. The results overall were pretty good. Yes, I thought about this very carefully. What I am lacking is IPR, int and whis, to offset my high per. With the creation of my bracers it suddenly came to me, why not just offset it by prioritizing the gear that gives those stats? Even without knowing offensive magics, being able to utilize my per better in itself is worth it to an extent. The second idea I came up with is spending the option into form changing. This might seem like sacrificing fighting prowess for convenience. But far from it. It allows me to turn the helmet into something like a hairpin so that not only does it not stand out, it also creates a false assumption of weakness, which I may be able to take advantage of in certain situations. The downside to such flexibility though is the maintenance. Whenever I don't use it as a coif, after form changing I have to constantly feed it holy power. Considering I plan to use it as a coif in general combat situations, it shouldn't be a problem. And like that I began to work on my other pieces for the next 5 days, that of course included spending a part of one day working on my quota as well. I focused on dividing up the stats between gear maintaining and overall balance. Another thing I tried to keep consistent is reducing the weight of the armor during activation. This allows me to make full use of my high speed when necessary while still having solid protection. Usually speed types go for leather after all, due to it being light and flexible. In my case, I will have high armor when standing still, while at same time being able to move fast without restraint. Of course I do sacrifice some protection in adding these options. But overall, I think it is well worth it, because my goal is not to fight monsters who are stronger than me with my equipment, but those that are weaker than me. Which means I should be able to end the fight quickly, if not, run away. Hence the point of this configuration. Luckily, things like making it light is a cheap option for the holy attribute. I also account for the flexibility by use of chainmail at the joints, while using plate to cover my vitals. After those 7 days I was dead tired. Not only did I manage to make myself 7 new pieces of gear, I also managed to smelt 50 iron ingots during that time, granting me +3 per from my creationist, ingot creation 2 quest and +1 per for finishing my creationist, armor creation quest. But regardless I was super thrilled. My total bonuses from these 7 pieces plus my mithril arm blade Qatar end up as STR, +101, AGI, +124, VIT, +68, Dex, +72, Int, +58, Wis, +52. With this, I am pretty close to 2 to 3x my stats. Yup, I have become totally op. And white totally white gear. White hair all white. I am just missing some wings and I can pass off as an angel hehe. Anyways, now that I finally got all this awesome gear, it is time to proceed to the next step. But before that sleep I am dead tired, so I collapse on the bed and retire for the day. The next day, I visit the Adventurers Guild to see what quests are available and give my new equipment a field trial. Looking at rank E quests which I can now take, I see collection, Dire Wolf Pelts which gives 7 silver coins plus market price aka 35 iron coins each for 5 pelts, Subjugation, Ravenous Coyotes which gives 5 silver coins for 5, Subjugation, Forest Goblins which gives 8 silver coins for 1, and Subjugation, Kobolds which also gives 8 silver coins for 1. It also seems some of these subjugations give bonuses if you bring more people, but since I am alone I don't qualify for any. Now then, which quest should I take? Logically speaking, it is best to be efficient and do multiple quests at once. In that sense the Subjugation, Kobolds is out of the question despite me wanting to stock up on some red cave moss. It's not like I am in a hurry or anything, so I can do it later if need be. On the stuff I can double down on is the Ravenous Coyotes and Horned Rabbits since they are around the same areas in the plains. And also the Forest Goblins, Dire Wolves and Dire Foxes at same time since they are all in the forest. The only downside with going for the Goblins is that according to what I remember, they are pretty deep into the forest. So unless I happen to find a Strangler Scout, I would need to spend the night outside the town, which I have no plans on doing. To begin with, these quests seem to be aimed at specifically to encourage adventurers to take out the scouts if they meet any. Thinking about it, I decided to go for the Ravenous Coyotes and Horned Rabbits. My reasoning is that Dire Wolves can sometime be in packs, which may be more troublesome. It is probably not an issue since I have my new armor. But again, I don't want to end up dead just cause I got careless and full of myself. So first I'll see how strong a level 15 monster really is. The other benefit is at Subjugation, Ravenous Coyotes has a special marker on it for today, which indicated that this quest has some urgency. Usually due to outbreaks and the like, this meant that the rewards for this quest would be increased by a whopping 50. On top of that, since both the monsters I'll be hunting are new monsters, I may be able to get some new skills as well. With my mind made up, I set out towards the plains. Since my AGI has increased so much, despite my heavy armor, the rate at which I move has also increased by quite a bit, so it did not take me long to get there. From then on, I used my USU Al smell sense and presence sense to try to locate the monsters I was looking for. Which interestingly enough was much easier than in the forest. Probably because the open field lets smell travel easier. The first thing I found was a level 7 horned rabbit. Of course, unlike a forest there was pretty much no cover, so it spotted me virtually instantly. It then rushed straight at me and quickly accelerated at me with its horn. Of course, with my improved stats, it was nothing more than a joke. I used evasion to dodge it to the side like it was nothing. Then, wanting to test the sharpness of my mithril Qatar, I used slice right at the base of its horn, cutting it cleanly off. The horned rabbit didn't even realize that it's lost its horn as it again tried to stab right at me, or would it be more accurate to say it tried to head bash me since it was missing its horn. I quickly spun around and beheaded the horned rabbit like it was nothing. Despite my more than stellar performance, I noticed it seems that there are side effects to unnaturally raising my stats so much. My control seems to suffer quite a bit. If it wasn't for my hyper and the accuracy improvement of Slice, I wouldn't have been so accurate. While Dex does help a bit as well, the issue is more of getting used to it, so it should not be a long-term problem as long as I get enough practice. After storing the horned rabbit and its horn, I continue on traveling through the plains. It takes me only 10 minutes to find yet another level 7 horned rabbit who attacks me the instant it sees me in the same way the previous one did. I smile due to the torrent of new skills that just keep pouring in. Though this time instead of dodging I instead chose to parry the attack with my guitar. Then I used my STR and POW to push the horned rabbit back, and while it was in mid-air swung my holy steel healing dagger imbued with Slice at the base of its horn. Like with the guitar is easily separated. It seems these opponents are just too weak to even test the sharpness of my blades. I put away the dagger and activated punch, smashing the horned rabbit's head, thus killing it instantly. Yup, too easy. Let's see if I can find myself a ravenous coyotes. Maybe they will prove more of a challenge, not that I actually want more of a challenge, easy wins are my favorite wins. But I do want to know where exactly I stand. Generally speaking, Enchanted Steel is at a level of a rank B adventurer. Of course they also have all 25 pieces most likely, but I am pretty confident that I could probably measure up with a low-tier rank D adventurer at the very least. Once I got further out from the town, it did not take long for me to find my first ravenous coyotes. It was level 12, so about mid-range as far as they get. Once it noticed me, I activated all observing eyes. While I am 99% sure that I won't need it, I plan to pay special attention to its movements and weak spots, which I will use as a reference going forward. It tried to lunge at me, which I easily dodge with evasion, to which it turns around and quickly tries to attack yet again. I continue to evade, but so far no skill came up. Growing a bit irritated at not gaining anything, once it lunged at me again. I decided to finish it off and slice off its neck with my guitar. And like that, the ravenous coyotes fell to its death. I continued to farm horned rabbits and ravenous coyotes until I got 5 of each. And to be honest, it was a piece of cake. I got plunged a level 2, and even a level 15 ravenous coyote was pretty helpless against me. Not that it is surprising. NCE, they are only rank G and F monsters respectively. The only reason why rank F monsters make rank E quests is because rank F adventurers don't have a combat class. Even among rank E adventurers, many don't have a combat class. This is partly why rank D is considered a cutoff point. Either way, with that I decided to retire for the day and headed back to the Adventurers Guild. I also managed to find 2 blue Hoya and 2 sleepy jasmine on the way, despite not exactly actively looking for herbs. These herbs seem to be more common around these parts from my observation. I decided to store the herbs for now since they don't take up much space anyways. After cashing in the quests and materials, I made a decent 9 silver and 70 iron coins, plus 4 guild points. I then head back to the blacksmithing guild to eat dinner and get some rest. Announcement. I wanted to wait a bit to get the results of the poll from more people, and the end result, the biggest vote went to, new cover looks better and is more attractive, with 32.7% of the results. That said, old cover looked better and is more attractive, followed close after at 22.4%. But the third was, new cover looks better but isn't as attractive, at 16.3%. What that tells me is that people were slightly more favorable towards the new cover, though you guys, gals, cores are somewhat split on the attractiveness of the old and new. Lastly, the bigger concern was that 22.4% also voted for, why are you wasting time drawing covers? Let me teach you priorities. Grabs. Whiplash lash, how mean, wait till I find out who you are. And when I do all, go cry in my corner. What I'm thinking of doing for the cover is keeping this one for now and then later to slightly fix it up, while at same time make an updated version of the first one. To try to include Shiro in the reflection of the eye, we shall see. Wait, don't whip me. I know. I will first finish Volume 3 before doing that, I swear. Volume 02, The Gears of Fate. I could not avoid 3. The next day, I decided to try the other route. Since I gained confidence fighting level 15 monsters, I wanted to see how dire wolves would stack up and if they have any skills worth taking. I walk out of town and proceed to hunt dire foxes as I made it deeper and deeper into the forest. Like the ravenous coyotes, the dire wolves lived farther away from town. After killing about 3 dire foxes and traveling 3 hours, I pick up the scent of mammals I did not recognize. Of course, when I say I did not recognize it, I mean I have not exactly met up with the owners of this smell before. See, considering I have spent some time in the leather goods shop, I can definitely find some smell similarity to the smell of the dire wolf leather goods. By the smell of things, there seem to be 4 of them. I would have preferred to start out with 2 or 3. But I don't think 4 should be a problem. Especially if I am cautious. As I get closer, they easily picked up on my scent and begin heading my way while attempting to surround me. Of course, I am not exactly just going to let them have their way. As they get closer, I activate sprint and run towards one of them. And when I shrunk the distance, I activate both my throw skills focused on speed, and fling a rock right at the dire wolf in front of me. The dire wolf attempts to dodge to the side, but is a tad too late and ends up hit in the shoulder. Personally though, I wasn't even counting too much on the throw to hit as it was more of a distraction, not that I am complaining or anything. I then quickly charge straight at the dire wolf. Imbuing my guitar with wind and activate slash. I shred the dire wolf in half. Realistically speaking, I didn't really need the wind blade on my guitar to kill this wolf, but as I mentioned before, I am not exactly thrilled about being surrounded by 4 monsters around my level, even with my increased stats. Killing the first one ASAP makes it easier for me to be on defensive. So after I killed it, I turned around and took up a defensive stance. Soon the other 3 dire wolves closed in and looked awfully pissed about me killing one of their own. As they came closer, they again started to spread out trying to surround me. Though I am not exactly going to just stand there and do nothing now, am I? I again use throw, this time focusing on strength, and aim the rock right at the dire wolf on the left. I then activate charge despite the higher stamina cost due to early activation, and head straight at the dire wolf on the right. Catching it completely off guard, I use slice and wind blade to promptly behead the dire wolf. Now that it is down to just 2 of them, I plan to fight them a bit more normally without relying on the wind blade. This time around the 2 dire wolves decided to stick together instead of splitting up after seeing how quickly I dispatched them one by one. It seems like they are thinking that if I charge one of them, the other will attack me from the side. Since that is what they want, I'll give them just that and activate charge aiming for the one on the right. But halfway into my charge, I activate throw on my holy steel healing dagger with full speed right into the left dire wolf's face. With the left one out of the picture for the time being, I imbue my guitar with my old favorite triple combo of penetrate, impale and thrust, though now with a new flavoring of plunge. Stabbing the dire wolf right in the neck. The dire wolf ends up flying back due to the impact and I land right on top of it. Then after the short stun wears off, I quickly roll off the wolf and get in defensive position. At this time the last one gets its act together and charges straight at me. I use evasion and wait things out hoping to see if it has any useful skills. After playing around with it for 2 minutes or so, noticing it has no useful abilities left, I finish it off. After I disassemble them and store them in my item box, I move on. Too bad there wasn't 5 of them, or I would already be done. Now I have no choice but to either luck out and find a lone dire wolf or have to take on an entire pack. Not that I can't do so, but one thing, my gear doesn't help too much versus a semi-large stat adventurer is my lack of stamina. In about an hour or so, I killed 2 more dire foxes, thus completing that quest. Then after another 15 minutes of walking, I pick up the scent of a lone dire wolf. Using the opportunity, I head straight for it. As I begin to get closer, I suddenly stop. The reason is because despite my smell sense telling me there is only a dire wolf there, as I got closer, my presence sense picked up 3 other presences with the wolf. After locating their presence, I try to focus harder on my smell sense and realize there is some unknown scent in the air, but it is super weak. To the point that I normally wouldn't notice it. This confirms that whatever that is, it is somehow hiding its scent to an extent, which points to some sort of intelligence. As curious as I am, I head towards the location. Not, do I look that stupid? I am not some literature hero who after hearing a roar of a dragon goes, "What's that noise? Let's go check it out." If I don't know what it is, or it looks suspicious in any shape or form, it's not my problem. Someone else can gladly handle it. Crud. I yelped, suddenly realize something and activate my sprint, running away as fast as possible. The problem is that if I am in the range of presence sense, there is no way that a dire wolf would not be able to pick up on my scent. Unfortunately, my worst fears have come to pass as one of the presences merged with the dire wolf and started heading for me. The worst part of it is, even with sprint at level 3, I don't think I can outrun it. Well, if I use the option on my boots and start high-ning charge, I may be able to outrun it for a short while, but it would eventually catch up to me and I would lack stamina to fight it, thus guaranteeing my death. It is better off that I find some sort of defensive position. If whatever that is riding it is stronger than me, I can at least use the best of my ability to injure the dire wolf, and then make my escape. Looking around, I find a dense pack of trees and head straight for it. Since I have the convenience of a guitar not occupying my hand, I quickly climb the tree with my claws with little paws. I then move around to the neighboring tree and hide in the leaves using blend stealth. My heart beats rapidly in anxiety as I wait for my unknown foe. Soon afterwards, the dire wolf and the one riding it comes into my view. How does that even make sense? I freaking can't get horse riding even though I see horses every single day. But wolf riding, which is probably a harder skill to get, just pops up like nothing. Where in the world am I gonna get a wolf to ride? Do I have to tame a wolf? Or do I just get a wolfkin to give me a piggyback ride? Okay. I need to focus. The one that seems to be riding the dire wolf is a forest goblin, wolf rider. And its level is 25. Even the dire wolf he is riding is above its average at level 20. Of course, my position should be safe for now at least. From what I remember of the previous dire wolf pack, their sense smell is at about level 3. Even if this higher level dire wolf has it at level 4, it isn't enough to pinpoint my exact location. It knows around where I am, but not the exact location. And even if it did, relaying anything but the general direction of my location to its rider would be difficult. The issue is, to an extent, that so far, Lee the dire wolf and its muscular green rider came. But there were two other presences. Which means if I don't dispatch this forest goblin, wolf rider soon, they will come here and make things difficult. Even worse would be if those two called for reinforcements. Either way, regardless of what I plan to do, I need to do it soon. In a battle of attrition, I am guaranteed to lose. Volume 02, The Gears of Fate I Could Not Avoid. 4. Now that I have made up my mind, I come up with a strategy to handle the situation as quick as possible. First of all, let's see if I can settle this the easy way. Why just injuring the wolf and make a run for it? I take a rock out and throw it at the dire wolf while they are sniffing around trying to find me. Unfortunately, the rider notices the rock and deflects it with his sword. Though that was not the end of it, as I also used throw on the iron axe right after with my other hand. Unfortunately, the dire wolf was already aware of the situation and dodged too. The side eye guess, so much for the easy way. Left with no choice, I use plunge and shoot myself straight at him. Now normally I'd be pretty darn scared about pulling something like this off, but I have full confidence in the equipment that I made as I activate the magical options on all of my equipment. I also activate all observing eyes and time begins to slow down. I can clearly see that the rider is slowly recovering his balance from deflecting my rock, and begins to swing his sword at me horizontally. To which I respond by adjusting my holy steel healing dagger in my left hand and using parry to block his assault. As I continue to close in midair, I activate the wind blade on my guitar, while imbuing my favorite triple combo plus adding punch as well to the mix. Due to feeling resistance his blade either intentionally or subconsciously, the goblin rider tilts to my left by pushing against his blade and my dagger. Thus, instead of me hitting him straight in the neck, I end up shredding right through his shoulder, completely dissecting off his left arm. Only then did I realize I was too impatient trying to finish him off as quick as possible by chaining skills. If only I waited a bit more before deciding. I may have been able to simply slice his neck instead. But it was unfortunately too late for regrets. Gao! Screamed the goblin rider as he fell off his wolf. Though I had no time to worry about that as I also plummeting towards the ground. In a last-ditch effort, I decided to throw my holy steel dagger at the wolf behind me, but I did not verify the results, as both my hands prepare for impact. As I came right at the ground, I made sure to align my guitar at an angle to create a slight air cushion from the wind. Of course overall that was mostly negligible, but it bought me a fraction of a second to better align my body as I crashed into the earth rolling. Luckily my equipment did a good job at absorbing most of the damage, so I quickly get up and assess the situation. To my surprise, the first thing I saw was a face of a dire wolf jaws heading straight at me. By reflex, I try to jump back in fright and without even thinking I used punch with my right hand mashing my guitar and fist right at its upper face. "Hew!" cried the wolf as my wind blade guitar penetrated its skull. I successfully managed to avoid being mauled to death, but still get pushed back. Due to the momentum of the wolf's large body. As much as I would like to keep lying down, I force myself up as quickly as I can and see the dire wolf pretty much going crazy, biting and clawing everywhere. Since I am too close, I strafe to the right and get some distance. At that point I notice the goblin rider has already gotten up and was within 3 meters distance, charging at me with his blade. No. Mali, I probably would have panicked and acted foolishly, but luckily due to my all-observing eyes still in effect, I had much more time to think things through as my body reacted slower. With that in mind, I activate charge going straight at the goblin. My actions must have surprised him because he took a fraction of a second pause. During that time I close the distance slightly to his left, making it hard for him to swing his blade or defend. I then activate slice right at his head. The goblin though seems to be somewhat experienced, as he turned his body and dodged the metal of the blade. It passed by just a millimeter above his nose as he swung his blade at my exposed back. "Gao!" yelled the goblin from shrieking pain as his sword fell out of his hand and he grabbed his face. While the goblin definitely had plenty of combat experience as far as fighting with normal weapons go, magic weapons seemed to be outside his battle expertise, as my wind blade extended slightly beyond my guitar, slicing right through his eyes. Not giving him a chance to recover, I turn around and plunge straight at him with a thrust of my guitar, stabbing him straight in the neck, thus finishing him off. I then turn my attention back to the dire wolf, who still seems to be enraged and thrashing a random tree. Using this opportunity, I deactivate my unique skill and use presence sense and smell sense to figure out the situation. To my relief, with the exception of the two heading this way, it does not seem to be that any more reinforcements are coming for now. Since that is the case, I take a deep breath and go pick up my dagger and axe as I think of the best way to approach things and recover some of my stamina. Since they will be here in about 2 to 3 minutes, I decide for the time being ignore the dire wolf who seems to have gone mad, and I climb up a tree closest to the route they are coming from, then activate blend stealth as I wait while using the healing option on my dagger to recover a few HP. My inner scaredy cat screams to urge me to run away and not take any extra risks, but my logic says I should make the best of the situation. Frankly speaking, my smell sense is higher level than a dire wolf. As long as I am careful, I should easily notice any reinforcements that may come before they notice me. While the goblins do cover their smell, the dire wolves do not, so it should pose minimum risk. Looking on with eagle eyes, I noticed that the two that were approaching was a level 17 forest goblin, wolf rider, and a level 11 forest goblin, scout. I wait for them to come see loser, and when they are pretty much right under me, distracted by the scene in front of them of a berserk dire wolf and dead goblin, I reactivate all observing eyes and jump down at them. Aiming my wind guitar, I strike right in the back of the goblin scout's head, killing him instantly. The reason I aimed for the scout first is because, unlike the riders, according to the information I read, the scouts tend to run away on contact. To prevent that, I get rid of him first. I then look up and see a pretty pissed off goblin, as he grabs his sword and strikes right at me. I use evasion to dodge to the side and throw the holy steel dagger right at him. This rider who seems to be missing a dire wolf was clearly lacking experience, or was too enraged to react because he fails to dodge the attack and T ends up stabbing him right in the upper part of his chest. Huck tried to scream the goblin but could not make a proper sound due to the dagger jamming his windpipe. As he looks down to confirm the source of the pain, I charge straight at him and slice off his head with my guitar. After taking a short pause to calm down, I walk to the ravaging dire wolf and using jump, landing right on its back. And thrust the holy steel dagger into the back of its neck. The wolf tries to resist to the best of its ability, but surprisingly or not, the wolf riding skill helps me retain my balance as I continue to stab it to death. After I confirm that it has died, I then make sure there is no enemies in the vicinity using my senses. With no enemies detected, I sigh in relief and collapse on the floor from both physical and mental fatigue. 5 more levels, I mutter to myself. After getting about 2 minutes of rest and catching my breath, I went on to collect the loot. For the 3 goblins, I cut off their ears, which acts as proof of subjugation, and then proceed to disassemble the wolf. Though I chose to do a more basic disassembly than usual since I don't exactly feel comfortable staying here for long when I am done. I quickly head back towards town while at same time conserving my stamina. Once I confirm I am closer to town, I decide to cook some dire wolf meat skewers as a celebration for my victory. Now that I had more experience cooking things, my ability has improved a decent amount. To be honest, I kind of regret not bringing more dire wolf meat due to the lack of space storing all the stuff. Regardless, I still had enough to fill up my stomach and save a few for the next few days. With my mini celebration complete, I head back to the Adventurers Guild. When I arrive there, I stand by the material exchange counter and wait for my turn. It took about half an hour, but I made it to the material counter. There I cashed in collection, dire wolf pelts and collection, dire fox pelts receiving 10 silver and 75 iron coins for those quests. I also cashed in the 10 dire wolf fangs, which sold for 1 silver and 25 iron coins. Thus earning a total of 12 silver coins. Not too bad, considering how long it took me to earn that much just a few weeks ago. Though best of all, it ain't over yet. From the material counter, I then head over to the receptionist counter. Subjugation quests must be turned over there instead. I wait shortly for an elf receptionist, and come over to the counter. Hello, I would like to cash in the rank E quest subjugation, forest goblins, and rank D quest subjuga. Tion. Forest Goblin Wolf Riders, I said as I put the 6 ears I collected onto the counter. Let me see, please place your hand on the orb for processing, the receptionist requested. I did as I was told, and the orb glowed as the receptionist processed my request. Just to inform you, for the subjugation, Forest Goblin Riders, I can only process 1 request per day, so I can only credit you 38 silver coins and 6 guild points, informed the receptionist. So can I cash one in now and cash the second one tomorrow? I inquired. I am sorry, but that is not possible. We do a scan of the monster material and your guild tattoo and match the signatures. If the monster was killed during a certain day, we match it with that data and confirm your credit. So there isn't much I can do, explained the receptionist. Is that so? I dejectedly responded. Though, I wonder, did you really kill 2 forest goblin wolf riders all by yourself? Questioned the receptionist. Yes, why? I asked with slight hesitation. Well, here is that thing. Would you be interested in taking the rank D exam? Offered the receptionist. Rank D exam, but I am only rank F. I replied. Well, actually, as of this quest completion, you have a total of 20 guild points. So you are now a rank E adventurer. The moment you became a rank E adventurer, you were able to take the rank D exam, responded the receptionist. I see I am already at rank E Though, isn't it a bit early to take the rank D exam right after getting rank E? I queried while being somewhat confused. I think I know where you might be misunderstanding. To get rank D you still need to get 20 guild points. The only thing is, unlike previous ranks, where you can get more points doing higher rank quests, that is not officially an option at rank E, because to do rank D quests, you need to pass the exam. There are of course exceptions, like in this case, where you brought in a rank D monster that pose a threat to the town. Otherwise, even if you kill a rank D monster on the list, We will not offer credit for it. That said, it goes without saying you need to pass the Rank D exam to actually get Rank D as well, informed the receptionist. I see. But I still have some time till I get to Rank D, so not sure if I am ready. I timidly replied. There is no problem on that front. In terms of actual difficulty, the Rank D exam is only at a level of a Rank E quest. For someone who can defeat Goblin Wolf Riders, it should be little issue. If you are willing to take the exam now, I'll even waive the 1 gold coin entry fee normally required, insisted the receptionist. That sounds quite generous of her. What is the catch? It sounds tempting, but why is the Rank D exam so simple? And is there a reason for the special treatment? I inquired. Well, here is the thing. To conduct the exam there are a few things that we need. The first thing we need is the availability of a Rank B or above adventurer. The second thing we need is an even amount of people to take exam that fits its criteria. In this case the amount of people we need is 10. The problem is that currently where we stand, we only have 9 people. So we need one more person to proceed with the exam. We tried to get more people into the exam, but most people prefer to take the exam with their party members. So finding individual adventurers to fill that number is a bit troublesome. Of course, if we give it a few days, we will probably get someone. The issue is the Rank B adventurer will not be available then. There can also be changes in the mission parameters if we let things go for too long as well. The current Rank D exam is effectively to take down a group of bandits. Most of these bandits are below level 20. The only ones to watch out for are the core members of the bandit group, and those will be handled by the Rank B adventurer. Though like all quests and exams, I can't exactly guarantee your safety. That said, the Rank B adventurer will do his best to ensure no one gets hurt. The goal of the Rank D exam is not really to measure strength. At Rank D, there are things as escort quests and large group quests. In such quests, you will often be required to kill people or cooperate with strangers. The point of the exam is to ensure that when someone hires an escort through the guild, the escort will not chicken out or refuse to cooperate with others. During the exam, you will be required to fulfill a simple assignment in a 2-man team. If you complete that assignment, you pass. Most people who are interested in becoming Rank D take the exam soon after becoming Rank E anyways, explained the receptionist. Difficulty level of a Rank E, while at same time I can get a bunch of skills from Rank E or soon to be D adventurers, and then there is that Rank B adventurero, and I may be able to get some skills from the bandits as well. Personally, I don't exactly have an issue killing bandits. If it were innocent people, that would be one thing. But I know better than to feel sorry for those low-life scum who would readily take my life given the chance. From my perspective they are no different than pink-skinned goblins. I am also curious about what happened back then when I killed that middle-aged man, so it would be an opportunity to test the waters as well. The fact that I did not feel anything at all was a bit too odd. Either way, I don't think killing human bandits will be a problem, and as far as coordination go, while I can't exactly say I am that great at socializing, at same time I have little problem working with others. There is also that 1 gall D coin I would be saving. The temptation is strong with this one, but at same time it is like screaming, flag. But then again the skill galore. And I'll be able to take up Rank D quests, which can pay you to half a gold coin each. That might not sound much since it is about what I get paid to make a steal item in terms of profit. But my luck selling items has been abysmal. I wonder if I could interest some of those adventurers taking the test into buying something. Evil grin. Anyways, let's not get too distracted. From a risk perspective, I am wearing some pretty good holy steel gear specialized in defense. Considering my high speed, in worst case I can just run to the Rank B adventurer. No. And since the guild scouted this mission in advance, the probability of something happening should be low, right? Or am I just jinxing myself? So hard to decide. A part of me is screaming run away and don't take any unnecessary risks, but at same time isn't not becoming stronger faster a risk in itself as well? What I need is a balance of safety and risk. Minimum risk with maximum rewards. Isn't a situation where I can get a bunch of skills, especially from a Rank B adventurer in a controlled environment, not an example of such? Let's first ask a bit more information before deciding. Can you tell me a bit more information about what a typical mission entails, who the rank B adventurer is, and is there a deadline for deciding? Oh, and also what is the typical fatality rate? I inquired. Sure, no problem. In a typical mission like a bandit subjugation test, you will be divided into groups of 2. These groups cannot be with your own party members, and have to be with a stranger. Each of the groups will then be in charge of securing a room or section. If you secure the part you are responsible for, you pass regardless of how the others do. In the end, the mission is guaranteed to be a success due to the presence of the rank B adventurer. The difference mostly lies in how many bandits might run away or if some treasure would be taken by said bandits during their escape. In this case, the rank B adventurer is Darren Vels. He is a shadow rogue and is pretty well-known adventurer. As for fatality rates, I don't exactly have those numbers, but giving a wild guess I would say about 1 if not less. In terms of difficulty it is rank E after all, and typically taken by rank E adventurers confident enough to aim for rank D. Most fatality rates mostly come when people hesitate or fail to cooperate. But even then, once the boss is taken care of, most bandits choose to run away rather than fight. As far as deadlines go, I prefer if I could get an answer today. We still have to give a 24-hour advance notice to all parties involved. So if I can get an okay today, the exam would be set for the day after tomorrow. Informed the receptionist. Shadow rogue. Does that mean what I think it means? I can actually get real stealth. Count me in, I exclaimed. Great. Then please come. By the guild after tomorrow at 6 inches, said the receptionist. From then on we discussed a few details here and there, got the process for being promoted to rank E out of the way, and with all that done, I left the guild. Since I have some time tomorrow, I should make preparations just in case. With my plans made up, I headed back to the blacksmithing guild for a night's rest. Ended. For now.